After a decade of immersive gameplay, the beloved game Cultivation Life has announced its closure. At the moment of farewell, an unexpected notification arrives. The game is about to manifest into reality. Within the game, I reign supreme as the top-ranked player, the unparalleled emperor of the highest realm. Once the game transcends into the real world, Chen Lan's cultivation instantly elevates him to the level of the supreme emperor, making him the most formidable being on the entire planet. However, just as he contemplates remaining in the shadows, the emergence of a cultivation ranking dispels his thoughts entirely. Ranked first in cultivation, the carefree celestial supreme emperor. Ranked first in pets, the carefree celestial five-clawed Blackgold divine dragon. On numerous leaderboards, he stands at the pinnacle. In an instant, the entire nation is on a quest to find him. When external enemies invade, their regret becomes palpable. Want to invade? Did you consult me first? Chapter 1. The game comes to reality. Congratulations. After cultivating for 1 billion years, your realm has reached that of the Supreme Emperor, an unrivaled existence throughout the ages. The game will cease operations in 10 minutes. Please enjoy your final moments. On Blue Star, at Chen University, Chen Lan reclined on his dormitory bed, gazing at the notification on his phone's game interface, letting out a heavy sigh. Has the game he has cherished for 10 years finally come to an end? The game, known as Cultivation Life, was the most popular cultivation game a decade ago, focusing on the journey of a mortal ascending to become the mightiest immortal. Although dominated by wealthy players, Chen Lan persevered through sheer passion and dedication, playing for an entire decade. Over the years, he transformed from a novice into the #1 player on the server, achieving the singular realm of the Supreme Emperor, with no one below him even reaching the Emperor realm. The game's popularity waned. It faded into obscurity, with only he remaining, still engaged in its world. With just 10 minutes left, let me bid you all a final farewell. Chen Lan sighed, opening the friend system within the game, only to find the dimmed avatars of his companions, each one offline. The first of these friends was his in-game partner, Water Fairy, whom he had met 5 years prior. He vaguely recalled how she had joined the game with a sense of curiosity, seeking a master in the world channel. At that moment, he happened to be online, and they connected, embarking on adventures together, defeating monsters for gear, tackling dungeons, building intimacy, and ultimately, binding their fates as partners. Unfortunately, she had played for about 2 months before her work obligations drew her away, and she gradually became inactive. He wondered how she was faring now. Farewell, Water Fairy. Chen Lan sent a message, fully aware that she would not see it, but he felt compelled to say goodbye. He had more than one partner. After all, the game placed no restrictions on forming partnerships, and he had around 7 or 8 companions. He sent farewell messages to each, marking his goodbye to the game. With 8 minutes remaining, he challenged each of the top 10 competitors on the leaderboard. Though they were offline, he could still duel them, and if victorious, they would lose cultivation points. In the past, he had often lost cultivation to these players, but through his determination, he managed to outlast them until they logged off. Daily, he would engage them in duels, causing several to lose an entire realm of cultivation. Farewell, former rivals, Chen Lan mused, a sense of loneliness washing over him. The game that had accompanied him for a decade was about to shut down, and he felt a twinge of reluctance. Having begun playing in middle school and now nearing university graduation, this bond was one that few could comprehend. From having nothing to possessing an abundance of divine artifacts, spiritual weapons, unparalleled cultivation, and extraordinary pets, his inventory overflowed with countless items and elixirs, too many to ever use. All of it was set to be bid adieu. As time dwindled to the final minute, the game was on the brink of closure. Chen Lan opened the world channel, gazing at the empty chat box, and typed, "Goodbye, Cultivation Life. You have been the most enjoyable game I have ever played. Farewell to everyone. May our paths cross again." Though he knew no one would respond, he felt the need to say farewell to the game. "Hey, son, ready for dinner?" At that moment, his roommate, Luo Tao, entered the room, dripping with sweat and clutching a basketball. "Sure, if my son is calling me to dinner, then let's go," Chen Lan replied, turning off his phone and following Luo Tao out of the dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, another notification appeared on the game interface. Game closure. In 30 minutes, the game will manifest into reality. In the cafeteria, Luo Tao inquired, "Son, why do you look so downcast? Are you unhappy?" "Not really. Just a few things are departing from me forever, and I feel a bit sentimental," Chen Lan replied, shaking his head with a faint smile. "Could it be that your girlfriend has left you?" "No, wait, you don't even have a girlfriend. Are you secretly dating behind our backs?" Luo Tao's appetite for his chicken leg suddenly vanished as he interrogated Chen Lan. In the dormitory, secretly dating was akin to a capital offense. "Just eat your food. I don't have the time for a girlfriend. Too much trouble," Chen Lan retorted, exasperated. In today's society, finding a girlfriend either required spending money or risking one's life. Who would dare to pursue that? What if he accidentally ended up with a version T0 partner? He would lose both resources. Why not? You're not unattractive, and your family has a bit of money. Having a girlfriend would be wonderful, especially now that graduation is approaching, yet you remain single. Luo Tao exclaimed in confusion. Chen Lan was undeniably the most handsome in their dormitory, often approached by girls seeking his WeChat. Yet, he simply refused to date. If he possessed that kind of face, he would have been a heartthrob, charming the entire Qin University. I'm not interested. Enough about that. Let's hurry and eat so we can get back to gaming. All right, I plan to play Lanling Wang and thoroughly torment Xiaoyao. I'll be using Xiaoyao. Not you again. You're trying to sabotage me. The two began a contest to see who could finish their meal first, with the loser tasked to bring dinner later. They quickly devoured their food, and ultimately, Chen Lan emerged victorious. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? How can you eat so fast? I've lost again. I can't believe it, Luo Tao grumbled. Haha, just eat more. The two bantered joyfully as they returned to the dormitory. But just as they lay down, a thunderous roar echoed from outside. Whoa, is it the apocalypse? Luo Tao exclaimed in shock. Chen Lan stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the darkened sky, filled with ominous clouds, lightning flashing and thunder booming. A tempest brewing that truly felt apocalyptic. I should bring in the laundry. Chen Lan hurriedly gathered the clothes from the balcony and returned to his bed, preparing to play King of Glory. Yet at that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Huaxia game, Cultivation Life. Manifestation in 60 seconds. What's happening? Luo Tao leaped from his bed, eyes wide with fear. You heard it too? Chen Lan exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Luo Tao. It seemed everyone could hear it. Yes, I heard it too. What do you mean by manifestation? What kind of game is Cultivation Life? Luo Tao stared in disbelief. Chen Lan quickly grasped the situation, seizing his phone and scrolling through the familiar game application, tapping frantically, but to no avail. Could it truly be that this game was about to manifest? What does manifestation even mean? Is everything from the game manifesting in reality? Could it be the apocalypse? Luo Tao exclaimed in terror, the thrill of gaming now extinguished. Outside, the voices of classmates echoed, and upon opening the dormitory door, panic ensued among them. Oh my goodness, the end of the world has arrived. What is this cultivating immortality game? I've never even heard of it. I know, it was a game that emerged a decade ago. I played it for half a month and then quit. Wow, I just happened to play it a few years back. I reached the foundation establishment stage, but found it too pay to win and gave up. Now that you mention it, I also played it. It was incredibly popular at the time, and I believe I reached the golden core stage. Does this mean we can truly become immortals, just like in novels and games? Some classmates were filled with apprehension, while others were exuberantly thrilled. The anxious ones were those who had never engaged with the game, while the excited ones had played and felt reasonably competent. I could see that moment. A voice resonated in everyone's minds once more. 60 seconds have passed. The manifestation begins. First, the manifestation of cultivation level. Chapter 2. The Supreme Emperor's Cultivation. The manifestation of power. In an instant, the heavens transformed dramatically as golden beams of light cascaded down from above. Densely packed and indistinguishable as to whom they enveloped. It was as if a golden rain had commenced. Chen Lan found himself surrounded by these resplendent rays, feeling an overwhelming and magnificent force coursing through his being, filling him with an immense power. It was as though with a mere gesture he could obliterate a star, extinguish the sun and moon with a flick of his fingers, and cause the very earth to shatter with a single breath. The manifestation of the Supreme Emperor's cultivation is complete. Please exercise caution with your newfound powers. Simultaneously, a surge of memories that did not belong to him flooded his mind, transcending mortality to attain immortality, cultivating the true self. Though a mere mortal of the first tier, his relentless efforts had culminated in his ascension to the Supreme Emperor, bestowing upon him the highest levels of cultivation and power. Scenes from the game replayed vividly in his mind. The formidable bosses he had vanquished during his body refinement phase. The trials of lightning he had endured to undergo a transformation into the foundation establishment stage, and the moment he had formed a Tao partner with the ethereal fairy. Subsequently, he had soared to great heights, ultimately crushing those who had once looked down upon him. The experiences of a billion years from his gaming persona surged into his consciousness, as if he had lived them himself. In a brief moment, Chen Lan grasped his cultivation, fully aware of the might he now possessed. With but a thought, he could obliterate this very planet beneath his feet. Meanwhile, across the nation, cultivators began to emerge. The game Cultivating Immortal Life, which had enjoyed immense popularity a decade prior, had captivated over 2 billion people in China. If not a billion, at least 500 million had played it. Its popularity was such that nearly everyone had tried their hand at it, and those who had played could manifest their cultivation. In Longdu, within a certain prison, a notorious criminal, shackled and awaiting his fate, sat in silence. His name was Wang Zhenghua, a heinous murderer who had slaughtered an entire family of 7. Recently apprehended after a decade-long evasion of the law, he had finally been captured. Just then, a beam of golden light descended upon him, enveloping his entire being. In an instant, he was filled with power. Memories flooded back to him. Cultivating Immortal Life? Wang Zhenghua was initially taken aback, but then elated. Haha, I am now a quasi-saint. I am invincible. 10 years ago, during his flight from the law, the game had been at its zenith, and he had greatly admired the life of cultivation within it. Had he possessed such strength then, he would not have needed to flee. In those days, he had played extensively and invested considerable sums into the game, which had been his constant companion. However, upon reaching the Saint King level, he was discovered by the police and was forced back onto the run, leaving him no time to play. Little did he expect that the game would manifest, granting him quasi-saint powers. In the next moment, he shattered his handcuffs and shackles, and with a single punch, he obliterated the prison wall, striding out with swagger. Xiaoyao Tianzun, you dare to ruin my cultivation? I will find you. In the memories that had just surged forth, he realized that a certain individual, known as Xiaoyao Tianzun, had continuously challenged him, causing his cultivation to plummet until he fell off the rankings, reduced to his current quasi-saint state. Had it not been for Xiaoyao Tianzun, his strength would have remained at the Saint King level, far superior to his current state. Stop. Get back. Several prison guards, witnessing Wang Zhenghua's escape, were so taken aback they were at a loss for words. The prison walls had exploded. Was the person before them still human? Get lost. Wang Zhenghua bellowed. And an overwhelming pressure erupted from him, sending several officers flying against the wall, rendering them unconscious. Boom. Wang Zhenghua leapt up, crashing through the ceiling and escaping the prison, leaving no one the wiser as to his destination. Wow, Chen Lan, look! Luo Tao suddenly exclaimed. Chen Lan turned to see Luo Tao crushing a 40-pound dumbbell in one hand, reducing it to powder. I'm merely in the body refinement stage, yet I am this strong. What about those in the foundation establishment stage? They must be even more formidable. Hearing Luo Tao's words, Chen Lan couldn't help but chuckle. In cultivating immortal life, the ranks were divided into body refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, great ascension, tribulation crossing, ascension, human immortal, true immortal, earth immortal, mysterious immortal, celestial immortal, great Luo golden immortal, great Luo celestial immortal, quasi-saint, saint, and saint king, culminating in the ultimate supreme emperor, encompassing dozens of tiers in total. Body refinement was the most rudimentary level, akin to the initial foray into cultivation, where most players began. Only upon reaching foundation establishment could one be considered truly reborn. Those below golden core were still mortals. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from the next dormitory. Chen Lan and his companion hurried outside to investigate. Goodness. A single punch shattered the wall. Is this the power of foundation establishment? Incredible. Why didn't I play that game? I wish I could cultivate too. Chen Lan lamented. If only I had known, I would have devoted myself to gaming instead of studying. I could have been an immortal emperor by now. Me too. I regret it so much. Now I'm only at the foundation establishment stage. If I had continued playing, I would at least be at golden core or nascent soul by now. If those in the foundation establishment stage were already this powerful, how easily could those above them obliterate Blue Star? It turned out that a boy from the neighboring dormitory had manifested his cultivation at the foundation establishment level and had shattered the dormitory wall with a single punch. How impressive. I doubt I could shatter a dormitory wall with one punch, Luo Tao admitted, a tinge of envy in his voice. Meanwhile, Chen Lan observed this scene with growing concern. With everyone gaining extraordinary powers, it seemed the world was on the cusp of a monumental transformation. At that moment, the school's PA system crackled to life. This is Principal Li Chan. I now request all faculty and students to assemble on the playground. Please, everyone, gather on the playground. The principal's voice conveyed urgency, clearly shaken by the events surrounding the manifestation of powers. Let us go see what is happening, Chen Lan suggested to Luo Tao. For now, we should find out what the school has to say. Agreed. The two departed the dormitory and made their way to the playground. As they walked, they noticed several students not merely walking, but flying past them. Chen Lan, haven't you played that game? Luo Tao inquired, puzzled. I have, just like you. I'm at the body refinement stage, Chen Lan replied casually. He preferred to remain low-key, which was why he had few friends in school aside from Luo Tao. Until he understood the current situation on Blue Star, he planned to keep his cultivation a secret. I see, Luo Tao nodded. No wonder Chen Lan chose to walk with him. They were both at the same stage. After receiving the game's memories, he understood the hierarchy well. Those at the body refinement stage could not traverse the air. Only those at the foundation establishment level could briefly tread upon it, while those at the golden core level could stand in midair. Upon reaching the playground, they found a considerable number of students already gathered. The principal and vice principal stood anxiously at the podium, awaiting the arrival of all students. Once everyone had assembled, the principal took the microphone and spoke. I trust you have all heard that announcement, and some of you have already acquired extraordinary powers. However, I urge you not to wield that terrifying power recklessly, and to truthfully report your cultivation levels so we can conduct a proper assessment. Meanwhile, in Longdu, within a clandestine base, in a conference room, an elder slowly entered, causing everyone present, men, women, and children, to rise to their feet. Old Masterly, they chorused in unison. This elder was none other than Li Long, esteemed attendees. May I inquire if there are any practitioners of the mystical arts among us? Chapter 3. The area of Blue Star expands tenfold. There is a master in the Mahayana realm. Li Long surveyed the assembly, his voice resonating with gravity. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. With only 2 individuals, one male and one female, raising their hands. The revelation that there were indeed cultivators among them shocked the others. They had presumed that all were military personnel with little time for games. Notably, these 2 were relatively young, yet had ascended to leadership positions. Might I inquire about your realms? Please elaborate, Li Long asked earnestly. I am at the Foundation establishment stage. I stumbled upon this game 9 years ago and played for merely a few days, the male replied. I am at the Golden Core stage. Having engaged with it for about half a month, the female added. The audience, unacquainted with the nuances of these stages, found themselves utterly perplexed, as they were not cultivators and could not grasp the significance of these realms. Please elucidate the stages and their corresponding powers, Li Long urged promptly. At this juncture, their most pressing need was knowledge regarding cultivation. The world had transformed. It was no longer the era of peace, and the specter of a new war loomed ominously. The man nodded and began to share all he knew. When the attendees heard that a perfected body refinement stage practitioner could lift a boulder weighing 100,000 pounds, that a foundation establishment practitioner could wield certain spells, and that a golden core practitioner could even stand in the void, their astonishment was palpable. Furthermore, the powers of the nascent soul stage could rival that of a nuclear bomb, while those of the transformation stage could annihilate entire nations. And the Mahayana stage possessed the capability to obliterate the world at will. The mention of such realms left Li Long's mind reeling and left the others in a state of disarray. As the man concluded, a profound silence enveloped the room, soon followed by a cacophony of concern. What were they to do if everyone possessed such powers? Indeed, such strength is terrifying. Just a few months of gameplay could grant them power comparable to a nuclear weapon. The world is bound to descend into chaos. They urgently needed to devise a plan. Failing to do so would invite pandemonium. It was crucial to ensure their nation remained stable amidst the rising tide of crime, as many were already exploiting their extraordinary powers for nefarious purposes. Instantly, silence fell again as all eyes turned to Li Long, who paced the conference room, contemplating a solution. Soon, inspiration struck. We must establish a new department. I propose calling it the Department of Cultivators. We will recruit cultivators from across the nation, and to regulate them, we must rely on cultivators themselves. First, let us ascertain if any of our personnel are cultivators. Gathering military personnel before reaching out to the public and then to educational institutions, thereby founding a school for cultivators. A new era is upon us, the age of universal cultivation. At Chen University, all faculty and students had completed their forms, and the results astounded the administration. Out of a total of 15,000 individuals, over 3,000 had manifested as cultivators. Witnessing this revelation, Li Chun was left speechless with excitement. He was astute enough to recognize that the world was on the brink of monumental change, and these so-called cultivators would become the bedrock of the nation's future. I can't believe our university has over 3,000 cultivators. It is truly astonishing. His words elicited gasps from the audience. Wow, over 3,000 cultivators. That's incredible. But why couldn't I be among them? Ha ha ha, I am one of them. I have perfected my body refinement stage, and I feel an overwhelming surge of power. I am stronger. I am at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Could you esteemed individuals perhaps mentor me? Oh, how I wish to become a cultivator too. As former classmates, roommates, and colleagues suddenly ascended to the status of unreachable cultivators, those who had never played the game Cultivation Life felt a deep sense of envy and regret. If only they had played, they too could have shared in this newfound power. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Chen Lan observed the shifting expressions on the faces around the playground, some filled with joy while others bore the weight of sorrow. And he couldn't help but reflect on the outcome of his perseverance. He had become the strongest. He wondered if any of his classmates recognized him. However, when he secured the top position on the leaderboard, the game had already seen 99% of its players depart, and the world chat had grown silent. Surely, few would remember him, he mused, pondering whether those few companions would still recall him. A Mahayana practitioner. There is a Mahayana practitioner. Suddenly, the teacher in charge of the statistics exclaimed, a foundation establishment practitioner herself. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to her, and the cultivators were taken aback. A Mahayana practitioner. Such a being was formidable, requiring significant investment to attain such a level. In the game, advancing to higher realms became increasingly arduous, and reaching the Mahayana stage typically necessitated at least 6 months of gameplay, or substantial financial investment, or guidance from a seasoned player. Those students who mistakenly believed themselves invincible at the foundation or golden core stages fell silent. The Mahayana stage was more than sufficient to eclipse them all. Who could it be? It's teacher Yenyu, the statistics teacher exclaimed, reading the name from her paper. Everyone was familiar with this name. Renowned as the most beautiful instructor at Chen University, teacher Yenyu. In an instant, all gazes converged on a striking woman with an exquisite visage. tied in a single ponytail, clad in a form-fitting skirt, adorned with black stockings and high heels. Yanyu remained unfazed, merely nodding her head, saying not a word. Who would have imagined that the campus's most beautiful teacher was also a Mahayana-level player? Teacher Yanyu, might you grace us with a few words? The principal implored eagerly. She was the only one among them of such great strength. Observing the principal's deference, the other teachers were filled with mixed emotions. It seemed that teacher Yanyu's status was destined for greatness. Yanyu did not decline, stepping onto the stage and accepting the microphone from the principal. She began, now that the game has materialized, all who have played will manifest their cultivation. However, I urge you all not to misuse your powers for criminal acts, nor to bully the ordinary. Do not presume yourselves to be the strongest, for there are others far mightier than you. As she spoke, a memory surfaced in her mind, a recollection from 5 years prior when she first engaged with the game, shortly after graduating from university and seeking employment. On that fateful day, she met a benevolent player who guided her, gifted her many items, accompanied her in battles, and became her companion, enabling her rapid ascent to the Mahayana stage. Even during her hiatus from the game, he would occasionally send her equipment and messages, until the game reached its finality, when he bid her farewell. She pondered what cultivation level her mentor and companion had attained, recalling that before she left the game, he was a celestial being. Yet, just as Yanyu concluded her words, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky. Cultivation manifestation complete. The area of Blue Star is commencing alterations. With an initial increase of 10-fold globally, the cultivation rankings will soon be unveiled, with rewards for those who make the list. In 3 days, magical artifacts will materialize. Chapter 4. The Quest for the Carefree Celestial Master. The cultivation rankings. The manifestation of magical artifacts. The expansion of the global area. Boom. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, causing the ordinary people on the playground to lose their balance and fall to the ground. Only those who had manifested their cultivation, the teachers and students, remained firmly anchored, unaffected by the quaking, regardless of its intensity. Among them, Chen Lan and Yanyu stood the most steadfast, appearing as if they were completely unfazed. The tremor persisted for more than 10 seconds before finally subsiding. Chen Lan closed his eyes, employing his spiritual consciousness to survey the entirety of Blue Star. With the cultivation level of a supreme emperor, his awareness extended beyond the cosmos. To his astonishment, he discovered that the global area of Blue Star had increased 10-fold, with the homeland of Huaxia sprouting over 1,000 unexplored territories, featuring oceans, forests, and deserts, completely desolate. Devoid of life, as if they had materialized out of thin air. Possessing a solid understanding of geography, he could unequivocally ascertain that these regions had only just emerged. A sense of foreboding washed over him. If the game had manifested, did that imply the monsters and NPCs within it would also materialize? At that moment, the sound of helicopter rotors resonated from the sky. The crowd looked up to see a military helicopter hovering above them, seemingly preparing to descend. Everyone hurriedly stepped back, clearing a substantial area for the helicopter's landing. As it touched down, a man clad in military attire, appearing to be in his 30s, emerged. I am Luo Wei, a member of the Cultivator Management Department, and also a Major General. He introduced himself. The teachers and students present were taken aback. A Cultivator Management Department? When did such an organization come into existence? It turned out that while they were still counting the number of cultivators in the school, the government had already established this department temporarily, enlisting all military personnel who were cultivators to reassure the populace across various schools. Luo Wei was assigned to Qingdu University, who possesses the highest cultivation level here. Luo Wei scanned the crowd. I do. At the Great Ascension stage, Yanyu stepped forward, discerning that this military man was also a cultivator, albeit at a lower realm, only at the Golden Core stage. Luo Wei was taken aback. There was actually a Great Ascension cultivator present. Startled, he quickly bowed. Great Ascension Master, greetings. Had it been in the past, he would never have bowed. But times had changed. This was now the era of cultivators. A Great Ascension cultivator could easily crush him with a mere finger, so he dared not act presumptuously. There's no need for such formality. We are all citizens of Huaxia, and you contribute greatly to our nation. Yanyu, flustered, quickly used her spiritual energy to lift Luo Wei. Then I shall respectfully refer to you as Miss Yin. Luo Wei still refrained from overstepping. I wonder if Miss Yin would be willing to join our Cultivator Management Department to help maintain a peaceful society. I would be honored to serve the nation. Yanyu nodded. Excellent. Let us find a quieter place to discuss further, Luo Wei suggested. All right. Yanyu agreed as they departed the playground. How enviable. Teacher Yin is already securing a government position, Luo Tao remarked, gazing after the two with envy. The nation has even established a department. It feels reminiscent of those sects and novels. I wonder if I'll have a chance to join. There will be opportunities. This management department will likely open its doors soon, allowing everyone to participate, Chen Lan interjected. With such monumental changes in the world and the emergence of numerous cultivators in Huaxia, the government will undoubtedly take measures to regulate them. This cultivator management department may sound like a workplace for cultivators, but its true purpose is to better oversee them and prevent any wrongdoing. Without control, chaos is inevitable, and annihilation would be a foregone conclusion. As he observed Yan Yu and Luo Wei leave, Chen Lan utilized his spiritual consciousness to keep tabs on their conversation. Miss Yan, we plan to establish cultivator classes in every school and assign cultivators as teachers. Since you are a teacher at Chengdu University, would you be willing to serve as the homeroom teacher? Certainly, Yan Yu replied. I will report your situation accurately. Since you are at the Great Ascension stage, you should have a deeper understanding of the game, whereas I have played for a shorter time. Indeed, I played for about half a year, so I have a fair grasp. The game's sects are all NPC sects, and if they manifest, those NPCs and sects may very well materialize. The most formidable sect is the Qingyun sect, with the game's lore indicating that its leader is a Deluo Golden Immortal, with even the elders being Xian Immortals or Earth Immortals. The other sects are comprised of beings below the heavenly immortal level, showcasing immense power. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not delved deeply into the game's lore, having only played for a week and spent a small amount of money before enlisting. He could only imagine the catastrophic consequences if these NPCs were to descend upon Blue Star. A Deluo Golden Immortal could obliterate a nation or even the existence of a planet with but a thought. If they could not be regulated, it would spell disaster for Huaxia, akin to an apocalyptic scenario. However, there's no need for concern. The Qingyun sect is a righteous faction in the game's lore and would not harm the innocent. It is the demonic sects we should be wary of, as they feast on humanity and refine human souls for their cultivation. These are the true scourges. Yan Yu was deeply troubled at the thought of how much havoc these demonic sects could wreak upon humanity should they manifest in reality. They possessed not a shred of humanity, reveling in the refinement of souls and the use of other cultivators' bodies as puppets in battle. Some sects even preferred female cultivators to extract their yin energy to enhance their own cultivation. Such sects were truly the ones to dread. I understand. I will report these matters accurately. If these sects truly manifest in Huaxia, it would be nothing short of a catastrophic calamity, Luo Wei replied, frowning. He dared not ponder what the future would hold if these NPCs truly arrived. Their cultivation levels would be far superior, and their time spent cultivating much longer, granting them an array of techniques. They were merely avatars of the game's memory, and in a real confrontation, their lack of experience compared to the NPCs would be glaring, akin to a battle between a pistol and a cannon. By the way, do you know if there are any other powerful figures in the game? Perhaps those stronger than yourself? There are many who surpass me. When I played, I couldn't even make it into the top 50 on the leaderboard. Those individuals were all above the tribulation stage, especially my master, the one who introduced me to the game. His name is Xiaoyao Tianzun. He was already at the heavenly immortal stage back then, and if he were still playing, he might well have reached the level of a saint or even higher by now. Meanwhile, Chen Lan, who had been eavesdropping from a distance, felt a jolt of recognition as his gaze grew increasingly astonished. He had heard a name he was intimately familiar with, Xiaoyao Tianzun, and that had been his gaming moniker. Chapter 5, Water Fairy, the Golden Ranking of Cultivation opens. Little did he expect that teacher Yin would recognize his gaming name and even claim to be his disciple. Yet, Chen Lan was at a loss as to who it could be, for he had taken on too many disciples during that time. In an effort to encourage more players to join the game, he had enthusiastically responded to anyone seeking mentorship in the world chat. He would guide them in their gameplay, and they would refer to him as their master. However, it always ended the same way. They would play for a few days or months and then abandon the game, leaving no lasting connection. Clearly, this master had been significant to Miss Yin. Luo Wei chuckled softly, indeed. Yan Yu nodded, her mind drifting back to those vivid memories. It was quite surprising that after she had ceased playing, the Celestial Sovereign did not sever their bond as Dao partners. Rather, he periodically bestowed upon her gifts. Those chat records remained etched in her memory. Disciple, I have just acquired an exceptional innate treasure, but it holds no use for me. I shall gift it to you. Darling, today a new mount has been introduced in the game, named the Nine Heavens Immortal Fox, a mount that girls adore. You must surely love it. I happen to have obtained a few, and I shall send one your way. How utterly bored I am. Why have you not returned to the game yet? I miss you dearly. These elixirs are of no use to me anymore. I shall send them all to you. Hurry back to enhance your cultivation. Reflecting on these messages, a smile unconsciously graced Yin Yu's lips. Her curiosity about the Celestial Sovereign deepened. From the tone of his messages, she surmised he was likely a bright and spirited young man. Regrettably, her demanding work schedule had led her to neglect the game, and ultimately, she drifted away from it. I shall keep a keen eye on this Celestial Sovereign. I wonder, Ms. Yin, what is your game ID? We communicate externally using our game names for confidentiality. Mine is Taoist Luo. Upon hearing Luo Wei's words, Chen Lan listened intently. If Yin Yu revealed her game name, he would undoubtedly recognize it. Water Fairy, Yin Yu replied candidly. At this, Chen Lan's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated that his Dao partner and disciple was, in fact, his own teacher. Upon reflection, he realized that Water Fairy's cultivation level at the time of her departure from the game corresponded precisely with the Great Ascension stage. How fortuitous it was that his Dao partner was his own teacher. What are the odds in such a vast world? Chen Lan decided against revealing his identity. It would be far too awkward. The thought of forming a Dao partnership with his teacher and sending her sweet, even saccharine messages made him cringe. It was better to keep this secret close to his heart and away from prying eyes. Water Fairy, a splendid name indeed. Let us leave it at that for now. I must return to report back. Your identity card will be dispatched shortly, and regarding your position, we shall deliberate. Assignments are based on cultivation levels, Luo Wei stated. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Luo Wei and Yin Yu returned to the training ground. In just a couple of days, our Department of Immortal Management will officially be unveiled. At that time, everyone will have the opportunity to join. We will offer generous benefits and compensation. The higher your cultivation level, the greater the rewards. Be sure to keep an eye on the news. With this, Luo Wei boarded a helicopter and departed from the training ground. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Is this not akin to a guaranteed job? Does this mean we need not take civil service exams and can simply register? Indeed, as a foundation establishment practitioner, I am certain I can secure a good position when I apply. What position could you possibly attain? Teacher Yin has yet to speak, and she is already at the great ascension stage. Oh yes, Teacher Yin might very well land a high-ranking position, given her advanced cultivation. A wave of envy washed over them. They were all poised to enjoy a life of public service, while others lamented their own ordinary lives. Those who had never engaged in gaming were filled with longing, witnessing their former classmates transform into civil servants while they remained just regular individuals. Particularly, the diligent students regretted that while their peers casually played games and gained university admission, they had toiled tirelessly to achieve the same goal, only to find themselves outmatched by gamers. The thought alone was enough to induce regret. If given another chance, they would undoubtedly play games day and night. Chen Lan, the Department of Immortal Management is about to open. Do you wish to join? Luo Tao inquired with palpable excitement. The prospect of securing a government position before graduation was immensely appealing, especially with the chance to meet more influential figures. If he could learn from the masters, his own progress would accelerate. Observing Luo Tao's eager expression, Chen Lan could only shake his head in resignation. He had no desire to join such administrative bodies. They seemed too cumbersome. He preferred a life of tranquility. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the azure, clear sky, deafening in its intensity. The cultivation gold list is now activated. The resonant voice from the primordial void reverberated through the air, prompting everyone to glance upward. The once clear sky had turned overcast and gloomy, shrouded in dark clouds, bereft of sunlight. Chen Lan, using his spiritual perception, was astonished to discover that this ominous cloud cover enveloped all of Huaxia, plunging the entire nation into darkness. In an instant, a beam of golden light pierced through the clouds, visible from every angle across Huaxia, creating a scene of wonder. Whether pedestrians, residents of towering buildings, or street vendors, all stood transfixed, gazing reverently at the golden beam. A scroll descended gracefully from the heavens, suspended in the air. The scroll was immense, even while still rolled up. It measured 100 meters in length. It radiated a sacred golden light, instilling a sense of reverence and awe. Chen Lan could sense the scroll contained an exceedingly formidable spiritual essence, easily classifying it as a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Treasures come in various forms: spiritual treasures, postnatal treasures, innate treasures, and heavenly treasures, each further categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and supreme grades. The scroll hovered for several seconds before it began to unfurl, the golden threads binding it slowly unraveling and soaring into the sky, disappearing from sight. As the scroll gradually opened, it revealed 100-meter length and width, visible clearly to the entire nation. Strangely, the scroll contained nothing but a blank, white expanse. The cultivation gold list has been activated. The top 100 cultivators will be displayed. Those who make the list will receive rewards, with greater rewards for higher rankings. Starting now from the 100th position. The voice of the primordial Tao resonated once more. As the proclamation concluded, the gold list began to reveal black characters. 100th place, Radish loves eating green vegetables. Realm, nascent soul. Reward, 5 nascent soul pills. As the name materialized, the Tao's voice announced concurrently. Chapter 6, the nationwide announcement of the Immortal Management Department. The voice of the gold list echoed, displaying the player's name and realm for all to see. The fact that the 100th place was merely at the nascent soul stage seemed rather underwhelming. Indeed, I expected at least the great ascension level. I never anticipated it would be so low. The top rank is likely only at the level of a Grand Luo Golden Immortal or something similar. 5 nascent soul pills. I've heard of those. Consuming them provides a chance to break through a level of cultivation. They are indeed valuable. It appears the gold list is somewhat inflated. If the 100th is merely at the nascent soul stage, then the first place surely cannot be much better. Hold on. What qualifications do you foundation establishment and body refinement practitioners have to criticize someone at the nascent soul stage? One of their fingers could crush you. Speak with caution, lest you be overheard. Everyone, let us keep our voices down. We wouldn't want the nascent soul experts to hear us. They could easily eliminate us. And this is no longer a society governed by law. Gradually, the murmurs in the crowd subsided as the students grew apprehensive. This was the era of cultivators. A nascent soul expert could rival an entire nation, and who were they to make disparaging remarks? If they caught the attention of such a figure, they would be utterly doomed, with no means of escape. Chen Lan regarded the cultivation gold list with a sense of calm expectation. The game, having only gained immense popularity for a year, can be likened to a fleeting phase of transcendence. Those who abstain from participation inevitably face challenges from others, coupled with sporadic invasions by the game's malevolent creatures, leading to a gradual decay of their capabilities. As time progresses, those who remain inactive will witness their prowess, regardless of its initial greatness, dwindle into nothingness. He harbors a firm conviction that by the 10th year, he shall be the sole player still engaged in the game, while all others have long since departed. However, the Yuan infant pills hold little allure for him. His inventory seemingly brims with 999 such pills, not a reflection of his personal acquisition, but rather the game's inherent limitation, capping at a maximum of 999. On the other side, within the Huaxia Dragon Division, the previously mentioned secret base, efforts are underway to locate all those who have made their mark on the prestigious rankings. Only the elite players can ascend to the revered list, wielding formidable strength. If they can unite, they shall form an unparalleled force. Li Long gazes at the scroll in the sky, his voice resonating with gravity. Behind him stands a line of military figures clad in uniforms, generals of various ranks. The very backbone of Huaxia, indispensable in every regard. Indeed, the assembly replies in unison. Before the countdown to the penultimate reveal of the rankings concludes, the military has taken action. Across platforms such as Weibo, forums, and even online discussions, a pinned message resounds. The Immortal Cultivation Management Department is being established. We invite those who can ascend the cultivation rankings to contact us. With the resurgence of spiritual energy and the manifestation of the game in reality, many former players have transformed into cultivators. Now, the era of cultivators has officially dawned. I believe many are at a loss. It is imperative that we unite. Therefore, I urge all who can ascend the rankings or become cultivators to dial the numbers provided below. Join us in the Immortal Cultivation Management Department to uphold national peace and avert unnecessary conflict. Currently, our department's highest-ranking cultivator is at the true immortal stage. Beneath the post lies an extensive list of contact numbers, all associated with personnel tasked with recruiting cultivators into the management department. Originally, the announcement was slated for the following day, but the emergence of the cultivation rankings compelled an expedited release. By integrating these prominent figures into the department, a sense of security can be restored for the general populace. As the entire internet buzzes with this news, reactions vary among netizens. Some express elation, while others lament. How wonderful, the nation has finally intervened. I was so anxious just moments ago, fearing I might offend a cultivator. After all, I am but a mortal. Absolutely. This is the right course of action. Otherwise, those cultivators would become insufferably arrogant. I've already witnessed troubling incidents where cultivators resorted to robbery. You cannot fathom this. Merely 2 hours have passed since the game's manifestation, yet there have already been hundreds of criminal occurrences. Such power can corrupt the heart. Have you not heard? On the first day, I vowed to protect the world. On the second, I declared my allegiance to my homeland. On the third, I renounced beef. The management department has emerged. Should there not be a modicum of respect for the cultivators? They have defied fate, and now they seek to govern me. I shall see which cultivator dares to act with impunity. Do they not comprehend the prowess of a true immortal? Such an entity is invincible, capable of obliterating an entire nation with a mere gesture, effortlessly annihilating you. Initially, some remained defiant, facing regulation just as they had begun to grasp their cultivation. Yet, upon learning of the true immortal supremacy, they quailed, resigning themselves to fate. After all, even Yuan infant experts would dare not speak a word in the presence of such power. To them, those of foundational or physical training are but ants. Moreover, the cultivators possess the ability to perceive the entirety of Huaxia effortlessly, ensuring that no criminal can evade their gaze. The recruitment has commenced, everyone. Swiftly dial to join the Immortal Cultivation Management Department, a student exclaimed on the playground. To his astonishment, just moments after Luo Wei's declaration, the nation promptly began its recruitment. The other students, upon hearing this, hastily checked their phones, greeted by the notification of the announcement. One by one, they seized their devices to call, eager to join the management department. In their eyes, joining a national department would yield immediate benefits, grant them a legitimate identity, and bestow a measure of power. As university students, who does not yearn for a taste of authority, especially in these tumultuous times, the acquisition of power would be unparalleled. Chen Lan, I am going to join, will you? Luo Tao retrieved his phone, ready to make the call. You go first, I'll think it over. Chen Lan replied with a smile, shaking his head. Very well, once I flourish within, I shall beckon you to join, Luo Tao said, stepping aside to make the call. After several attempts, he finally reached a connection. Chen Lan listened in as the process unfolded effortlessly. Luo Tao was instructed to provide his in-game name and proceed to a designated area for verification. If confirmed as a cultivator, he could join the department on the spot. This area is still being finalized and will be announced nationwide in the coming days. Meanwhile, the golden rankings resumed. This time, the 99th position was revealed, still within the Yuan infant realm, accompanied by a reward of 7 Yuan infant pills. As time trickled on, 2.5 hours had elapsed, and the cultivation rankings reached the 60th position, now featuring a transformation stage player. The 60th rank goes to Shui Xianzi. In the early stage of Great Ascension. Reward, Water Spirit Herb. Upon the revelation of the rankings, all faculty and students on the playground turned their astonished gazes toward Yin Yu. It was shocking that the 60th rank merely reached the Great Ascension stage. Could it be that those beyond the 50th rank are all at the Transcendence or Immortal level? However, upon reflection, it was evident that numerous affluent players had previously indulged in the game, utilizing substantial sums to surpass many others. Yin Yu was taken aback to find herself ranked only 60th, a mere Great Ascension stage, surmising that those above her must indeed be at the Transcendence level. Chen Lan remained unperturbed, though he was somewhat surprised by the Water Spirit Herb. He recalled it to be pivotal in unlocking the Water Spirit root. In the game, every cultivator possessed 5 fundamental spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each individual would unlock their own roots, with the potential to gather all 5. There would be no occurrence of the mixed or absent roots as depicted in novels. However, upon the game's manifestation into reality, he discovered he had indeed lost his roots, perhaps necessitating self-initiation. The Water Spirit Herb would aptly enable Yin Yu to awaken her Water Spirit root. Shortly after the announcement of the rankings, Yin Yu received a phone call. Although eavesdropping is deemed unethical, Chen Lan utilized his spiritual perception to listen in. It was Luo Wei inviting Yin Yu to meet with the leaders at the Qingdu branch of the Dragon Division, with significant matters to discuss. This was the first time Chen Lan encountered the term Dragon Division, evoking thoughts of clandestine government agencies often portrayed in novels, tasked with safeguarding national security. His youthful heart fluttered with a hint of restlessness. However, after some contemplation, he cast aside these thoughts. He had no desire to join any of those departments. For a life of freedom suited him far better. Otherwise, he would not have chosen the name Xiaoyao Tianzun in the game. Ever since childhood, he had fantasized about living like the great beings in novels, carefree, soaring through the skies, unburdened by worries. Thus, in the game, he adopted the name Xiaoyao Tianzun, never anticipating that today it would become a reality. With his cultivation, he could indeed traverse the heavens, unrestrained by any force. Before long, Yin Yu departed from the playground, vanishing from sight. The ordinary onlookers were left astonished, while only the cultivators understood that those at the Great Ascension stage possessed the ability to traverse dimensions in an instant. In a mere thought, one could journey great distances. Among the crowd, only Chen Lan was aware of Yin Yu's whereabouts, for his spiritual sense had remained attuned to her. He was curious to discover what this Dragon Division truly entailed. He observed as Yin Yu arrived at a secluded mountain, where a heavily guarded secret base stood hidden. Dozens of soldiers patrolled the area, while hundreds trained diligently. The previously mentioned Luo Wei awaited Yin Yu at the entrance, guiding her inside, through the corridors, until they reached a conference room. There, 7 or 8 tall, imposing figures clad in military uniforms awaited her, their epaulets denoting ranks no lower than Major General. Yet, each greeted Yin Yu with utmost courtesy, for she was of the Great Ascension stage, capable of wielding terrifying power with the slightest gesture. A discussion ensued, revealing that their purpose for summoning Yin Yu was to offer her the position of Deputy Minister for the Qin Capital Branch of the Cultivator Management Department. While the appointment of the branch leader remained under deliberation, they elaborated on the department's primary responsibilities, which included regulating cultivators who had not joined the organization and safeguarding the common populace. The emergence of cultivators had led to a surge in criminal activities. Within a mere half-day, hundreds of crimes had been reported nationwide, ranging from ordinary thefts to more severe offenses such as assault and murder, the majority perpetrated by cultivators. Some cultivators, upon gaining power, sought vengeance against old foes, their retribution often without restraint. To ordinary individuals, the might of cultivators was utterly terrifying. Yin Yu did not refuse the offer. She believed that with her newfound strength came a corresponding responsibility, as she was a citizen of Huaxia. The generals admired her resolve, ultimately designating her as the deputy minister. They planned to recruit cultivators into the department, uniting them into an immensely powerful force. Wow, a tribulation master. At that moment, Luo Tao suddenly exclaimed, interrupting Chen Lan's train of thought. Having gleaned the information he sought, he withdrew his spiritual sense and glanced at the golden list in the sky. The sight momentarily took him aback. 51st place, the mysterious fairy, initial tribulation stage. This mysterious fairy was one of his partners. She was a girl he had met 6 months after the game's launch, a petite heiress. At the time, his cultivation was relatively low, and he had seen her in the World Channel seeking a disciple, deciding to add her as a friend on a whim. To his surprise, she accepted. And after a few days of play, she suddenly sent him a request to become her partner. He had initially thought it was just a fleeting interest, but she proved to be quite earnest, gifting him numerous valuable items. Unfortunately, she ceased playing after just a month, but due to her financial investment, she had managed to reach the tribulation stage within that time, allegedly spending over 100,000, though he could not verify this. As he recalled her name, Chen Lan's memories surfaced, leaving him curious about the identity of this partner. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in Longdu, a voluptuous young woman with a youthful countenance reclined on a sunbed beside the open-air swimming pool, gazing at the golden list in the sky. Upon seeing her name on the leaderboard, she leapt up, dancing with excitement. Wow, I made it onto the leaderboard. I'm ranked 51st. Who would have thought that a casual game would elevate me to the status of a powerful being? This game had initially been a whim for her. She had intended to quit, but continued playing for an extra month after meeting a charming younger player. Over the course of her time in the game, she had spent nearly 200,000 to reach the tribulation stage. Little did she know that this investment had transformed her into a revered tribulation master. I wonder how far that little brother has progressed in his cultivation, she mused with a smile, reminiscing about Chen Lan, the boy who had affectionately called her sister and possessed a sweet tongue. He must be in his 20s now, she thought, pondering whether he still played the game. If he did, he would surely have become formidable. Yet, reflecting on the game's diminishing allure, she suspected many had since abandoned it, making it unlikely for anyone to persist. Chapter 8. The Notorious Criminal, Xiaoyao. Memories flooded Chen Lan's mind, eliciting a faint smile. It appeared that nearly all of his partners were likely to make the rankings, as few among them were weak. As the names continued to appear on the golden list, he spotted all 8 of his partners, each one gracing the leaderboard. The highest ranked among them was at the human immortal stage. He vaguely recalled that she had been on the verge of becoming a true immortal but had stopped playing due to certain circumstances, and he had not seen her since. Presently, he was only aware of the water fairy's true identity, while the others remained a mystery. At that moment, Chen Lan and Luo Tao returned to their dormitory. It was the weekend, and the other 2 roommates had gone home, leaving just the 2 of them on campus. The golden list continued to announce the rankings, and they had yet to see who occupied the top 10. Luo Tao stood on the balcony, gazing at the golden scroll against the dusky sky, murmuring to himself. Chen Lan glanced over, noticing that the current top 20 were all celestial beings, while the top 10 were all above the great Luo golden immortal level. Stop looking. It's irrelevant to us, Chen Lan chuckled. Damn, I really regret not playing that game more back then. Otherwise, I could have been a big shot too. Luo Tao lamented as he returned to the room, frustration evident in his demeanor. Chen Lan merely smiled and remained silent. He lay back on his bed, closing his eyes, using his spiritual sense to survey the entirety of Huaxia. His spiritual sense proved invaluable, allowing him to witness the unfolding events across the nation as if watching a film. Even hearing the sounds, he observed that the Cultivator Management Department had commenced their operations, deploying teams across the country for patrols, each led by someone at the Golden Core stage or above. Given that most cultivators were below the Golden Core level, with only a few at the nascent soul stage, these teams were well equipped to effectively curb criminal activities. He also noticed Yin Yu donned in a brand new uniform, exuding a commanding presence as she led her team on patrol. Currently, near Qin Capital University, the cultivator students there were not at ease. They had grown restless, eager to flaunt their newfound power. Many were leveraging their formidable abilities to pursue romantic interests, showcasing their youthful exuberance. Wow, Chen Lan, the world has truly changed. So many criminals have escaped. Suddenly, Luo Tao exclaimed. Startled, Chen Lan opened his eyes, sitting up to look at him. What's wrong? Look. Luo Tao rushed over, sitting beside him to show his phone. Inside, a news broadcast was unfolding, with a female anchor delivering alarming information. It reported that numerous violent criminals, including murderers, had successfully escaped from prison across the nation. These individuals had recently been apprehended, yet today they had miraculously acquired extraordinary powers that enabled their escape. Citizens were urged to secure their homes and refrain from venturing outside. If any suspicious individuals were spotted, they were to immediately contact the official line of the Cultivator Management Department. Chen Lan furrowed his brow, realizing why the Cultivator Management Department had swiftly initiated recruitment and patrols. So many murderers had broken free. This would undoubtedly have a significant impact on society. Suddenly, Chen Lan sensed something amiss and turned his gaze towards the window, his expression grave. What's wrong? Luo Tao inquired, sensing Chen Lan's unease. Just stay put. I need to step out for a moment, Chen Lan replied with a faint smile, patting Luo Tao on the shoulder as he exited the dormitory. The moment he crossed the threshold, he vanished without a trace. Hey, you forgot the tissue. Luo Tao's voice echoed from the dormitory. He glanced at the tissues by Chen Lan's bedside, deep in thought. Could it be that cultivators didn't require tissue for their bathroom needs? Yuan Xiaoyao, surrender immediately. You cannot escape. At that moment, on the coast of Haidu City, several men and women in uniforms encircled a man clad in prison garb. This man was none other than the notorious criminal, Yuan Xiaoyao, who was scheduled to stand trial tomorrow, facing a death sentence. Unexpectedly, The game had manifested into reality today, granting him cultivation powers and elevating him to the status of a supreme cultivator. Ha ha ha, do you think you can stop me? Yuan Xiaoyong laughed heartily, his head thrown back. Once he crossed this coastline, he would reach foreign lands, where he could grow powerful and return to exact vengeance. Who could possibly thwart him then? Don't think you're the only one with cultivation. We have it too, a man at the front retorted coldly. In an instant, a blade of spiritual energy materialized in his hand, its edge glistening ominously. He was Yi Luo, the captain of a small team within the Cultivator Management Department. At the Golden Core stage, today's mission was to nullify Yuan Xiaoyong's powers and return him to prison for immediate execution. The other cultivators behind him brandished their weapons, save for a couple of those at the refinement stage, who were unable to condense spiritual energy into form. Ha ha ha, a mere Golden Core cultivator dares to capture me? You truly have no idea what death is. Yuan Xiaoyong laughed maniacally. The next moment, a formidable and terrifying pressure erupted from him, sending shockwaves through the air. Boom. The entire management squad was sent reeling backward, stumbling several meters before managing to halt their momentum. Yi Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the divine transformation stage. To their utter disbelief, Yuan Xiaoyong was indeed at the divine transformation stage, rendering their Golden Core and Foundation establishment cultivators, along with the two refinement stage members, utterly incapable of contending with him. The expressions of the group grew tense, their hearts sinking, especially the two at the refinement stage, whose legs trembled as they struggled to maintain their footing. Report. A divine transformation expert has been detected at the coast of Haidu City. Immediate support is required. Yi Luo urgently grabbed his satellite communicator and shouted. With their current numbers, they stood no chance against Yuan Xiaoyong. They would likely be defeated in a single exchange. Die! Yuan Xiaoyong howled, launching a fierce attack with a single palm strike. Instantly, the sky darkened as a massive crimson hand of spiritual energy coalesced, crashing downward. Dodge! Yi Luo shouted, swiftly attempting to evade to the side. But the others had no time to react. Boom! The palm descended, and in an instant, 3 members of the 5-person squad were obliterated, their bodies bursting into clouds of blood, meeting a swift demise. Only Yi Luo and the Foundation establishment vice-captain remained, the latter suffering grievous injury, having lost his left arm. The vice-captain screamed in agony, having merely brushed against the blood-red hand, which had resulted in his catastrophic injury. This was the terrifying nature of a divine transformation cultivator. If Yuan Xiaoyong wished to annihilate them, he could do so at will. Ha ha ha, this is amusing. Weren't you all quite arrogant before? I despise you officials who think your power makes you superior. Now, let us see who the true master is. Yuan Xiaoyong cackled madly, gathering another blood-red hand to eliminate the remaining 2. As he witnessed the hand descending, Yi Luo closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. His communicator had fallen when he dodged, now shattered and beyond use. There was no hope for rescue. He could only await his end. Who are you? Chapter 9, Slaying Yuan Xiaoyong. The cultivation rankings ceased broadcasting. Yi Luo slowly opened his eyes. Startled by Yuan Xiaoyong's voice filled with terror, he froze at the sight before him, as a figure stood in front of him, obscuring its face. Towering over him at over 6 feet tall. Who are you? Yuan Xiaoyong gasped, his pupils dilating in fear. Just moments ago, his attack had been effortlessly neutralized by this young man. With the simplest of gestures, his offensive had dissipated into nothingness. This nonchalant display instilled profound dread within him. A visceral fear. The strength of this individual was undeniably superior, far beyond mere comparison. He sensed no aura emanating from the young man, who appeared as an ordinary person, devoid of any cultivation. Yet, that single gesture was beyond the capabilities of a mere mortal. It reminded him of characters he had encountered in novels, where the powerful concealed their true strength, appearing as ordinary individuals while being extraordinarily formidable, capable of annihilating foes with a mere thought. He suspected that this young man was one of those legendary, hidden masters. Chen Lan remained silent, merely frowning at Yuan Xiaoyong. He had sensed the latter's attack and had arrived in the nick of time. The audacity to strike at national officials infuriated him, especially since his father had served in the military, and his lifelong dream had been to follow in those footsteps. Unfortunately, due to certain extenuating circumstances, he had been unable to fulfill that aspiration, a lingering regret. He held great admiration for soldiers who protect the nation without seeking reward, safeguarding ordinary citizens. The Cultivator Management Department similarly bore the mantle of national protection, deserving of respect. Yet now, they were being wantonly slaughtered by this violent criminal. I'm sorry, spare me. I didn't mean to kill anyone. Yuan Xiaoyong, realizing Chen Lan's formidable strength, hastily knelt and pleaded for mercy. Die. Chen Lan's voice was calm and devoid of emotion. Boom. In an instant, Yuan Xiaoyong exploded in a cloud of blood, vanishing without a trace. Neither soul nor essence remained, obliterated with no chance of revival. This scene left Yi Luo and the vice-captain in stunned disbelief, gazing at Chen Lan in horror. Such power was terrifying, without any visible aura. A single word had sufficed to annihilate Xiaoyao at the divine transformation stage. This individual must possess at least the strength of the great ascension or tribulation stage. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed one. Yi Luo rose, cupping his fists in gratitude. The vice captain grimaced, standing as well to express his thanks, though he could not perform the same gesture due to his injury. Not at all. We are all compatriots of Huaxia, merely lending a hand. Chen Lan replied without turning back, wishing to maintain his anonymity to avoid attracting unwanted attention from the authorities. However, he observed clearly through his spiritual sense, noting that the vice captain's arm was entirely gone. With a snap of his fingers, a surge of pure spiritual energy rushed toward the vice captain, enveloping his phantom left arm in a shimmering glow. In the astonished gaze of the two, the non-existent arm gradually sprouted bones, veins, and ultimately flesh, restoring itself completely. Witnessing this miraculous event, Yi Luo was utterly dumbfounded. How could a formidable figure in the tribulation phase possess such an extraordinary ability to regenerate flesh from mere bones? Thank you, esteemed master. The vice captain, upon seeing his left arm reformed and functional, fell to his knees, bowing in gratitude. This restoration not only salvaged his arm, but also rescued his entire career. Had he lost his arm, he would have surely been compelled to resign from the management department of cultivators, and his strength would have significantly diminished. The intervention from this individual was akin to a rebirth for him, and he knelt without hesitation. It is but a trifling matter, Chen Lan remarked nonchalantly, a mysterious aura lifting the vice captain back to his feet. In the eyes of Yi Luo and the vice captain, Chen Lan had ascended to the status of an otherworldly sage, a being of immense power, filling them with awe and reverence. At that moment, Chen Lan noticed someone approaching. It was Yin Yu, evidently having arrived after receiving reinforcements. Farewell, Chen Lan uttered, his figure vanishing into thin air. As Chen Lan disappeared, Yi Luo and the vice captain once again knelt in unison, proclaiming, "We shall never forget the life-saving grace of the esteemed master." It was not until Yin Yu arrived and inquired about their posture that they rose. You mean to say that a powerful figure in the tribulation phase came to your aid and could regenerate flesh from bones, restoring your arm? Yin Yu listened in disbelief, astonished by their account. Such a capability was likely beyond the reach of even tribulation phase cultivators. Though she herself was in the great ascension phase, she could not replicate such a feat, which required exceptionally pure and potent spiritual energy. She could not even achieve a single strike kill against someone in the divine transformation phase. Facing Xiaoyao, she would need at least 5 moves. As for tribulation phase beings, indeed, they could accomplish one-hit kills. Yet who was this individual, and why did they choose to remain anonymous? Did they prefer to keep a low profile? Unfortunately, she lamented, she had missed the opportunity to inquire about the master's name. You could have asked, but he would not have revealed it, Yin Yu replied. Since the individual chose to depart, it was clear they wished to keep their identity concealed. Let us return, she said before leaving. With Xiaoyao now deceased, she had no reason to linger. She needed to return to Qin Capital to continue her patrol. At Qin Capital University, Chen Lan entered the dormitory. Wow, that was quick, Luo Tao exclaimed, having noticed Chen Lan's return. It hadn't even been 3 minutes. Did you really just use the restroom that fast? I merely urinated, Chen Lan replied nonchalantly. Oh, that makes sense. I was wondering why you didn't bring any tissue. Turns out it was just a quick visit, Luo Tao realized, having previously thought that cultivators didn't need to wipe. At that moment, the Celestial Ranking Board spoke once more. The cultivation ranking announcement has concluded. The top 10 will be revealed tomorrow. After delivering the message, the ranking board rolled away, disappearing without a trace. What? It's gone? How could it leave without finishing? That is utterly infuriating. Luo Tao stormed to the balcony, pointing angrily at the sky. Suddenly, the night sky erupted with thunder and lightning, startling Luo Tao, who ducked his head. I was just venting. No need to be so petty. He hurried back into the dormitory, wary of further provoking the Celestial Ranking Board. Seeing this, Chen Lan shook his head in resignation. The 11th rank had already reached the level of a great Luo Jingxian. Anything above that would be of the great heavenly immortal tier. He was certain of the identities of the top 3. He himself was first, followed by the Holy King, and then the Quasi-Saint. I wonder what kind of uproar my ranking will create tomorrow, he mused. The online community was already abuzz, with people searching for those powerful figures and even beginning to form grassroots organizations. The world had irrevocably changed. Chapter 10, The Superpower Alliance, the Era of Ninjas. The following day, the entire world manifested games, each nation showcasing different experiences. Huaxia unveiled Cultivation Life. The beautiful empire presented Superpower Alliance, while the Woku Empire introduced Ninja Era. Chaos ensued, and nations engaged in online discussions, achieving a temporary peace, declaring that no one should invade another's territory. The management department of cultivators was officially established, with branches opening in cities nationwide. Overnight, the management department of cultivators had spread across the country, with their presence felt in every city, including temporary bases in Qin Capital, Long Capital, High Capital, and more, while formal bases were still under construction. The minister of the Qin capital branch was Li Zhan, a tribulation phase cultivator and a member of the Celestial Ranking Board. The vice minister, Yin Yu, was in the Great Ascension phase, also a ranking individual. The majority of people willingly disclosed their real names, while some opted for their gaming IDs. For instance, the minister of the High Capital branch did not use his real name, but rather Daoist Qing Feng, also a ranking member in the tribulation phase. The previous night, the death toll had reached 38,000, all at the hands of cultivators. Was the era of cultivation a blessing or a curse? Lying in bed, Chen Lan scrolled through Weibo, a slight frown creasing his brow. Indeed, the arrival of cultivators had brought numerous calamities to the nation. With nearly 40,000 lives lost the previous day, all had perished at the hands of cultivators, who failed to control their powers, leading to a disaster for ordinary people. Chen Lan felt compelled to take action. When order is lost, a powerful individual often emerges to restore balance. He was that individual. These so-called experts are truly envious of what they cannot have, Luo Tao remarked from his chair, watching a video on his phone. In the video, an expert labeled cultivators as a scourge, possessing immense power yet misusing it, seeking revenge against society. If they were to gain such power, they would undoubtedly benefit society. By the way, I'm thinking of going home today. Would you like to visit my house? Luo Tao asked Chen Lan. He was aware that Chen Lan's parents had passed away before he entered university. His father had fallen in the line of duty as a soldier turned police officer, and his mother had succumbed to illness, leaving him alone. He had persevered through scholarships and part-time work to reach this point, and his 3 roommates were well aware of his circumstances. He often invited Chen Lan to his home, and during long breaks, he would take Chen Lan along. As his parents adored Chen Lan, treating him like a foster son. Sure, Chen Lan replied, his spirits lifting. He quite enjoyed the meals prepared by Luo Tao's mother, and the mere thought made his mouth water. Let us go, Luo Tao smiled, as his home was just 5 kilometers away. He usually refrained from going back due to the lack of entertainment, preferring to stay at school and play basketball. His desire to return now stemmed from his mother's worry, prompting him to visit. At the Baitian community in Qin capital, Luo Tao and Chen Lan stood before a door and rang the bell. Mom, I'm home. Luo Tao called out loudly. Coming. A woman's voice responded from within. With a click, the door swung open. The door swung open, revealing a gentle and amiable woman. Upon spotting Luo Tao and Chen Lan behind him, she chuckled. Ah, little Chen has come as well. Please, come in and take a seat. I've just finished cooking. Hello, Auntie, Chen Lan replied politely, offering a slight nod. The woman opened the door wider, and the two stepped inside. Luo Tao's home was familiar territory for him. He had visited countless times before. Slipping into his slippers with ease, he entered and settled down gracefully on the sofa. By the way, where are Uncle and Lan Lan? He inquired. Uncle referred to Luo Tao's father, while Lan Lan was his younger sister, Luo Lan Lan. She was an endearing little sister, likely still in high school. Your father went to pick up Lan Lan. Recently, there have been many cultivators around, and he was worried something might happen to her, so he went to fetch her himself. Luo's mother expressed with concern. Ordinarily, Lan Lan would ride her bicycle home, as it was only a little over 3 kilometers away. Oh, I see. Chen Lan nodded in acknowledgement. Here, your favorite fizzy drink, Luo Tao said, retrieving a bottle of cola from the refrigerator and tossing it to Chen Lan. He caught it deftly and popped it open, taking a refreshing sip. Ah, delightful. Suddenly, Luo's mother's phone rang, startling the atmosphere. She wiped her hands and answered the call, her smile abruptly vanishing, replaced by a look of intense anxiety. What is going on? Are you all right? The frantic tone of her voice drew the immediate attention of both Chen Lan and Luo Tao. Lan Lan, don't cry. Mommy will be there soon, okay? Luo's mother hung up the phone, hastily removing her apron. Mom, what happened? Is Dad and Lan Lan okay? Luo Tao asked, his voice laced with worry. Your father was attacked by a cultivator and is now in the hospital. We need to hurry, Luo's mother replied, her voice trembling with emotion. Upon hearing this, Luo Tao's rage ignited instantly. Damn it, how dare they harm my father? Do they think we have no cultivators of our own? Chen Lan's brow furrowed. Uncle had always treated him like a son, and the news of his injury stirred a fury within him that equaled Luo Tao's. The three rushed out of the house and hailed a taxi towards the People's Hospital. Upon arrival, they hurried toward the emergency room, where they immediately spotted a tearful girl sitting on a bench outside. The girl was pure and charming, easily the belle of any high school, and her current distressed state evoked a strong urge to protect her. Lan Lan, Luo's mother called out anxiously, rushing toward her. Luo Lan Lan embraced her mother tightly, sobbing, Mom. Big brother, Dad was hurt while trying to protect me. He's in the emergency room now. Hearing this, Luo's mother felt as if struck by lightning, her gaze darting toward the emergency room. Damn it, which beast did this? I will kill him. Luo Tao seethed, his fists clenched, his voice echoing through the corridor. Using his spiritual awareness, Chen Lan peered into the emergency room and saw his uncle, bloodied and battered, with shattered bones in his back, broken ribs, and fractured hands. Some bones had even pierced his internal organs. This was clearly a brutal assault. He could see several doctors sweating profusely around him, fuming with anger. Chen Lan was determined to find out who was responsible for such a heinous act, but first and foremost, he needed to save Uncle. He quickly channeled a surge of spiritual energy, mending Uncle's injuries and restoring him to health. Without his intervention, the doctors would have been utterly powerless in such a dire situation. With a soft click, the emergency room door swung open. The Luo family rushed forward, and Luo Tao seized the doctor, anxiously asking, "Doctor, how is my father?" "Dear family member, please, you're holding too tightly. Kindly let go," the doctor replied, slightly taken aback. "Phew, thank goodness he's okay," Luo Tao sighed, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. Luo's mother and Luo Lanlan also breathed a sigh of relief. It's truly a miracle. His internal organs were severely injured, yet he suddenly healed. He should be able to leave the hospital shortly, the doctor remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow, clearly astonished. He had never witnessed such a medical marvel. One moment, the patient was on the brink of death, and the next, he was back to a normal state, with even better bodily functions than an 18-year-old. Before long, Uncle emerged from the room, appearing battered but unharmed apart from his bloodied clothes. "I've never felt so comfortable in my life, as if I've been rejuvenated. All my chronic ailments have vanished," Uncle exclaimed with a surprised grin. Seeing that Uncle was truly safe, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. However, under Luo's mother's insistence, they still arranged for a day of hospitalization for further examination, as she worried it might be a temporary recovery. "I was terrified. I thought Dad was really in trouble," Luo Tao said, standing outside the hospital room, patting his chest in relief. "Don't worry. Uncle is as strong as an ox. He won't get into trouble so easily," Chen Lan reassured him with a smile. "Damn it. Once I find that beast, I will make him pay," Luo Tao declared, his anger still simmering. They had already learned that the attack was premeditated murder. The incident had stemmed from Luo Lanlan declining a rich second-generation boy's invitation to his home. The boy, not taking no for an answer, was confronted by their father, who intervened during the confrontation. In the scuffle, the boy inadvertently fell, and his father, present at the scene, ordered his subordinates to teach Uncle a lesson. Among those subordinates was a cultivator who had mercilessly beaten Uncle. Just then, they heard footsteps approaching. Turning their heads, they saw several men dressed in black walking towards them, led by a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, emanating an intimidating aura. Accompanying him was a boy who appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old. "Are you two Luo Ye's sons?" The middle-aged man scrutinized Chen Lan and Luo Tao, his tone icy. "I am. And you are?" Luo Tao asked, his brow furrowing, sensing hostility from the newcomers. "Ah, it's you again." At that moment, Luo Lanlan emerged from the hospital room. Spotting the group, she shouted, "Brother, these are the ones who hurt Dad. We must report them to the cultivator management department." Upon hearing her words, Luo Tao's fury erupted. "So it was you bastard?" In an instant, Luo Tao swung a punch at the middle-aged man, pouring all his strength into the blow. With a simple motion, the black-clad man beside the middle-aged man caught Luo Tao's fist effortlessly and pushed him back lightly. Luo Tao staggered backward, and Chen Lan quickly steadied him. The pressure from the black-clad man was palpable. Foundation establishment stage. Seeing that their opponent was a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, Luo Tao felt a surge of fear. A refinement stage fighter stood no chance against one of that caliber. "Young brother, let us talk this over calmly. There's no need for violence," the middle-aged man smirked, his tone laden with provocation. He was a local nouveau riche known as Lian Tongjun, and the boy beside him was his son, Lian Jun, the very one who had harassed Luo Lanlan. "Get lost. There's nothing to discuss. I will definitely report you to the cultivator management department," Luo Tao retorted coldly. "And what if I'm a foundation establishment cultivator? The head of the Qin capital branch is at the transcendence stage. How about this? We came to settle this amicably. We didn't intend to cause harm when we injured Luo Yi. I'm willing to offer 3 million for a settlement. What do you say?" "Get the hell out of here." Luo Tao refused vehemently. "Little brother, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Ro Tao's scolding pierced through the air, causing Lian Tongjun to feel a pang of humiliation as his aura began to unfold. Golden Core stage. Ro Tao and Ro Lanlan trembled, gripped by a profound fear. A single move from a Golden Core practitioner could obliterate the three of them right here. "Let me warn you, it is illegal for cultivators to take lives. And the cultivator administration will not let you off the hook." Ro Tao shouted angrily. "Huh? Do you think the strength of a Golden Core practitioner is more significant than your mere body refining?" Lian Tongjun retorted with a cold smile, doubting that the administration would trouble a Golden Core master over a body refining weakling. At these words, Ro Tao's expression darkened. Body refining practitioners were a dime a dozen. But a Golden Core was a different story. In the eyes of the cultivator administration, a Golden Core was at least a squad leader. If he were truly killed, that middle-aged man would likely face minimal repercussions. After all, this was the world of cultivators now. "Get lost." At that moment, Chen Lan, standing behind Ro Tao, interjected. He could no longer endure the situation. Lian Tongjun finally noticed Chen Lan and frowned, asking, "And who might you be?" "I said get lost," Chen Lan reiterated, unleashing his suppressed aura, which was still held back to the nascent soul stage. It wasn't that he didn't wish to fully release his power. But unleashing the full might of a supreme emperor would not only shake the venue, but perhaps cause the entire planet to explode. Boom. Instantly, Lien Tongjun and his companions felt an overwhelming pressure, particularly the younger subordinates and his son, who all collapsed to their knees in unison. Lien Tongjun managed to hold out for merely a few seconds before succumbing to the ground. "Why, you're a nascent soul," Lien Tongjun exclaimed in shock, realizing that a nascent soul master was present. What did it matter that he was a golden core? To the other, he was merely an ant. Even Ro Tao and Ro Lan Lan were stunned to discover that Chen Lan was a nascent soul. "Get lost." Chen Lan spoke once more. This time, Lien Tongjun did not hesitate and hurriedly fled with his companions. Watching them depart, Chen Lan suddenly said, "Taozi, see you at school. You stay here with your uncle. I shall take my leave." Chen Lan departed, leaving Ro Tao and Ro Lan Lan in silence as they watched him go. "Brother, what should we do now? Should we contact the Cultivator Administration?" Ro Lan Lan suddenly inquired. Ro Tao's gaze deepened as a smile crept across his lips, shaking his head. "No need to call." "Why?" "They treated our father this way. We should report them." Ro Lan Lan was perplexed. "Nothing to worry about. Someone has already taken care of it. Let us head inside." Ro Tao chuckled and walked into the hospital room, leaving Ro Lan Lan with a bewildered expression. Someone has taken care of it? Who could it be? Chapter 12. The golden list reappears, revealing the top 10. Outside the hospital, Lien Tongjun rushed back to the luxurious car with his subordinates. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a surge of dread. He had not anticipated the presence of a nascent soul practitioner. This complicates matters greatly. "Chairman, what do we do now that they have a nascent soul?" The Foundation establishment stage man in black inquired anxiously. With a nascent soul involved, they were powerless. If this reached the Cultivator Administration, they would be doomed. What of the nascent soul? They are not the only one. Once I put a bounty on him online, I'll be surprised if no one dares to take it. After all, money still holds sway. Lien Tongjun sneered. Though this was the age of cultivators, no one dared to rob or steal due to the administration's oversight. However, a bounty was another matter. Posting one on the dark web would attract cultivators eager for the task. Offering 50 million, he doubted anyone would refuse. He was prepared to stake his entire fortune on this, for he knew that offending a nascent soul master meant a dead end. If the attempt on Chen Lan's life failed, he would track down Chen Lan's parents, family, and friends. There was no way Chen Lan could protect them all. "Oh, is that so? Is money truly effective?" Suddenly, a voice, sinister as a demon, echoed in Lien Tongjun's ear, sending chills down his spine and rendering him rigid. The Foundation establishment man in black at the wheel trembled, his lips quivering, as he caught sight of Chen Lan sitting between Lien Tongjun and his son in the rearview mirror. He had unknowingly entered the car without them noticing. Chen Lan grinned, arms outstretched over the shoulders of the father and son. "What is wrong with you two? Why are you trembling?" The young man was paralyzed by fear, unable to utter a word, even too terrified to cry. "Great master, I meant no offense. Please spare my son. Just take my life instead." Lien Tongjun, at this moment, was genuinely frightened. Had the space in the vehicle been larger, he would have kneeled and begged for forgiveness. "I am not one to leave loose ends, as I fear your revenge." Chen Lan's devilish smile widened as he patted Lien Tongjun's shoulder. "Well then, I'll take my leave." With that, Chen Lan vanished, leaving the three in a state of bewilderment. "Did he let us go?" The Foundation establishment man in black murmured in astonishment. But the next second, he felt a searing heat in his chest. Looking down, he saw flames spreading across his torso. Fire. There was fire. He no longer pondered how flames inexplicably appeared in the vehicle. All he could think about was how to extinguish them. No matter how hard he tried, the flames only grew larger, gradually enveloping him. Simultaneously, the Lien father and son felt a blazing fire ignite in their chests, spreading rapidly. The terror of death filled their hearts as they instinctively tried to extinguish the flames, but it was futile. The flames acted like vengeful spirits, consuming their clothing, burning their flesh, and ultimately invading their organs to incinerate everything within. No matter how they struggled to open the car doors, it was to no avail. They could only watch helplessly as the flames engulfed them, acutely feeling the agony of being burned alive. Outside, passers-by could see 3 luxury cars shaking violently, as though engaged in a wild dance. Truly a disgrace, indulging in such acts under broad daylight, especially right in front of a hospital. And all 3 cars at once, unbearable to witness. As pedestrians walked past, they couldn't help but shake their heads in disapproval. After nearly 2 minutes, the 3 vehicles came to a halt simultaneously, and their doors swung open, leaving onlookers astonished to find them utterly empty. Not even a trace of fire remained. Back in the dormitory, Chen Lan lay on his bed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, idly playing on his phone. Meanwhile, the sky grew dark once more, clouds thickening as the golden list descended, its voice echoing throughout the heavens. The golden ranking of cultivation has commenced. This time, the top 10 will be revealed, and all rewards will be distributed simultaneously when the game materializes. In 2 days, magical artifacts and certain demon beasts will manifest. Upon hearing these words, Chen Lan swiftly appeared on the balcony, frowning at the golden list in the sky. The demon beasts are about to materialize so soon? The affairs of the cultivators are still unregulated, and now the demon beasts are set to emerge. Chaos is surely on the horizon. He did not wish to experience a world in disarray, where disorder reigned. Life was far better this way. As the golden list reappeared, people across the nation paused their work, flocking to places where the list could be seen, all eyes glued to the spectacle. At this moment, at the base of the Qin Capital Division, Yin Yu looked up at the golden list, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. You should be among the top 10, right? She waited all day yesterday, yet the name Xiaoyao Tianzun never graced her ears. A deep fear gripped her heart, for she dreaded that Xiaoyao Tianzun had perhaps departed from this mortal realm. It was a consensus on the forum yesterday that players who had passed away would not be listed on the golden rankings. Some players claimed to have made it onto the list, while their friends, despite having significantly stronger abilities during their prime, had not. Tragically, those friends had met with fatal accidents 2 years prior. If you were still alive, you would surely be among the top 10, Yin Yu murmured. The memory of Xiaoyao Tianzun's words flashed in her mind. Will you return to play this game? When you do, I shall have become extraordinarily powerful, and I will bring you along. Regrettably, she never returned. The 10th place, Qingfeng Daozhong, Consummate de Luo Jingxian. Reward, Innate Spiritual Treasure, Sealed Buddha Zen. The revelation of the 10th place on the golden rankings astonished all. To think that a Consummate de Luo Jingxian was only ranked 10th, what might the strength of those above be? Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain, within a Taoist temple, a middle-aged Taoist, appearing nearly 40, suddenly opened his eyes wide. The cause and effect of fate were astonishing. Who could have predicted the myriad changes stemming from a mere game a decade ago? What might the strength of the top 9 be? The middle-aged Taoist gazed toward the sky outside, astonished. 10 years prior, before he had become a Taoist, he had played Cultivating Immortal Life, investing nearly hundreds of thousands. And within a year, he reached the pinnacle of de Luo Jingxian. The collapse of his company and the loss of his family had stripped him of all hope in the mundane world, leading him resolutely to take refuge in the temple and become a Taoist. He had believed himself invincible as a de Luo Jingxian, yet now discovered there were 9 others even more formidable. 9th place. No matter how skilled one is, one fears the kitchen knife. Early stage de Luo Tianxian. Reward, Innate Spiritual Treasure, Divine Blade of the Gods, Sword Spirit Root. Once again, the golden ranking spoke. The Taoist was momentarily taken aback. An early stage de Luo Tianxian was merely in 9th place? What could lie above? Perhaps a saint or a saint king. Chapter 13 1st place, Xiaoyao Tianzun, Supreme Emperor. By heavens, the 9th place is already a de Luo Tianxian. One can hardly fathom those above. The top 10, any one of whom could obliterate worlds or annihilate this planet. I surmise the 1st place must be a saint king, as both saints and quasi-saints are already exceedingly high. Could it be that there is even an immortal emperor? Everyone here has played the game. Do you not know who ranks first? Who could possibly know? I've been away from the game for 9 years. Who remembers who was first back then? The fact that a being of de Luo Tianxian stature was ranked 9th left cultivators across the nation in shock. Such a powerful entity could annihilate a nation with a mere thought or shatter a planet with a single finger. That they were only 9th was simply preposterous. In a bustling market in the city, a butcher with a fierce appearance donned gloves, skillfully slicing pork and handing it to a woman before him with a smile. Take care, auntie, and do come again. Thank you, she replied, departing with her purchase. The butcher set down his knife, retrieved a cigarette from his apron pocket, lit it, and exhaled a plume of smoke. How can I be merely 9th? This makes no sense, he pondered, bewildered. At that moment, a man in black sunglasses approached, bowing slightly. Sir, it's late. The lady awaits your dinner. Very well, let us go. Please pack the pork for me. Take it home to your wife and children. Certainly, sir. The man removed his apron, donned short sleeves and sandals, and swaggered out of the market, climbing into a Rolls-Royce as he left. To the onlookers at the market, this scene seemed all too familiar, eliciting no surprise whatsoever. I know who the 10th place is. At that moment, within the management headquarters of cultivators in Longdu, a man suddenly spoke. Others turned to him in unison. Do you know who Qingfeng Daozhong is? Who? Li Long, who happened to be nearby, immediately inquired. Report. Li Lao. A few years back, I passed by a temple named Qingfeng Temple on Hulong Mountain while seeking peace for my family. The temple's master claimed to be Qingfeng Daozhong, the only Taoist still residing there. It is highly likely he is the one. Upon hearing this, Li Long, regardless of the truth, shouted, immediately head to Hulong Mountain and see if that Qingfeng Daozhong is still there. If he is indeed the 10th place, Qingfeng Daozhong, bring him back at once. Yes. The man saluted and left with his team. If they could secure a consummate de Luo Jingxian to oversee the management department, they would not doubt that no one would dare to act with impunity. Thus far, nearly half of those named in the golden rankings had been assigned to various cities to maintain order. With their presence, crime had significantly diminished overnight, and those who engaged in wrongdoing no longer dared to be brazen. He planned to make an example of a few of the most notorious offenders, executing them nationwide. This would demonstrate that they would impose the severest penalties on captured cultivators, showing no leniency simply because they were cultivators. Such actions would not only deter other rogue cultivators, but also reassure the general populace. 8th place, Mid-Stage de Luo Tianxin. 7th place, Late Stage de Luo Tianxin. 6th place, Consummate de Luo Tianxin. Each was revealed by the golden rankings. And to think that a Consummate de Luo Tianxin was only ranked 6th implied that quasi-saints or saints might lie ahead, potentially the 5 strongest in the nation. All waited with bated breath for the revelation of the 5th place. 5th place, Killing Sage, Quasi-Saint. Reward, Innate Supreme Treasure, Lingxiao Divine Brush. A quasi-saint. And yet only 5th place. Meanwhile, far overseas in a nation immersed in a ninja-themed game, within an underground syndicate, Wang Zheng was suddenly stood up, exclaiming in shock, "What? I'm only 5th." The women in kimonos beside him gasped in terror, hastily kneeling and trembling. Since obtaining his powers, Wang Zhenghua had been astute enough to realize he could not remain in Huaxia, and thus had hastily relocated to the Ninja Empire. Here, he discovered that the inhabitants also possessed extraordinary abilities akin to those of ninjas, such as the power to create clones, become invisible, and wield various magical skills like controlling fireballs and water dragons. He had quickly risen to prominence. Yet, he never anticipated that his quasi-saint status would only place him 5th, indicating that 4 others were even more formidable. This instilled a strong sense of urgency within him. Clearly, remaining here was not a viable option. 4th place, The Way of Heaven is Weaker Than Me, Quasi-Saint. Reward, Innate Supreme Treasure, Limitless Immortal Sword, Immortal Grade Elixir, Breaking Saint Pill. Still a quasi-saint. If 4th place was a quasi-saint, then 3rd place should surely be a saint. Hurry, I can hardly wait to discover who ranks first. The sheer terror of it all, 2 quasi-saints languishing below. Surely there must be a saint or a saint king above. So many supreme treasures, how enviable. The Breaking Saint Pill. A pill that could elevate him to the status of a saint. How remarkable. The entire nation was now on tenterhooks, eagerly anticipating the unveiling of the 1st place. Yen Yu's fingers were turning purple from the pressure, yet she had not yet caught a glimpse of the celestial sovereign. Could it be that he ranked among the top 3? Or had he perhaps perished? 3rd place, Dawei Tianlong, Sage. Reward, Innate Supreme Treasure, Zhuxian Pagoda. Sacred Body, 5 Elements Sacred Body. When the crowd beheld the reward for 3rd place, they were utterly astonished. A sacred body, one that only existed in novels, had surfaced. Was this reward exclusive to the top 3? In literature, those who possessed a sacred body experienced an accelerated cultivation speed, a coveted aspiration for all practitioners of the mystical arts. Now, this reward for the top 3 indeed incited intense envy among the others. 2nd place, who else but the Holy King? Reward, Innate Supreme Treasure, Blade of the 5 Elements, Sacred Body, Longevity, Sacred Body. Longevity, the Holy King. How could it be that the Holy King was merely 2nd? Upon the announcement of the 2nd place, the entire nation was left in shock. This was the Holy King, yet he was only 2nd. Could the 1st place possibly belong to someone even more formidable than the Holy King? However, it soon dawned on everyone that the 1st place was likely the Holy King at his zenith, or even a quasi-emperor. Regardless, the 1st place would undoubtedly be the strongest individual in all of Huaxia, without exception. All eyes widened, fixed intently upon the golden list. Just then, the skies transformed. Dark clouds amassed, and thunder rumbled ominously. Majestic golden 5-clawed dragons emerged, soaring above the storm clouds, their thunderous roars resonating throughout the heavens. As if heralding the arrival of an emperor, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Yen Yu's heart raced to its peak, and she was not alone. The ethereal fairy was equally captivated. Could it be him? 1st place, Celestial Sovereign, Supreme Emperor. Chapter 14, Slaughtering Blood Sword, Map of Mountains and Rivers, Innate Sacred Body. 1st place, Celestial Sovereign, Supreme Emperor. Reward, Celestial Dao Treasure, Slaughtering Blood Sword, Map of Mountains and Rivers, Sacred Body, Innate Sacred Body. As the golden list was unveiled, the identity of the 1st place finally emerged before the crowd. When they read those 4 imposing characters, their breaths caught for several seconds, and the nation fell silent. But soon, a wave of uproar swept through the populace. What in the world was this? What realm was the Supreme Emperor? There was no mention of a quasi-emperor. It skipped straight to the Supreme Emperor? My goodness, just the name itself was terrifying. According to the lore, this must be the pinnacle of all realms. They had thought that a sage was already formidable, but who could have imagined the existence of such a terrifying Supreme Emperor? The highest realm in the game must surely be the Supreme Emperor. Could any cultivators provide clarification? I am a cultivator, and I shall clarify. The Supreme Emperor is indeed the highest realm in the game, beneath which lie many other realms, such as the Celestial Emperor, Immortal Emperor, and Quasi-Emperor. It is only above the Celestial Emperor that one reaches the Supreme Emperor. This means that this realm could overpower everyone in the nation, correct? What overpowering? With just a thought, he could obliterate the entire blue star. Upon hearing the explanations from the cultivators, ordinary folks were thoroughly alarmed. A single thought could lead to the annihilation of the blue star, a power infinitely more terrifying than a nuclear bomb, manifesting in a single human being. If this individual were malevolent, could they not extinguish the entire world at any moment? The ordinary people, already lacking a clear understanding of the cultivator's might, were now in heightened panic. He is the Supreme Emperor. Yen Yu gazed at the golden list, her beautiful eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. She had believed that the celestial sovereign was merely a holy king or quasi-emperor, which was impressive enough. Little did she know he had reached the highest realm, the Supreme Emperor, a realm capable of annihilating an entire planet with a mere thought, and even traversing the cosmos, was indeed her destined partner, the celestial sovereign. She wondered, did he still remember her? Nearby, Minister Li Jun, overhearing Yen Yu's words, furrowed his brow and inquired, Deputy Minister Yen, from your tone, it seems you know this celestial sovereign. Yes, he is my partner in the game. We have played together, Yen Yu replied candidly, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks, as if recalling something that made her shy. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd turned to Yen Yu in disbelief. What? Deputy Minister Yan's partner is actually the celestial sovereign? No way, is that true? Then Deputy Minister Yen must be invincible. Of course, if I had such an extraordinary partner, I too would feel unstoppable. Strutting about with confidence, could Deputy Minister Yen extend an invitation to the celestial sovereign to our division? If that were the case, our division would be the strongest in the nation. Dream on. He is the Supreme Emperor. Do you think he would come to a small division? He would surely head to the headquarters. Listening to the conversations around him, Li Jun's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, wait, could you invite the celestial sovereign to join our department? If he comes, I would gladly relinquish my position as minister. This was the Supreme Emperor. If he were to join their department, it would undoubtedly shine with prestige. What did it matter if he gave up his ministerial position? Working alongside such a formidable figure would provide immense security, and perhaps he could learn something. What a splendid opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yen Yu's eyes dimmed, and she shook her head with a sigh. I cannot, for I know nothing about him. I do not even possess his contact information. All I know is his in-game name. The crowd instantly deflated, their shoulders slumping in disappointment. All right then, but such a prominent figure isn't someone we can easily attract. Li Jun, slightly disheartened, still managed to smile and console everyone. Yen Yu lifted her gaze to the golden list once more, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Who are you truly? Shall we meet again? Meanwhile, on the other side, a completely different sentiment enveloped the ethereal fairy. My partner is actually the Supreme Emperor. I must find him. The ethereal fairy placed her hands on her hips, tilting her head back in a fit of laughter, her dual ponytails bouncing as she, standing at a mere 5 feet tall, resembled a whimsical, spirited girl. She had not anticipated that her partner would hold the highest realm, the top figure. Just imagine the prestige of sharing this news. No matter what, she was determined to locate the real celestial sovereign and cling to his leg. Someone, bring me. The ethereal fairy called out, and several servants and bodyguards promptly entered. Miss, they chorused in unison. Immediately scour the entire internet for any information on the celestial sovereign. No detail should be overlooked. Yes, the rankings of cultivation have been fully disclosed. 2 days later, the treasure rankings will be unveiled. The voice of the primordial cosmos resonated once more. As the words faded, the golden list vanished from the sky, the clouds dispersed, and clarity returned to the heavens. Watching the golden list disappear, Chen Lan's gaze finally returned to him. He wondered how Xiaoyao perceived him now. Were they fearful or jubilant? Chen Lan closed his eyes, enveloping Xiaoyao with his consciousness, able to see all and hear everything. Typically, he would refrain from such actions, as it would create a cacophony that could irritate him. What should we do? We have such a terrifying emperor among us, and he remains uncontrollable. Who knows if he might suddenly become enraged and obliterate us all. Indeed, we cannot afford to offend him. Let us all refrain from speaking ill of the emperor. His consciousness can perceive us all, perhaps even watching us right now. What? Is he truly that powerful? If I were to bathe, could he not see everything clearly? Yes, the emperor's consciousness is capable of penetrating the cosmos. All things lie beneath his watchful gaze. Ascending to the heavens and delving into the earth, there is nothing beyond his reach. Such is the terror of the Supreme Emperor. Oh, it remains uncertain whether the existence of such a formidable individual is a blessing or a curse. Should he harbor malevolent intentions, we would find ourselves devoid of a single tranquil day. Chen Lan retracted his consciousness, a frown creasing his brow. He had not anticipated that the entire nation was gripped by fear of him. Not merely the common folk, but even the cultivators themselves were filled with trepidation. They feared he might be a villain capable of annihilating the world in a mere thought, exterminating all in his path. His presence loomed like a nuclear bomb primed to detonate, invoking dread. This fear was ever present. As long as he remained in Xiaoyao, their apprehension would persist. Chen Lan shook his head in resignation, astonished that the realm of the Supreme Emperor instilled such terror in others. It seemed he must take action to alleviate their vigilance. Wow, Chen Lan, did you just hear that? The Immortal Lord of Freedom is actually the Supreme Emperor, and the department managing cultivators has posted online. Seeking the Immortal Lord of Freedom. At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, and Luo Tao burst in, his expression one of astonishment. He looked up only to find Chen Lan absent from the dormitory. Chapter 15. I am the Immortal Lord of Freedom, the magic weapon approaches manifestation. Hey, where's Chen Lan? Luo Tao wondered aloud, scratching his head in confusion. Just as he was about to take a seat, a resonant, ethereal voice reverberated in his mind. I am the immortal Lord of Freedom. The sound exploded in his mind, akin to thunder, startling him into looking around frantically for the immortal Lord's figure. Yet finding none, his eyes widened in realization as he discerned who had spoken. The immortal Lord of Freedom. Goodness, what a remarkable figure. He can communicate directly within my mind. How impressive. Luo Tao exclaimed in astonishment. And he was not alone. The entire nation heard this voice. Regardless of age or gender, even those at the borders. As long as they were within Huaxia's territory, they could hear it. Countless individuals paused their activities, standing still, glancing around in search of Chen Lan. Yet it was an impossible endeavor, for he was in a location beyond their imagination. Was that the voice of the immortal Lord of Freedom? It sounded remarkably similar to that of the Golden List, ethereal and divine, instilling a profound sense of security. Surely, this must be a transformation of voice. There are many aspects of the Supreme Emperor that elude our understanding, such as this nationwide communication, truly extraordinary. Indeed, as the cultivators had claimed, the immortal Lord of Freedom could see and hear all of us, and our secrets were laid bare. Everyone, be silent and listen to what the esteemed immortal Lord has to say. It surely cannot be anything malevolent. What a magnificent sensation. I wonder if the immortal Lord himself is as handsome as his reputation suggests. In the Qin capital branch, as Chen Lan's voice resonated, all activities ceased, and people instinctively looked skyward. Yet they quickly realized that it was not the Golden List, but rather the immortal Lord of Freedom. The most profound reaction came from Yanyu. Upon hearing the voice, she vanished from sight within the first second. In the next moment, she appeared in the sky, anxiously scanning her surroundings. The outcome was predictable. She lowered her head in disappointment, having seen not a single figure. Clearly, the immortal Lord was speaking to them from a great distance. Nevertheless, Yanyu did not relinquish hope. One day, she would undoubtedly find the immortal Lord of Freedom. I would not casually destroy Blue Star, nor would I annihilate you all. Chen Lan's voice echoed once more. Upon hearing this, the populace understood. The enigmatic immortal Lord of Freedom had addressed them, cognizant of their fears that he might be a villain bent on world destruction, and had taken the time to clarify his intentions. The ordinary citizens felt a wave of relief wash over them, as long as he would not indiscriminately obliterate the world. All would be well. I cherish tranquility. The voice resounded again, this time tinged with a hint of impatience, as though issuing a warning, a caution not to discuss him, nor to seek him out, lest severe consequences ensue. The wrath of the emperor is inescapable for anyone. At that moment, no one dared to contest Chen Lan's words. They could only listen in silence. I am a citizen of Huaxia. Should the need arise, I will act, but I shall not join any factions. Upon hearing this declaration of being a Huaxia citizen, the people felt even more reassured. As long as they remembered that the immortal Lord of Freedom was one of their own, they were enveloped in a profound sense of security. After a considerable time, Chen Lan's voice fell silent, allowing the populace to gradually resume their normal lives and duties. Their concerns diminished significantly. They no longer feared Chen Lan's potential for destruction, but instead felt a newfound sense of safety. With such a supreme emperor safeguarding Huaxia, who would dare to provoke them? Indeed, it was evident that he was a patriot. With him in place, Huaxia would stand as the most secure nation amidst the chaos. Li Long stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the sky, laughing heartily. With such an emperor at the helm, he was eager to see which fool would dare to approach. Li Lao. Many citizens abroad wish to return, but the international situation is similarly bleak. We need to send people to retrieve them, a man approached to report. Very well. Let us dispatch a few in the tribulation period to bring them back. That should suffice. Li Long chuckled, reflecting on how people once yearned to escape abroad. Yet now they were eager to return? How amusing. Chen Lan returned to the dormitory to find Luo Tao seated in a chair. Where did you go? Luo Tao inquired. Puzzled. To the moon. Chen Lan replied with a smile. Come on, stop boasting. But did you hear the voice of the immortal Lord? I did. It was incredible. Such a spell allows him to converse with the entire nation. So cool. In the future, when my phone runs out of battery, I can just use this technique to message my girlfriend. You're hopeless. A sycophant never meets a good end. Chen Lan shook his head, exasperated. Do you think the immortal Lord can actually see everything we are doing? Perhaps. Then wouldn't that mean he could see me while I shower? Don't think too much. He wouldn't care to look at your scruffy self. Get lost. Let's play a match of honor of kings. 2 days passed swiftly. Ever since the immortal Lord of Freedom addressed the nation, the crime rate plummeted to nearly zero. Everyone was acutely aware that a pair of vigilant eyes were ever watchful over them. Their actions were scrutinized, validating the ancient adage, man is doing, heaven is watching. And now, there was indeed a celestial being observing them. Those with malicious intent refrained from taking action, fearful of incurring the wrath of the immortal Lord and facing divine retribution that would leave them utterly terrified. Consequently, the work of the Cultivator Management Department became remarkably effortless. They had now amassed a total of 350 million individuals, all cultivators, ranging from high-level celestial beings to those merely honing their physical forms. Their power was firmly under control. Save for the most terrifying force of all, the immortal Lord of Freedom, the enigmatic practitioner capable of obliterating the world with a mere thought. Yet, as 2 days elapsed, the people's concerns nearly vanished. They increasingly regarded the immortal Lord of Freedom as a benevolent figure, bringing them a sense of comfort. Out of the billions in Xiaoyao, only a small fraction had become cultivators, while the vast majority remained ordinary citizens. Thus, the state resolved to usher in an era of universal cultivation. Moreover, certain elementary, middle, high schools, and universities shall undergo comprehensive renovations to establish an academy for the cultivation of immortality. From a tender age, ordinary students will be instructed in the art of transcendence, enabling them to undergo a profound transformation. There shall be no upper age limit. Even those in their 80s may enroll in the academy for the cultivation of immortality, joining others on this path. Among these institutions is Chengdu University, which has been swiftly transformed into an academy for the cultivation of immortality within just 2 days. All individuals have automatically been incorporated into the Department of Immortal Cultivation, though they are still required to study subjects such as mathematics and science daily to ensure preparedness, as not everyone possesses the innate talent for cultivation. The new principal is Yenyu. In the dormitory, come on, class leader Chun, everyone is waiting for you. All right, I know. I really should have dealt with you back then, Chen Lan replied, feeling exasperated by Luo Tao's incessant chatter. Many are now aware of his cultivation level being at the nascent soul stage, yet the teachers have assigned him the role of a counselor. However, this is already quite low-key, as he was originally designated as the vice principal. He resisted this title, wishing to remain inconspicuous, but his classmates collectively beseeched him. Some ordinary individuals even knelt, eager to learn the ways of cultivation. Observing so many aspiring to learn, Chen Lan felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of his days teaching others how to navigate games. It was a peculiar sensation, akin to witnessing a novice gradually mastering the game under his guidance, instilling him with a sense of accomplishment. Perhaps he could again assume the role of a teacher in reality, for there was no one left in this world to instruct him. He would simply experience the life of an educator. At the moment he stepped out of the dormitory, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. The voice of the primordial chaos resounded once more. The magical artifact will materialize in 1 hour. Chapter 16. Assisting in the purification of marrow and bone. The elder becomes a grandson. The entire nation heard the announcement. The previously tranquil days erupted into a flurry of activity once again. Good, excellent. I have awaited this day for far too long. I recall that every player who reaches the foundation establishment stage would receive a novice magical artifact. And I happen to be at the foundation establishment stage. Why on earth didn't I play longer? Now I regret it. Everyone will possess magical artifacts, except for me. The magical artifacts will materialize, and what of pets and mounts? I remember pets are unlocked at the peak of the Golden Core stage, and each person is supposed to receive a little fox. Yes, that fox is of little use, as everyone will have one, a small white fox. Mounts are unlocked at the nascent soul stage, likely only available to those ranked above the golden list. Indeed, this morning I reviewed the statistics released by the Immortal Cultivator Management Department, and it was quite shocking. Among several 100 million cultivators, only a scant 100 or so have reached the nascent soul stage, while the majority remain below the golden core level. This ratio is astonishing, yet upon reflection, it is quite normal. That game was a fleeting craze, purported to last a year, yet in reality, it barely lasted that long. The game was excessively pay to win. Indeed, during my time playing, I was obliterated by those high-spending players. They casually summoned pets and mounts, overwhelming us, and after merely 2 days, they lost interest in the game. The materialization of magical artifacts is eagerly anticipated by the masses. Since these artifacts unlock at the foundation establishment stage, many have indeed reached that level. Among the 300 million cultivators, at least 2/3 should possess magical artifacts, barring those in the body refinement stage. As for future pets and mounts, there is less anticipation, as they do not belong to many, particularly mounts, which are exclusive to those at the nascent soul stage. At this moment, Chen Lan arrived at the playground. He was not particularly concerned about the magical artifacts, as they posed little threat to him. In fact, the strongest magical artifact was already in his possession, the heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure. In 10 years of gaming, the most powerful artifact to appear was the innate Supreme Treasure, obtainable only through a lottery. The minimum investment was said to be 300,000 Xiaoyao coins, and it remained the sole limited edition innate Supreme Treasure in the entire server. In other words, aside from this item, no further innate Supreme Treasures would ever emerge. Initially thought to be a jest, it turned out that for the subsequent years, until the game was shut down, no further such treasures materialized. He recalled that it was drawn by who else, who reportedly spent 130,000 Xiaoyao coins to acquire it. It dominated the rankings for half a year, breaking through to the emperor level cultivation, only to then cease playing. Gradually, as he sparred with others, his cultivation diminished to the current Sacred King level. Reflecting on it now, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he seemed to have bested the top 20 players repeatedly, and not just once or twice, but 2 to 3 times daily. It was akin to clocking into work. He never forgot to log in and spar with them. As his cultivation advanced, those players became increasingly inept, and he easily surpassed them. The most crucial point is that everyone retained their gaming memories, so they surely recalled his daily thrashings. Yet, surely no one harbored any grudges against him, right? Teacher Chen. At that moment, Luo Tao's voice broke through Chen Lan's reverie. Looking up, he saw Luo Tao standing in the center of the playground, surrounded by 30 or so individuals, comprising men, women, the young, and the elderly. Upon seeing them, Chen Lan smiled. The sensation was indeed peculiar. In a matter of days, he had transitioned from student to teacher. Although he was merely a counselor, the actual teachers did not conduct classes and entrusted him with the teaching duties, owing to his higher cultivation level. Hello, teachers. Upon Chen Lan's arrival, the crowd bowed in greeting. Chen Lan nodded slightly, surveying the assembly. Among them were individuals of all ages, predominantly young, most of whom were former students of Chengdu University, along with a few elderly and middle-aged individuals. Chen Lan's expression turned serious. You are all selected and qualified aspirants for cultivation. Since you have arrived here, you must obey orders. My training will be exceedingly arduous. If you feel incapable, you may withdraw now. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, then resolutely nodded, their expressions firm. Report, teacher, we will absolutely persevere. To be here as Chen Lan's students, they all possess the qualifications for cultivation, only lacking a teacher. How could they easily abandon this opportunity? Now is the era of immortal cultivation, where ordinary individuals will ultimately be ousted. Only through cultivation can one carve out their own path. Very well. Everyone sit cross-legged and close your eyes, Chen Lan instructed, nodding. Although the crowd was puzzled, they complied obediently, with even Luo Tao hastily sitting down. Next, I shall purify your marrow and bones, expelling the impurities from your bodies, allowing your forms to become more perfect, thus enhancing your cultivation efficiency, Chen Lan stated calmly. As he spoke, he combined his index and middle fingers and pointed forward. Streams of spiritual energy surged forth, piercing into the bodies of the crowd. In the realm of gaming, every novice would receive a marrow cleansing pill for this very purpose. Unfortunately, this is reality, and the pills have yet to materialize. He could only dispatch some spiritual energy to facilitate their purification. As a supreme emperor, his spiritual energy is 1,000 times more potent than that of a marrow cleansing pill. Moreover, his spiritual energy is boundless, akin to the Milky Way. This small fraction is negligible. It hurts. It hurts so much. What is this? It hurts. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into cries of anguish. Writhing on the ground like fish out of water, their faces flushed and reflecting immense suffering. The process of marrow cleansing and bone purging is inherently excruciating. The spiritual energy courses through their bodies, traversing veins, bones, organs, flesh, and blood. With a formidable assault, eradicate those impurities. Each individual, while still nestled in the womb, possesses an untainted form. Yet, the moment one emerges into the world, one is irrevocably sullied. Moreover, these individuals have lived for 2 or 3 decades. Some even for 70 or 80 years, their bodies now a veritable refuse heap of filth. The older one becomes, the more acutely one feels the pain, especially those elderly, who seem to be rejuvenated yet are suffering like mere infants. Hold on, Chen Lan commanded coldly. Waves of resonant sound reverberated within the minds of the crowd, awakening them from their stupor, and the pain seemed to diminish slightly. This is the most crucial step in your lives. If you give up now, you shall never ascend to immortality. So brace yourselves and endure. Chen Lan continued. Hearing his words, the crowd gritted their teeth, enduring the agony. Even as beads of sweat dripped down their backs, their voices dwindling. Chen Lan nodded in satisfaction. Having taken on the role of their mentor, he was not one to take things lightly. After a full 5 minutes, the anguished cries ceased, and what followed was not suffering, but a profound sense of comfort, a sensation akin to returning home after a long day's labor and finally resting in bed. Chapter 17. The manifestation of the magical artifacts. And they speak. I no longer feel pain. I am completely at ease. So am I. My hand, injured from work several years ago, has harbored internal trauma, causing me pain with the slightest movement, yet now it is free of discomfort. What a delightful feeling, as if I am floating towards immortality. Am I about to transcend into a celestial being? My legs no longer ache, my waist is free of pain. This is miraculous, truly miraculous. Among the most transformed were the elderly, who, after the cleansing and fortification of their essence, found their chronic ailments eradicated. Their appearances underwent a remarkable transformation, gray hair vanished, and the wrinkles diminished significantly. They appeared at least 30 years younger, their joy evident as they beamed with delight. Haha, I have reached the foundation establishment stage. At that moment, Luo Tao erupted in laughter. It turned out he had just absorbed the spiritual energy Chen Lan provided. surging from the early stages of body refinement directly into the foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at him with envy, stepping forward to offer their congratulations. They had long known Luo Tao to be at the body refinement stage, yet today, thanks to Chen Lan, he had ascended to the foundation establishment stage. Witnessing Chen Lan's ability to elevate someone from body refinement to foundation establishment deepened their reverence for him. Suddenly, a middle-aged man knelt before Chen Lan, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me the gift of rebirth." This cleansing and fortification of their essence felt like a divine miracle, rendering the bodies of these ordinary individuals remarkably perfect. Such a miraculous act, freely bestowed by Chen Lan, surely required immense effort on his part. How could they repay such an extraordinary favor? This act of kneeling was entirely justified. Upon witnessing the middle-aged man kneel, others followed suit, bowing in gratitude for Chen Lan's benevolent transformation. Even Luo Tao contemplated offering his respects. Chen Lan, witnessing this, was rendered speechless. He casually raised his hand, gently lifting everyone back to their feet. "There is no need for such formalities. Since I have chosen to be your teacher, I will take responsibility for you. As long as you all attend class diligently, I assure you each one of you shall become a cultivator." Upon hearing these words, the crowd bowed repeatedly in thanks, with several individuals moved to tears. "Taozi, from this moment on, you shall be the class leader. Teach them how to draw energy into their bodies," Chen Lan stated calmly. Although the techniques and spells had yet to manifest, every cultivator possessed an innate set of cultivation formulas within their minds. They could draw energy into their bodies, practicing day and night to enhance their cultivation. Such matters he found tedious to teach. It was better left to Luo Tao. "All right." Luo Tao responded with a beaming smile as he stepped forward to address the crowd, imparting the cultivation formula. The crowd listened intently, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Meanwhile, Chen Lan found a shaded spot to sit and await the manifestation of magical artifacts. Time flew by swiftly, an hour passing in the blink of an eye. The crowd continued to meditate, drawing energy into their bodies, when suddenly, the sky shifted ominously. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. All heads turned skyward in unison. As people across the nation paused their activities, gazing up at the heavens, they all understood what was about to unfold: the arrival of magical artifacts. Manifestation of magical artifacts. 10 minutes later, the golden list of artifacts will descend, announcing the top 100 players' artifacts. The rewards from the cultivation rankings will not be included. 1 hour later, 100,000 body refinement stage beasts will descend nationwide, at random locations. 3 resounding celestial voices echoed, leaving the populace in a state of shock, especially with the last pronouncement. "What? Beasts are coming? So soon, and 100,000 of them? Goodness, this is far too rapid. We haven't even begun our cultivation, and now 100,000 beasts are descending randomly. What are we to do? This is dire. I am terrified. Who can save me?" "Fear not. We have over 300 million cultivators. Should we truly fear these 100,000 beasts? Today it is 100,000. In the future, it could be 200,000, 300,000, 500,000, a million, or even 10 million. And that is not all. We might face golden core or nascent soul stages. Our challenges will only escalate." The citizens were thrown into chaos. The sudden arrival of the beasts left ordinary people with no time to prepare. Their only hope now rested upon the shoulders of the cultivator management authorities. At that moment, the sky unleashed thousands of golden rays of divine light, piercing through the heavens and embedding themselves in the earth like countless swords. In an instant, a beam of golden light enveloped Chen Lan, and those on the playground witnessed this spectacle with wide-eyed astonishment. "Do not worry. This is the manifestation of magical artifacts. Chen Lan is at the nascent soul stage. He is certain to possess artifacts," Luo Tao remarked with a smile, envy glimmering in his eyes. He too yearned for such artifacts, but alas, he had only ever been at the body refinement stage. Before long, the golden light dissipated, revealing an ancient ring adorning Chen Lan's right hand's ring finger. The ring was breathtaking, a creation of red wood, bordered with gold, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, seemingly alive as though they might leap out at any moment. Chen Lan gently rubbed the ring with his thumb, a slight smile gracing his lips. Do not be deceived by its appearance as merely a ring. It harbors boundless potential within. This was, in fact, a storage ring, capable of containing a space large enough to encompass the entirety of Blue Star. As Chen Lan delved into it with his consciousness, he found it brimming with artifacts piled high like mountains. The game boasted thousands of artifact types, all capable of being obtained through slaying monsters or purchasing with currency. Artifacts collected over a decade were all nestled within. He knew how to wield each one. Soon, he noticed 2 artifacts floating above a mound of others, emitting a soft golden glow. One was a petite, exquisitely crafted blood-red sword, a reward from the cultivation rankings, the slaughtering blood sword, a treasure of the heavenly Tao. The other was a vividly detailed landscape scroll, astonishing Chen Lan. As the mountains and rivers within appeared to move, the trees swayed in the breeze, Fish leapt in the flowing rivers, and passers-by strolled along the paths, engaged in casual conversation. It felt less like a painting and more like a complete world. Upon seeing these two artifacts, Chen Lan instantly understood their usage. The slaughtering blood sword was a unique artifact capable of absorbing blood to enhance its wielder's strength. When used against enemies, it would automatically drain their blood, leading to their swift demise, even if they bore no wounds. Should its master sustain injuries, it would replenish their blood, instantly healing their wounds. Even if only a breath remains, as long as there is sufficient blood within, it can restore Chen Lan to his prime condition. It possesses the capacity to store an infinite amount of blood without fear of inadequacy. Rather, it fears that you may not slay enough. However, Chen Lan finds little interest in this treasure, as he seemingly does not require such a relic. A mere thought suffices to annihilate his foes. He then gazes upon the mountain and river map, a treasure akin to a miniature world, capable of harboring anything, including living beings. All who enter are confined within, unable to escape, left at the mercy of Chen Lan's whims. Within the mountain and river map, Chen Lan reigns as the creator god. Master, I am the little sword. I am the little river. At that moment, two voices suddenly echoed from the ring's space, causing Chen Lan to pause in surprise. This treasure could speak. Chapter 18, Manifestation of Beasts, a Random Descent. Autonomous Treasure Spirits. Thus it was revealed. After listening to the explanations of the two treasures, Chen Lan comprehended that they had developed self-awareness, possessing wisdom and the ability to converse. They are referred to as treasure spirits. Presently, both treasures have awakened spirits with an intellect akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. They will gradually mature over time, much like two younglings. Master, we can accompany you in conquering the world, always safeguarding you. The blood sword danced excitedly, akin to a lively child. At this, Chen Lan chuckled. Did he truly need protection from treasures? Well, all right, Chen Lan replied with a smile. The children yearned to protect their father. He could hardly dampen their spirits. You too, come into my dantian. With that, Chen Lan retrieved the two treasures and placed them within his dantian. The spiritual energy there would nourish them, allowing them to thrive. Although these two treasures had just birthed their spirits, their realm was already at the great ascension stage. Even if Chen Lan did not wield them himself, they could independently exhibit great ascension strength. This knowledge was imparted to them following their manifestation. Some treasures, through the nourishment of spiritual energy, might even autonomously evolve into higher-grade relics. Wow, this feels marvelous. Master, your spiritual energy is so immense. I'm utterly sated, exclaimed one treasure. Indeed, there is so much energy here, far surpassing what we encountered earlier, the other chimed in. The two treasures frolicked within the spiritual cosmos of the dantian, brimming with excitement. Observing the ethereal radiance of the treasures, Chen Lan understood they were digesting the spiritual energy. He smiled, remaining silent, and turned his attention to the students. Luo Tao, come here, Chen Lan communicated telepathically. Luo Tao, who was still instructing the students, hastily approached upon hearing Chen Lan's call. What is it? Chen Lan remained silent, casually waving his hand to drop around 20 treasures, all of which were superior postnatal relics. There were defensive treasures, offensive treasures, speed-enhancing treasures, life-preserving treasures, everything one could imagine. He possessed even better ones, but there was no need to give those away. Such precious items could have dire consequences if coveted by greedy cultivators. After all, Luo Tao's family were ordinary folk, incapable of safeguarding such valuable treasures. These lower-tier relics would suffice. Take these treasures and bring them back for your uncle, aunt, and Lan, Chen Lan instructed, watching the array of treasures adorned with ethereal auras. Luo Tao's eyes gleamed as he swallowed hard. Whoa, where did you acquire so many treasures? Are they truly all for me? He was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had envied Chen Lan's possession of treasures, and now, Chen Lan bestowed upon him over 20. Moreover, some were intended for his family, which deeply touched him. Take them, I have plenty. Chen Lan replied with a nonchalant smile. In the ring, mountains of treasures were stacked, treasures Chen Lan estimated he would never utilize in this lifetime. It was better to bestow a few upon Luo Tao and his family. Chen Lan, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude, Luo Tao said. His head bowed, his voice somewhat choked. Chen Lan had not only saved his family a few days prior, but now gifted him so many treasures. As a brother, he felt he had nothing to repay this kindness, which filled him with shame. You're not crying, are you? Don't be too moved. This is merely your payment for substituting my classes. Take the treasures and hurry back to teach properly. Chen Lan teased with a smile. I promise to fulfill the task. As the boss commands, I will ensure it is done flawlessly. Luo Tao wiped a tear and saluted abruptly. Scram, scram, scram. Chen Lan laughed. Yes. Luo Tao gestured grandly, collecting the treasures into his dantian before rushing back to continue his class. At this moment, Chen Lan sensed something and looked up at the sky. The dark clouds had not yet dispersed, but suddenly a celestial aperture opened, and a beam of golden light descended. Treasure Golden List activated. 100th place. As the voice of the primordial echoed once more, a scroll descended from the heavens, unfurling slowly. However, The citizens of the nation were no longer inclined to gaze upon the golden list, for the beastly entities were approaching. Report. According to investigations, the unknown realm that emerged days ago is now teeming with boundless spiritual energy, purer than any location on Blue Star, a female soldier reported to Li Long days prior. Upon learning of the impending manifestation of the beasts, Li Long had dispatched personnel to investigate. The primary focus was on the unknown realms that had appeared within the borders of Huaxia, areas birthed from Blue Star's expansion, desolate yet rich with forests and rivers, forming a complete living environment, vast enough to encompass 2 cities. However, just moments ago, it was unexpectedly discovered that these unknown realms were brimming with abundant and highly refined spiritual energy. This phenomenon indicated a high likelihood of the beasts manifesting in those areas. The most alarming aspect was that these unknown realms were not far from certain cities, with some even bisecting urban areas. Should a multitude of beasts emerge, the ordinary populace would undoubtedly suffer. Immediately arrange personnel to guard each unknown realm. If all goes as expected, 100,000 beasts will manifest within them, Li Long commanded. Upon hearing this, the female soldier promptly complied. Li Long gazed at the treasure golden list in the sky, sighing. He could only hope that these beasts would confine themselves to the unknown realms and not appear within the cities. Otherwise, the random emergence of 100,000 beasts before ordinary citizens would spell disaster. Though they had over 300 million cultivators, only about 100 were truly formidable. They may not arrive in time, and casualties would be inevitable. Everyone, do not go outside, stay put, find a room, and hide. Do not venture out under any circumstances. On the streets, patrol cars reminded households to secure their doors and windows, urging them to conceal themselves and to refrain from going outside at all costs. The manifestation of the beasts was merely 10 minutes away. All cultivators affiliated with the Cultivator Management Department were patrolling the streets, organized in groups of 2 or 3, prepared to slay any beasts they encountered. This time, the beasts were only at the body refinement stage, which should render them relatively easy to deal with. Yet, no one dared to let their guard down, for it was their first battle, their first encounter with such unreal beasts, and tension ran high. The entire nation had heightened its vigilance to the utmost, fortifying defenses to the maximum, eagerly awaiting the manifestation of the beasts. With the impending appearance of these entities, Chen Lan's class was halted, and he returned to his dormitory. Due to the renovation of the Immortal Cultivation University, he and Luo Tao moved into a new dormitory. Luo Tao had rushed home 10 minutes prior, for he needed to safeguard his family. Chen Lan gazed at the inky black sky, his eyes heavy with apprehension. Time trickled away. Suddenly, Chen Lan spoke. They have arrived. Boom. The sky erupted with thunder and lightning, the rumbling of thunder resounding ominously. The voice of the primordial chaos echoed once more. Monstrous beasts manifest, 100,000 beasts randomly materialize. Chapter 19. Chaos of magical artifacts. Are there those who covet treasures? The thunder, accompanied by the voice of the primordial chaos, instilled fear in the hearts of the entire nation. The monstrous beasts were here. In an instant, 10,000 golden beams of light descended from the sky. These beams fell haphazardly, some landing within cities, others in uncharted territories, and even some plunging into the sea. Roar. Terrifying and oppressive beastly roars erupted from within the beams of light. In the next moment, the beams vanished, revealing grotesque, fearsome, and stout monstrous entities. Coincidentally, dozens of these beasts had descended in the heart of Qin City, where a patrol team was stationed nearby. Upon witnessing the beasts towering 5 or 6 meters high, akin to small buildings, the team's members were rendered dumbfounded. Such colossal beasts. Something was amiss. The aura emanating from them was that of perfected body refinement. It was not merely the foundational level, it was complete. Regardless of what they were, action was imperative. A Foundation establishment practitioner gritted his teeth and charged forward. A small sword hovering beside him, his protective artifact. Seeing this, the others followed suit, but they were all merely at the body refinement stage, with only the captain at the Foundation establishment level. Roar. The monstrous beast, upon noticing the Foundation establishment practitioner charging towards it, exhibited no fear whatsoever, bellowing as it licked its lips. Human, I am so hungry. The ability to articulate shocked several individuals. Bang. The beast's limbs struck the ground as it lunged forward, capturing the Foundation establishment practitioner in its grasp. Oh, the practitioner cried out in agony. They were but newly manifested cultivators, lacking any combat experience. They could hardly fathom slaying a monstrous beast, let alone battling other cultivators. Moreover, this was a perfected body refinement beast, its strength surpassing that of cultivators, far exceeding them even within the same realm. Get away. The Foundation establishment practitioner roared, summoning his artifact and swinging his sword down. Instantly, he severed the beast's arm, causing it to howl in pain. What an opportunity. The others at the body refinement stage rushed in to assist. Yet, they were no match for the beast. Even with its arm severed, the beast unleashed another roar, delivering a powerful punch that struck one of them, instantly inflicting severe injuries and rendering him unconscious. Do not move. Let me slay it. The Foundation establishment practitioner, having regained his composure, shouted in fury, condensing his spiritual energy into a sword as he charged into battle. Ultimately, in a state of severe injury, he managed to slay the beast. However, he too was left utterly exhausted. This is so difficult. This beast's power is far too formidable. Certainly not an ordinary body refinement beast. The Foundation establishment practitioner collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, two more beastly roars echoed around him, sending a shockwave through his heart. More were coming. Standing on the dormitory balcony, Chen Lan surveyed the nation with his spiritual sense. All the monstrous beasts had manifested, most appearing within cities. The cultivator management department had mobilized, but their numbers were few, and the beasts were dispersed, making immediate support a daunting challenge. 100,000 of these beasts were all perfected in body refinement, their true strength comparable to that of Foundation establishment practitioners. Even in battles against them in the same realm, it would be exceedingly difficult to slay them. Now, let me test the marvelous utility of my magical artifacts. Chen Lan mused, a smile gracing his lips as he concentrated his thoughts. In an instant, two artifacts materialized before him, a small sword and a scroll. Master. The two artifacts exclaimed in unison upon their appearance. Go forth and play. Slay any monstrous beast you encounter, Chen Lan instructed with a smile. Woohoo, time to play. They were overjoyed at the prospect of adventure, having been cooped up for too long. Let's have a contest to see who can slay the most beasts. Agreed. Let the competition begin. Whoosh. The two artifacts transformed into streaks of red and blue light, vanishing into the sky. Chen Lan chuckled softly, continuing to extend his spiritual sense to observe the situation in China. Help. Is there anyone who can save me? Mom. In a certain building in Qin City, a window shattered, and a fearsome monstrous beast appeared in an ordinary household. Inside, a girl in her 20s was sobbing uncontrollably, crying out for help as the beast approached, licking its tongue. Buzz. Just then, she seemingly heard a strange sound, akin to the hum of a sword. A flash of red light zipped past, and thud. The beast's head suddenly fell off, rolling beside her. Strangely, the beast's once burly body instantly withered, becoming a mere skin enveloped devoid of flesh. Gazing at the monstrous head, larger than a basketball, the girl forgot her fear and cries, left in a state of confusion. What on earth had just happened? Suddenly, a childlike voice rang out, causing her to tremble. Goodbye, sister. I've helped you eliminate it. This bizarre scene filled her with dread. Could it be that besides the monstrous beasts, there were also spirits? The red and blue streaks of light darted through Qin City. Wherever they went, not a blade of grass remained. Any monstrous beast they encountered would either wither and die or vanish as if drawn away by some mysterious force. This strange phenomenon left the cultivators who were prepared to strike dumbfounded. What is happening? How could it be over before we even made a move? Captain, there are at least 1,000 beasts inside. You should be able to wipe them out. At the forefront of an unknown territory, Yinyu led her team there, and her subordinates reported. Very well, I shall annihilate them all, Yinyu nodded. With her ascended stage prowess, she could effortlessly eradicate these 1,000 perfected body refinement beasts. However, before she could launch her attack, she suddenly sensed an incredibly terrifying aura approaching rapidly from behind her. This aura was more fearsome than anything she had encountered, far surpassing even that of the tribulation stage. An enemy, Yinyu shouted, swiftly turning to look behind her. She saw a red streak of light racing towards her, too fast for her to discern what it was. It zipped past her and her team, plunging into the unknown territory. Wow, so many beasts. I've already won. A child's voice emanated from within, leaving Yinyu and the others astonished. Could there truly be a child among them? But soon, they beheld the true nature of the unidentified object. It was a small red sword. Wherever it went, the monstrous beasts were instantly drained, reduced to mere skins devoid of life. In less than 10 seconds, over 1,000 beasts perished in an instant, becoming lifeless husks lying silently on the ground. How powerful, to eliminate so many beasts in mere moments. This must be a magical artifact. They speculated. Is it a personal artifact, or one without an owner? They observed their surroundings, noting the absence of any person. It was likely a magical artifact that had manifested without a master, one that could be claimed for themselves. A few individuals suddenly recalled the tales of unclaimed magical artifacts roaming freely within novels. Such artifacts, particularly those capable of speech, are typically formidable. Acquiring one could lead to immense fortune. To seize it would be a decision one would never regret. In an instant, a man in the golden core stage lunged forward, his hand outstretched in an attempt to grasp the small sword, his eyes radiating profound greed. Ultimately, his avarice triumphed over reason. The small sword, noticing the man's actions, expressed its indignation with a cold huff. Do you think you are worthy? Aside from my master, no one else is deserving to even contemplate seizing me? Such delusions. With a disdainful snort, the small sword transformed into a streak of light and darted away. Caution! Yinyu shouted, sensing the impending danger, but it was too late. The man who sought to capture the small sword was instantly drained of life, collapsing to the ground like a mere husk. The sight of their once vibrant companion reduced to a lifeless shell left the onlookers in shock, and filled with an overwhelming rage. Li Dong, how despicable. A male cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage, perhaps blinded by fury, attempted to charge forward again. Fortunately, Yin managed to restrain him. Had she not intervened, his fate would have mirrored that of the previous man, ending in a similar transformation into a lifeless form. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused, Yin said. Bowing respectfully, she had just heard the artifact declare itself as belonging to a master, and the overwhelming pressure it exuded was consistent with her own, indicating that it was a treasure born of a transcendent being with a spirit of its own. Such an artifact undoubtedly had a master far beyond her reach. Thus, offering an apology was the wisest course of action. Why should we apologize? It killed one of our cultivators without a word. Do you think we are easy prey? We have a heavenly immortal on our side, protested the disgruntled male, whose brother had just perished. Joining the cultivators management department had been a pursuit of privilege and power. And now, with his brother slain, the deputy minister was apologizing. If word of this spread, it would be a disgrace to the cultivators management department. Indeed, if others learned that we were slain and yet apologized, it would be utterly humiliating, echoed another. Though this artifact is impressive, our department is not to be trifled with. We have a heavenly immortal safeguarding us. As long as we are not among the top 5, we need not fear. This artifact indiscriminately slaughters the innocent, and its master likely shares a similar disposition. The group simmered with indignation, feeling aggrieved that they were apologizing to an adversary after suffering such a loss. Yin opened her mouth to respond, but suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, reverberating ominously. A voice of primordial might resonated within their minds. Heavenly immortal? Accompanied by an overwhelming aura of authority, everyone but Yin collapsed to their knees, unable to lift their heads. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the kneeling individuals shrieked in agony, their knees and arms shattered by the oppressive force. If this continued, they would surely perish. Only Yin recognized the voice. It was none other than the celestial wanderer. If there are grievances, feel free to address them to me. The primordial voice scoffed. Boom. Soon after, Yin heard the sound of rupturing within the abdomens of the prostrated individuals. In a flash, the pressure dissipated, and the small sword vanished. One by one, they collapsed, howling in torment. My dantian is shattered. My limbs, meridians, and bones are all ruined. I am left a cripple, they lamented. I no longer wish to live. I am a waste of life. How could he? How dare he be so tyrannical? Just a word. And he has destroyed our cultivation. What right does he have? They were left as mere shadows of their former selves, stripped of their abilities and reduced to the status of the ordinary. This suffering surpassed death itself. Having once experienced the euphoria of becoming a cultivator, possessing extraordinary power, how could they ever wish to return to the life of an ordinary person? Now, not only had they become ordinary, but they were also rendered useless. They would rather perish than exist as cripples. One man, in his defiance, cursed, "What a wretched celestial wanderer. Just a single word, and he has cast aside our cultivation. What a foolish game this is. If the game were not manifest, would he dare act so arrogantly?" Boom. Just as he spoke, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, obliterating him utterly, leaving not a trace behind. The others, struck by terror, turned pale and quickly fell silent. At that moment, the primordial voice resonated once more. Yet Yin discerned that this was not the celestial wanderer, but rather the true voice of the heavenly Tao, cold and devoid of compassion, proclaiming, "The emperor must not be insulted." Observing her companions, some incapacitated and others dead, Yin felt a profound sense of helplessness. Yet, there was little she could do. After all, they had offended the celestial wanderer. Offending a supreme emperor was far beyond the reach of even a heavenly immortal, let alone the entirety of the golden list. Their demise was of little consequence. Yin lamented the lost opportunity to speak with the celestial wanderer, uncertain if he even remembered her. At Chen University, in the dormitory, Chen Lan retracted his consciousness and gazed skyward, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Well done. Your Excellency, you flatter me. I merely assisted in punishing those who insulted you. It is no great feat." A voice echoed within Chen Lan's mind, that of the one who had just unleashed divine retribution upon the man, now sounding much steadier than before. This was the heavenly Tao. In truth, from the moment his cultivation manifested, Chen Lan had sensed an unusual aura in the heavens. However, the entity's cultivation was far inferior to his own. They both recognized each other's existence, yet had never engaged in conversation until now. This was the first time the heavenly Tao had taken the initiative. "Very well. You have risked exposure to intervene. You must have a request of me. What is it?" Chen Lan inquired calmly. "Your Excellency is indeed astute. I shall not conceal it from you. Though I am the heavenly Tao, I am merely at the level of a heavenly emperor, and my realm is in a continuous decline. I have aged. I foresee a day in the not-so-distant future when this planet will face an unprecedented crisis. Thus, I implore you, should this planet truly encounter catastrophic peril, I beg for your assistance. This planet, or rather, this universe, would be hard-pressed to find another individual as powerful as Chen Lan, if he were to agree to intervene in a time of crisis. the heavenly Tao would be free from worry. However, Chen Lan remained composed, nodding in acquiescence. Thank you, Your Excellency. I shall take my leave for now. With that, the heavenly Tao departed, no longer watching over Chen Lan, for he could sense any intrusion upon him, regardless of who it was. Unsure if the small sword and the small river had finished their work, Chen Lan decided to treat himself to a meal. Stretching lazily, he stepped out of the dormitory. At his level of cultivation, sustenance was no longer a necessity. He could never starve. Yet, who could resist the allure of delectable food? It was time to indulge, and he craved a bowl of duck leg rice paired with a chilled cola. What a splendid sensation this is. Chapter 21. The Emperor is furious. Half an hour later, at the headquarters of the Repair Bureau in Dragon City, a report came in. Within an hour, 100,000 demon beasts have been completely annihilated. The female soldier from before approached Li Long once more to deliver her report. Excellent, truly excellent. You've performed remarkably well, far surpassing my expectations. Li Long nodded in satisfaction. However, she hesitated for a few seconds before stating, it wasn't our people who did the killing. Not our people? Then who? Was it the top 5? Li Long was taken aback. Now, everyone in the golden rankings, aside from the top 5, had already been identified. It was only those 5 individuals who remained elusive. He could only think of them, yet he was uncertain who it was that had achieved such feats. It could be them, but we don't know which one. It was the magical treasures that did the killing. Magical treasures? Li Long was even more perplexed, struggling to comprehend. Look, the female soldier said, retrieving a tablet from the side and displaying a video for Li Long. This was captured by our satellite 20 minutes ago. Li Long accepted the tablet, furrowing his brow as he intently observed the screen. He witnessed a terrifying demon beast roaring at ordinary people, and in the next moment, a red flash streaked by. Astonishingly, the demon beast was instantly reduced to a mere skeletal husk, silently lying on the ground. Instantaneous. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of what had obliterated the beast. The subsequent video, taken from above Qin City, revealed 2 streaks of red and blue light traversing the area at a speed beyond comprehension, their true forms eluding capture, only leaving behind faint afterimages. What is this? Li Long exclaimed, astonished by the incredible velocity. If he were to encounter such a phenomenon, he might be annihilated before even realizing his demise. These are magical treasures, and this footage is slowed down by 150 times, the female soldier informed him, presenting a second video. This is our maximum capability. Li Long watched the second video, still astounded. Even at 150 times slower, it could only capture a hazy image. What astonishing speed. He paused the video and magnified it, faintly discerning that the red object was a sword, while the blue object appeared to be a painting. Whose magical treasures are these? Do we not know who they belong to? Li Long inquired, looking up at the female soldier. We do not know. We only know that these 2 magical treasures swiftly traversed all of Huaxia, annihilating 70,000 demon beasts in just half an hour, significantly expediting our mission. Upon hearing this figure, Li Long's eyes widened in shock. Whose magical treasures could possess such power? A sword and a painting. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up in his mind. Just then, another male soldier approached. Report. The Qin City Division has something to report and has requested a video briefing. Agreed, Li Long replied nonchalantly, turning to face a large screen that had been turned off. All right, the male soldier nodded, promptly commencing the operation. In no time, the screen flickered to life, and as the connection was established, Li Jun appeared on the screen. Masterly, Li Jun saluted solemnly upon seeing Li Long. Though Li Long possessed no cultivation, he held the position of strategist at the headquarters of the Immortal Management Department, responsible for devising plans. Overall, he was the highest authority in the department, hence everyone referred to him as Masterly. What is it? Li Long inquired lightly. Report. All demon beasts have been eradicated, but it is largely unrelated to us. It was the work of 2 magical treasures. Yes, I am aware. Speak of something I do not know. We have discovered the identity of the owner of the magical treasures. It is none other than the number 1 on the golden rankings, the Carefree Celestial. The Carefree Celestial. Li Jun had anticipated Li Long's surprise, but instead, he heard Li Long laughing heartily. Ha! I knew it was the Carefree Celestial. I still remember his reward was a sword and a map of mountains and rivers. It seems he is indeed a Huaxia person of good character. Relieved to know that the Carefree Celestial was aiding Huaxia, Li Long felt a weight lift from his shoulders. At least he was assured that the Carefree Celestial was not a malevolent individual, but he has incapacitated 4 of our people and killed 1. Li Jun's expression turned grave as he relayed the report. Upon hearing this, Li Long's smile stiffened, and the 2 others present were equally astonished. The Carefree Celestial has killed? And it was one of our Immortal Management Department personnel? What is going on? Li Long demanded, incredulous that the Carefree Celestial would take a life. How could a Supreme Emperor kill without just cause? Even if he were to kill, it would be those deserving of it. Attempting to seize a Supreme Emperor's magical treasure and insulting the Emperor. What mercy the Carefree Celestial has shown by merely incapacitating them. After hearing the entire story, Li Long shook his head with a cold smile. A golden core attempting to seize a Supreme Emperor's magical treasure? Is that not courting death? and several Foundation establishment individuals daring to slander and insult the emperor? What else could that be but seeking death? The carefree celestial did not directly kill them. He showed mercy out of consideration for all Huaxia people. Those few have already exited the department, rendered useless. The blow to them is tremendous, Li Zhan said with resignation. Just the thought of it frightened him. To become a lifelong invalid was akin to death. Living was a torment, especially in this era of universal cultivation. The carefree celestial's actions were exceedingly ruthless. There is no need for further intervention. They have brought this upon themselves, Li Long stated coldly. To insult the emperor and provoke heavenly retribution, this is their own doing. Indeed. Suddenly, the office door on Li Zhan's side burst open, and Yin Yu entered. Upon seeing such a discourteous intrusion, Li Zhan's expression darkened. Did she not see they were in a meeting? Just as he was about to scold her, he heard Yin Yu's words, causing his expression to change dramatically. Director, those individuals who exited the department have stirred up trouble again. They are live-streaming their public denunciation of the carefree celestial, and now over 100,000 people are watching. This revelation reached Li Long's ears through the screen, leaving him utterly astonished. What? Immediately halt their live stream. Are they seeking death? He had never imagined that anyone would be so reckless as to live stream their denunciation of a supreme emperor. Was this not courting death? If they seek death, do not let it implicate us. If we provoke the carefree celestial and he destroys the world in a fit of rage, what shall we do then? Understood. Li Zhan nodded, turning to Yin Yu. Which live streaming room are they in? Immediately ban them. Thunder rumbled ominously as he spoke, reverberating through the sky. It seems I have been too merciful. The voice was cold and devoid of emotion, yet Yin Yu recognized it as the carefree celestial speaking. Not the will of heaven. The emperor is enraged. Chapter 22. A thought of annihilation. The second wave of demon beasts is approaching. What nonsense is this carefree celestial? He is merely a homebody who has acquired extraordinary power. If not for the manifestation of a game, he would be a person without prospects in reality. Indeed. Who would play such a trivial game for so long? Aside from him, who else? He executed us without uttering a word. How are we supposed to live? The few individuals in the live streaming room expounded upon the events of the day, omitting their attempt to seize the magical treasures, instead focusing solely on the carefree celestial's cruelty, brutality, and silent killings. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room has surged into the hundreds of thousands, with the majority being ordinary individuals. No way. Is this real? Would the Supreme Celestial Master truly render you powerless for no reason? Indeed, your realms are likely only at the Foundation establishment or Golden Core stages. How could he possibly incapacitate you? It feels like you're merely seeking attention. Impossible. Even for attention-seeking, such claims are unfathomable. After all, he is an emperor. Do they not realize the terror of an emperor? Insulting him could lead to death. I believe it's true. Otherwise, they wouldn't be risking their lives. This is too terrifying. An uncontrollable and horrifying existence looms over Blue Star, which is utterly frightening. Observing the hundreds of thousands in the live chat rallying for them, the few powerless individuals smirked inwardly. Their intent in broadcasting was to seek justice for themselves. Does the Supreme Celestial Master think he can act with impunity simply due to his superior cultivation? What peace can there be in this world if he is allowed to dominate alone? Such a person should have their wicked deeds exposed to the entire world. Suddenly, thunder rumbled through the sky, and even the artifact ranking announcement paused, ceasing its broadcast. Witnessing this scene, the few individuals were taken aback, sensing impending doom. It seems I have been too merciful, a voice echoed ominously, sending chills down their spines. The Supreme Celestial Master has arrived. Could it be that he truly dares to kill them before hundreds of thousands? Does he not fear the wrath of all of Huaxia turning against him? A minute earlier, Chen Lan gazed coldly at the few paralyzed in their chairs, still broadcasting to condemn him. Initially, he had spared their lives out of respect for their shared nationality. But now, rather than gratitude, they chose to denounce him publicly. This disappointment led him to realize that his mercy had been misplaced. Had he eliminated them then, he would have avoided this trouble entirely. At this moment, Chen Lan's disposition began to shift slightly. The world has changed, and so must the hearts of its people. Emperor, do you require my assistance? The voice of the heavenly Tao resonated in his mind, but Chen Lan shook his head. No need, I shall handle this myself. And thus, the earlier scene unfolded, gazing at the sky, despite their fear. The powerless still believed that the Supreme Celestial Master would not dare to kill them in front of so many witnesses. A sigh echoed through the air. Bang! One of the powerless individuals exploded in a mist of blood, showering those around him in gore. This occurrence was so sudden that neither they nor the over 1 million viewers in the live stream had time to react. That individual met his end with a sigh. The Supreme Celestial Master truly dared to kill. He had slain them before the eyes of the entire nation. Now they were terrified. Forgive me, Emperor. I spoke out of turn. I beseech your mercy. A man cried out, desperately wishing to kneel in apology if he were able. But just as he finished speaking, he too exploded, splattering the others with blood. Apologies? It was far too late. Cursed fate. Death was their only end. The remaining individuals were utterly petrified. The Supreme Celestial Master was furious. They were destined to die? Bang, bang, bang. The last 3 individuals erupted simultaneously. The 5 who had been condemning Chen Lan in the live broadcast were now all dead, their remains scattered, their souls shattered. The scene was a gruesome amalgamation of flesh and bone, a pool of blood, 5 distinct DNAs. Before the audience could utter a word, the live stream was abruptly shut down. But it was too late. Many had recorded everything that transpired and posted it online. Instantly, dozens of threads appeared on forums, all concerning the Supreme Celestial Master. Most expressed sentiments such as, the Supreme Celestial Master's actions in killing these individuals must be justified. I believe he does not slay the innocent recklessly. Indeed, their statements lack coherence, appearing quite misleading and disingenuous. I refuse to believe the Supreme Celestial Master would kill indiscriminately. These individuals were merely seeking attention, and now they face the consequences. I heard these individuals were part of the Immortal Management Department. Will the officials not clarify this situation? Having just dealt with the demon beasts, now this uproar, let us hope we don't truly provoke the Supreme Celestial Master, or everyone will perish. Before long, the authorities finally responded. A video of Li Jun personally apologizing from the Qin capital branch surfaced. I sincerely apologize. My mismanagement has led to the emergence of such troublemakers who spread unfounded rumors. The reality is as follows. Upon hearing Li Jun narrate the entire sequence of events, the netizens were enlightened. It turned out these scoundrels attempted to seize the Supreme Celestial Master's artifacts, only to be countered by the artifacts themselves, leading to their demise after insulting the Emperor. I knew it. The Supreme Celestial Master would never kill indiscriminately. These individuals were clearly fabricating tales to mislead us about the Emperor. Thank goodness I didn't believe them. Those fools deserve their fate. They didn't realize one cannot insult the Emperor, let alone the Emperor. Had I been in the nascent soul stage, I would have killed anyone of lower cultivation who dared to insult me. The Emperor has shown great mercy. The Emperor spared them out of respect for their shared nationality. Yet they displayed ingratitude by broadcasting their defamation, truly deserving of their fate. In the video's conclusion, Li Jun bowed deeply, accompanied by the entire Qin capital branch, hoping to appease the Supreme Celestial Master. Even Li Long personally registered an account to post, asking the Supreme Celestial Master not to be angry, attributing the blunder to his mismanagement. Subsequently, they released footage of Xiao Jian and Xiao He harvesting demon beasts nationwide, emphasizing that these 2 artifacts belonged to the Emperor. When the public witnessed these artifacts, they were utterly astonished. Many had seen these artifacts today as they claimed the lives of demon beasts, thus saving them. Little did they know, these were the Emperor's possessions. It became clear that the Emperor had been protecting them from the shadows. Instantly, netizens began to express their admiration for the Emperor online. Chen Lan, unbeknownst to him, had garnered millions of followers. Some even decided to create a spiritual tablet for the Supreme Celestial Master to honor daily. Upon seeing the online discourse, Chen Lan felt no anger. Who could be incensed by the actions of ants? He remained indifferent, gazing towards the heavens. Meanwhile, the artifact ranking announcement continued, reaching the 50th position. Thunder rumbled. A purple lightning bolt streaked across the sky, illuminating the realm. The second wave of demon beasts will manifest in 3 hours. 100,000 body refinement demon beasts and 10,000 foundation establishment demon beasts. Chapter 23. Enemies of the ninja infiltrate Huaxia. Here they come again. The second wave of demon beasts was set to arrive on Blue Star in 3 hours. The populace was now in a state of panic. This was too sudden. Another wave? 100,000 body refinement demon beasts and 10,000 foundation establishment demon beasts meant that after defeating them, even more would follow. It was as if there was no end to this slaughter. Everyone, take cover. Do not venture outside. The apocalypse has truly arrived. Do not fear, for we have the exalted celestial master, who will intervene. After one wave, another emerges, and this time the numbers are tenfold greater, instilling immense terror in the hearts of ordinary people. Meanwhile, Li Long swiftly dispatched orders to all regional branches across the nation, mandating a comprehensive defense of those unknown territories, which are highly likely to be the breeding grounds for demonic beasts. At least one patrol team must be established in each city, consisting of cultivators at the foundation establishment stage or higher, for otherwise, they would be unable to contend with foundation establishment beasts. 3 hours of preparation time would suffice. Just as one crisis subsides, another arises. Chen Lan murmured, casually gesturing. The map of mountains and rivers materialized before him. Master, is there something you wish to discuss with Xiao He? Go protect Luo Tao and his family, Chen Lan instructed, providing Xiao He with their location. It was sufficient for Xiao He to provide protection. His own intervention was unnecessary. Understood. In an instant, Xiao He transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Master, what about me? Xiao Jin materialized out of thin air, anxiously inquiring. Seeing Xiao He with a task while he had none, he feared he was losing favor. You. When the demonic beasts appear, feel free to play, Chen Lan replied with a smile. Very well. Xiao Jian felt a tinge of disappointment. But soon his spirits lifted at the prospect of battling demonic beasts, bouncing with anticipation. Chen Lan chuckled helplessly, gazing into the distance. This time, He still did not intend to intervene. It was not yet a moment that required collective action. Were he to engage, he could effortlessly annihilate all demonic beasts in an instant, merely a thought away. However, doing so would deprive everyone of their growth. Only through battle does one truly mature. He could protect for a time, but not for eternity. Future foes would only grow in number and strength, and fostering their growth was of utmost importance. Moreover, these minor demonic beasts posed no threat that warranted his involvement. A few cultivators at the transcendent stage could swiftly eradicate them. Just then, Chen Lan suddenly fixed his gaze in a particular direction, his eyes narrowing. It was toward the city of Haidu, over 5,000 kilometers from Chengdu. Yet he could discern it clearly. Several figures clad in black, wearing masks, were stealthily diving into the sea, shielded by a peculiar barrier resembling an anti-water cloak that allowed them to breathe underwater. Through the masks, Chen Lan recognized their identities. Ninja Empire operatives? Observing that everyone was preoccupied with the demonic beasts, what could these ninjas be plotting by stealthily infiltrating the coast? In the next moment, Chen Lan vanished without a trace. On the coast of Haidu, one ninja exhaled in relief. Finally made it. It took us 3 days and nights to cross this vast ocean. The 4 ninjas arrived at the shore, surveying their surroundings, and only relaxed once they confirmed no Chinese people were present. What kind of game are these Chinese manifesting? I see online that they appear to be able to fly. Why can they materialize such formidable games while we are limited to mere shadow clones and other trivial skills? It's unfortunate. Each country's manifestation games are different. Ours seems somewhat inferior. But once we become upper ninjas, we will command various elements, surely surpassing the Chinese. Enough talk. Let us present a gift to our Chinese counterparts. The speaker revealed a large stack of old videotapes. Indeed, the kind that required a VCR to play. Such items were now considered antiques, with few using them. However, what the ninjas possessed were not ordinary tapes, but those capable of releasing the spirit of Sadako. The ninja empire was not manifesting demonic beasts, but rather their native urban legends, such as Sadako, the liquor, and Kappa, among others. Their intention was to introduce these entities to their Chinese friends. These beings exuded malevolent energy. Prolonged exposure would leave individuals utterly fatigued and irresistibly drawn to them. Even if one did not have a habit of watching videotapes or lacked a VCR, over time, they would be entranced, compelled to purchase a VCR and play the tapes. It was indeed a sinister scheme. The Ninja Empire had manifested these monsters 2 days earlier than the Chinese and had already conducted tests. Any individual who spent a day in their presence would become tainted by their malevolent aura, leading them to play the tape, summoning Sadako, and courting disaster. Gifts. We do not accept foreign items. Just then, a youthful voice suddenly resonated above them, startling the ninjas, who hurriedly retreated in various directions, anxiously gazing skyward. A figure stood in the sky, smiling down upon them. One bald ninja, trembling with fear, realized that the individual's silent approach indicated formidable strength. Do the Chinese enjoy putting on an act? One ninja shouted angrily, possessing the cultivation of an unparalleled emperor. His keen insight allowed him to comprehend their language after a single hearing. Chen Lan paused, glanced at himself, then at their all-black attire, unable to suppress a smile. You say I am putting on an act? Chen Lan shook his head helplessly. This is unreasonable. I am simply forthright. I do not understand what you are saying. So let us fight. The ninja coldly commanded, signaling his companions as he drew 3 shurikens from his robe and hurled them at Chen Lan. Clang. Upon contact, the shurikens emitted a sound akin to steel clashing, falling harmlessly to the ground, not even grazing Chen Lan's attire. Is that all? Chen Lan replied with a faint smile. He had no desire to eliminate these individuals so swiftly. He was curious about the abilities the Ninja Empire had manifested, finding it quite entertaining. If this is insufficient, let us all attack together. The ninja, witnessing his attack fail, shouted again. The others echoed in unison, agreed. Instantly, they began forming hand seals in rapid succession, and a multitude of clones emerged around them. 5 individuals gradually split into 10, then 15, and finally 20, before they ceased. Surrounded by ninjas, Chen Lan smiled faintly. This technique was indeed commendable, but merely that. It was a skill of illusion, appearing impressive but rife with flaws. Ha ha ha, Chinese, are you afraid now? In an instant, 20 figures began to dash in a clockwise direction around Chen Lan, their speed increasing until they became mere afterimages. The Chinese cannot see clearly. Are you terrified? This is our power. The disembodied voice echoed, though its source remained elusive. Yet, to Chen Lan, these afterimages unfolded in slow motion. He could see everything with clarity. He discerned who was speaking and which was the true body without ambiguity. In a heartbeat, all 20 ninjas lunged toward Chen Lan, shurikens brandished, aimed directly at his throat. Disperse. Chen Lan spoke softly. Boom. A wave of oppressive force erupted, sending all assailants flying. The summoned clones dissipated into nothingness, vanishing into the ether. 5 ninjas crashed to the ground in agony, spitting blood, feeling as if their very insides were being violently wrenched. Who on earth are you? One of the ninjas gasped, clutching his chest in terror as he gazed at Chen Lan. Could it be that upon their arrival in Xiaoyao, They had encountered a formidable adversary? What dreadful misfortune! I am merely an ordinary student, Chen Lan replied with a faint smile. We have not yet lost. Another ninja bellowed, springing to his feet and swiftly forming hand seals. In the next moment, flames erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Chen Lan. The flames enveloped him, blazing fiercely. Ha ha! This is the ninjutsu that only our elite shinobi can wield. Huaxia person, you are doomed. Indeed, how could a mere Huaxia citizen possibly contend with them, the ninjas? The remaining ninjas trembled as they stood up, erupting into raucous laughter. Having fallen victim to our ninjutsu, you will be scorched if you do not perish. The Waxians are truly arrogant, daring to confront us with their flesh, as if they have never known death. Yet the next moment, their laughter was abruptly silenced. As the flames began to extinguish, the figure shrouded in fire gradually emerged. Remarkably, Chen Lan bore no signs of burns. His clothes remained pristine, as if he had never been engulfed in flames. How is this possible? The elite ninja exclaimed in astonishment. This was his most cherished fire technique, capable of incinerating even the likes of Sadako, having dispatched countless monsters with it. Why did it fail to take effect here? Let me show you what true flames are, Chen Lan said with a calm smile, slowly raising his right hand. Snap! With a single finger snap, boom. The elite ninja was instantly engulfed in violet flames, his body ablaze. He screamed in agony, the sound of his flesh burning audible, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. The other ninjas were taken aback, bewildered by this unprecedented ninjutsu. How could a mere snap ignite someone spontaneously? Could this be a unique sorcery of Huaxia? While the elite ninja writhed in pain, he dashed toward the sea, seeking to extinguish the flames consuming him. However, as he plunged into the water, the fire continued to burn, showing no signs of abating, even causing the seawater to boil. This bizarre and extraordinary spectacle left the remaining ninjas paralyzed with fear, their bodies trembling, legs weak, and mouths agape. Their minds echoed with a singular thought: flee. Bang, bang, bang. The ninjas snapped to their senses, quickly forming hand seals, and the area erupted into mist, vanishing without a trace. Do you think you can escape? Chen Lan said with a serene smile, regarding these ignorant ninjas. He slowly raised his right hand in a claw-like gesture. In an instant, a figure hurtled towards him from afar, landing in his palm, gripped by the throat. The rest of the ninjas erupted into a mist of blood, dead beyond revival, unaware of how they had met their demise. Spare me, I beg you, pleaded the ninja caught in Chen Lan's grasp. What is your purpose in Huaxia? Chen Lan inquired. The ninja, fearing for his life, hastily divulged their plans for Huaxia. They aimed to unleash the terror of Sadako upon the Waxians, creating further chaos. Moreover, their sinister scheme extended beyond Huaxia to other nations, targeting any country near the ninja empire. You truly disgust me, Chen Lan said, his eyes reflecting disdain as he casually tossed the ninja aside. The ninja was consumed in midair, his essence scattered. Chen Lan turned to a bag of Sadako videotapes left on the ground, intrigued as he waved his hand, causing the bag to fly into his grasp. What manner of being is Sadako? Having watched horror films such as The Ring, he was familiar with the specter of Sadako, but never imagined that such a phenomenon would manifest due to the materialization of games. I shall take this back to examine. Chen Lan retained one tape, incinerating the rest. As the tapes burned, he could hear the haunting cries of tormented spirits echoing, their ghastly forms appearing amidst the flames, grotesque and terrifying. Yet, in an instant, the wails ceased, leaving only ashes in the aftermath. Chen Lan vanished from the spot, arriving at an old shop selling electronic devices. Fortunately, the shop had a functional, albeit antiquated, VCR available for purchase at a mere few $100s. After acquiring the VCR, he returned to his dorm, connecting it to the television, inserting the tape, and preparing to unveil Sadako's true visage. In his youth, he had always harbored an urge to uncover Sadako's face beneath her hair, a curiosity many likely shared. Additionally, numerous fan videos had circulated, depicting scenarios where lifting Sadako's hair revealed her as a stunning beauty or, alternatively, a faceless horror or an abomination of grotesque proportions. In any case, Sadako's visage remained an enigma, one that even those from the ninja empire could not elucidate, as she was, after all, a fictional creation. It was likely that even the director had not settled on her appearance, opting for a random actress with a wig to minimize production costs. The VCR whirred to life, the tape spinning as the screen slowly illuminated. The image was hazy, but after a flurry of static, a familiar old well came into view. At that moment, Chen Lan sensed a peculiar, sinister aura permeating the surroundings, the air turning frigid, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees, akin to the chill of an air conditioner. This was Sadako manipulating her powers to alter the environment, amplifying the terror and shattering the spirits of humanity. Chen Lan watched the television with growing interest. Suddenly, the screen flickered, the static reappearing. Yet with this occurrence, the old well began to undergo subtle changes. A pair of bony, pale hands emerged at the well's edge, gradually clawing their way out as the image flickered. Chapter 25, delivering a grand gift to the ninja empire. A figure clad in white, with disheveled hair, gradually emerged from the well, crawling toward Chen Lan like a twisted, shadowy reptile. With every flicker, her position shifted until she vanished entirely. At that moment, Chen Lan sensed that the malevolent aura surrounding him had reached a critical threshold. This constituted a form of soul attack, employing some illusion to assail one's spirit, instilling fear. How intriguing, Chen Lan mused with a faint smile. This soul attack wielded considerable power, capable of inflicting significant harm on ordinary individuals. Even those in the body refinement stage would likely find themselves afflicted. For those in the body refinement stage do not cultivate their souls. It is only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage that one develops spiritual consciousness, using qi to refine the soul. For instance, he too could forcibly obliterate another's soul with his powerful consciousness, akin to a drill, wreaking havoc upon their very essence. Once the soul is damaged, the individual becomes irrevocably altered. From a metaphysical perspective, mental illness might arise from issues with the soul. Those versed in ancient mysticism, upon encountering a seemingly foolish person, might claim they lack a soul, uttering phrases about missing 3 souls and 7 spirits. Certain cultivators might possess specialized techniques for soul cultivation, allowing them to defeat opponents of higher tiers with their superior soul strength, even at the body refinement stage. Sadako's assault exemplified this. A body refinement practitioner and an ordinary person encountering her would likely find themselves in dire straits. However, dealing with the foundation establishment stage is not so easily accomplished. A pale, skeletal hand, reminiscent of a desiccated corpse, emerged from the television, breaking through the dimensional barrier and transitioning from 2-dimensionality to 3-dimensionality. This enigmatic ability, Chen Lan acknowledged, was beyond his own capabilities. It was not a power attainable through cultivation. However, his map of mountains and rivers could indeed facilitate such a feat. The purpose of this map was to draw individuals into a miniature world, akin to a 2-dimensional space, allowing an external observer to perceive the internal happenings. As Sadako shrieked in a ghostly wail, she crawled out, her body drenched and dripping water that quickly pooled upon the floor. She approached Chen Lan, step by step, while the dormitory lights flickered ominously, casting an eerie ambience. Chen Lan, casually reclining with his legs crossed, observed Sadako's advance. When the moment felt right, he extended a fragment of his consciousness to scrutinize her. In an instant, Sadako halted, her form quaking subtly, seemingly gripped by fear. She sensed an overwhelming and terrifying surge of spiritual power, potent enough to crush her very soul. In the next moment, she recoiled hastily, attempting to retreat back into the ancient well of the television. But suddenly, she collided with the screen and found herself unable to return. Panic-stricken, she frantically pounded against the television, her frantic demeanor delightfully amusing to Chen Lan. She could not fathom why, after just emerging, she was now barred from re-entry. "Cease your struggles. I have sealed your exit," Chen Lan remarked with a faint smile as he approached her slowly. Sadako, gazing at Chen Lan's malicious grin, felt an overwhelming dread. Were it not for her inability to speak, she would have surely screamed, "Don't come any closer. Please, do not approach." Alas, she could only emit ghastly sounds in an attempt to intimidate him. Undeterred, Chen Lan stepped forward and grasped a handful of her hair, lifting her up. "Let me see," he instructed, as he brushed aside her hair. He was curious to behold the visage of Sadako. Yet, upon revealing her features, disappointment washed over him. Her countenance was a ghastly, grayish-white visage devoid of any discernible features, strange and terrifying in equal measure. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he carelessly discarded her onto the floor. This may have been connected to the lore of the Ninja Empire, where Sadako was depicted as faceless, perpetually shrouded in disheveled locks. Having observed her, it was now time for her demise. Just as Chen Lan was about to extinguish Sadako, a thought struck him, and a sly smile crept across his face. Since the denizens of the Ninja Empire had bestowed this gift upon him, it would be remiss not to reciprocate. Thus, he resolved to return a grand gesture. With a mere thought, a torrent of pure spiritual energy surged into Sadako's being. The dormitory echoed with her wretched screams. Fortunately, Chen Lan had previously established a spiritual barrier, rendering the interior imperceptible to the outside world. After several agonizing seconds, Sadako ceased her cries, collapsing onto the ground. Yet, almost immediately, she rose, crawling towards Chen Lan. Her forehead pressed to the floor, uttering in broken, stammering Mandarin, "Master." Through telepathy, he could comprehend her words. Chen Lan nodded in satisfaction. The surge of spiritual energy had not only elevated Sadako to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, but had also allowed her soul to transcend into the golden core stage. Furthermore, he had imprinted his exclusive mark deep within her soul, ensuring her obedience to his commands henceforth. A thought could bring life, another could bring death. She would eternally remain loyal. "Now that your power has risen, has your capability also increased?" Chen Lan inquired. "Master, I can now manifest not only through videotapes, but also via mobile phones, computers, and other electronic devices, traversing thousands of miles," Sadako replied earnestly. "Excellent. Then you may return to your homeland," Chen Lan replied with a gentle smile, casually gesturing as Sadako flew back into the television. The tape ejected itself, landing in Chen Lan's hands. Go to the Ninja Empire and unleash havoc. With a flick of his wrist, the tape shot out the window at an incredible speed, vanishing without a trace. It headed straight for the Ninja Empire. A fitting return for such a malevolent entity. Sadako's unique ability to grow stronger through murder set her apart from cultivators who drew energy into their bodies. Her strength thrived on bloodshed. One could only wonder how the ninjas would react to this gift. Chen Lan retracted the spiritual barrier and resumed his gaze outside. The treasure ranking continued its broadcast. He pondered whether it would conclude entirely this time, or, akin to the cultivation ranking, would delay the announcement of the top 10 until the following day. In an hour, the second wave of monstrous beasts would arrive, and the regulatory department had prepared for the impending chaos. Moreover, Chen Lan had already discerned the identities of the top 10 on the ranking list. His consciousness spanned the globe, allowing him to observe the realms of all beings with clarity. Nonetheless, he seldom focused on the world beyond. The affairs of foreign lands were of little concern to him. As time slipped by, darkness enveloped the night. Ominous clouds obscured the dusk, plunging the surroundings into gloom. Suddenly, thunder roared as countless purple lightning bolts streaked across the sky. The manifestation of monstrous beasts begins. Location randomized. Chapter 26. The elixirs are about to materialize. Unknown extraterrestrial entities. With millions of golden rays descending, monstrous beasts materialized across the nation. This time, the appearance of beasts from unknown realms was scarce. Most manifested within urban areas, seemingly orchestrated with intent. The populace once again succumbed to panic, especially under the cover of night, their fear magnified. The beasts' eyes glimmered like red lanterns swaying in the wind. Simultaneously, the regulatory department sprang into action, and the strong contenders on the leaderboard joined the fray. Chen Lan stood on the balcony. Even without the aid of his consciousness, he could see several individuals soaring through the sky, effortlessly annihilating swathes of monstrous beasts. With such capable individuals at work, it was unlikely that the situation would require more than half an hour to resolve. Master, I wish to join the fray. At that moment, a little sword darted forth, animated and brimming with excitement before Chen Lan. Go ahead, Chen Lan replied with a fond smile. All right. With a swift whoosh, the little sword dashed off, embarking on a quest to harvest the lives of the beasts. Boom. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunderous roars, prompting Chen Lan to glance upwards. The treasure ranking broadcast concludes. The top 10 will be announced tomorrow. In 3 days, the elixirs will manifest, initiating the elixir ranking. The impending manifestation of elixirs caused Chen Lan's eyebrows to arch in intrigue. This revelation promised a rapid enhancement of strength for the populace. It was undoubtedly a boon for all. As many sought refuge from the beasts, the celestial proclamation filled their hearts with elation. Finally, the elixirs are here. With these, we can swiftly elevate our powers. Excitement bubbled within the crowd. This day has been long awaited. Let the elixirs come forth. I hope someone might grant me a washing marrow pill. I yearn to cultivate. It is hoped that the nation will bestow upon every ordinary individual a cleansing elixir, allowing everyone to embark on the path of immortality. Is there a singular pill that could grant one the status of an immortal? Countless souls are imbued with boundless anticipation regarding these potions. In both games and novels, elixirs are portrayed as the most vital auxiliary substances in the pursuit of immortality. Even those deemed inherently useless may find their fortunes reversed by a single extraordinary elixir. This notion instills hope in many. Acquiring such a divine pill could bring them a step closer to transcendence. Yet, divine pills are far from easily attainable, as one might wish. In a collective endeavor, the second wave of monstrous beasts was eradicated in merely 10 minutes. The small sword returned, exclaiming, Master, I have slain over 100,000 beasts this time. Am I impressive? The small sword's tone brimmed with excitement, yearning for praise. Impressive indeed, Chen Lan replied with a smile. Satisfied with Chen Lan's commendation, the small sword joyfully returned to the Dantian. Just as it entered, Xiaoyao reappeared. Master, I have safeguarded Luo Tao and his companions, he reported, recounting the recent events. Luo Tao encountered minimal danger, only crossing paths with 2 foundational beasts, which he swiftly dispatched with Xiaohe's assistance. Now that the beasts have been vanquished, protection is no longer necessary. Well done, Chen Lan nodded in approval. Xiaohe, too, returned to the Dantian with a sense of fulfillment. At that moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao resonated within Chen Lan's mind. Your Majesty, I have discovered a peculiar item that appeared alongside the beasts. I could not approach it myself. Please investigate. Chen Lan's eyes narrowed with gravity. A peculiar object? One that arrived with the beasts? Very well, I shall take a look. What is its location? Soon. The heavenly Tao indicated the coordinates, revealing a site just beyond the borders of Huaxia, atop a mountain near the superpower empire. Upon grasping the location, Chen Lan's figure vanished. Far away, in the superpower empire, amidst a remote forest where the time zones diverged, daylight here, nightfall in Huaxia, Chen Lan's presence materialized. Before him lay a deep pit, still emitting wisps of smoke. Approaching the edge, he peered into the abyss, which extended for over 1,000 meters. Using his divine sense, He discerned an enigmatic object nestled within. With a flick of his hand, the object ascended rapidly, landing in his grasp. It was a translucent blue entity, resembling a stone. What is this? Chen Lan inquired telepathically. He sensed no spiritual energy or fluctuations emanating from it. It appeared to be an utterly mundane rock. I am uncertain, but my heavenly Tao principles feel discordant with it. I can sense that it does not belong to this world. It may be an extraterrestrial artifact. Extraterrestrial? Chen Lan's expression grew serious. If it were indeed an extraterrestrial object, did it imply the existence of aliens? Yet, his divine sense could permeate the cosmos. And he had never encountered any extraterrestrial beings before. Where could it have originated? I recommend that your majesty take it with you. It may prove useful in the future. Contemplating this, Chen Lan resolved to carry it away. Who are you? That treasure was ours first. A voice interrupted, and Chen Lan turned to find 5 foreigners nearby. The speaker, a blond man with blue eyes, was now pointing an accusatory finger at him. Ignoring the man, Chen Lan stowed the stone and prepared to depart. Suddenly, a beam of energy shot towards him, striking the ground mere inches from his foot. Chen Lan's gaze turned icy as he regarded the foreigners. The blond man now sported a red armored gauntlet, reminiscent of the famed Iron Man from the Superpower Empire's renowned film. Clearly, this man had acquired a suit akin to Iron Man's, as the Superpower Empire's manifestation of the game was based on Superpower League. Huaxiao people? You dare trespass on our territory and take our belongings? How audacious! Do you not hold the Superpower Empire in high regard? As a distinguished student of Chengdu University, Chen Lan was fluent in English and understood their taunts. Die, he uttered coolly. Boom. The arrogant blond man exploded in an instant, disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist. The scene unfolded so abruptly that his companions were left aghast, paralyzed by fear as they stared at the sanguine haze. Ah, my dear. A dark-haired woman, witnessing her boyfriend's sudden demise, turned to Chen Lan with rage and sorrow. Huaxiao person, you have killed my boyfriend. I will make you pay, the woman shrieked. Her body crackling with energy as arcs of electricity surged around her. Her eyes turned white, her hair shifted from black to white, and a whirlwind began to swirl around her, exuding an awe-inspiring spectacle. With a thunderous roar, she waved her hand, summoning countless bolts of lightning that rained down upon Chen Lan. He observed the approaching lightning with intrigue, choosing not to evade as it struck him. Die, you must die. The woman, perceiving her assault as effective, became ecstatic, relentlessly summoning more thunderbolts in a frenzy. Chapter 27. Confrontation with superpowered beings. Meanwhile, the others were not idle either. Transforming into formidable forms, one man morphed into a towering green giant, leaping toward Chen Lan, while another man moved with blinding speed, delivering rapid punches. A woman ignited flames in her hands, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that hurtled toward him. The scene intensified dramatically. However, they were soon astounded by the unfolding spectacle. Their attack struck Chen Lan, yet seemed utterly ineffective. He stood there, calm and unmoving, as their assaults appeared to evaporate upon contact, leaving no trace. The green giant's fists, each the size of a sandbag, slammed down, yet it felt as though he were striking a mountain, impenetrably solid. The man who moved like lightning relentlessly targeted Chen Lan's head, but his efforts elicited no reaction. The fireballs extinguished before even reaching him. Such bizarre occurrences left the group shaken. But soon, the lightning-fast man discerned the truth. He noticed an invisible protective barrier extending 3 centimeters from Chen Lan's body, absorbing all their attacks. In that instant, his pupils dilated in horror as he realized Chen Lan's gaze was fixed upon him. This revelation sent chills down his spine. After all, his speed was akin to a lightning bolt, imperceptible to most. How could this Huaxiao individual perceive him? This was impossible. The lightning man shook his head, dismissing the notion. There was no way a Huaxiao person could see him. Get lost. Chen Lan's voice casually sliced through the air. Boom. A wave of pressure erupted, sending everyone hurtling backward, except for the lightning man, who found himself grasped firmly by the throat, lifted effortlessly by Chen Lan. Upon being seized in an instant, the lightning man's heart raced with panic, astonished at the sight of this Huaxiao individual who could truly perceive him. What sorcery is this that allows him to be seen? How can you see me? The lightning man murmured in anguish, struggling desperately. Yet, his breaths became increasingly labored. Is it so difficult? Chen Lan replied coolly. I initially had no intention of indiscriminate slaughter. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon you. With a swift motion, Chen Lan crushed the lightning man, who exploded in a cascade of flesh and blood. Remarkably, not a single drop of blood touched Chen Lan. All was repelled by a barrier of spiritual energy. Witnessing this scene, the remaining few gradually regained their senses, their fury dissipating and giving way to fear. This Huaxiao individual was far from ordinary. Undoubtedly not a typical Huaxiao person. Who are you? The green giant inquired, his anger subsiding as he reverted to his human form. The terror etched across his face as he confronted Chen Lan. You need not ask further, Chen Lan retorted, pointing a finger. Instantly, a small blood hole appeared atop the man's head, life draining away as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chen Lan then turned his gaze towards the woman wielding thunder and wind, her demeanor now frigid. Do you enjoy playing with lightning? No, I do not. Spare me. I beg you. The woman, witnessing Chen Lan effortlessly eliminate her comrade, felt her anger evaporate entirely. What of boyfriends or allies? Survival was paramount. Thunder, Chen Lan stated matter-of-factly. Boom. In an instant, a crimson thunder flashed across the sky, and beneath the clear blue, ominous clouds gathered rapidly, startling the last two members of the superpowered empire. What terrifying ability is this? With but a single word, he could alter the very fabric of reality and summon storms. Far superior to their attempts at conjuring lightning and fire. Are you truly an SSS-class superhuman? The fire-wielding woman exclaimed in terror. There were only 10 SSS-class superhumans in the entire superpower empire. She never anticipated encountering a Huaxia individual with such prowess. She instinctively assumed that all manifestations of power worldwide stemmed from the same source, unaware that Huaxia's manifestation was rooted in the cultivation of immortality. What pitiful superhumans! Do they dare to compare? Chen Lan chuckled inwardly. Superhumans could traverse heaven and earth, slaying celestial beings and demons. Yet they were no match for the cultivators who could ascend to the heavens and descend to the underworld. The two realms were utterly incomparable. Now, Chen Lan continued, as a red lightning dragon emerged from the dark clouds, roaring towards the two on the ground. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, shaking the very skies. Upon seeing the thunder dragon, both individuals collapsed in terror, their legs trembling, paralyzed with fear. Boom! The thunder dragon descended with a ferocious howl, its gaping maw engulfing the lightning woman, obliterating her existence. The fire woman could only watch in horror as her former ally was consumed, vanishing from the world. Rendered speechless by disbelief. How could such a monstrous ability exist? How could a Huaxia individual be so powerful? Fire, I am adept in as well, Chen Lan remarked. A smirk curling at his lips as he snapped his fingers. Snap! Flames erupted from the woman's body, engulfing her in agony as she screamed. Yet mere seconds passed before her cries ceased, her essence reduced to ashes, eternally lost to this realm. Having concluded the encounter, the clouds dispersed, restoring the sky to its previous clarity. Chen Lan shook his head, feeling somewhat disenchanted. During the recent skirmish, he had deliberately refrained from intervening, merely wishing to gauge the opponent's strength. The outcome left him disappointed. Their displayed capabilities were no more than foundational level, their so-called fire and thunder merely grandiose, yet ineffective. Their true might was comparable only to that of foundational practitioners. Any foundational adept could easily summon fire or lightning to contend with them. However, these superhumans did possess an advantage. Their use of superpowers appeared to incur minimal expenditure. In contrast, foundational practitioners expended significant spiritual energy to summon lightning, often resorting to talismans as substitutes. In terms of skills, the adversaries held a distinct edge, but one must not forget that foundational practitioners also had physical prowess, enabling them to close the distance swiftly and strike unexpectedly. Superhumans merely wielded supernatural abilities. Their physicality remained that of ordinary humans, barring exceptional cases. For instance, the recently encountered green giant likely had augmented his physique many-fold, capable of withstanding bullets or cannon fire, his strength comparable to that of a perfected foundational practitioner. He had also gleaned an important detail: SSS class. This indicated that superhumans were categorized into various ranks. The higher the rank, the more formidable the strength. He was curious to ascertain which foundational tier corresponded to the SSS class. However, for now, his foremost priority was to return and examine that peculiar stone, to ascertain its true nature. Should it pose any threat to Blue Star, he would destroy it without hesitation. In an instant, Chen Lan's figure vanished, returning to his dormitory. Just 2 minutes after his disappearance, a large contingent arrived at his previous location, utterly astounded by the scene before them. What transpired here? Chapter 28. The Apollo satellite has exploded. What precisely is this stone? Chen Lan pondered over the blue stone he had cleaved in two, deep in contemplation. He sensed no trace of spiritual energy or energy fluctuations emanating from it. Moreover, the blood oath method proved ineffective. Even severing it yielded no response. Could it truly be an ordinary stone? Yet, the astonished tone of the heavenly Tao, claiming it originated from another planet, suggested that this stone was anything but mundane. Enough of this, Chen Lan decided, placing it into his storage ring and dismissing it from his mind. If it were indeed an extraterrestrial artifact left on Blue Star, surely someone would come seeking it if it were of significant value. At that time, he could inquire further. Meanwhile, in the previously mentioned mountainous forest, this was our numbered 893 superpower squad, led by Bonabevan, who had awakened the armored abilities of Iron Man, classified as an S-class, with the rest of the team at A-class, yet they had suffered total annihilation. A white-haired soldier from the superpower empire surveyed the grim scene, swallowing hard. How could an entire squad of A-class members meet such a dire fate? Who was their foe? Vampires? Werewolves? Or perhaps the iron-blooded alien? The superpower empire had already manifested a plethora of monsters 2 days prior, the most formidable of which were the iron-blooded aliens, followed closely by vampires and werewolves. To this day, they had not been fully eradicated, scattered throughout the superpower empire, posing a constant threat to ordinary citizens. Superhumans lacked the spiritual perception of cultivators, rendering it difficult to locate enemies lurking in the shadows. They could only wait for the adversaries to reveal themselves before systematically eliminating them. A precarious situation indeed. We are uncertain. Perhaps we can utilize satellites to ascertain what transpired here, a soldier captain suggested gravely. Indeed, I will immediately return to investigate the satellite surveillance. The soldier saluted, and a pair of angelic white feathered wings unfurled from his back as he soared into the sky. Whoever dares to slay our esteemed superhumans shall undoubtedly pay the price, the captain vowed, his expression dark as he regarded the solitary intact corpse at the scene. The assailant had struck with such ruthless precision. Among so many, only one body remained whole, while the others had met with brutal ends. Superpower Empire. Military base. The angelic figure returned to the base and promptly accessed the satellite surveillance. Fortunately, the satellite system was functioning correctly and was capable of capturing images from that location. He hurriedly replayed the footage from a few minutes prior. As the images flickered back to life, several individuals gradually emerged, and upon reaching the 5-minute mark, he spotted Bono Bevan and his team. Standing before them was another figure, presumably the adversary. Without delay, he pressed pause and magnified the image. In an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. The visage of the individual was utterly unclear. It appeared as though a digital mosaic had been superimposed. This was their nation's latest satellite technology, capable of magnifying images to the point of discerning ants on the ground. Yet it failed to reveal the appearance of this person. Regardless of how much he magnified the image, the silhouette remained indistinct, rendering even their gender indiscernible. What on earth was going on? Have you found anything? At that moment, the squadron leader returned to the base, his brow furrowed as he inquired of the angelic figure. The astonishment on the angel's face had yet to dissipate as he shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "I found something, but I cannot discern what they look like. It's as if we have been hacked, and a mosaic has been applied to their face." "What do you mean?" The squadron leader approached the computer, his frown deepening. He seized the mouse and began clicking to enlarge the image. As he did so, his expression shifted to one of increasing astonishment. It was indeed indecipherable. No matter how hard he tried, clarity eluded him. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on the squadron leader's forehead, and soon he was drenched. If even the latest satellite technology could not reveal the adversary's appearance, could they be dealing with a new extraterrestrial species? The two men soon abandoned their fixation on Chen Lan's face and directed their gaze downward, resulting in even greater horror. The Iron Man Bono Bevan had been instantaneously defeated, and they had not even witnessed the opponent's strike. Every attack from their side had proven futile, as if the enemy had not even moved. Throughout the entire confrontation, the adversary toyed with the superpower team, treating them like mere ants. Such behavior left both men in a state of cold perspiration. "Captain, this individual seems rather unusual," the angelic figure remarked. "I must report to higher command. It is highly probable that we are facing a dangerous individual." The squadron leader, realizing the urgency, retrieved a satellite phone to contact their superiors. Bang! Buzz! Warning! Warning! The Apollo satellite has lost contact. The Apollo satellite has lost contact. In an instant, the military base was engulfed in red light, and alarms blared. All personnel and soldiers erupted into a frenzy, scrambling before their computers. The squadron leader was left bewildered. The Apollo satellite. Wasn't he that the very satellite they had just been monitoring? Moreover, it belonged to their military base, a request granted only after a year of effort. How could it possibly lose contact? He turned to see the angelic figure's face contorted with fear, and then glanced back at the computer, his grip on the satellite phone suddenly slackening, allowing it to clatter to the ground. The screen had turned to a snow-like distortion. The satellite surveillance they had just been observing had now completely severed its connection. What on earth was happening? "Captain, it seems we have encountered a grave situation," the angelic figure exclaimed in terror. If this incident had no connection to them, it would be utterly impossible. They had only just utilized the Apollo satellite to view the images, and now they had immediately lost contact. Could it be that the adversary was some indescribable entity? Was it not even permissible to catch a fleeting glance? What was going on? At that moment, a portly man with a balding head, donned in military attire, approached and bellowed, "Report, Commander. The Apollo has lost contact. We are unaware of what has transpired." A scientist, drenched in sweat and standing before the computer desk, quickly reported. "Immediately procure the nearest satellite and ascertain the status of the Apollo." The commander barked. "Understood." As soon as his words fell, the military phone on the scientist's desk rang out. He hastily answered it. The moment he connected, his pupils dilated sharply, his breath became rapid, and his expression turned one of sheer terror. Sensing something was amiss, the commander felt a chill in his heart and, after the call ended abruptly, shouted, "What happened? Speak." "Commander, the Apollo satellite, it has exploded." The scientist collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. The others in the room were struck with fear, their bodies trembling. What? The commander shouted in astonishment, suddenly clutching his chest, his breath quickening, before collapsing to the floor, unconscious. The Apollo had exploded. The angelic figure stared blankly, numbly repeating those words. Just moments ago, the satellite had been functioning perfectly, and now it had suddenly exploded? What on earth had transpired? The most shocked among them was undoubtedly the squadron leader, who had previously contemplated identifying the adversary. Now, he found himself devoid of such thoughts, yearning instead for a place to hide. What kind of entity possessed the power to cause a satellite to explode in an instant? The squadron leader collapsed to the ground, his heart filled with dread. He was certain this was a warning from the adversary. Should he continue to investigate, he might find that the next explosion would not be the satellite, but himself. Chapter 29, Leading the Charge Against the Demons. Your Majesty, someone was spying on you just now. I have taken action to eliminate the threat. Indeed, I am aware. Chen Lan waved his hand dismissively. From the moment the adversary accessed the satellite imagery, he had been fully cognizant. No one could pry into his affairs through spiritual senses or electronic devices, and he would always be the first to know. However, he had yet to act. The celestial way had intervened first, which brought him some comfort. Your Majesty, have you discerned the purpose of that stone? No, it has shown no response. Alas, it seems this extraterrestrial object is not as simple as it appears. You claim it is an extraterrestrial object, yet I see no other aliens aside from those on Blue Star. Your Majesty, you may be unaware that I cannot speak of it. I am under a restriction. Very well, do not disturb my rest. Understood. As the celestial way departed, Chen Lan stroked his chin in contemplation. What could possibly impose restrictions on the celestial way? He rubbed his temples, realizing there were too many unknowns. Why had the game manifested? And what was the nature of that stone? What was the celestial way afraid of? These questions remained unanswered. However, Chen Lan's eyes turned cold. No matter what entity sought to invade, they would have to contend with him first. Woohoo, I'm back. Bang. The dormitory doors swung open forcefully as Luo Tao returned, excitement radiating from him. What has got you so cheerful? Chen Lan set aside his thoughts, smiling. You should have seen my heroic demeanor just now. Those demon beasts were no match for me. I dispatched them with a single punch. Moreover, I acquired an incredibly powerful artifact to assist me. Though I do not know who it belongs to, but it's remarkable. Luo Tao regaled his tale, embellishing it with bravado for a full 7 or 8 minutes. 7 of which were pure exaggeration. Forget the details. What matters is that I looked incredibly cool tonight. When those demon beasts return, I shall send them scattering. Luo Tao clenched his fist, brimming with determination. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky as the voice of the primordial echoed once more. 10 hours later, the manifestation of the monstrous beasts commenced, with a staggering 5 million beasts of the body refinement stage, 1 million of the foundation establishment stage, and 100,000 of the golden core stage. Upon hearing this sudden announcement, Luo Tao's mouth fell agape, utterly dumbfounded. Holy smokes, I was merely jesting. This can't be real. Yet, it was indeed real, and the number had increased, including golden core beasts. Luo Tao felt an overwhelming urge to smack himself for his ill-timed jest. How could he have known his words would bear such weight? Had he foreseen this? He would have certainly tried his luck at the lottery. Ding dong. At that moment, both of their phones chimed in unison. Upon inspection, it was a notification from their WeChat group, chat titled Cultivation Group. This was a chat they were invited to after enrolling in the Cultivation University. And the message was from Yenyu, the group leader. In 10 hours, the beasts will manifest. The situation is even more dire this time. The management department for cultivators is understaffed, so we require personnel from various universities to patrol. Those willing to volunteer may sign up. But the prerequisite is that you must have reached the body refinement completion stage or above. Is this an official school task? Luo Tao felt a surge of enthusiasm, only to quickly deflate as he recalled his responsibilities. I think I'll pass. I need to return home. My parents and sister are still there. I cannot leave them unattended. No worries, you can bring them to the school. I happen to have a family dormitory available, and I can ensure their safety. Chen Lan chuckled. The school had provided him with a family dormitory, though he had no family to occupy it, making it the perfect opportunity for Luo Tao. Really? Thank you so much. Luo Tao exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face. I'll go fetch them shortly. Sounds good. But will you sign up for this task? It seems quite intriguing, Chen Lan mused. After pondering for a moment, he realized that remaining idle was not conducive. Perhaps a little adventure would do him good. All right, I'll sign up with you. Great, let us register together. Subsequently, both Luo Tao and Chen Lan signed up for the patrol mission. Yenyu, upon seeing their names, expressed her delight and appointed Chen Lan as a team leader, assigning him 5 body refinement and 5 foundation establishment stage members to assist him. Chen Lan found it to be no trouble and agreed. It was now 8 in the evening, and in 10 hours, at 6 in the morning, they would embark on their patrol to eradicate the monstrous beasts. Within the group chat, those assigned to Chen Lan's squad were eagerly expressing their admiration for the Golden Core expert, pleading to be led. Chen Lan replied in the chat, tomorrow at 5:30. Gather at the playground. A chorus of responses flooded in. Understood. Since you'll be leading the team, I'll stay back to protect my family, Luo Tao contemplated. Sighing heavily. Have faith in me. Your family will be safe, Chen Lan assured with a smile. As a mighty emperor, surely he could safeguard a few ordinary folk. All right. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Tao decided to trust Chen Lan. By the way, want to play some games? Having reached the foundation establishment stage, sleep was no longer a concern for him. He could stay awake for 3 days and nights without feeling weary. Let us do it. Chen Lan opened his phone and launched the game, and the two began a duo queue. Even in the face of impending doom, there were still games to be played. The following day, at the break of dawn, 2 rows of men and women stood on the school playground. The front row composed of body refinement stage cultivators and the back row of foundation establishment stage cultivators, each 5 in number, standing tall and serious, awaiting instructions. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared before them, Chen Lan and Luo Tao. Upon their arrival, the 10 individuals shouted in unison, "Good morning, Teacher Chen." "Excellent, you all seem spirited." Chen Lan nodded with a smile, but his expression quickly turned serious. "From this moment, everyone must heed my commands. No one is to act independently. Stay close to me, and I assure you, I can protect you all. However, should anyone act on their own, they must bear the consequences. Do you understand?" "Yes." The group responded in unison, exuding a sense of military discipline, too intimidated to defy Chen Lan's orders. With a golden core expert leading them, they felt honored and held no grievances. "I will provide you with opportunities to showcase your skills. Remember my words, when attacking the beasts, aim for their heads. For that is their most vulnerable area, efficiency will increase accordingly." This was wisdom gleaned from his observations of the beasts. Most had exceedingly weak heads. While he could forego this knowledge, the others could not. "Yes, good, your enthusiasm is commendable. Now, let us await the beast's emergence and annihilate them all." "Yes, annihilate them. Let them come and go without return." As Chen Lan gazed at the fervent faces before him, the embers of his own passion ignited within. He realized he had been too modest. With the arrival of these beasts, why not revel in the true essence of a cultivator's life? Thus, he resolved to unleash his golden core prowess and embark on a rampage. Chapter 30. Fear not, for I am here. 6 o'clock. The voice of the primordial chaos rang out punctually. Manifestation of the beasts begins. Random descent. Golden beams of light cascaded from the heavens, with 7 or 8 descending directly upon the playground. Upon witnessing this, everyone gasped in shock and instinctively recoiled, displaying their trepidation. Only Chen Lan stepped forward, a calm smile gracing his lips. It seemed fate had delivered him a fortuitous opportunity. He needn't lead the charge outside, for the test subjects had come to him. "Everyone, do not retreat. Move forward and slay the enemies. I promise you will not perish," Chen Lan declared nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated, their steps faltering. At that moment, the golden light dissipated, revealing grotesque, hulking beasts. They bore sharp fangs and muscular limbs, each distinct in form. Some resembled winged lions with saber-toothed fangs, while others had the body and wings of bats but sported canine heads, even adorned with chicken-like claws. There were also bull-headed creatures wielding massive axes, exuding an aura of menace. Faced with these fearsome beasts, the group hesitated to advance. Chen Lan quickly discerned that all these creatures were at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. "Luo Tao, go up and demonstrate." "Sure thing." Luo Tao grinned widely, bounding forward a few steps, conjuring a spinning small sword in his palm. This was a magical artifact Chen Lan had previously bestowed upon him, a protective small sword, capable of offense and defense alike, a versatile treasure. It could even be infused with spiritual energy for flight. With a mighty shout, Luo Tao charged, the small sword swiftly expanding in size as he gripped it tightly and swung it down upon one of the beasts. Buzz! The sound of the sword echoed as it struck the beast's abdomen, slicing open a gory wound. This was a creature at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Yet Luo Tao, merely at the initial stage, managed to injure it, thanks to Chen Lan's artifact. That's incredible. This artifact is amazing. After delivering the blow, Luo Tao swiftly retreated. As the beast writhed in pain and fury, it lunged at him with its gaping maw, but he narrowly evaded the attack. Seeing Luo Tao's impressive display, the others erupted into cheers, rallying behind him. Upon hearing the encouragement from his female peers, Luo Tao felt emboldened and charged forward again. However, this time, fortune was not on his side. The beast had anticipated his approach and was already poised to strike as Luo Tao came charging in. In that moment, the bat monster darted towards Luo Tao at an astonishing speed, its fangs, sharp as a vampire's, bared as it lunged to bite him. "Oh no, this is bad," Luo Tao thought, attempting to retreat, but it was already too late. With a loud bang, the bat monster exploded just as it was about to sink its teeth into him. "Focus, don't be afraid," a reassuring voice echoed from behind. Turning around, he saw Chen Lan standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The explosion that had just occurred was the result of his intervention. "Wow, Teacher Chen is incredible. When did he strike?" It seemed he hadn't even moved. In a mere thought, the enemy had perished. Such was the prowess of a Yuanian expert. It was terrifying, indeed. He was a formidable figure, When would Luo Tao ever reach such heights? None among the crowd had witnessed Chen Lan's actions, yet he stood as the pinnacle of power. The monstrous beast had been vanquished by him. These creatures are beyond your current abilities to defeat. Allow me, Chen Lan spoke calmly. The individuals present were all at the foundation establishment or physical refinement stages. While these monsters had reached the peak of foundation establishment, they were outmatched. Upon hearing this, Luo Tao quickly retreated to Chen Lan's side. Chen Lan stepped forward, exuding no pressure, yet the beasts recoiled in fear at his approach. Chen Lan extended his hand, palm open, and in an instant, the monsters were suspended in midair. As he slowly clenched his fist, they converged, ultimately forming a sphere. With a resounding explosion as he fully closed his fist, the beasts disintegrated, raining down a deluge of blood. The onlookers beheld this spectacle as if witnessing a miracle. Overwhelmed with the urge to kneel before Chen Lan, was this the true might of a Yuanying expert? With but a thought, he could effortlessly annihilate such monsters. It was astonishing, and they longed to attain such strength. Their eyes glimmered with desire, fervently wishing to become powerful, to be like Chen Lan. Who could so casually eliminate beasts? You are all still too weak. Once you reach Yuanying, you will naturally be capable, Chen Lan stated nonchalantly, waving his hand. A crimson sword materialized and fell before him, rapidly enlarging until it measured 10 meters in length and 5 meters in width. Chen Lan advanced and addressed the crowd. His expression serene, bore the sword. The crowd buzzed with excitement, orderly stepping onto the blade, their hearts racing with exhilaration. This was the stuff of novels, riding a sword through the skies. And now, they were experiencing it firsthand. The sensation was simply exhilarating. Unbeknownst to them, the sword beneath their feet was a treasure of the heavenly Tao. Their ability to ride it for flight was an immense honor. An opportunity many would never encounter in their lifetimes. Once everyone had boarded, with a mere thought, Chen Lan propelled them skyward, soaring into the clouds. Traversing the vastness of the world, he intended to take them to a location abundant with beasts suitable for physical training. The unknown realm not far from Chengdu City seemed an excellent choice. With this in mind, Chen Lan guided the sword towards it. Upon arriving in the unknown domain, he surveyed the hundreds of beasts before him and announced, "These beasts are all at the physical refinement stage, suitable for your training. Begin now. And remember what I said, take the lead." Hearing Chen Lan's words, the crowd felt a twinge of trepidation. However, Luo Tao, displaying courage, took the initiative and charged forward, swiftly slaying a beast. Witnessing Luo Tao's ferocity, the others followed suit, rushing into battle. Many lacked magical weapons and resorted to primitive attacks, striking with fists and kicks. Yet, they were inexperienced in combat, having never faced such beasts before. They lacked even the instinct to evade, instinctively closing their eyes and screaming when the beasts attacked. Observing this, Chen Lan shook his head, then pointed decisively, instantly slaying a beast. When you see an attack, evade. Do not close your eyes and await death. You are here to fight, not to become fodder. The sight of Chen Lan's decisive action bolstered the crowd's sense of security. His reprimand ignited a surge of determination within them. They refused to be looked down upon. After several minutes of combat, they gradually began to adapt, overcoming their fear. And some even became adept at dispatching the beasts. This transformation was owed entirely to Chen Lan, for his presence granted them unwavering confidence, allowing them to unleash their full potential in battle. Time passed steadily. At 8 o'clock, thunder rumbled ominously. The sky, once clear, was swiftly engulfed by dark clouds. Lightning streaked across the heavens, and the familiar treasure ranking emerged once more. The treasure ranking is now open. The top 10 will soon be revealed. Chapter 31, Soul Returning Pill. 10th place, Slaughtering True Man, top grade post-heaven treasure. Reward, 1 forging opportunity for a treasure, allowing for its upgrade. The crowd gasped in awe at the rewards on the ranking. The bounty for merely placing 10th was so generous? An upgrade meant that a top-grade post-heaven treasure could be elevated to a low-grade pre-heaven spirit treasure? But what benefit would such an upgrade bring? It seemed merely a change of name. How significant could it be? Was this a jest? Pre-heaven and post-heaven were worlds apart. Post-heaven treasures were typically forged by many through tireless nurturing with spiritual energy, leading to their transformation into treasures. While pre-heaven treasures were birthed at the dawn of creation or naturally manifested, imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, immensely powerful. Now I understand. I always thought treasures were the same, someone remarked, appreciating the enlightenment offered by the more knowledgeable cultivators. Does this mean that with the upgrade, the slaughtering true man will possess a pre-heaven treasure? This was reminiscent of a game, where one could level up. Such a reward was extraordinarily generous. Those with lower-grade treasures among the cultivators gazed longingly at this reward, salivating at the prospect. The ability to upgrade a treasure equated to significantly enhancing one's strength. Who wouldn't desire such a reward? Even Chen Lan felt a flicker of interest at the mention of this reward. His 2 treasures were low-grade heavenly Tao treasures, and the ranking had assigned them based on the lowest classification. If they could be upgraded, they would become medium-grade, yet his name had yet to appear, likely placing him 2nd or 3rd. This was because the treasure ranking did not factor in rewards from cultivation rankings. Had it done so, he would have undoubtedly claimed the top spot. It was reasonable to assume that the first place on the treasure ranking would belong to who else? Who had acquired the highest grade pre-heaven treasure through gameplay, of which there was only one. Chen Lan, did your name make the list? Luo Tao inquired, approaching him. Yes. I finished reading it yesterday, Chen Lan replied casually. Oh, that's great. Another reward coming your way. I'm envious, Luo Tao admitted, a hint of jealousy in his voice. Keep it up. There will surely be more avenues for resource acquisition in the future, Chen Lan encouraged with a smile. The game had not yet fully materialized. Once it did, everyone would be able to forge treasures. For those sects had treasure forgers, alchemists, formation masters, and talisman masters. Once they manifested, everyone could learn these skills. That would herald the true era of cultivation. It appears that the beasts in this area are nearly depleted. We should head back, Luo Tao suggested. In the span of these 2 hours of slaying foes, the monstrous beasts across the nation have been nearly eradicated. With the intervention of those ranked within the top 10 of the golden list, the task was accomplished with ease, as they had merely come to hone their skills. Very well, let us return, Chen Lan remarked, nodding as he summoned his small sword, beckoning everyone to board it, and thus they journeyed back. Upon their return to the training ground, the golden list continued to announce its rankings, now revealing the 6th place. 6th place, the mysterious fairy, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Reward, 1 forging of a magical artifact, a soul reversion pill. Upon hearing this name, Chen Lan raised an eyebrow. He recognized this artifact as one he had gifted. He had bestowed numerous pills and treasures upon several companions, but none were more favored than the water fairy and the mysterious fairy. Their lively conversation and shared experiences, coupled with their similar ages, made their camaraderie particularly enjoyable, leading him to bestow his most cherished gifts upon them. To the other companions, he had initially offered some trivial items, but as time passed, he gradually ceased his generosity, almost forgetting them. The reward pill was indeed notable, as he recalled it being a necessary purchase for crossing the tribulation within the game. It could safeguard one's soul from dispersing and enhance the success rate of overcoming tribulations. If given to an ordinary person, it could preserve their soul and prevent death, classifying it as a 6th grade pill. The pills are categorized into 9 grades, with the highest being 9th grade, while the lowest is not 1st grade, but rather common grade. Common grade, as the name implies, is intended for mortals. Similar to cold medicine, a single pill can rejuvenate one in mere seconds, alleviating their ailment instantly. Above common grade lies the 1st grade. This particular pill was surely desired by many cultivators and ordinary individuals alike. As anticipated, once the populace learned of the wondrous effects of this pill, envy surged among them. Goodness, is this a divine pill? Can it truly bring one back from the dead? Does the mysterious fairy require it? I wish to purchase it. What a fanciful dream. Such a divine pill could never be sold. Even if it were, the price would be astronomical. No billionaire could afford it. Ordinary people need not hope. Their realms are far too low. The mysterious fairy is in the early stages of tribulation, and you think you can buy the pill? Dream on. How I envy her. When will I ever obtain such a divine pill? With it, I could ascend to immortality. The higher one's realm, the less one would require such a pill. Upon learning of the miraculous pill, the affluent in the country swiftly began submitting their purchase requests across major online platforms. Some offered 100 million, others 500 million, and even bids reaching 10 billion and 100 billion, all in pursuit of this life-restoring divine pill. Meanwhile, in her villa, the mysterious fairy was overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of acquiring the divine pill. It would be perfect for her grandfather. At 120 years of age, his body had reached its limits. Although her cultivation in the early tribulation stage could extend his life by 30 years, his roots and meridians had already deteriorated, making it impossible for him to cultivate. Her abilities could not reverse the fate of an ordinary person unless it involved a miraculous pill. In the end, her grandfather remained an ordinary man, incapable of achieving the longevity of a cultivator. Yet this pill could preserve his soul until she found another pill to restore him. She could never sell it. Her grandfather was her dearest and most beloved person, and she intended to keep it for him. But in the next moment, the golden list announced another name, leaving her momentarily stunned. 5th place, the water fairy, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Reward, 1 forging of a magical artifact. A soul reversion pill. Soul reversion pill. Although it was also a 6th grade pill, it held a different significance. It could truly bring one back to life. One preserved the soul, while the other revived it. The meanings were utterly distinct. Upon seeing this pill, the mysterious fairy felt her own pill lose its luster. Why did everyone else receive supreme treasures, while her rank was merely one beneath the water fairy? This was unjust. In truth, it was quite fair. The rankings of the magical artifacts on the golden list were determined by the level of each artifact. If the artifact levels were identical, practicality or power would dictate the order. Clearly, the water fairy's artifact was more practical than that of the mysterious fairies. As the populace witnessed the superiority of the water fairy's pill, they began inquiring whether she would sell it. However, everyone knew the water fairy, She was the deputy minister of the Department of Repair in the Qing capital. Approaching her was far easier than seeking out the mysterious fairy. Chapter 32. First place. The carefree celestial, the longevity pill. How irritating. These people are hopelessly deluded. Yin Yu switched off her phone, feeling somewhat exasperated. Just moments after the golden list revealed its results, a multitude of self-proclaimed wealthy individuals began calling her, all seeking to purchase the soul reversion pill. Each bid was higher than the last, with the highest reaching 50 billion, all for the sake of acquiring the soul reversion pill. Naturally, humanity harbors a profound desire for longevity, especially among the wealthy. Who among them wishes to die? They toil their entire lives to amass wealth solely to enjoy life. Who would willingly succumb to death prematurely? Standing nearby, Li Zhen gazed at the golden list, a faint smile gracing his lips. Since time immemorial, who has escaped death? Yet, who truly wishes to die? Now, a pill that could grant them resurrection lies before them. How could they not be tempted? Thus, it is entirely understandable. I am well aware. However, this pill should not belong to me, Yin Yu replied, shaking her head. She had never intended to be ranked. It was only due to the carefree celestial gifting her the magical artifact that she found herself on the list. This divine pill had no connection to her. It rightfully belonged to someone else, or perhaps to the carefree celestial himself. Li Zhen remained silent, aware of the intricacies between Yin Yu and the carefree celestial, feeling a twinge of envy. Meanwhile, the golden list continued to unveil its results, now reaching the second place. Chen Lan observed the golden list. If his calculations were correct, he should be the one ranked second, as his name had yet to appear, and it was unlikely he would be first. Second place. Who else? A supreme innate spiritual treasure. Reward. One forging of a magical artifact, dragon blood immortality medicine. Upon seeing the second place, Chen Lan was momentarily taken aback. It was not him, but who else? How could this be? Throughout the entire game, only who else had drawn that innate treasure? Furthermore, no second innate treasure had appeared by the end of the game. Chen Lan pondered the memories of his 10 billion years within the game. Suddenly, his body trembled, and a faint, awkward smile played upon his lips. So that was it. At that moment, within a grand manor in Haida City, a man clad in bespoke loungewear reclined on an open-air balcony, watching the golden list. He was who else, whose true name was Peng Dehai, in his 30s. Though his expression remained calm as he listened to the announcement of his second-place rank, a tempest roiled within him. Damn it, that carefree celestial. This first place should have been mine. Peng Dehai cursed inwardly. He knew that the carefree celestial's consciousness spanned the globe, but this was his innermost thought. The emperor had yet to attain the ability to hear such musings. His second-place rank was entirely due to the mercy of the carefree celestial. In his recollections of the game, he had barely acquired that artifact before departing from the game. Years passed, and the carefree celestial master continued to indulge in the game, sparring with those who surpassed his strength. It is crucial to note that this seemingly trivial game featured battles that yielded treasures, akin to the narratives of novels where one could slay and seize riches. Furthermore, the treasure drops were randomized, occurring merely once each day. Consequently, the carefree celestial master, undeterred, sought him out for duels day and night. One fateful day, an innate treasure of his unexpectedly dropped. Indeed, it was claimed by the carefree celestial master, which ultimately positioned him as the second on the esteemed rankings. Had it not been for the carefree celestial master, he would undoubtedly have claimed the top spot. The disparity between the rewards for first and second place was substantial, particularly in the context of the cultivation rankings. How exasperating. Surely, the first place would belong to the carefree celestial master? It was inevitable. After all, he was the supreme emperor, possessing several formidable artifacts. Such prowess was hardly surprising. Upon learning that the carefree celestial master was indeed the supreme emperor, he found it no longer astonishing that he ranked first. Curiosity lingered regarding the nature of the rewards. As first-place prizes were notoriously impressive, the rewards were bound to be bountiful. However, the carefree celestial master likely had little need for them, for his cultivation was sufficient to acquire everything the world had to offer. Just as the populace pondered this, the heavens underwent a transformation. The once overcast sky suddenly showered down glimmers of golden light, twinkling like stars against the darkened backdrop, leaving all in awe. Stunned into silence, they witnessed an omen. A resounding chime reverberated throughout Huaxia, causing hearts to flutter in astonishment. Ethereal purple divine light unfurled across the sky, adorned by the dazzling golden rays, creating an extraordinarily captivating spectacle. At that moment, all cultivators possessing artifacts sensed their treasures quivering within their dantians, seemingly responding to a call. In the next instant, these treasures escaped their dantians, ascending toward the heavens. Over 1 million diverse artifacts floated in the sky, radiating a resplendent array of colors. They bowed, as if in reverence to the golden ranking, welcoming their sovereign. The voice of the primordial echoed once more, louder than before. First place, carefree celestial master, low-grade innate treasure. Reward, mid-grade celestial Tao treasure, immortal tower, longevity pill. The proclamation resonated with all, sending shockwaves through their beings. Every time a first-place contender emerged, celestial phenomena accompanied them. The current display was extraordinarily extravagant, with all artifacts soaring into the sky in unison to pay homage. Was this the true way to first place? How magnificent! The carefree celestial master truly was remarkable, once again claiming the top honor, and all treasures gathered to greet their king. Wait, what was that reward? Another celestial Dao treasure. And a mid-grade one at that. How enviable. Oh my, a longevity pill. Could it be the fabled elixir that grants eternal life? It certainly appeared so. Surely the carefree celestial master had no use for such a pill, as he had already attained immortality. After all, he was the supreme emperor, his lifespan immeasurable. Desperation surged within him. Would the carefree celestial master part with this pill? He would sacrifice everything to acquire it. What a fanciful thought. Could he truly exhaust his entire fortune? The combined wealth of the world would scarcely suffice to purchase this coveted elixir, an object of desire for humanity. Eternal life, a capability sought after by all, would grant them immortality alongside the cosmos. Who would not yearn for such power? Yet until now, the notion of eternal life had remained confined to the realm of fiction. Now, an opportunity for immortality lay before them. Who would not covet this longevity pill? Not only ordinary folk, but even cultivators aspired to possess it. Not everyone was like Chen Lan, endowed with imperial prowess, impervious to death. Lower-tier cultivators faced mortality should they fail to ascend. However, consuming the longevity pill would alter their fate. As long as they endured, one day they too could become the strongest, heralding a transformation in their destinies. A single pill, and the entire world was fixated upon it. Chapter 33. The Manifestation of the Demon Realm, the Seal of Blue Star? Chen Lan gazed at the golden ranking, astonished to discover that the prize was indeed the longevity pill. However, as everyone had stated, he had no need for it. His lifespan was beyond measure. He could survive even the explosion of the universe. As for the pill, he pondered what to do with it. Perhaps he would eventually gift it to a fated individual. The golden ranking of artifacts has concluded. In one day, the pill ranking will commence, manifesting the elixirs. In 24 hours, the demon realm will manifest, unleashing 10 million body-refining demon beasts, 5 million foundation-building demon beasts, 1 million golden core demon beasts, and 100,000 nascent soul demon beasts. In 4 days, certain sects will manifest. The primordial voice resonated continuously, ultimately causing the golden ranking of artifacts to vanish and the sky to return to clarity. What in the world? Nascent soul demon beasts are set to emerge? This truly spells disaster. The apocalypse is upon us. With nascent soul demon beasts arriving, what chaos will ensue? It seems these nascent soul demon beasts possess the ability to transform into humans. Could they disguise themselves as us, lurking to eliminate us? Surely not. Transforming into humans? Would that not make everyone an enemy? In such a scenario, who could discern the demon beast from humans? What a predicament. Wait, has anyone noticed the oversight? The manifestation of the demon realm. What exactly is that? I know. The game comprises several races and worlds, including the human realm, celestial realm, demon realm, devil realm, and ghost realm, each inhabited by its respective beings. Thus, the demon realm is the world of demon beasts, set to materialize in reality? How could that be? Such a vast realm manifesting here. Wouldn't it lead to overcrowding? Who knows? What if it expands the area of Blue Star? The manifestation of the demon realm is entirely different from the emergence of demon beasts. The former sounds far more formidable. Chen Lan, do you understand what this demon realm entails? Luo Tao inquired with concern. The notion of the demon realm sounds rather ominous. Indeed, it is a realm filled with demon beasts, home to the greatest demon emperor boss at the celestial emperor level, Chen Lan affirmed. In the game, there exists a boss known as the demon dragon emperor, corresponding to the celestial emperor in the demon realm. It is a demon dragon at the celestial emperor level. Yet this boss is defeated daily, multiple times. The reason being, defeating it may yield dragon eggs, specifically from a female dragon. Who wouldn't desire a dragon hatchling? Chen Lan recalled having obtained over 1,000 dragon eggs, raising only one while leaving the rest in his cave. Should the demon dragon emperor materialize in reality, it would likely rank as the strongest after him. If he were absent, it would swiftly dominate Blue Star. What? Celestial emperor level? Luo Tao exclaimed in astonishment. Does that not place it just beneath the supreme? Currently, the carefree celestial master reigns supreme, while the demon dragon emperor stands as a celestial emperor, surpassing all others. Thankfully, they have the carefree celestial master. Otherwise, they would be at the mercy of a demon dragon's tyranny. Indeed, but it should not arrive so soon. Based on current trends, at least half a month remains, Chen Lan contemplated. A fortnight has swiftly passed. And I hold hope that the celestial sovereign shall vanquish the demonic dragon. Otherwise, the world may meet its demise. Perhaps. Chen Lan offered a faint smile. Yet his gaze suddenly grew somber. I have a matter to attend to. We shall speak later. With that, Chen Lan vanished from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared atop the school rooftop, gazing skyward as he spoke softly. What is the matter? Your Majesty, my cultivation is gradually recovering. The voice of the heavenly path resonated within his mind, brimming with excitement. Chen Lan was momentarily taken aback. Gradually recovering? What do you mean? Are you returning to your pinnacle? Indeed, I may be able to attain the consummation of the celestial emperor realm. How can this be? I remember you stating that your cultivation was in decline. Yes, that was indeed the case, but for some unknown reason. I have recently sensed a gradual increase in my cultivation. The spiritual energy in the universe has surged significantly, and most importantly, I can distinctly perceive that the overall defenses of Blue Star are strengthening. Previously, it could scarcely withstand a blow from a celestial emperor, yet now, it can endure one. Upon hearing this, Chen Lan was rendered speechless. The overall defenses of Blue Star were fortifying, the heavenly path as cultivation was recovering, and the spiritual energy was increasing. These signs seemed to indicate that Blue Star was experiencing a resurgence, engaging in a final struggle. By the way, Your Majesty, there is a highly confidential matter I must disclose. This realm is sealed. Chen Lan's heart jolted, and he inquired urgently, "What do you mean, sealed?" Another enigma has arisen. Truly, the manifestation of this game is not a good omen. It feels more like an insidious conspiracy, a hidden grand scheme. I can only divulge so much. I am bound by the heavenly path's restrictions. If I say more, I will perish, and this realm shall face annihilation. Very well, Chen Lan replied gravely. He understood that the heavenly path could not speak freely, leaving him to ponder these mysteries on his own. The world is making its final resistance. I believe that day is not far off. Your Majesty, do you remember your promise to me? I hope that when the time comes, you will safeguard this realm. I will, Chen Lan assured calmly. I am a child of this world. When peril arises, I shall intervene. He spoke with a serene conviction. Born as a citizen of Huaxia, he might be the most fortunate, or perhaps the most unfortunate. Orphaned, yet fortunate to encounter Luo Tao and their amiable family, which provided him with a sense of warmth and belonging. Through a game, he had attained his current cultivation and status. Had anyone else acquired such extraordinary abilities, they would have ceased eating beef on the very first day. He bore no grand ambitions of ruling the world. Should this world be effortlessly destroyed, what boredom would ensue? Who plays a game and rushes to complete it on the very first day? The joy lies in the experience of the journey. If one does not provoke him, he shall not retaliate. Such is the simplicity of it. Thank you, Your Majesty. I take my leave now. Yes, go, Chen Lan nodded. As the heavenly path departed, Chen Lan was once again engulfed in contemplation. The enigmas before him continued to multiply. The unknown extraterrestrial beings, the manifestation of the game, the increasing spiritual energy, the gradual recovery of the heavenly path as cultivation, and that so-called seal. Why was Blue Star sealed? Was this a blessing or a curse? Most critically, with his current cultivation, he was unable to discern the location of the seal. Yet, the heavenly path was aware of it. What could this mean? As he pondered, a smile gradually graced Chen Lan's lips. How intriguing this all was. He was slowly regaining the sensation of exploring the world, reminiscent of his gaming days. This feeling ignited his fervor and filled him with vigor. Regardless of who it may be, he would uncover the truth. Chapter 34. The Outsider with Extraordinary Powers. Evening. Chen Lan, please come to the principal's office. Upon reading the message on his phone, Chen Lan scratched his head in confusion. What could Yin want with him in the principal's office? After a moment's thought, he replied, "On my way." With that, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, as Yin glanced at the message from Chen Lan, she heard a knock at the door. "Principal Yin, come in," she called. Chen Lan entered, striding directly to the chair before Yin's desk, offering a gentle smile. "Principal Yin, what brings me here?" Noticing Chen Lan's casual demeanor, Yin chuckled. "You are unlike others. You seem far more relaxed." Chen Lan remained silent, merely nodding with a smile. "Actually, my reason for summoning you is not of great importance. I have heard that you led a team today to hunt demonic beasts, ensuring their safety, while several even advanced several realms due to your guidance. Henceforth, your position is elevated. You may now lead 5 classes, and I shall arrange personnel for you tomorrow." Chen Lan was momentarily stunned at this news, though he held little concept of these individuals. Even if 1,000 were to arrive, he would still be assisting Luo Tao, idly playing on his phone. "Whatever." Chen Lan replied nonchalantly. "There is another good piece of news. Elixirs are soon to manifest, and the sect is nearing its emergence. We will negotiate a collaboration. Once we master alchemy, we can distribute elixirs as compensation." Chen Lan responded calmly. "Why are you so unresponsive?" Yin inquired, puzzled. She knew that the impending emergence of the sect would be cause for immense joy. The manifestation of the sect signified the true beginning of the era of universal cultivation. Everyone would be able to learn alchemy, artifact forging, formations, talismans, and various techniques and sword arts. The number of ordinary people would significantly diminish. What a splendid prospect. Even she, a major ascendant, was elated. Why was Chen Lan so composed? It was as if he was indifferent to a trivial matter, which seemed rather astonishing. "In truth, I am quite pleased." Chen Lan offered a token smile before adding, "May I take my leave now?" Yes," Yin responded, momentarily bewildered. Without another word, Chen Lan rose and turned to depart. Before he left, Yin utilized her spiritual sense to probe Chen Lan once more, receiving the same result. "Why? If his realm was clearly nascent soul, did he exude an air of profound mystery? Yanyu was perplexed. She had previously conducted a probe, receiving the same result of nascent soul. Yet, Chen Lan's enigmatic demeanor, reminiscent of an otherworldly sage, left her in a state of confusion. Was he a concealed powerhouse or merely pretending? This left Yanyu utterly baffled. Upon returning to his dormitory, as soon as he opened the door, he heard Luo Tao calling him. Old Chen, care to join me for a drink? The students are treating us. Sure, let us go, Chen Lan replied with a smile. He recalled his first experience with alcohol when he had just arrived at university, dragged along by 3 rascals. He ended up inebriated, with the 3 of them carrying him back. Subsequently, they vowed never to take him drinking again, declaring him too weak. I thought you wouldn't dare go. I still recall the scene of you drunkenly hugging a trash can and weeping, Luo Tao recalled, bursting into laughter. All right. I am not the same person I once was. You won't be able to get me drunk now. Okay, let us head out. They're already there, Luo Tao said. All right, where to? With a swift motion, Chen Lan grasped Luo Tao and vanished from sight. In the city of Qin, at a bar late at night, Chen Lan and Luo Tao materialized out of thin air. Luo Tao shook his head with a wry smile, unable to acclimatize to such a miraculous phenomenon of spatial contraction. It's fine, just keep trying and you'll adjust. You'll learn quickly, Chen Lan remarked with a smile, gazing up at the bar. This establishment was the closest bar to Qin University, and it was here that they had come on the very first night of their freshman year. The bar was a hybrid of a nightclub and a KTV, with the bar on the ground floor and the KTV above. Let us go? They're already in the private room, Luo Tao said, taking the lead. As they entered, Chen Lan surveyed the surroundings. The dim lighting highlighted a female DJ swaying sensually on stage, while patrons below cheered enthusiastically, and beautiful women danced provocatively on tables. To Chen Lan's surprise, in this era of virtual manifestations, such bars had become even more vibrant. He could discern that 80% of those present were cultivators, though their levels were relatively low, with the highest being at the foundation establishment stage. Ah, there's an esper, Chen Lan noted, spotting a blond man sitting at a table, his blue eyes betraying his foreign origins. He emanated the same energy fluctuations he had observed from other espers previously. The girl beside him also radiated energy, but there was something peculiar about her. Although Chen Lan was aware that China had many espers, he seldom saw them flaunting their abilities, as they led lives akin to ordinary people. After observing for 2 days, he had grown indifferent to their existence, merely casting the occasional glance without further scrutiny. Let us go, Luo Tao turned back to Chen Lan, prompting a nod in agreement as they ascended to the upper floor. Upon entering the private room, they were greeted by around 20 men and women of varying ages, though none were elderly. Teacher Chen is here. Chen Laosher, Luo Banzhong, please take a seat. We've been waiting for you. Let us not leave until we're drunk tonight. Yay, let us get this party started. Chen Lan and Luo Tao were urged to take center stage. Luo Tao, who possessed a certain social anxiety that could instill fear in others, chose an anthem about brotherhood and insisted that Chen Lan join him in singing. After hearing this, Chen Lan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, wishing he could slap this embarrassing friend who was intent on dragging him down with him. Ultimately, Chen Lan sang a few lines before relinquishing the spotlight to Luo Tao. The latter, undeterred, roamed the room seeking duet partners, later selecting a love song and inviting the young women present to join him on stage. Several young female university students seemed quite taken with Luo Tao, who, being at the foundation establishment stage and possessing decent looks, was an appealing figure. In contrast, Chen Lan exuded an aura of aloofness that made him appear difficult to approach, despite his striking presence. This demeanor likely deterred the girls from initiating conversation. After about an hour of singing, a classmate announced the intention to step out for some barbecue to enjoy as a late-night snack. The group paid little heed and continued their revelry. However, 10 minutes later, when Luo Tao turned to invite Chen Lan to sing again, he found him missing. Huh, he was just here. When did he leave? Luo Tao scratched his head, bewildered. Chapter 35, Mysterious Blood, Immortal and Indestructible. Oh yeah, baby, hurry up. I can't wait any longer. Me too. In a narrow alley, a man and a woman were poised to engage in activities unsuitable for children. Just as the man embraced the woman, preparing for the next move, she suddenly revealed a pair of sharp fangs and sunk them into his neck. Ah! The man cried out in agony, instinctively throwing a punch at the woman's abdomen, only to find that it had no effect. Though he had not yet tempered his body, he had undergone a process of cleansing, yet he could not even overpower a woman. Your blood is truly delightful. The woman exclaimed, releasing him, her complexion paling as her pupils transformed into slits, her fangs glistening ominously in the moonlight. What kind of monster are you? The man shouted in terror, struggling to break free but finding himself utterly ensnared. The creature before him was far too strong, and her fangs resembled those of a zombie. The woman ignored his pleas and continued to bite at his neck. Suddenly, she was hurled backward as if struck by an unseen force, crashing against the wall. The man, astonished, wondered what on earth had just transpired. You should go, a voice called from behind him. Turning around, he was overjoyed to see his teacher, Chen Lan. Teacher Chen, You're here. Leave this to me. You go get the barbecue. All right. The man replied hastily, filled with dread and shame as he fled. Realizing he had been lured into a trap, nearly losing his life in the process, Chen Lan approached the woman, regarding her with a discerning gaze. A vampire? This was the same foreign woman he had observed earlier in the bar, whose energy fluctuations had felt amiss. He had not anticipated that she was both an esper and a vampire. Who are you? The woman cried, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from her lips, utterly drained of strength. William, stop calling for him. Your companion is long gone. I could have turned a blind eye to your misdeeds. But you chose to target my student, leaving me with no choice. Just as Chen Lan was about to eliminate the vampire, she shouted desperately. If you dare to kill me, our king will not spare you. Oh, your king? Is it him? Chen Lan replied with a faint smile, extending his hand into a claw. In an instant, a strikingly handsome man cloaked in black with golden hair appeared within his grasp, his neck ensnared. The woman stared in shock. The king? This man was none other than the vampire king, far across the world. He was the one who had cursed her. And upon awakening, she had naturally acquired the vampire lineage. He had instructed her, along with William and others, to secretly procure fresh blood in China for him. As long as they consumed blood, even from thousands of miles away, the vampire king could restore his power through their lineage. Yet now, why was he suddenly here? Captured by this man? Who are you? How did I end up here? The vampire king awoke, gazing at Chen Lan in terror. Hadn't he been resting in a coffin? What was happening? Don't be alarmed. You've been dead for so many years that dying again won't matter. Chen Lan said with a cold smile, his gaze turning icy. In the next moment, flames erupted from the vampire king, a fierce purple blaze. Simultaneously, the woman on the ground was engulfed in the same violet fire. Not only that, elsewhere, a foreign woman, who was attending to guests and preparing to savor exquisite delicacies, was suddenly engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. Across the nation, dozens of individuals immolated themselves, and without exception, all were foreigners. Before long, the two vampires before him were also consumed by fire and ceased to exist. At that moment, Chen Lan noticed a single drop of blood floating in midair at the spot where the vampire king had just been incinerated. What could this be? From this droplet, he sensed an inexhaustible vitality, pulsating with fervor. Comparatively, it was nearly on par with his own. Heaven's path. Chen Lan transmitted a thought. I am here. Heaven's path replied instantaneously. What is this? Chen Lan presented the blood droplet hovering in his palm. This is. Upon seeing the blood, Heaven's path fell silent for 2 minutes. I am uncertain. This droplet embodies boundless life essence, and anyone who consumes it seems capable of resurrection, even achieving immortality. Resurrection, immortality. If a single droplet could accomplish that, would it not surpass his elixir of longevity? But how could such a lowly creature from a barbaric nation come by such blood? They lacked the qualification entirely. The origin of this blood was shrouded in mystery. However, it appears this droplet has existed for quite some time, likely predating my own existence. I wonder where the emperor procured it. Heaven's path's words astonished Chen Lan. Longer lived than Heaven's path? Heaven's path had likely existed for hundreds of millions of years. Though this was merely his estimation, no one truly knew how long Heaven's path had lived. Chen Lan recounted the events that had just transpired. Impossible. How could such blood be obtained by those inferior beings? This is utterly unreasonable. It is highly probable that it is blood left over from ancient times. Ancient times? How much do you know? I have forgotten. Since I became Heaven's path, all previous memories have been erased, as if something had wiped them clean. Upon awakening, I found myself as Heaven's path. All I know is that my mission as Heaven's path is to maintain the balance of this world, while refraining from intervening in the mortal realm or interfering with human progression, lest I be annihilated. I fell into a deep slumber long ago. It was only when the game materialized that I awakened. So there are many things I am unaware of, and I deeply apologize for my inability to enlighten the emperor. Upon hearing this, Chen Lan fell into silence. It seemed that Heaven's path knew nothing at all, much like someone who had been abducted as a child and forced into labor. Very well, your part is done. All right, I shall take my leave. Heaven's path departed, and Chen Lan gazed at the droplet of blood in his hand, stowing it away in his storage ring. Before long, the sect would materialize. Heaven's path was unaware that those who already inhabited the world of cultivation should be aware. He could inquire when the time came. Suddenly, Luo Tao, who had been singing, noticed Chen Lan reappearing beside him and was taken aback. Wow, how do you appear and disappear like a ghost? It's nothing, continue your song. Chen Lan, disinterested in singing, pondered the origin of the blood. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Cultivation Management Department, the atmosphere was exceedingly lively and exuberant. Chapter 36, Surge of Spiritual Energy. Expansion of Blue Star, Breakthrough of Heaven's Path. In Longdu, at the headquarters of the Cultivation Management Department. I never imagined the Kimchi Empire would reach such a day. It brings me immense joy. Li Long laughed heartily, only pausing when he could no longer catch his breath and began to cough. Just moments ago, he received a call from his superiors, the content of which filled him with unparalleled delight. The reason being the Kimchi Empire was on the verge of collapse. Their nation was about to fall. The game they manifested was a high-tech apocalyptic game, wherein one could use mechs or machine guns to mow down zombies or mutated flora and fauna. However, as time progressed, the zombies and mutated creatures grew increasingly formidable, rendering their mechs and machine guns progressively ineffective. The entire nation was now in dire peril, hastily sending out distress calls to neighboring countries. The ninja faction was unable to safeguard themselves, while the superpower empire dismissed their pleas for assistance, abandoning their erstwhile vassal. They then turned their hopes towards Huaxia. Who would have thought there would come a day when the Kimchi nation would seek their aid? The very thought brought him joy. Then, Master Li, shall we send people over? Of course, why not? They are the ones pleading for our help, so we set the terms. First, they must send representatives, and I will report to my superiors to arrange negotiations. Send them over immediately. After assisting them, we shall return with a resounding mockery. He had long harbored resentment towards the Kimchi Empire, as its people frequently targeted Huaxia, making them a common adversary. Now that an opportunity presented itself to slap their faces, why not seize it? Not only would they go, but they would deliver a resounding blow. Yes, I will arrange for personnel to depart at once. Remember to make things difficult for them. We don't want them to think assistance comes easily. Understood. That very night, a team led by a powerful being in the God transformation stage set out, accompanied by 10 Golden Core cultivators and 100 Foundation Establishment cultivators. They soared through the skies on swords, heading towards the Kimchi Empire. In just 2 hours, they eradicated all zombies and mutated flora and fauna in that relatively small territory of the Kimchi Empire. This astonished the entire nation. Those who had fought tooth and nail, risking their very lives, had found it nearly impossible to eliminate the zombies, which had nearly led to their national extinction. Yet, Huaxia's forces arrived and swiftly annihilated them all. What on earth was happening? Huaxia successfully established its reputation, instilling fear far and wide. It was from that night onward that the world came to recognize Huaxia as increasingly formidable. It seemed to have transformed from a ferocious lion into a true dragon of Huaxia. This act of support resonated like a dragon's roar, echoing across the globe. The next day, news of the previous night's events spread nationwide, and everyone was astonished that the country had accomplished such a significant feat in the dead of night. However, this matter was soon overshadowed by the manifestation of demon beasts. In just 10 minutes, the 24-hour mark would pass, and the demon beasts would manifest once more. This time, their numbers were greater than ever, and they were stronger, accompanied by the emergence of the demon realm. Huaxia was becoming increasingly precarious. This was exceedingly difficult. One could only hope that the few powerful beings would take action to resolve the situation. By the way, how come the esteemed immortal master Xiaoyao has never been seen to take action? What caliber of demon beasts would warrant his intervention? We are more than capable. Indeed. This is the demeanor of a great master. How enviable. Speaking of which, will the elixirs materialize tomorrow? They should, as none have appeared today, indicating they will manifest tomorrow. Anxieties ran high as everyone worried about the upcoming demon beast manifestation. The greatest concern was the so-called demon realm. What on earth could it entail? At Chengdu University, on the rooftop, Chen Lan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the sky. This time, he intended to take action. The reason for his intervention was to test a hypothesis. He discovered that each time the demon beasts manifested, as soon as they were vanquished, another wave would promptly be arranged. It resembled an endless game. The faster they eliminated the beasts, the quicker new ones would arrive. Perhaps he could expedite the game's progression. Currently, it was far too slow, quietly awaiting the passage of time. Thunderous roars. The sky is shrouded in dark clouds, and the thunder rumbles ominously. The voice of the primordial chaos resonates once again. The demon realm manifests, and the area of blue star has increased tenfold once more. In an instant, the entire world trembles, buildings quiver, the ground fractures, and humanity scatters in a frenzy. Chen Lan observes the entirety of blue star with his divine consciousness, confirming that it has indeed expanded tenfold, particularly in Huaxia. The distances between cities have vastly increased. What was once over 10,000 kilometers from Haiqing now exceeds 100,000 kilometers. Numerous unknown domains have emerged, yet these are markedly different from those that appeared previously. This time, they are accompanied by ancient structures, reminiscent of various civilizations. There are hidden entrances behind waterfalls, furnished with stone tables and chairs. There are also caverns deep within the mountains, containing terrifying instruments of torture. Even in the depths of the ocean lies a resplendent palace, akin to the fabled Atlantis, filled with countless treasures of gold and silver. The emergence of many unknown and ancient realms leads Chen Lan to believe this signifies a fusion of two worlds. This purported increase in area likely indicates a gradual merging of two realms, resulting in fragmentation, expansion, and ultimately, unification into a singular world. At this moment, Chen Lan senses an increase in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which has become even more refined. Suddenly, his eyes sparkle, and a smile graces his lips. So that's it. He understands now, comprehending the words of the heavenly Tao. No wonder it proclaimed that the spiritual energy had increased, and his cultivation was gradually recovering. Even the overall defenses of Blue Star had strengthened. It becomes evident that with the fusion of two worlds, how could there not be an enhancement? The spiritual energy from the demon realm has flowed in. How could it not multiply? And as the sole heavenly Tao of Blue Star, how could its power not be restored? It is highly probable that the heavenly Tao might seize this opportunity to break through its own cultivation. The increase in spiritual energy is palpable to the entire nation. Wow, I feel the air has become so refreshing. This is spiritual energy, not mere air. Everyone, inhale deeply and enhance your cultivation. The purity of the spiritual energy is astonishing, and the expansion brings forth such benefits. It is truly delightful. My cultivation has risen. I've broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Hold on, buddy, why the flamboyant reaction? You're giving me goosebumps. Ordinary folks need not be idle either. Spiritual energy is extremely beneficial, so hurry and absorb more for longevity. Upon hearing the word longevity, the ordinary people can no longer contain themselves, eagerly inhaling, fearful of missing out. Indeed, spiritual energy is not only advantageous for cultivators, but also holds immense benefits for ordinary people, akin to heavenly treasures that, when absorbed in abundance, can prolong life. A nationwide deep breathing exercise ensues. Simultaneously, the demon realm begins to manifest. Chapter 37, Words manifest as law, the beast army annihilated. The sky undergoes a dramatic transformation, with dark, ink-like pillars of black energy descending from above. These pillars are falling into those unknown domains and certain cities. The beams of light heralding the arrival of the demon beasts have even changed color, surprising the populace. With the descent of over 1 million beams of light, the earth reverberates with the roars of beasts, echoing across the nation. The demon beasts have arrived. Just as everyone prepares for battle, a voice resonates from the heavens once more. Annihilate. The majestic voice, imbued with divinity, sends shivers through the soul, instinctively invoking a sense of submission. As the command echoes, all demon beasts simultaneously explode, transforming into blood mist, utterly vanishing from the mortal realm. This spectacle leaves the entire nation in shock. What just transpired? The demon beasts, which had been perfectly fine, exploded right before their eyes? What kind of situation is this? With but a single word, all the beasts have perished? That was the voice of the celestial master, who has intervened. Yet this is simply too extraordinary. It truly exemplifies the principle of words manifesting as law, eradicating foes with a mere utterance. How terrifying. Had it not been for the emperor, this would be the power of the emperor, previously unaware of the emperor's might. They now have a preliminary understanding. With just a single word, he annihilated them all? To say you've never seen the world is an understatement. You think we're joking? Forget the demon beasts. With a single word, Blue Star itself would explode. Consider yourselves fortunate he enjoys beef. I wonder what the celestial master looks like. Is he handsome? Does he have a girlfriend? You should give up. You have a round face. Who are you calling round-faced? Who are you? A simple word has led to the instant demise of all demon beasts. The first display of the celestial master's power leaves the entire nation in awe. Yet simultaneously, they feel immense relief. Such strength is fortunate to be on their side. Otherwise, it's likely no one would survive until dawn. Having the celestial master in our country is indeed a tremendous blessing. At the headquarters of the Cultivation Management Bureau, Li Long has already received the news. Within less than a second of the nationwide appearance of the demon beasts, they were entirely annihilated. The one responsible for this was none other than the celestial master. This marks Li Long's first encounter with the emperor's might. With just a single word, he could obliterate what would have otherwise taken them half an hour or an hour to eliminate. Such power is terrifying, overwhelmingly potent. Its terror breeds anxiety, yet its strength instills confidence. Even ordinary people are filled with an endless sense of security. They know that even if the heavens were to collapse, a towering figure shields them from above, so there is no fear. With the celestial master present, the nation thrives in peace. Indeed, with the celestial master around, we feel significantly safer. I have long since relayed orders that no one is to offend the celestial master. At this moment, a female soldier beside him nods and speaks. That's futile. This world is rife with fools. There will always be reckless individuals who disregard their lives. We cannot prevent that. Li Long shakes his head in resignation. Just like those previous idiots who even dared to livestream. Fortunately, the celestial master is magnanimous and did not hold it against them too severely, merely erasing them. If he were a temperamental and cruel individual, he might have unleashed his wrath upon the entire Cultivation Management Bureau, potentially slaughtering innocents in his fury. Once a person acquires immense power, they often struggle to control their inner impulses. The celestial master is truly an exception, possessing the power to dominate the world, yet choosing not to misuse it. Instead, he remains remarkably low-key. Such humility is rare. One can only hope that no one else offends the celestial master. The celestial master has acted again, showcasing his terrifying might, where words manifest as law. Li Jun receives the news, his eyes widening in astonishment, unable to calm himself for an extended period. Is this truly the might of the emperor? To annihilate all demon beasts with a single word? Even he, in the tribulation stage, would require over 10 minutes to eliminate those beasts, as he cannot execute a full map attack due to the distance. That is the Supreme Emperor, far beyond what we can casually speculate. Yin Yu can only shake his head with a wry smile. Thankfully, the Emperor is on our side. Otherwise, I fear I would have perished long ago. Li Jun pats his chest in relief, letting out a sigh. Yes, this is the silver lining amidst misfortune. Yin Yu nods in agreement. The misfortune refers to the manifestation of the game, while the great fortune lies in the presence of the Celestial Master. With his presence, the land of Huaxia harbors no fear, and none dare to offend. But who is he? Does he already know my true identity? How I long to meet him. I apologize, I shall never dare again. In the coastal city of Hai, within a private estate, Peng Dehai lies upon the ground, his complexion ashen, his vitality waning. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he wipes it away, gazing at the crimson stain on his hand, shaking his head with a bitter smile. The Emperor. Truly one must not provoke him. The lingering resentment towards the celestial sovereign has utterly dissipated. The reason for this, however, lies solely in his own folly. The moment the celestial sovereign made his move, Peng Dehai immediately expanded his divine sense, attempting to locate the sovereign's whereabouts. Yet, all he heard was a cold snort, and his divine sense was shattered on the spot. His cultivation plummeted from sacred king to mere sage. Indeed, just a single disdainful snort from the Emperor caused him to fall a great realm. Peng Dehai was completely subdued, his heart devoid of any disrespect towards the celestial sovereign, replaced solely by reverence. Mercy, O great Emperor. After resting for a moment, Peng Dehai proceeded to kneel in all directions, bowing once more. He dared not defy again, for the Emperor is truly formidable. The Emperor spared his life, perhaps out of consideration for his identity as a Huaxia citizen, or perhaps due to the Emperor's benevolence. Peng Dehai did not rise. Instead, he remained kneeling, wishing to do so for an entire day, pleading for the Emperor's forgiveness. If he remained unscathed for that duration, it would signify that the Emperor had pardoned his offense. All demonic beasts were annihilated by a mere thought from Chen Lan. The citizens of the nation erupted in jubilation. Ordinary people kneeling in gratitude, thanking the celestial sovereign for averting a calamity. Their awe and reverence for the celestial sovereign deepened. With such a guardian watching over Huaxia, the common folk could find solace. In certain cities, statues of the celestial sovereign were already in the process of being crafted, although their appearance was yet unknown. The most mysterious methods were employed. The heads of the statues were deliberately left uncarved, awaiting the day when the celestial sovereign would reveal himself, at which point they would be completed. Indeed, it was shrouded in mystery. However, just as the citizens believed the matter had concluded, the dark clouds in the sky showed no signs of dispersing, and the thunder resonated louder than ever. Crimson thunder rumbled ominously, like dragons of lightning soaring and roaring amidst the clouds. The voice of the primordial era echoed once more. In 24 hours, all demonic beasts will materialize, no longer bound by time. In the first 7 days, only demonic beasts below the nascent soul stage will appear. This voice seemed to carry a hint of anger. Chapter 38. Another heavenly path, the great fusion of Blue Star. Again, did we not just finish a battle? This urgency is excessive, akin to a relentless work schedule, where as soon as one task concludes, a new one is promptly assigned by the boss. How utterly taxing. Moreover, what does it mean? All will materialize. Does that imply that every demonic beast will emerge? Just how many demonic beasts are there? An endless stream. We slay one batch only for another to arise. Now we are told they will all materialize, suggesting there are still many left to vanquish. Let us not forget, this is a game, and within the game, demonic beasts are inexhaustible. If they materialize into reality, will they not also be infinite? Goodness, my friend, you've uncovered a critical flaw. If this is indeed the case, it will truly usher in a realm of cultivation. This has already been a world of cultivation, mind you. When all demonic beasts arrive, sects will emerge, and everyone will have the opportunity to learn various skills. According to the understanding from games or novels, demonic beast body parts must surely be useful, perhaps for alchemy or crafting. You possess great insight. Upon your words, it does seem plausible. At that point, no one will remain an ordinary person. My anticipation grows ever stronger. The materialization of all demonic beasts instilled fear among the populace, for this signified that henceforth, demonic beasts would coexist in their world, necessitating constant vigilance. Conversely, some individuals felt elated, for if this trend continued, everything from the game would materialize. Soon, they could learn the alchemy and crafting that only existed in novels, no longer remaining ordinary folk. The true era of cultivation was on the horizon. Indeed, it was as such. Upon hearing the voice of the primordial era, Chen Lan's lips curled into a smile, just as he had surmised. As long as the demonic beasts were swiftly eliminated, the game's progression would accelerate. Moreover, the tone of that voice seemed to carry a tinge of annoyance. Was it chastising him for slaying the demonic beasts too rapidly? Now, the demonic beasts would be fully unleashed, no longer emerging one by one, thus increasing the difficulty for Huaxia. However, this also validated another theory of his, the fusion of two worlds. In due time, There would undoubtedly be a merging of the realm of cultivation with Blue Star, allowing the inhabitants of both worlds to coexist. The technological era of Blue Star would draw to a close, ushering in the age of cultivation anew. Great Emperor, I sense something amiss. At that moment, the voice of the heavenly path resonated. Chen Lan furrowed his brow slightly and looked up. What do you mean? The newly appeared realms emanate an unusual aura, a resonance that only I can perceive, a kinship of sorts. Kinship? Chen Lan's body stiffened, frozen in place. The weight of this revelation was staggering, overturning his previous conjecture. Initially, he had assumed that the fusion of two worlds would inevitably lead to the heavenly path's power growing and breaking through. Yet now, the heavenly path of Blue Star had detected a kinship, implying one possibility. There exists another heavenly path in the other world, and it would also arrive. But how could two heavenly paths coexist upon the merging of the two worlds? As the saying goes, two tigers cannot share one mountain. How could two heavenly paths coexist peacefully? A battle was destined to ensue. The conflict of the heavenly paths would undoubtedly impact the lives of those in both worlds, disturbing the balance. I know what you wish to convey. You wish for my protection. Indeed, Great Emperor, that heavenly path may very well be at my level of the Immortal Emperor, or perhaps even superior. We are bound to engage in battle. I hope you can assist me. You are the heavenly path of Blue Star. Should you collapse, the fortune of Blue Star will undoubtedly diminish. I will lend you my aid, Chen Lan affirmed with a nod. The heavenly path of Blue Star must not falter. If it does, the fortune will be compromised. At that moment, the fate of every individual in Xiaoyao would be irrevocably altered. Fortune is an elusive, intangible essence, yet the more one possesses, the better. Those blessed with fortune may stumble upon rare treasures and divine weapons, while those bereft of it may find themselves in misfortune, dogged by ill luck. Thank you, Great Emperor. Your assurance brings me comfort. No need for thanks. When the two worlds merge, I shall assist you in devouring the opposing heavenly path, aiding your ascension. Thank you, Great Emperor. From this moment forth, should you require anything, I shall face fire and water without hesitation. The voice of the heavenly path brimmed with excitement. And if it had legs, it would have knelt before Chen Lan. Very well, you may withdraw for now. Understood. As the heavenly path departed, Chen Lan's spirits soared. For he had unraveled more mysteries and found the prospect intriguing. He could already envision the day when the two worlds would merge, and humanity would stride into the era of cultivation. At that moment, he could venture through the vast expanse of the universe and behold the magnificent, uncharted world. Wait, Chen Lan suddenly paused, struck by a thought, and gazed into the distance. There lay the superpower empire, the ninja empire, and a multitude of other nations. Each of these realms had manifested elements of a game, and today, they had undergone tremendous transformations, revealing numerous mysterious structures. For instance, in the superpower empire, a skyscraper emblazoned with the letter A had emerged, alongside an area reminiscent of a bioweapon crisis, and many enigmatic zones that exuded an aura of intrigue. In the ninja empire, an extensive village had appeared, marked by a sign that read Konoha Village. Furthermore, there was an island, upon which a colossal creature was absorbing radioactive energy amidst a nuclear facility, gradually growing in size. These were all monsters, characters, and scenes one would expect to see only in films or video games. And now, they had manifested in reality. This indicated that not merely one world was merging. Each nation's manifestation of the game entailed a distinct convergence of worlds. Blue Star was on the brink of a grand amalgamation. The situation had become increasingly fascinating. Would this not determine which world was the mightiest? Chen Lan could only chuckle at the thought. How could those worlds compare to the realm of cultivation? Ultimately, they would face annihilation. Only the world of cultivation, and specifically the people of Xiaoyao, would emerge victorious. Chen Lan felt a growing anticipation. Yet it seemed that more pressing matters were afoot. Looking up at the sky, dark clouds began to gather once more, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. This time, the populace displayed no surprise. Instead, they were filled with exhilaration, for they all understood what was approaching. The manifestation of fierce beasts was akin to the timing of elixirs. Thus, they all knew what was coming. True to expectations, the voice of the primordial chaos resounded once again. 1 minute later, the elixirs manifest. 1 hour later, the elixir gold list is unveiled. Chapter 39, The Light of Fortune, Yin Yu Faces Tribulation. The elixirs manifested, and the entire nation erupted in celebration. Countless individuals awaited the appearance of the elixirs, for this was the opportunity for ordinary people to ascend to immortality. After a moment of silent anticipation, the sky exhibited a remarkable phenomenon. Golden streams of light cascaded from the heavens, swiftly descending upon the bodies of the cultivators. Elixirs were nearly ubiquitous among gamers. Those in the body refinement stage typically received 1 or 2 body refinement elixirs, enhancing their cultivation and physique. Each individual was gifted a storage ring. Upon receiving the elixirs, everyone's minds were flooded with unfamiliar yet familiar knowledge regarding the elixirs they possessed. Regardless of prior knowledge, the moment they acquired the elixirs, their minds instinctively comprehended the information. Simultaneously, the elixir gold list was unveiled, commencing from the 100th position. Finally, it had arrived. My body refinement elixir. I have awaited this for so long. I am poised to break through and achieve body refinement perfection. I have finally awaited your arrival. Thankfully, I did not give up. The day of upgrading through elixirs has come. I am ready to break through to foundation establishment. You merely achieved foundation establishment? I'm sorry, but I possess a tribulation elixir. I am already at foundation establishment perfection. Watch me transcend the thunder tribulation and attain golden core. What? Do I still have to face tribulation? Why did I not have to when I broke through to foundation establishment? Huh. What significance does foundation establishment hold? Does it even warrant a thunder tribulation? Golden core is the true beginning of a cultivator's journey. After foundation establishment, one must face the thunder tribulation to break through to a higher realm, and failure can be brutally harsh. What are the consequences of failure? Mildly, one may drop to a lower realm. Severely, one might fall to a much lower realm or suffer grievous injuries, or even face the terrifying prospect of death. Failing to surpass the thunder tribulation could indeed result in death. My goodness, is this not precisely like in the novels? The moment they received the elixirs, people immediately sat cross-legged. They promptly took out the elixirs, swallowed them, and closed their eyes to commence the refinement process. As they began to refine the elixirs, wisps of translucent mist, akin to steam, emanated from their bodies. This phenomenon occurred nationwide, irrespective of the cultivators' realms, the moment they received the elixirs. They all sat cross-legged to refine them, striving for an early breakthrough to higher realms. Watching the cultivators refine their elixirs, ordinary people were filled with envy. Thunder rumbled ominously. The lightning in the sky grew denser, the thunderclaps louder than before, as if legions of thunder dragons were roaring. Standing on the rooftop, Chen Lan gazed ahead. In his line of sight, beams of golden light shot skyward, piercing through the clouds. These pillars of light ascended from each individual, ultimately merging into the heavens. What is the way of heaven? Chen Lan inquired telepathically. He was uncertain whether he was the only one who could see this. He could only pose his question to the more knowledgeable way of heaven. What? The way of heaven replied instantaneously. It is the pillars of light emanating from these individuals. Cannot you see them? Those towering beams of light resemble the main pillars of Huaxia, supporting the heavens and the earth. Apologies, Your Majesty, I cannot see them. This left Chen Lan perplexed. What precisely were these pillars? Even the way of heaven of blue star could not perceive them. Could it be that only he could see them? Your Majesty, may I be so bold as to inquire what the pillars you see are like? They are golden pillars rising from within people, reaching toward the clouds, somewhat akin to the transformation of a super scion I once witnessed. Chen Lan vividly described. The way of heaven fell silent for 2 minutes, then suddenly spoke, its voice filled with excitement. Could it be that what you see, Your Majesty, is the light of fortune? Light of fortune? What is the light of fortune? Chen Lan questioned, bewildered. After a brief pause, he heard the way of heaven's explanation and gained clarity. The so-called light of fortune is the fortune that humanity provides to the world. When the average strength of a world surpasses its previous state, the world benefits from it, enhancing its fortune. The higher the world's fortune, the purer the spiritual energy becomes, and the probability of rare treasures emerging increases, allowing cultivators to elevate their strength more swiftly. The beams of light Chen Lan observed emanating from these individuals represented the light of fortune, signifying that their fortunes had received a slight boost from the world. The greater the amount of light of fortune, the more promising the future trajectory of the world. In essence, the more, the better. So, it is true that only I can see this. Indeed, that is the case. May I inquire further, how much light of fortune is there? If the fortune of this world increases, my cultivation will also rise correspondingly. I will soon return to the pinnacle of the immortal emperor. Chen Lan remained silent, directing his consciousness into outer space to observe the position of Huaxia. After a brief moment, he finally spoke. There is much, dazzling like a myriad of stars. 5 minutes later, the thunderous roars in the sky grew deafening. It felt as though the lightning could descend at any moment. Oh, I can't hold it in any longer. I must break through. In Qin City, a man sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly shouted, his inner energy erupting forth like a shell breaking free. Thunder rumbled. The lightning within the clouds instantaneously converged above his head, gathering as if preparing a formidable strike. Come. Boom. As the man's voice faded, a thunderbolt, as thick as a water barrel, descended with ferocity, striking from the crown of his head to the tips of his toes. Instantly, his clothing exploded, resembling an eagle unfurling its wings, his entire being charred black. And his hair, having undergone the embellishment of the thunder tribulation, became voluminous. Once more, he cried. Boom. Another thunderbolt struck, and the man fell to the ground, nearly meeting his demise. One more, I must endure. The foundation establishment breakthrough to the golden core stage required merely 3 thunder tribulations, not an excessive demand. Future realms would necessitate 1 additional tribulation or more. The higher the realm, the greater the number of tribulations to be faced. Boom. The 3rd thunder tribulation descended. And amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the man trembled yet rose to his feet, an overwhelming pressure erupting from within him. He had attained the complete golden core cultivation, and all his injuries had miraculously healed. Eureka! I have reached the golden core stage, the man exclaimed in exuberance, oblivious to his own exuberant display as he danced joyfully in the streets. Such occurrences were rampant across the nation. Chen Lan observed from the rooftop, witnessing the increasing number of thunderbolts within the ominous clouds, as countless locations coalesced into tribulations. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze toward a particular teaching building. There lay Yinyu's office. At present, Yinyu sat cross-legged on the floor of her office, eyes closed, absorbing spiritual energy and refining the elixirs within her body. The 5th-grade spiritual energy pills and tribulation-breaking pills were well prepared. With a mere glance, Chen Lan could discern the elixirs being refined within Yinyu's body. He was taken aback by how swiftly she had prepared for her breakthrough to the tribulation stage. It was evident she had invested significant effort. However, would she succeed in overcoming the thunder tribulation? The tribulation for the Great Ascension breakthrough was immensely formidable, the 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation. Chapter 40. Someone intentionally harms Yinyu. I must break through. Only through this breakthrough can I survive in this world, thrive, and be worthy of him. Yinyu clenched her teeth, speaking to herself as she refined the elixirs within her. During this time, she had been diligently absorbing spiritual energy daily, consuming roasted meat from beast corpses, which contained faint spiritual energy. Finally, the elixirs manifested. She promptly took out a bottle of 5th-grade spiritual energy pills and absorbed all 10, brimming with immense spiritual energy, causing her cultivation to soar as she reached the consummate stage of the Great Ascension. She then retrieved the last of her tribulation-breaking pills and swallowed it. Once she overcame the thunder tribulation, she could transcend into the tribulation stage. She had to persist. Yinyu's delicate body trembled, and she let out a cry as if something within her was about to burst forth, the oppressive aura surging to its zenith. She had already stepped 1 foot into the tribulation stage. No, I cannot undergo the tribulation here. It would destroy the school and endanger others. Yinyu suddenly thought of something, gritting her teeth as she vanished in a flash. In the next moment, she appeared in the sky, sitting cross-legged in the void, gazing defiantly at the thunder. Come forth, Yinyu shouted resolutely, rallying her spirit. The thunder tribulation above seemed to comprehend her intent, responding with a cacophony of thunderous roars. The tribulation above her was the mightiest, extending across the entirety of Qin City, even enveloping the tribulations of others. Because of her tribulation, many in Qin City found their own tribulations dissipating, allowing them to break through effortlessly. What is that? Such a terrifying thunder tribulation, extending across the entire Qin City. After the division, its area now spans a diameter of 100,000 miles. Indeed, that direction seems to be where Qin City University is located. However, it has now transformed into Qin City Cultivation University. I have heard that the principal is the Great Ascension Water Fairy. Could it be she is breaking through? It indeed seemed plausible. The breakthrough of such a formidable figure was undeniably terrifying. Yet, it was only natural, after all. This was the thunder tribulation for the Great Ascension breakthrough. If it weren't awe-inspiring, how could it hold its prestige? What a ridiculous prestige. Whether she can succeed is a daunting question. Do you realize the subsequent tribulations are immensely perilous, with the potential for mortal peril lurking at any moment? Should the water fairy fail to break through, would she not be slain by the thunder tribulation, leading to her downfall? Indeed, if such a tragedy were to unfold, it would be an immense loss. As they observed the area with the most concentrated thunder tribulations above Qin City University, many speculated it was indeed the water fairy undergoing her tribulation. Anxiety filled the air as they pondered whether she could successfully navigate this formidable challenge. The thunder tribulation for the breakthrough to the tribulation stage was a world apart from the tribulations faced by those of the Foundation establishment breaking into the golden core stage. There was no comparison. For them, even the slightest touch of this thunder tribulation would result in utter annihilation of their souls. Many were reluctant to see such a powerful figure perish. With the impending apocalypse, losing a single strong individual meant a significant loss of strength. Trouble. Yinyu is undergoing her tribulation, Li Jun exclaimed, perceiving the thunder tribulation above Qin City University. Hearing this, all the working members turned their eyes toward Li Jun. Vice Minister Yan is undergoing her tribulation? Does that mean she is about to break through to the tribulation stage? In an instant, Li Jun's figure vanished from sight, followed by many golden core cultivators who hastened to join him. A tempest brewed, as the skies above Qin City University became crowded with onlookers. Chen Lan, on the rooftop, surveyed the surroundings, noting the presence of over 100 individuals hovering in the air, all fixated on Yinyu. Perhaps they were awaiting her breakthrough, or perhaps secretly cursing her. Within the Qin City division, a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator gazed at the cross-legged Yinyu, his eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. Internally, he fervently prayed for Yinyu's failure. Should she falter, he, as the sole transformation realm individual in the department, would undoubtedly usurp her position and become the vice minister. Yet, before that, he had to conceal his intentions, glancing at Li Jun and feigning concern. Minister, should we not assist in mitigating the thunder tribulation? Are you a fool? Thunder tribulations cannot be shared, Li Jun retorted sharply, casting a scornful glance at the cultivator. Thunder tribulations cannot be mitigated by multiple individuals. The more people involved, the more potent the tribulation becomes. If sharing were possible, everyone could assist a little, and anyone could successfully navigate their tribulation. To intervene now would be tantamount to courting death, potentially causing Yin Yu's failure. Apologies, I had forgotten, the man scratched his head, offering an awkward smile as he stepped back. Yet, his gaze toward Yin Yu grew increasingly sinister. Yin Yu, you must perish here, do not succeed. The hearts of many diverged, with no one truly knowing each other's thoughts. As they beheld the thunder tribulation above, Yin Yu's heart raced to its peak, filled with trepidation. She feared failing to overcome it and never seeing her family or that significant other again. The thunder tribulation had coalesced to its limit. Countless bolts swirling like serpents within the clouds, poised to strike at any moment. Boom. Just as Yin Yu was earnestly awaiting the moment, a bolt of lightning descended with astonishing speed, nearly catching her off guard. The thunder struck her squarely, eliciting a delicate tremor. All eyes turned toward Yin Yu. Some gasped in shock, some remained calm, while others appeared to relish the moment. However, the first thunder tribulation was merely a trivial affair. It did not even shatter Yin Yu's clothing, leaving it intact. All right, bring it on, Yin Yu shouted defiantly. That last bolt was only the strength expected at the Golden Core stage. She could withstand it. It appeared that Yin Yu's voice had provoked the thunderous wrath of the heavens. As the roar of the tribulation intensified, boom, another bolt of lightning struck down, and Yin Yu clenched her teeth, striving to endure. Bring it on. She had already attained the strength of the nascent soul. Boom boom. 2 consecutive bolts of lightning descended, causing Yin Yu to suddenly spew forth a mouthful of blood. Her hands braced against the void, her form teetering precariously. Those 2 bolts had the might of the transformation stage. I can still hold on, bring it on, Yin Yu shouted defiantly. Boom boom boom. 3 bolts of lightning struck simultaneously. Splutter. Yin Yu violently coughed up blood and began to plummet, leading the onlookers to believe she could no longer withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, she managed to halt herself in midair, trembling as she rose to her feet. Her complexion pale and blood trickling from her lips, crying out in a wretched tone. Come, I must break through the tribulation period today. Boom. This time, the tribulation was thoroughly enraged. A thunder dragon descended from the heavens, roaring as it charged towards Yin Yu. It pierced through her body, sending her crashing violently to the ground. Thud. Yin Yu fell heavily, her garments tattered, her body scorched in multiple places, her breath weak, and her vitality unstable. On the brink of death. But now, only the final bolt of tribulation remained. She could not give up. She must break through. Deputy Minister Yen, do not fear. I shall assist you. Chapter 41. The mysterious figure amidst the tribulation. At that moment, a voice rang out. It was indeed the transformation stage cultivator, who suddenly dashed towards Yin Yu. The tribulation seemed to grow even more furious at his arrival, the thunder rumbling ominously. Return, Li Jun bellowed, but it was too late. As the cultivator had already surged forward, the reason the male cultivator rushed out was to prevent Yin Yu's successful breakthrough, which would elevate her to the tribulation phase. If he merely dashed in and out, he could amplify the tribulation's power, and he possessed a treasure capable of withstanding some of the damage, sufficient to keep him alive. However, Yin Yu was different. In her severely injured state, she would be unable to withstand the enhanced tribulation. She would undoubtedly perish. Upon seeing the male cultivator approach, Yin Yu's pupils constricted sharply, desperate for him to retreat. But she lacked the strength to speak, unable to do anything but watch as the tribulation gradually intensified. Deputy Minister Yen, do not worry. I shall help you bear the burden. The male cultivator feigned concern. His ostensibly righteous demeanor deceived the others present. The heavens tribulation, incensed by the male cultivator's presence, transformed from purple to a menacing red. Witnessing the tribulation, despair washed over Yin Yu. She might not endure much longer. Mom, Dad, I may never see you again. And you, Xiaoyao Tianzun, I still do not know your face or name. Yin Yu closed her eyes in hopelessness. Too weak to resist, Li Jun and the others dared not approach. Doing so would only incite further wrath from the tribulation, hastening Yin Yu's demise. The male cultivator, gazing at the terrifying tribulation, smirked with delight. Come, strike down with all your might. The tribulation seemed to heed his unspoken desires, descending violently. Yet just as the tribulation was about to strike the two, a voice resonated softly. Retreat. In an instant, the tribulation receded, along with the dark clouds summoned by the golden list, leaving the sky brilliantly clear. The radiant sunlight enveloped everyone evenly. Yin Yu opened her eyes in astonishment. Feeling the immense power surging within her, she had actually broken through. She had become an exceptional powerhouse in the tribulation phase. That voice just now, was it Xiaoyao Tianzun? Could it truly be him? It sounded just like him. He had always spoken in such a manner. It must be him. Who else possesses the ability to command such authority? His prowess is utterly awe-inspiring. Speaking a single word to disperse the tribulation, I am profoundly impressed. Truly humbled. Wait, Shui Xianzi. I recall she is Xiaoyao Tianzun's partner, and she had mentioned it before. At the time, I thought it was mere jest. Yet it turned out to be true. Has Xiaoyao Lao publicly declared this? His devotion is evident. It seems he has always been watching over Shui Xianzi. All present recognized the voice as that of Xiaoyao Tianzun. His voice was distinct from the Tao of heaven and the primordial sound. Imbued with a touch of humanity, easily discernible. Once again, Xiaoyao Tianzun showcased his ability to command the heavens with a mere utterance. The power to disperse an enraged tribulation with a single word is nothing short of terrifying. Where are you? Yanyu suddenly called out, searching frantically around her. She understood that Xiaoyao Tianzun had saved her. It dawned on her that he had been silently watching over her, knowing her well. Yet she remained ignorant of him. How is this fair? It is unjust. But no matter how she shouted, there was no response from Xiaoyao Tianzun. Instinctively, she activated her spiritual sense, attempting to locate his presence. She assumed he was close by, but upon scanning the area, aside from those from the Department of Cultivation Management, it seemed, why is Chen Lan over there? Yet he could not be Xiaoyao Tianzun. He was merely a nascent soul. After searching throughout Qin City, despair engulfed Yanyu as she realized Xiaoyao Tianzun might not be within the city. His spiritual sense was so vast that he could observe her from afar. He need not be in Qin City. Still, she could not find him. Meanwhile, the distant Chen Lan, the very individual Yanyu had dismissed as a potential answer, observed the despondent expression on her beautiful face with a hint of amusement. When fate is ripe, we shall naturally meet. In an instant, Yanyu abruptly lifted her head. She once again heard Xiaoyao Tianzun's voice. Where are you? What do you mean by fate not being ripe? Why do you say that? Yanyu shouted, yet the others looked at her in bewilderment. After a few moments, Yanyu realized that this was a telepathic communication from Xiaoyao Tianzun, inaudible to those around her. At once, her face flushed crimson like a teapot. Her gaze lowered, too embarrassed to speak further. Just then, Xiaoyao Tianzun's voice resounded once more. Li Cheng, this was a name. The male cultivator who had previously attempted to harm Yanyu was instantly taken aback upon hearing his name, glancing around in panic. Who? Who called me? Your malevolence. Seeking to harm Yanyu disqualifies you from serving in the National Department. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng immediately fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. He was bewildered as to how Xiaoyao Tianzun had learned of his intentions, yet now, pleading for his life was of utmost importance. Annihilate. No, please no. In the eyes of the terrified onlookers, Li Cheng disintegrated into a wisp of gray smoke, dissipating into the sky. From that moment forth, Li Cheng ceased to exist. Li Zhen was the most astonished, unable to sense even a hint of spiritual energy fluctuations, completely unaware of how Li Cheng had perished. It was as if he had naturally transformed into smoke and vanished. Is this the might of a sovereign? Truly terrifying. After Li Cheng's demise, the crowd remained silent for a lengthy period, yet no further words from Xiaoyao Tianzun were heard. Has the great Xiaoyao departed? One person finally broke the silence, prompting others to exhale in relief. It is good that he has left. Let us return, Li Zhen said. Glancing at Yanyu and giving a slight nod, his gaze now imbued with a hint of reverence. From this day forth, Yanyu's status will undergo a monumental transformation. Previously, when she claimed to be the Tao partner of the unfettered Celestial, few believed her. After all, it was merely within the realm of a game. The unfettered Celestial may not have truly harbored affection for her, and it was often regarded as a jest. Yet today, the unfettered Celestial intervened to rescue Yanyu, unequivocally affirming that he is indeed her Tao partner, ever watchful over her. This is a form of intimidation. Chen Lan stood on the rooftop, hands clasped behind his back, observing the crowd disperse. No one harbored suspicions about him, nor would anyone dare to associate him with the unfettered Celestial. How intriguing. A faint smile graced Chen Lan's lips as he gazed skyward. Did you witness that? To the great emperor, what did you see? Nothing, Chen Lan replied, shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate. Instead, his gaze fixated on the location where the thunder tribulation had vanished, his expression grave. He hoped he had merely misperceived, for in the depths of that thunder tribulation, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure. Chapter 42, The Thunder Tribulation Cowers, Time Gem. It quickly became the talk of the nation that a single word from the unfettered Celestial could disperse the thunder tribulation. Once mere mortals revered him as a deity. Now cultivators bowed in worship. I yearn to break through, yet I lack the confidence to face the thunder tribulation. I beseech the great unfettered one to assist me in overcoming it. O unfettered Celestial, grant me your blessings for a successful breakthrough. If a mere word can dispel the thunder tribulation, could he not help everyone achieve their breakthroughs? I beg you, great unfettered one. In their lifetimes, many had never pleaded with another, but now they sought the unfettered Celestial for the power to ascend. Countless individuals knelt and bowed in various directions, imploring divine protection. The thunder tribulation was a feared adversary. Failure meant utter annihilation. Yet soon, as some began to break through, they discovered the thunder tribulation had not materialized. The sky remained a pristine blue, devoid of even a single cloud. They instantly realized that the thunder tribulation dared not appear, terrified of the unfettered one. It had fled in cowardice. With this realization, hesitation evaporated, and they hastily consumed elixirs, embarking on their breakthroughs. Regardless of how many achieved their ascension, or the realm they transcended to, the thunder tribulation was nowhere to be found. In that moment, a collective cheer erupted, as all expressed their gratitude to the unfettered celestial. "Ah, so easily frightened," Chen Lan remarked with a helpless smile. He had not anticipated that a single utterance would send the thunder tribulation fleeing, rendering it too intimidated to appear. Nevertheless, this was a fortuitous turn of events. At least everyone could proceed with their breakthroughs in peace. After casting one last glance at the sky, he descended from the rooftop. Though the figure had vanished in an instant, he was certain of his observation. Indeed, someone had stood within the thunder tribulation. Who could it be? Yet, the mere ability to stand within such a phenomenon implied mastery over its power. Who could it possibly be? The mysteries continued to multiply, and Chen Lan found himself increasingly intrigued. This gradual exploration of the main storyline was, after all, the essence of the game's allure. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Luo Tao engrossed in Douyin on his bed. "You're back. Did you receive the elixirs?" Upon noticing Chen Lan's entrance, Luo Tao immediately approached, rubbing his hands together eagerly. "I did. What's the matter?" Chen Lan inquired, furrowing his brow in suspicion. That expression indicated trouble. "Brother Chen, how many spirit chi elixirs do you have? Could you spare me a few?" Luo Tao implored, his hands fidgeting. As a mere body refinement stage player, he had yet to acquire a single elixir. Having just seen numerous individuals consume spirit chi elixirs on Douyin, rapidly ascending in power. And with the absence of the thunder tribulation, he was eager to break through himself. "How many do you need?" Chen Lan asked casually, then directed his consciousness to the second storage ring on his hand. This ring, bestowed upon him after the elixirs materialized, contained a vast space, and most impressively, it was overflowing with elixirs. Mountains of elixirs filled the ring. At the time, he was puzzled. He had clearly reached the game's elixir cap of 999. Why were there so many more upon materialization? But soon, a new memory and understanding dawned upon him. The materialization encompassed all elixirs obtained in the game, including those exceeding the limit. Elixirs, particularly those below the third tier, such as body refinement elixirs and spirit chi elixirs, were the easiest to acquire. Simply slaying monsters would yield them. After all, it was a game. Defeating monsters and looting treasures was only logical. Moreover, in the game, alchemy involved gathering materials, with the system aiding in the refinement, and the success rate could be enhanced with certain items. Each time he refined elixirs, he achieved a 100 success rate, producing 7 or 8 at a time, and sometimes even more than a dozen. Hence, the abundance of elixirs. I don't need that many, just 10 would suffice. Do you have that? Luo Tao pondered for 2 minutes before hesitantly speaking. Just 10? Chen Lan responded incredulously. Am I to be underestimated? After all, I am the Supreme Emperor. With a casual wave of his hand, several bottles containing 10 spirit chi elixirs each appeared on the ground. Here are over 100 spirit chi elixirs. Take them and use them. If you require more, come find me. From now on, I shall be your benefactor. Luo Tao's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the multitude of elixir bottles, utterly speechless. But in the next moment, he abruptly knelt, clasping Chen Lan's leg, and cried out, "Brother, no, my adoptive father. From now on, you shall be my adoptive father. I bow to you. Get off, you pest." Chen Lan exclaimed, disdainfully shaking his leg, and produced a few more elixir bottles. These contain cleansing marrow elixirs and body refinement elixirs. Take them back for your parents. They will aid their swift ascension to the body refinement stage. Of course. Beloved adoptive father, Luo Tao replied. Get lost. Who wants a son as ugly as you? I'm a paragon of elegance. Oh, so you're feeling bold now? What? Do you not approve? Shall I take back the elixirs? Don't. My adoptive father has a delightful sense of humor. I was merely impetuous earlier. I shall promptly deliver the elixirs to you, my esteemed father. Chen Lan shook his head in disbelief. He had never encountered such unabashed audacity. Watching Luo Tao depart, he sighed. Superpower Empire. In a structure resembling a white palace, 5 individuals convened in the conference hall. Among them sat a middle-aged man with golden hair, the ruler of the Superpower Empire, Norberto Orlando. Flanking him were 2 elderly generals, wielding unparalleled military authority. The remaining 2 were merely heads of certain departments. Today, the items have manifested in reality, and our overall strength has doubled. Do any of you have something to say? Norberto Orlando surveyed the other 4, speaking in a measured tone. Indeed, the items have been materialized, yet we have yet to locate those individuals. The top 5 on the item list are of paramount importance. The elder on the left interjected. We have found them, Norberto Orlando replied with a faint smile, clapping his hands. Instantly, the doors of the conference hall swung open, and 5 individuals, both men and women, entered. Please introduce yourselves, the ruler of the Superpower Empire urged with a smile. I am the bearer of the time gem. ranked first on the leaderboard, and I have chosen the moniker Time Traveler for myself, announced the red-haired man who walked in first. The Time Gem, originating from the Superpower Alliance game. It is an extraordinarily potent gem with the ability to alter time and reverse the future, holding infinite possibilities. The Time Gem. Upon hearing the name of this gem, the four-seated individuals were taken aback in astonishment. This is indeed one of the most formidable gems within the realm of the game, endowed with the terrifying abilities to manipulate time and foresee the future. Such extraordinary power within their nation is akin to adding wings to a tiger. The might of time is well known. It can reverse futures and alter numerous events. With this gem in our possession, our forthcoming plans shall be executed with utmost certainty. Chapter 43. The Super Gem. Gazing into the future, where do these Huaxia people come from? The assembly nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly endorsing the sovereign's declaration. The Time Gem is undeniably a potent artifact. Subsequently, the remaining four individuals began to introduce themselves. The Power Hero, who wields the Power Gem, granting him boundless strength and the ability to replicate others' powers, provided his own physique can withstand such might. The Soul Hero, master of the Soul Gem, which allows him to command souls, strip them away, rendering them utterly obedient, or even create new souls. The Space Hero, who commands the Space Gem, capable of displacing, expanding, arranging, or even conjuring new dimensions. Lastly, the Dream Hero, bearer of the Reality Gem, which can alter reality itself, fabricating events that could not possibly occur in the real world. 5 gems, each held by one of the 5, each possessing incomprehensible power, coveted by all across the globe. Remarkably, they now reside entirely within the superpower empire. With 5 individuals and 5 gems, it signifies that we are invincible in this world. The sovereign threw back his head and laughed heartily, nearly delirious with joy. The others joined in, equally convinced of their invulnerability. Next, let us deliberate on our new scheme. I propose a global competition, inviting participants from various nations to engage in battle, thereby testing their strengths while seizing their resources. The sovereign turned to the assembly, speaking with gravitas. In this global contest, he could send forth whomever he wished to gauge the capabilities of other nations. Should any nation prove overly weak, it would become a target for a full-scale assault and subsequent annexation. Conversely, if a nation appeared excessively powerful, they would bide their time, awaiting the moment to sound the war horn once their strength had grown. Indeed, we possess the super gems, and victory is assured. The elder on the left nodded in agreement. I concur, affirmed the elder on the right. Very well, it is settled. We shall initiate the global competition. I will dispatch invitations to each nation, and they are likely to acquiesce. The sovereign declared with confidence. He then turned to the time traveler. Can you utilize the time gem to glimpse our future developments? Which nation stands strongest, and which the weakest? I shall give it a try, but the power of the time gem cannot be overexerted. With my current mental fortitude, I am unable to employ it repeatedly. The time traveler responded solemnly. In the next moment, a green gem erupted from his bosom, hovering within his palm. Seizing it, a torrent of overwhelming green energy surged forth from the gem, enveloping him entirely. As the onlookers eagerly gazed upon the man, a sudden explosion occurred. The man was hurled backward, crashing violently against the wall, his eyes wide with terror. Who are you? How can the future suddenly? His head drooped, and he perished. Astonishingly, the time gem exploded before everyone's eyes. A wave of terrifying energy radiated outward, sending all present reeling, creating chaos. This energy resonated throughout the superpower empire, leaving the populace in a state of shock, bewildered as to what had transpired. What on earth has happened? The sovereign, dazed and frightened, stumbled to his feet, gazing at the corpse with a countenance of utter confusion. How could this occur so abruptly? He inexplicably collapsed, uttering a riddle. Who are you? What does the future hold? What is the meaning of this? Sovereign, what has happened to him? An elder queried in alarm. How could he simply vanish? Could it be that the energy of the time gem was too immense for him to bear? But why did the time gem explode as well? That is the most powerful artifact in the game, without exception, and now it is lost. There is no second gem. Quickly, use the soul gem to summon his soul for an explanation. The sovereign commanded, a thought striking him as he turned to the soul hero. Very well, the woman nodded, promptly grasping the orange soul gem, striving to summon the time traveler's essence. However, after several seconds, there was no response. This meant his soul is lost, obliterated. How can there be no soul? This is impossible. The sovereign's terror heightened, prompting him to utilize the reality gem to alter reality and see if resurrection were possible. Yet, it yielded no effect. The time traveler is irretrievably lost. Just as the assembly remained in perplexity, a stranger inexplicably appeared. All were taken aback, gazing at the newcomer, who was strikingly handsome, remarkably youthful, and unmistakably not from their nation, but rather a Huaxia individual. Who are you? The sovereign exclaimed in astonishment. When did this Huaxia person arrive? Everyone heightened their vigilance, scrutinizing the newcomer, especially those who wielded the gems, each drawing forth their respective artifacts in preparation for confrontation. So it was you who caused this commotion, Chen Lan remarked with a faint smile, surveying the crowd. He had been lying in his dormitory, engrossed in his phone, when he sensed someone prying into the future, and upon locking eyes with him, that person was instantaneously flung away. He felt the energy unleashed by the explosion of the time gem and arrived here in an instant. Who are you? This is the superpower empire. I am the sovereign. And you are invading. Do not be alarmed. I merely came to observe. Chen Lan turned his gaze toward the gem bearers, his brow arching with delight. From those gems, he sensed the resonance of the 3,000 great avenues. The path of space, the path of power, the path of soul. These are indeed among the 3,000 great avenues. To encounter such extraordinary phenomena within the superpower empire was a pleasant surprise. Though he possessed the cultivation of an unparalleled emperor, he was not proficient in all 3,000 avenues. He had merely manifested the game's cultivation while failing to integrate with any specific path. Should he acquire these gems and absorb the essence within, he would gain a preliminary mastery of these great paths. Depart from here, the power hero bellowed, gripping his gem and launching a punch toward Chen Lan. The power gem erupted with violet energy, coursing through him, bestowing him with immense strength, fearsome in its might. Observing this, Chen Lan's lips curled upward. Indeed, the power of the path of strength is commendable. It enhances personal power and can even replicate others' strength. As the saying goes, with strength, all methods are rendered futile. With such overwhelming force at play, no spell could withstand a single blow from me. Bang! The power hero's fist connected with Chen Lan's head, but his expression shifted dramatically, for Chen Lan remained unscathed, untouched even. Instead, he was met with an invisible barrier that thwarted the blow entirely. This power is impressive, but alas, you are unworthy. Chapter 44. Submit or perish. A subtle smile graced Chen Lan's face as he extended his index finger, lightly tapping the power hero's hand. Do you truly believe that a mere finger can contend with me? Such folly. With a thunderous roar, an unfathomably terrifying surge of spiritual energy coalesced at the tip of his index finger, erupting forth like a laser cannon. In an instant, the formidable power hero was utterly obliterated, along with the wall behind him. Moreover, that torrent of spiritual might rampaged forth, piercing through an entire mountain before soaring into the clouds, creating a gaping hole in the sky. Staring in disbelief at his palace, now reduced to an open courtyard, the sovereign was left dumbfounded. Such an expansive palace had been diminished to but a half floor. Who on earth are you? Witnessing the power hero being annihilated in a single blow, everyone recoiled in horror, their eyes fixated on Chen Lan. The sovereign stammered in shock. And even those clutching gemstones dared not act recklessly. Chen Lan remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the floating power gem before him, extending his hand to grasp it. As he seized the power gem, the hearts of the onlookers momentarily halted, their breath slowed. With such tremendous power already at his disposal, should he acquire the power gem, would he not become even more formidable? You shall not lay your hands on the power gem. Dreamer, the hero of dreams, invoke the reality gem to reverse the impossible. For instance, the power gem should not be in his possession, yet now it was. As the gem activated, the power gem manifested in Dreamer-esque grasp. How intriguing. Chen Lan remarked with a slight smile. These gemstones were indeed fascinating. Each gem possessed its own profound path, and employing them was a marvel. In the hands of ordinary individuals, these gems could bestow powers far surpassing those of cultivators. The mere ability to alter reality and reverse all impossibilities was nothing short of astonishing. However, in Chen Lan's eyes, it was merely that, just that. Change reality. You are but a dog of Xiaoyao, at our mercy. Dreamer bellowed, activating the reality gem. A resonant hum echoed as the gem radiated a dazzling light. Yet reality remained unchanged. The others looked on in bewilderment at Dreamer and the gem in his hand. Could it be that the reality gem was ineffective? Impossible. How could this be? Dreamer cried out in panic, repeatedly shouting at Chen Lan. Change reality. You should not be here. Change reality. You cannot defeat us. Change reality. I possess absolute strength far superior to yours. Boom. The reality gem erupted with a terrifying energy, reverberating through the air. Dreamer was flung backwards, eyes wide with fear as he beheld the suspended reality gem. Why? Why is the reality gem ineffective? Could this person before me be someone who defies the alteration of reality? Chen Lan casually waved his hand, reclaiming the power gem, then turned to Dreamer with a smile. Tell me, can you change the reality that you will die next? With a gentle snap of his fingers, Dreamer suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest. His face flushed with agony as he wailed in torment. It hurts so much. The others recoiled in terror, their gazes fixed on Dreamer, uncertain of what had transpired. Yet they understood that the originator of this calamity was the Xiaoyao man standing before them. Dreamer crawled towards the reality gem, trembling as he reached out to grasp it, and Chen Lan made no move to stop him. Allowing him to take the gem, he proclaimed with deliberate clarity, change reality. I will not die, but you shall die. In that moment, the gem in his hand trembled violently, as if on the verge of exploding. Just as the reality gem was about to detonate, Chen Lan extended his hand and snatched it from Dreamer-esque grasp. With a slight smile, he remarked, it appears you cannot change anything. Thud. Upon hearing those words, Dreamer fell into utter despair, collapsing to the ground as he slowly lost all vitality, ultimately dissolving into a wisp of ash that scattered into the sky. I have no penchant for killing. Surrender the gem, and you may live, Chen Lan intoned with a calm, yet imposing demeanor. The gathered crowd trembled at the aura of dread emanating from him. A profound silence enveloped the scene, so quiet that the sound of a swallowed breath could be heard. Spare me, and I shall give you. The woman holding the soul gem made no attempt to resist, obediently kneeling and presenting the gem with both hands. Very well, you possess wisdom, Chen Lan replied with a gentle smile, taking the soul gem from her grasp. He then turned his attention to the man with the space gem. Dream on. The man's eyes darted about, hesitating before finally shouting in desperation. In the next instant, he activated the space gem, attempting to flee the scene. As the crowd witnessed the man's escape, envy filled their hearts, for he had evaded capture by the Xiaoyao man. Run? Chen Lan sighed in resignation, slowly raising his right hand. In an instant, a figure appeared in his grasp, startling everyone. For it was none other than the man who had just utilized the space gem to flee, now inexplicably returned. How did you manage to do this? He had just escaped to a remote corner of Blue Star, yet had been seized by Chen Lan in the blink of an eye. What kind of terrifying ability was this, surpassing even his space gem? Are all Huaxiao people so exaggerated? Since you wish to flee, you shall meet your end, Chen Lan declared coolly. He had previously stated that if they willingly surrendered the gems, he would spare their lives. He truly detested killing. It was far too mundane. If he desired to take a life, he could do so at any moment, for he was already invincible. I'm sorry, spare me. The man suddenly faltered, his limbs powerless as vitality drained from him completely. Chen Lan carelessly discarded the lifeless body aside, the space gem naturally flying into his hand. Observing the 4 gems he now possessed, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as the onlookers thought Chen Lan would depart, he made a move that left them utterly astounded and terrified. He proceeded to toss all 4 gems into his mouth and began to chew. The sound of crunching echoed from his mouth, sending chills down the spines of those present. These gems contained boundless energy, and everyone had been cautious in their usage. Yet here was this Huaxiao man, casually treating them like mere candies, seemingly relishing them as if they were the most exquisite delicacies. It was as if they had stumbled into a culinary show. All were filled with dread as they watched Chen Lan consume the gems until he finished. With a snap, Chen Lan opened his eyes, their depths glimmering with golden light as a smile graced his lips. He felt the profound laws absorbed into his being. His comprehension was extraordinary. And through the residual resonance of the laws, he swiftly grasped the fundamentals of 4 distinct paths: power, change, space, and soul. Each path possessed a pinnacle, and anyone reaching such heights could ascend to an unparalleled existence. His strength had once again surged. He surveyed the remaining onlookers, speaking with a calm, yet commanding tone. Submit. Or die. Chapter 45. A Change of Dynasty. Bow down and submit. With those words, the scene fell into a profound silence. No one spoke. All gazed at Chen Lan in terror, particularly the sovereign of the superpower empire, who was seething with unbridled fury. How could a ruler of a nation bow before another? Especially to a Huaxiao man. I am a sovereign, boom. Before he could finish, the sovereign erupted, blood and flesh splattering upon everyone present. The atmosphere was charged with palpable tension, as every individual present trembled, their lips quivering, holding their breath, afraid to make even the slightest sound. They were terrified that a mere displeasure from Chen Lan could lead to their demise. Chen Lan's actions stemmed from the fact that these individuals had witnessed him, and more importantly, their hearts were tainted. They harbored insidious plots against other nations. In such chaotic times, such individuals deserved to perish. However, the most significant reason behind Chen Lan's demeanor was his aversion to seeing the people of Blue Star turn against one another, for he sensed that the future held many transformations. The merging of worlds, the emergence of a second heavenly path, the sealing of Blue Star, the restrictions of the heavenly path, and the enigmatic figures amidst the thunder tribulations. All these mysteries hinted to him that Blue Star was far from ordinary. And this game of manifestation was intricate indeed. Perhaps, behind it all lay a sinister conspiracy, or perhaps it was merely the product of his imagination. He fervently hoped it was the latter. Thus, he felt compelled to unite the hearts of all Blue Star inhabitants, to rally them together in facing the impending crises. If they indulged in mutual slaughter, they would ultimately march toward annihilation. Now, is there anyone who dares to dissent? Chen Lan surveyed the crowd. Upon meeting his gaze, everyone fell to their knees, their foreheads pressed against the ground, trembling like frightened mice, too terrified to raise their heads. Then, let the soul imprint be established. As his words resonated, a violet glimmer flickered in Chen Lan's eyes. In an instant, all present found themselves suspended in midair, writhing in agony and crying out. It was only when their eyes turned white that the struggle ceased. 3 seconds later, they all collapsed to the ground, akin to lifeless dogs. Yet, they quickly rose, eyes wide with terror, but simultaneously approached Chen Lan, kneeling before him in unison, exclaiming, "We pledge our allegiance, Master." observing the kneeling figures before him. Chen Lan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I have acquired a cadre of capable aides to manage the superpower empire effectively. Rise. He turned his gaze toward the woman who had willingly surrendered her soul gem. From this moment forth, you shall be the new sovereign of the superpower empire, responsible for its governance. As for the rest of you, assist her diligently. The superpower empire must never stand against Huaxia. Work swiftly to unify the hearts of the empire's people. Chen Lan directed his attention to the others. Yes, master. They chorused, kneeling once more. With a wave of his hand, numerous bottles filled with elixirs appeared on the ground, over 1,000 in total. Take these body-refining pills. They are a means to win hearts. He then pointed. A wisp of purple Taoist essence surged into the new sovereign's body. This is the path of the soul, comprehended at your earliest convenience. Should anyone oppose you, exert control over them. Yes, master. The woman affirmed with a nod. I shall no longer concern myself with your former name. From now on, you will be known as Number One. Chen Lan devised a simple, yet memorable title. Yes, master. Number One replied earnestly. By the way, the global competition can proceed. This global contest is beneficial, as it allows everyone to witness the strength of others and their own shortcomings, igniting their potential. Yes, master. After a prolonged silence, Number One noticed that her master had ceased speaking and, upon raising her head, discovered that he had vanished. Instantly, she stood, scanning the others with an air of authority. Commence the unification of the empire. Ensure they do not offend Huaxia or the master. I will oversee the distribution of these elixirs. Yes, your majesty. In that moment, the superpower empire underwent a profound transformation. Save for Chen Lan, no one was aware that the empire's ruler had changed. Even the inhabitants of the superpower empire were oblivious to this covert alteration. The decision-makers of their nation had quietly shifted. In the headquarters of the administrative department, Li Long bellowed in frustration. Damn it, is the superpower empire still refusing to release them? Indeed, just 10 minutes ago, they still refused to comply, a man replied. This damned superpower empire won't even return our compatriots. Days earlier, news had broken that many individuals from Huaxia studying or working abroad were yet to return, having been detained by certain superpowers or due to the unwillingness of the superpower empire to release them. Huaxia had issued warnings, commanding their immediate release or facing consequences. Yet, their stubborn refusal persisted, and their rationale was disturbingly smug. They were living well here. Now that we face difficulties, they wish to return? How naive. The resentment was mutual. Li Long himself felt a simmering anger, having never considered the comforts of home until now. If it comes to that, we may have to resort to war. A man interjected. At this point, it seems the only option, Li Long stated solemnly. Li Shi. An urgent voice called out, and Li Long turned to see a female soldier rushing toward him. What is it? He inquired, brow furrowed. The soldier beamed with excitement. They released them. The superpower empire has let them go. Released them? Li Long was momentarily stunned. Only moments ago, they had been discussing the superpower empire's obstinacy, and now, an unexpected reversal had occurred. What conditions did they stipulate? No conditions whatsoever. They complied without hesitation, and individuals are already boarding ships to return home. What? No conditions? Li Long was astounded. The typically shrewd superpower empire had not exploited the situation and had made no demands. Is the sun rising from the west? This was extraordinarily peculiar. They truly imposed no conditions, and even expressed a friendly demeanor, offering us apologies. Apologies? Li Long was utterly taken aback. Not only had they not imposed conditions, but they had also apologized? What on earth was happening? Had the people of the superpower empire been brainwashed, or had there been a change in leadership? Why the sudden shift in behavior? Could there be a grand conspiracy at play? A man pondered aloud. Such an easy release raises questions about the previous 2 days of deliberate refusal. It feels like a larger scheme is unfolding, regardless of any grand conspiracy. The important thing is they released them. Who knows what prompted this change? But we shall not cower. We will meet force with force. And we have nothing to fear, Li Long proclaimed, standing tall with unwavering resolve. Whoever dares to offend Huaxia will certainly face the consequences. Chapter 46. Cultivating the Path of Transformation, Turning the Void into Reality. In the dormitory, upon returning, Chen Lan was greeted by a large black rat that lunged at him, clinging to his leg. What on earth is this creature? Father, it's me, Xiaoyao. What is it now? Chen Lan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Thanks to you. My dear father, your elixirs are remarkably effective. I have now achieved full foundation establishment and will soon reach golden core. Moreover, my family members are also refining their bodies. I cannot thank you enough. We are brothers, no need for such formalities. How touching. I have nothing to repay you with, but perhaps I could offer myself? Get lost. You'd be better off calling Lan Lan to offer herself instead. Damn it. You old rogue, I knew you had your eyes on my sister. Truth be told, if you genuinely wish to become my sister-in-law, I could consider it. Scram. Ha ha ha, just a jest, my adoptive father. I've run out of my elixirs. Do you have any left? I assure you, once I break through to the golden core stage, I will no longer require them, Luo Tao said with a mischievous grin, rubbing his hands together. Is that all? Chen Lan replied, utterly speechless. How had he never noticed Luo Tao's utter lack of shame before? To trade even his sister for a mere handful of elixirs was quite the spectacle. With a dismissive wave, Chen Lan conjured another 10 or so bottles of spirit elixirs onto the ground. Take them, and cease your pestering, he said, exasperated, as he reclined back onto his bed and leisurely scrolled through Douyin. Thank you, adoptive father. To be honest, I was serious just now. If you truly have feelings for my sister, I wouldn't mind at all, Luo Tao said, his playful demeanor giving way to sincerity. Knowing Chen Lan's character and integrity, he naturally hoped his sister would marry into a good family. Moreover, it seemed his sister harbored some feelings for Chen Lan, frequently bringing him up, her concern almost surpassing that of her own brother. Was he a tad envious? Perhaps, but he felt reassured nonetheless. Don't even think about it. I'm not in the mood for romance at the moment, Chen Lan quickly interjected. What was so great about relationships anyway? Being alone had its own charm. Once the world truly merged, he would simply live as an ordinary person, exploring a different world without the need for a partner. Fine. I'll go back another day and let my sister give up on that notion. By the way, did you know? The Pickle Empire has fallen. Upon hearing this, Chen Lan was taken aback and immediately extended his consciousness to locate the Pickle Empire. What he witnessed was desolation. Flames engulfed the land, and corpses littered the ground. Humans, zombies, and monstrous remains alike. As he surveyed the entirety of the Pickle Empire, he discovered not a single soul left. It was overrun by zombies and monsters. Had this calamity transpired while he was in the superpower empire acquiring gems? It had already been over 10 minutes since the disaster struck. It must have been catastrophic at that moment. Numerous zombies and monsters had manifested, and their weaponry was utterly ineffective. They hadn't even had time to call for help before their nation was obliterated. However, our country had long dispatched personnel for rescue. All ordinary citizens who were fortunate enough to survive. Arrangements will be made for their shelter, Luo Tao continued, his voice laced with concern. Right now, our nation might be the safest and most stable one out there. I can't fathom how many people would wish to come here. The fall of that nation is truly terrifying. Luo Tao rambled on, lost in thought. Chen Lan retracted his consciousness and placed a reassuring hand on Luo Tao's shoulder. There will be more instances like this in the future. The survival of nations, the separation of life and death, these occurrences will become increasingly common. The world is undergoing a tremendous transformation. Nations lacking strength will inevitably be eliminated. Well, no more talk of this. I need to commence my cultivation. I must strive to grow stronger, Luo Tao declared, shaking his head as he settled into a cross-legged position to draw energy into his body. Chen Lan smiled faintly and stepped out onto the balcony, gazing up at the elixir ranking board in the sky. The broadcast was still ongoing, albeit at a sluggish pace. Having only reached the 80th position, yet he paid little heed to this so-called ranking. He too needed to devote himself to cultivation. Although his cultivation was currently the highest, the emergence of increasingly complex puzzles instilled a sense of urgency within him. This matter was not as simplistic as he had initially believed. He could not afford to be complacent merely because he possessed the cultivation of an unparalleled emperor. There was always the potential to grow even stronger. Only through true power could he find peace of mind. In the next moment, Chen Lan found himself on the surface of the moon, seated in a meditative posture, ready to begin his cultivation. Yet, he was not focusing on his realm, but rather on the great Tao. From the 4 gems he had acquired 4 distinct paths. Mastering any one of these paths to perfection would render him truly invincible in the world. However, where should he begin? Power? He already possessed ample strength. The soul? His consciousness spanned the cosmos, allowing him to manipulate anyone, rendering this unnecessary. Space? Even less so. With a mere thought, he could traverse to any corner of the universe, thus eliminating this option as well. That left only transformation. The path of transformation was infinitely more arduous than the others, thousands, millions, even billions of times more challenging. It was a concept so outrageous that mastering it would allow him to turn every impossibility in the universe into reality. He could elevate humanity to the status of unparalleled emperors, for though it was deemed impossible, he could manifest it into existence. He could even decree that this universe bear his surname, calling it the Chun universe, transforming the unreal into reality. At present, he hadn't even scratched the surface. He could only attempt to alter some of the more common impossibilities. For instance, could he transform himself into a woman? Wait, that thought was perilous. Never mind. Chen Lan closed his eyes, beginning to commune with the great Tao, his body surrounded by glimmers of starlight, an omen of divine communication. Gradually, beads of sweat appeared on his brow, and his complexion grew pale. After a little over 10 minutes, Chen Lan exhaled sharply, releasing a plume of white vapor as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. This path of transformation is truly that difficult? For the first time, Chen Lan understood why characters in novels spent tens of thousands, even millions of years mastering a single path. It was exceedingly challenging. He had just attempted to commune with the path of transformation, yet the meager remnants of the Tao rhythm within him were utterly unresponsive. After over 10 minutes of effort, he had achieved nothing. The process of communion felt akin to reaching for a small cat, As he extended his hand, it darted away, eluding his grasp. That was precisely how it felt. The path was evading him, deliberately denying him insight. Perhaps it was his first attempt at comprehending the Tao, and he lacked experience. Shaking his head, Chen Lan cast aside distracting thoughts and began anew. To comprehend the Tao, one must possess immense patience. How could he abandon his pursuit due to a mere setback? He was an unparalleled emperor. To give up over such trifles would surely invite ridicule from the entire world. He refused to believe it. He had only succeeded in gaining admission to the Qin Capital University through hard work and diligence. How could he now be stymied by a single path? He would simply get to work. All things in heaven and earth are subject to change. Transform the void into the tangible, and the tangible into the void. Chapter 47. Wang Zhenghua, the new ninja nation leader. That evening, within the ninja empire. At the Imperial Hall, all senior military officers were gathered, including the nation's leader. The assembly was convened in response to the downfall of the Pickle Empire. The Pickle Empire has perished, and we are the closest nation to them. Their zombies and monsters will surely invade us. Indeed, those creatures have begun learning to traverse the seas, and they are headed our way. Calculations indicate that within 3 days, they will swim across the vast ocean and arrive in our nation, bringing with them impending disaster. We are barely holding on as it is. If a horde of monsters arrives, we will inevitably follow the same path as the Pickle Empire. What shall we do now? The fall of the Pickle Empire has left the Ninja Empire in a state of panic. As the two nations were in close proximity, satellites had captured images of the zombies and monsters advancing towards them, already struggling to defend themselves against numerous demons and giant monsters. The prospect of an additional wave of creatures made their future increasingly bleak. The assembly turned their gazes toward the leader seated at the head of the table, Ri Shangzubin. The leader furrowed his brow in contemplation and spoke in a grave tone. At this juncture, our only recourse is to seek assistance or seize other territories. Seek assistance? However, Your Majesty, we have long sought contact with the people from the superpower empire, but their response was merely 2 words, no time. An officer echoed this sentiment upon hearing it. Indeed, how outrageous. The superpower empire, weren't we allies before? Now, when disaster looms, they abandon us. What shall we do? Should we seek assistance from Huaxia? Huaxia may not necessarily aid us. The pickled vegetable empire has already extended their support. We are of no consequence to them. If they refuse to help, we could simply mobilize our entire nation and seize Huaxia for ourselves. The crowd expressed their indignation, growing more fervent with each word, practically itching to launch an all-out assault on Huaxia. Silence. The monarch slammed his hand down on the table, instantly quieting the room. The atmosphere became unbearably tense. Each person falling silent, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded the monarch. Prepare a strategy and get ready to march into Huaxia. The monarch spoke in a grave tone. The world has changed drastically. The former alliance must be dismantled. Yes. The crowd responded with fervor, their spirits lifted. An overwhelming excitement coursing through them. At last, war was on the horizon. Absolutely not. Just then, a voice suddenly broke through. Everyone was taken aback, turning toward the source of the voice to find a scruffy middle-aged man who had inexplicably appeared. Moreover, he bore the features of a Huaxia person. A Huaxia person? How dare you show your face here? A male officer barked coldly. This was the parliament of the Ninja Empire. How could a Huaxia citizen be present? Who are you? The monarch demanded, his voice low, as the nearby ninjas encircled him protectively. Do not be alarmed. I am not your enemy. I have come to save you. Wang Zhenghua said with a calm smile. He had been listening to their conversation from the beginning. He understood that the Ninja Empire was on the brink of collapse. If the creatures and zombies from the pickled vegetable empire were to descend upon them, they would surely suffer greatly. Thus, it was time for him to make his entrance, display his might, and ultimately bring the entire Ninja Empire under his command. Save us. We do not require assistance from Huaxia. A male officer shouted in anger. Enough of this noise. Can you not listen to me seriously? Wang Zhenghua's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a hand formed of spiritual energy toward the officer. With a resounding crash, the officer was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, leaving the onlookers in shock. Even those with ninja prowess trembling in fear, nearly wetting themselves. What do you intend to do? The monarch stammered, trembling as he pointed at Wang Zhenghua in terror. This Huaxia man exuded an aura of danger, akin to a lion that kills without a second thought. Surrender to me, and hand over the monarch, Wang Zhenghua stated coldly. Impossible. The monarch instinctively retorted. As the sovereign of a nation, how could he easily relinquish his position? In that case, you shall die? Wang Zhenghua replied coldly, raising his hand once more. With a thunderous boom, the monarch and the surrounding ninjas fell lifelessly, their bodies reduced to a mere puddle of blood. Now, who among you still dares to defy me? Wang Zhenghua surveyed the crowd, who, one by one, knelt down, too intimidated to resist. Thus, I am now your new monarch. Yes, your majesty. The crowd echoed in unison, quickly submitting to Wang Zhenghua. Despite witnessing the death of their former monarch, they felt no sorrow, but rather a sense of exhilaration, for they now had a stronger leader to guide them through these chaotic times. Your majesty, the zombie creatures are about to attack. What should we do? An officer inquired. I shall take charge, Wang Zhenghua replied nonchalantly, leisurely walking to the monarch's seat and sitting down. He caressed the table and chairs, smiling broadly. He could hardly believe he had ascended to the position of a sovereign. Reflecting on his past days of fleeing, where he endured hardships, he felt fortunate that he had once taken a small amount of money from a bank robbery to indulge in that game. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Rather than sitting in this position of power, it seemed that fate had not wished for his demise, granting him a second chance. Your Majesty, shall we still march into Huaxia? Absolutely not. We cannot invade Huaxia at present. Wang Zhenghua shook his head. Huaxia is protected by sages and powerful figures, as a quasi-saint. He understood how formidable those individuals were. If a small nation were to attack Huaxia, it would surely be annihilated. Though he could not attack now, the future remained uncertain. When it came to Huaxia, Wang Zhenghua felt a seething rage. He despised that nation. One day, he would lead an army to strike against Huaxia and exact vengeance on those who had wronged him. His hatred had begun the moment they sentenced him to death. Now that he had the opportunity for retaliation, he must bide his time, waiting until he possessed the strength to return. At that moment, a military officer's phone rang, jolting everyone present. They hastily looked to Wang Zhenghua, fearful of inciting his wrath. Answer it, Wang Zhenghua instructed coolly. The officer nodded repeatedly and answered the call. Instantly, his eyes widened in shock, his expression brimming with excitement. What? Godzilla has been killed? At this revelation, the entire assembly of officers gasped in astonishment. Godzilla, a creature that had manifested not long ago and was immensely powerful, was a foe they could hardly contend with. Yet, it seemed the creature had been too lethargic to engage them, merely seeking a place to slumber. Now it had been slain? Who killed it? What? It was Sadako? Sadako? The crowd was utterly bewildered. Wasn't Sadako merely a ghost? How could she possibly slay Godzilla? Surely, this was a jest. Hearing this, Wang Zhenghua expanded his consciousness, perceiving the entirety of the ninja empire. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes, a smile creeping onto his lips. He had not anticipated that this diminutive nation harbored such a creature. It would be delightful to keep it as a pet. Chapter 48, Sadako's Demise. The Fall of the Slayer. Amidst the smoke of battle and the ruins, a massive beast's carcass lay quietly on the ground. This was Godzilla, the creature that had caused the ninja empire so much fear and worry in recent days. Now, it lay dead beyond any hope of revival. At that moment, a figure clad in white stood beside Godzilla's corpse, gnawing on its flesh and mumbling to itself. Kill the monsters. I must grow stronger to serve my master. Upon closer inspection, this white-clad figure possessed skin as pale as snow, with a face devoid of features, hauntingly white. It was none other than the Sadako released by Chen Lan, now feasting ravenously on Godzilla's remains. The flesh was infused with vast amounts of radioactive energy. And after Chen Lan's transformation, Sadako had grown extraordinarily powerful. Not only could she absorb energy by instilling fear in others, but she could also siphon energy from other beings, converting it into spiritual energy to enhance her cultivation. This would allow her to begin ascending in rank. I never expected to encounter such a creature in this tiny nation. How peculiar. Just then, a rather sleazy male voice suddenly rang out. Sadako turned her head to see Wang Zhenghua, immediately baring her teeth and claws in a menacing display. Wang Zhenghua scrutinized Sadako, aware that such specters existed in the ninja empire. This one was known as Sadako. However, this Sadako was somewhat unique. Within her, there was spiritual energy, and her cultivation level was not low. She had reached the transformation stage. In Wang Zhenghua's eyes, Sadako had already attained the transformation stage. This entity, day and night, slaughters and devours monsters, ultimately enhancing its own cultivation. Unlike cultivators, it requires only to absorb energy to swiftly elevate its realm. Sadako engaged in little conversation with Wang Zhenghua, promptly unleashing her illusionary arts in an attempt to ensnare him in a dreamscape. As Wang Zhenghua felt the temperature around him plummet, a smirk graced his lips. A mere transformation stage being dares to ensnare me in an illusion? Humph. With just a disdainful snort, a terrifying pressure erupted forth. Sadako was violently propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several dozen times before she finally came to a stop. In a single blow, she was gravely injured, her form becoming ethereal, as if she were on the verge of disappearing. You shall serve my purpose, Wang Zhenghua intoned coldly. Such a creature must be harnessed for his own designs. This would be the divine weapon to overturn the power of Huaxia. With outstretched hands, he drew Sadako toward him, clutching her tightly as boundless spiritual energy surged into her mind, intending to imprint his own soul mark upon her, binding her to his will. Buzz. Bang. A crisp sound emanated from her soul, and Wang Zhenghua was flung backward, crashing to the ground in a manner akin to Sadako. Rolling several times before coming to a halt. PFF. He spewed forth a spray of crimson blood, his expression one of terror as he gazed at the fallen Sadako, his complexion paling drastically. What was that? His soul imprint had yet to settle when he was met with an inexplicably formidable counterattack. It was a soul assault of terrifying magnitude. His very essence had been grievously wounded, and it would take eons to recover without miraculous elixirs. At that moment, a shadowy figure gradually materialized above Sadako's head. Wang Jinghua's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the apparition. Who are you? This figure appeared astonishingly youthful. Seemingly in their 20s, how could they possess such immense power? No need for inquiries. You have slain my servant, and you shall pay the price. The soul avatar of Chen Lan intoned coldly. This was his avatar embedded within Sadako's essence, allowing him to sense any peril she faced and intervene immediately. After all, she was his servant. He could not tolerate others bullying her. And no, please. Great One, I was wrong. I am a quasi-saint. I would surely be of use to you as your servant. Wang Zhenghua implored, instinctively kneeling in desperation. Upon hearing this, Chen Lan did not relent. Instead, a surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, penetrating Wang Zhenghua's mind. Whether you are of use, I shall ascertain, he declared. Soul search. In an instant, Wang Zhenghua thrashed violently, his eyes rolling back, howls of agony escaping his lips. As the spiritual energy rampaged through his mind, mercilessly ravaging his psyche, the sensation was akin to wishing for death. A felon, annihilating an entire family of 13, all because they were city management? Your father was a street vendor, operating unlawfully. It was only right for the city management to ask him to leave. He merely succumbed to a heart attack on the way, and you blame the city management for such heinous acts. And a woman who committed bank robbery. Individuals like you are unworthy to be my servant. Chen Lan spoke coldly. His hands clenched into fists as Wang Zhenghua burst apart. Having sifted through Wang Zhenghua's soul, Chen Lan unearthed many hidden secrets, revealing his brutal savagery and the filth of his heart. A hardened criminal, a traitor to his nation, he was unworthy of being his servant. In an instant, the heavens roared with thunder, dark clouds gathering ominously. Crimson lightning slashed across the sky, emitting a deafening crack, instilling fear in all who witnessed it. Yet suddenly, a chorus of wailing echoed from the skies, reminiscent of tormented spirits, an unsettling sound that sent shivers down spines. Across Huaxia, the populace gazed upward, startled by the eerie cries, their hearts gripped with dread. How terrifying. It seems the sky is weeping. What is happening? I don't know, but it sounds incredibly unsettling. Just like the voices from horror films. It must be something significant. Can someone explain this? What could cause the sky to weep so mysteriously? Could it be like in the novels, where someone has fallen? Surely not. Who could cause such a tempest? It can't be the great celestial sovereign, can it? Boom. Just as one individual voiced their thoughts, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, obliterating them instantly. The heavenly Tao has acted again. The crowd fell silent, refraining from further discussion. In that moment, an unusual occurrence transpired. The alchemical pill rankings were abruptly interrupted, vanishing without a trace through the clouds. What is happening? This has never occurred with the rankings before. Previously, they would stop after announcing the 11th place, saving the top 10 for the following day. Now they've left after the 20th. Have the rules changed? Thunder rumbled as lightning flashed. A radiant beam of light pierced the clouds, and a scroll descended from the heavens. Cultivation rankings, updated. The voice of the primordial stirred the nation into a frenzy. The cultivation rankings have returned? Hadn't they just concluded? Why is it reappearing? But soon, they noticed a detail that sent a wave of astonishment through them. The two words at the end, updated. Could it be that the cultivation rankings would be refreshed at any moment? 5th place, the slaughtering true man, has fallen. Boom. In that instant, the heavens erupted with a thunderous roar, followed by a downpour of rain. When the rain fell upon the people, they were taken aback. For this rain was crimson. Blood rain. Chapter 49, the rankings update, ushering in new rules. The slaughtering true man has fallen. What in the world? The slaughtering true man, isn't he a quasi-saint? How could he have fallen? Who could have slain him? This blood rain is terrifying. Could it be toxic? We should keep our distance. It resembles the scenes in novels where powerful beings die, and heaven weeps for them. Who could have killed the slaughtering true man? We barely have any strong figures left. And now one of the top 5 has vanished? It must have been one of the top 4 who did it. Who else could have slain him? The slaughtering true man was a quasi-saint. His demise left the entire nation in shock. Countless cultivators were in disbelief. Why, out of the blue? Had the slaughtering true man vanished? His quasi-saint cultivation should have made him invincible, save for the top 4 who could challenge him. Could it truly have been one of them? Who could it possibly be? At that moment, it was not just they who were astonished. The 3 individuals ranked above the slaughtering true man were equally taken aback. What is happening? How could the slaughtering true man have vanished? Peng Dehai gazed at the heavenly rankings, terror etched on his face. Though he was a sacred king, with countless years to live, he still feared death, especially with a stronger entity looming over him. Now, witnessing the 5th-ranked slaughtering true man's fall, his fear intensified. This sudden demise was exceedingly peculiar. He had not intervened, which strongly suggested that one of the other 3 had. The one who claimed, the heavenly Tao is weaker than me, likely would not have acted. As they were both quasi-saints, the slaughtering true man may not have been easily defeated. Furthermore, he would have sensed such a battle, yet he remained oblivious, only receiving news of the slaughtering true man's demise. Therefore, It must have been an even more formidable existence that had slain him. Aside from that, only the great celestial sovereign could silently execute such a feat, killing a quasi-saint without a trace. What exactly did the slaughtering sage do to incite such wrath from the tranquil celestial? Peng Dehai dared not speculate. He was acutely aware that the tranquil celestial must have his reasons, for he was not one to engage in indiscriminate killing. As long as one did not offend him, he would not take the life of an innocent. Peng Dehai felt this most keenly, having once infringed upon the tranquil celestial's privacy, which resulted in him suffering severe injuries. Yet, the celestial spared his life, indicating that his transgression was not deemed egregious enough to warrant death. The slaughtering sage must have committed a grave offense to provoke such fury from the tranquil celestial, otherwise he would not have been slain. With these thoughts clarified, Peng Dehai exhaled deeply, bowing in reverence in all directions. O tranquil celestial, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I beg your forgiveness. At the headquarters of the Bureau of Cultivation Management, Li Long gazed out the window at the list of cultivation rankings, lamenting. It is truly a pity that a quasi-saint has met such an untimely demise. The death of one of the nation's most formidable powers, shrouded in ambiguity, was indeed lamentable. Shortly thereafter, a woman approached him, reporting, Master Li, I have confirmed that neither the heavens are weaker than I nor the great dragon of heaven were responsible. It is highly probable that it was either who else or the emperor himself. The emperor? Li Long muttered, his murky eyes widening in realization. If it truly were the emperor's doing, then there must be deeper intricacies at play, for he believed the emperor would not kill without cause. Those he took were always deserving of their fate. We cannot jump to conclusions yet. Issue a directive. No one is to discuss this matter. It shall be forgotten. Li Long commanded coldly. If rumors spread and displeased the higher-ups, the Bureau of Cultivation Management would find itself in peril. For now, he could not conclusively determine the loyalties of these individuals, but it was evident that the tranquil celestial held a deep allegiance to Huaxia. Indeed. Also, we have received an invitation from the supernatural empire to participate in the global contest. The global contest? Li Long scoffed. No wonder they released the prisoners. They orchestrated this charade. He was well aware of the supernatural empire's intentions, to gauge the strengths of various nations and subsequently target those with lesser power for conquest. Such petty maneuvers were all too familiar to him. However, Huaxia was no longer the weak entity it once was. It was not a nation to be easily bullied. We shall accept their invitation and send representatives. If they wish to test our mettle, let us deliver a resounding shock to the world. Yes, the female soldier departed, leaving Li Long to chuckle coldly. If they sought to assess our strength, then let the encounter unfold. Let us see who proves superior. The demise of the slaughtering sage sent shockwaves throughout the realm of cultivation. With a quasi-saint fallen, many wondered if their own lives were at risk, leading to widespread panic. Just then, the golden list of cultivation rankings spoke once more, in light of the slaughtering sage's demise. According to the rules of the golden list, if the slain is among the top 10, the slayer may absorb 20 of the deceased's cultivation. The nation gasped in astonishment. There are rules governing the golden list. One can gain 20 of a slain individual's cultivation? This was utterly outrageous. However, the stipulation was confined to the top 10, which significantly limited the number of potential slayers, for each of those in the top 10 was a formidable powerhouse, not easily vanquished. Yet, one could not help but ponder the possibility of fortuitously slaying a top 10 cultivator. Furthermore, the golden list announced, the top 10 rankings will be updated in real time. Should anyone surpass another, a re-ranking will occur. Should a top 10 member kill someone ranked below them, they shall gain 10 of their cultivation. The proclamation sent shockwaves through the populace. The notion that low-ranked cultivators could be slain for the benefit of those in the top 10 was terrifying. Though their own cultivation was diminished, the sheer number of ordinary cultivators, now over 500 million embarking on the path of cultivation, could potentially lead to catastrophic outcomes. If the top 10 were to unleash their wrath, the nation could devolve into a scene of despair and devastation. The common cultivators trembled at the thought, knowing all too well the terrifying power wielded by the top 10. Should they decide to indulge in indiscriminate killing, few would be able to withstand their onslaught. Most feared the tranquil celestial, a being capable of annihilating the blue star with but a thought. Should he gain such power, he could ascend beyond the realm of the supreme emperor. The populace could only hope that the tranquil celestial was not a mindless destroyer of the innocent, for their lives depended on it. As the crowd remained in a state of shock, the golden list spoke again. 5th place updated. 5th place, number 2, quasi-saint. The nation froze in disbelief. The announcement silenced all chatter. Number 2? What does that signify? Who is this newly ranked 5th place quasi-saint? Where did this individual emerge from? Could it be a recent breakthrough? The golden list was supposed to only announce former players. Could it be that henceforth, all new breakthroughs would be acknowledged? Confounded by the sudden appearance of number 2, people were left scratching their heads, unaware of the circumstances surrounding the slaughtering sage's mysterious demise. After the announcement, the cultivation list soared into the clouds, disappearing without a trace. The people on the ground gazed upward, bewildered. Is that it? What transpired? At the headquarters of the Bureau of Cultivation Management, Li Long furrowed his brow in confusion. Who is this number 2? The slaughtering sage's death remains shrouded in mystery, and these new rules of the Golden List are exceedingly vexing. And now, who is this newcomer, number 2? The top 100 names have been recorded, and there was no mention of this individual. Even if someone were to suddenly ascend to such heights, they should not have appeared out of nowhere. Investigate this now, too, and inquire with the others to see if they possess any knowledge of this matter, Li Long instructed a nearby soldier. Yes, sir. The soldier nodded and departed. The suddenness of these events left him hopeful that they might bode well for Huaxia. Meanwhile, in the Ninja Empire, 2 minutes prior, amidst the ruins, Chen Lan's soul stood atop the head of Sadako. Not far away, a soul hovered in the void. It was Wang Jingwa's spirit, at his level of cultivation. As long as his soul endured, he could successfully possess another's body and resurrect himself, even if his physical form were lost. Wang Jingwa, trembling in fear at the sight of his transparent form, hastily knelt in the air, imploring Chen Lan, Great One, please spare me. I am willing to serve you in any capacity. Though uncertain as to why Chen Lan had not extinguished his soul, he sensed a glimmer of hope. He had begun to piece together the identity of the figure before him, suspecting he was none other than the top-ranked powerhouse, the tranquil celestial. Chen Lan remained silent, merely clenching his fist in the air. In an instant, Wang Zhenghua felt as though an unseen force had ensnared him, rendering him utterly rigid, his limbs immobile. Great One, O unfettered one, spare me. I should not harbor ill thoughts towards Huaxia, nor against you. I am terrified, please let me go. Wang Zhenghua cried out in a frenzy. Struggling desperately, his voice laced with fear. Panic gripped him, reminiscent of the moment he had received the sentence of death. The terror of mortality enveloped him. He was not ready to die. He yearned to live, to avenge the wrongs he had endured. How could he resign himself to such an untimely demise? Suddenly, Wang Zhenghua let out a primal scream, the pain overwhelming. He felt an intense heat, as if flames were searing his very essence. His soul seemingly cast into a furnace, suffering unbearable torment. The agony was unbearable. He would prefer death to endure this spiritual suffering. Please, kill me. I no longer wish to live. His expression twisted in pain. All he desired was release from his torment. Yet, the scorching sensation within his soul persisted. After what felt like an eternity, a minute passed, and Wang Zhenghua became still. Chen Lan released him, and Wang Zhenghua's soul fell, kneeling on one knee upon the ground. I pay homage to my master. At that moment, Wang Zhenghua's face was devoid of expression, betraying no emotions, as if he had transformed into an entirely different being. In truth, he had undergone a metamorphosis. Chen Lan had just utilized the pathway of the soul to reshape Wang Zhenghua's essence. Now, this soul possessed the strength of a quasi-saint, yet was stripped of all memories, akin to that of a newborn. From this day forth, he would heed Chen Lan's commands. Obediently following orders, life or death would lie in Chen Lan's hands. From now on, you shall be designated as number 2. Chen Lan spoke with a calm demeanor, gesturing with his hand as the flesh and blood of Godzilla erupted forth. It coalesced in the air, ultimately transforming into the corpse of a male human, unremarkable in appearance, standing at a height of 6 feet, with a robust physique. This shall be your new vessel. Enter it. Upon hearing this, number 2 nodded solemnly, leaping into the newly formed body. Before long, number 2 opened his eyes, rose from the ground, and knelt once more. Master, how does this body suit you? Chen Lan inquired nonchalantly. This form, crafted from Godzilla's remains, far surpasses that of an ordinary human, coupled with the quasi-saint's realm. It is considerably stronger than most of its kind. Fortunately, his mastery of the soul pathway was robust enough to prevent number 2's original cultivation from faltering. Otherwise, such a possession would have certainly resulted in a decline in strength. It is immensely powerful and resilient, vastly superior to my previous form. Very well. Henceforth, Sadako will assist you. You too shall develop within this ninja empire, continue your role as the sovereign, and swiftly rally others to your cause. Should there be dissent, eliminate them. Chen Lan's expression remained impassive. To be honest, he felt no compassion for others, particularly not for this ninja empire. Yes, master. Number 2 and Sadako replied in unison. As they lifted their heads, they found Chen Lan's ethereal form had vanished without a trace. The human and the specter exchanged a knowing glance before departing in unison. Number 2 returned to his duties as sovereign, while Sadako continued to consume Godzilla's remains. On the surface of the moon, Chen Lan slowly opened his eyes, 2 cosmic trigrams revolving within, emanating a faint golden glow. However, this illumination quickly dissipated. Finally, I have gleaned a fragment of understanding. I believe it will not be long before I can officially step into this realm. The pathway of transformation was indeed extraordinary. It took him an entire day merely to breach the threshold of comprehension. Nevertheless, he had made some progress, such as Chen Lan concentrated his spiritual energy, silently intoning transformation, the time gem reconstituted. As his spiritual energy erupted from his hands, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation, the space around him becoming indistinct. At the tip of his finger, the fabric of reality twisted, as though something were poised to emerge. A low hum resonated through the air as the spiritual energy waned, revealing a green gem slowly suspending before him. The time gem, restored. He had utilized transformation to alter reality, causing the time gem, once obliterated, to reappear. However, this endeavor had cost him some measure of spiritual energy, for the time gem encapsulated the profound essence of the pathway of time. Among the myriad pathways, time was the most formidable and potent, possessing the ability to discern the past, glimpse the future, and even alter history, reversing destiny. Every practitioner who mastered this path was invariably a formidable force. Chen Lan grasped the time gem, consuming it with a crunch, eager to glean insights into the threshold of the pathway of time. Chapter 51. The Scholar of the Nation Defies the Heavens. The following day, the populace was engulfed in trepidation. Online forums buzzed with discussions regarding the events of the previous day's Golden List. The new regulations had left many in a state of unease, for the top 10 could eliminate others to gain strength, with no upper limit, inciting fear among low-ranking practitioners. They dreaded the prospect of being stealthily eliminated by the strong to bolster their own prowess. For those 10 individuals, it would be child's play to extinguish them. Once, ordinary people had feared practitioners. Now, the entire nation trembled at the thought of the top 10, terrified that a mere frown from them could spell doom. Mirroring tales of demonic cultivators from novels. Furthermore, a matter circulated wildly across the internet, causing a stir, that of Mr. Chen Mingyuan, an esteemed scholar of Huaxia, who, at the age of 130, was on the brink of death. Alas, is there truly no one who can save the old gentleman? He has contributed immensely to our nation. Rumor had it that the Department of Cultivation had intervened, inviting Taoist Qingfeng to offer assistance. However, Taoist Qingfeng had declined, citing the peril of incurring great karma and the wrath of the heavens should he attempt to alter fate. Indeed, even the soul rejuvenation pill requires one to endure tribulations. For defying destiny is inherently an act against the heavens. Is that so? I had thought consuming the soul rejuvenation pill would suffice to bring him back. What tribulations? The heavenly tribulations, the thunderous trials. If one possesses sufficient strength, they may withstand the heavens. It shouldn't be. Elder Chen has amassed great merit. Having advanced our nation's fighter jet technology for over 30 years, he has lived this long due to his immense virtues. How can it be that he should depart so easily? There is no recourse. No one dares to defy the decree of heaven, unless the unfettered celestial intervenes. Indeed, if the unfettered celestial were to act, he would likely regard the heavenly mandate with indifference. After all, he is one who can even scare off heavenly tribulations. In Longdu, at the military hospital, a spacious ward housed a solitary bed upon which lay a frail, white-haired elder, his eyes closed in tranquil repose. The pallor of his skin and the faintness of his breath indicated that his time was drawing near. Beside him stood a young maiden, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed upon the elder. "Grandfather, I visited the temple today to pray for you. You will surely live longer. And I have also posted online. If anyone dares to save you, I am willing to sacrifice everything." The maiden, named Chen Shi, was the granddaughter of Chen Mingyuan, currently the chairwoman of the Shiha Cosmetics Company in Longdu, with a fortune in the billions. Cough, cough. At that moment, the elder lying in bed coughed a couple of times, groggily opening his eyes. "Grandfather, you are awake. Are you hungry or thirsty?" Chen Shi eagerly inquired upon seeing her grandfather stir. "It's nothing. I'm neither hungry nor thirsty," the elderly man replied, managing a faint smile as he gazed at his granddaughter, warmth radiating from his expression. "Grandfather, please rest assured, I will find a way to save you. I have heard that the water fairy possesses a soul-reviving elixir. I am prepared to exhaust all our family's wealth to procure it, if only she is willing to sell." Tears cascaded down Chen Shi's delicate cheeks, evoking deep sympathy. "Foolish child, who among us has not faced death in life? What is there to fear in death? Moreover, I have lived a good portion of my life. I have had my fill," Chen Mingyuan replied with a contented smile, trembling as he reached out to caress his granddaughter's cheek. He bore no fear of death. Rather, he embraced a certain lightheartedness about it. At the tender age of 14, he was granted admission to the National Defense University due to his prodigious talent. By 18, he had made remarkable contributions to the aviation sector, and by 20, he had solved numerous challenges associated with fighter jets. Countless foreign entities, eager to recruit him, offered vast sums of money, but he firmly declined with a single statement: "I am a citizen of Huaxia." With unwavering resolve, he subsequently joined the National Defense Institute to dedicate himself to the field of fighter aviation. Now, in his advanced years, he has contributed immeasurably to the nation's aerospace endeavors. His achievements are unparalleled, and he was awarded the Medal of National Glory a few years prior. Yet, he harbored a tinge of regret for not witnessing Huaxiao ascend to the status of the most powerful nation, nor for seeing his granddaughter marry. These thoughts lingered in his heart. He still wished to cling to life. But now, who could possibly save him? No, who would dare attempt it? At that moment, Chen Shi's phone vibrated. She picked it up to find a call from her secretary, undoubtedly bearing urgent news. "Please, take the call," Chen Mingyuan chuckled. "All right," Chen Shi nodded. stepping onto the balcony to answer. What is it? Chairwoman, the water fairy has responded. She is willing to provide the soul-reviving elixir, but only if someone dares to defy fate and obstruct the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, the entire Chen family will face annihilation, came the grave news. Chun Shi's complexion paled at this revelation. The implications of defying fate were severe. A single misstep could spell disaster for the entire family. This was a decision she could not make alone. Understood, she replied, ending the call and returning to her grandfather's side, forcing a smile. Grandfather, there's a situation at the company that I must attend to. I'll come back to see you shortly. Very well, go swiftly, Chen Mingyuan nodded, watching as Chen Shi departed. As the door to the hospital room closed, his gaze dimmed. Having lived over a century, could he not discern the changes in a person's emotions? It seemed his time was drawing to a close. At Chengdu University, in the dormitory, Chen Lan returned after a night of contemplation, greeted by a sigh as he opened the door. Why are there so many troubles today? It truly is a sorrowful day, Luo Tao lamented, seated on a chair, staring at his phone with a look of distress. What's wrong? Chen Lan inquired casually. Oh, you're back. You were out all night. You wouldn't be hiding a romantic involvement from me, would you? Luo Tao sprang up, confronting Chen Lan with excitement. What are you thinking? Chen Lan rolled his eyes. I'll remind you, you are to be my future brother-in-law. Do not seek a girlfriend. What? When did I become your brother-in-law? Chen Lan was taken aback, raising his eyebrows and smirking. Moreover, didn't you say you didn't want me to be your brother-in-law? Today is different. My sister likes you. Last night, I saw her blush and she mentioned, why hasn't brother Chen Lan come to dinner? Luo Tao said. A hint of frustration in his tone. Chen Lan was momentarily stunned. It seemed Luo Tao was not jesting. Could Lan Lan truly have feelings for him? Yet, considering her youth, such infatuations were not uncommon. Stop. Let us not discuss that topic. Lan Lan is still young. We can address it later. For now, tell me why you're sighing so much. What has happened? He had been so absorbed in his thoughts that he had neglected current events on Blue Star. Oh, it's about Academician Chun, Luo Tao sighed. No one dares to defy fate to save Academician Chun, except perhaps the great celestial wanderer. Aside from him, I doubt anyone would have the courage. After hearing the whole story, Chen Lan comprehended the gravity of the situation. To think that such an event could unfold overnight. The terms light of the nation, pillar of the country, and national treasure all referred to the same individual. Regardless of the era, such a person was undeniably significant. Adored by millions. Even in this age of cultivation, even as a supreme emperor, he maintained profound respect for these individuals. Without them, there would be no Huaxia, nor the prosperous life that followed. Their contributions were incomparable. Damn it, look at these people online. They are utterly heartless, and they engage in moral coercion. If they were attacking me, I would surely annihilate them all, Luo Tao fumed, showing Chen Lan his phone. As Chen Lan examined the content, his expression grew increasingly somber. The phone displayed a post titled, A Plea for the Great Celestial Wanderer to Save Elder Chen. Accompanying it were millions of replies, virtually begging the Great Celestial Wanderer to intervene. Yet, amidst the outcry, several comments stood out glaringly. Please, while Elder Chen has made significant contributions, there is only one elixir of longevity. How could it possibly be squandered on an ordinary man? Indeed, it would be better utilized by the state for research, possibly leading to a method for all to achieve longevity. If such a breakthrough occurs, I am certain Elder Chen would be pleased from beyond. The above is correct. There is but one elixir, and the emperor may not even be willing to part with it. Even if he did, saving one individual seems unnecessary when it could benefit the populace. Do you not wish for longevity? If the state can uncover the secrets to everlasting life, it would be a boon for all. Saving a single person is far too wasteful. I too believe it should not be wasted. It could have far greater applications. Even as they faced backlash across the internet, these individuals remained steadfast, hoping the great celestial wanderer would not bestow the elixir upon Elder Chen. These people have no right to dictate to an emperor, and their hearts are truly repugnant. Elder Chen has made countless contributions. Without him, where would we be? Luo Tao clenched his fists, wishing he could leap into the smartphone to deliver a sound thrashing to those few individuals. As he turned to ask Chen Lan for his opinion, he discovered that Chen Lan had vanished once more. Where did he go again? Lately, old Chen has been as elusive as a ghost. Luo Tao scratched his head. With a gritted jaw, he returned to his seat, engaging in a heated online debate. Meanwhile, within the Chen family estate, in the living room, Chen Shi despondently set her phone down, her eyes devoid of light as she surveyed her parents and uncles seated around her. Is there truly no one willing to help? Chen's father sighed, seemingly resigned to fate, leaning back against his chair and staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Fate cannot be defied. None dare to oppose destiny, one of the uncles lamented. They had already sought the assistance of numerous cultivators, willing to deplete their fortunes, yet still, no one had the courage to take action. As Chen Mingyuan peacefully approached the end of his life, it was evident that his destiny had reached its conclusion. He was destined to live only for a limited number of days. In fact, he was supposed to depart the world the previous night. Had it not been for the intervention of Taoist Qing Feng, who forcefully extended his breath. At that moment, everyone present bore witness to Daoist Qing Feng spitting blood. Unable to contend with the forces of the heavenly Tao, despite achieving the pinnacle of the De Luo Golden Immortal. Such a display underscored the formidable nature of the heavenly Tao. Not a single cultivator across the nation dared to intervene or defy this decree of fate. Observing this, the woman seated beside Chen's father began to weep, her sorrow palpable. She felt a surge of despair as she looked around at the assembly. She had just reached out to everyone she knew, yet none dared to offer assistance. Even Daoist Qing Feng had declared his impotence, while others remained unreachable. Was it truly the case that her grandfather had no hope of salvation? Unless, of course, the celestial master Xiaoyao intervened. At this moment, an uncle spoke up, suggesting that perhaps only the celestial master Xiaoyao could save Chen Mingyuan. The mere mention of this name cast an immediate hush over the gathering. Hush! That is the great emperor. Do not speak his name so freely. Chen's father interjected urgently. If he hears, the entire Chen family could be doomed. I must try. Chen, she suddenly declared, her gaze fixed on the balcony as she hurried over and knelt down. Oh great master Xiaoyao, if you can hear me, I beseech you, save my grandfather. I am willing to sacrifice everything. Please. She bowed her head, repeating her plea, and then bowed again. The crowd gasped in astonishment, but offered no resistance. For it seemed that only the great emperor Xiaoyao could offer salvation to Chen Mingyuan. One could only hope that she would succeed. Again and again, she implored with utmost sincerity. In the military hospital, the clock on the wall ticked rhythmically, the room steeped in silence. Chen Mingyuan closed his eyes, hoping to drift into slumber, when suddenly, the ticking ceased. This abrupt silence felt unsettling, prompting him to open his eyes and glance at the clock on the opposite wall, which had inexplicably stopped moving. Is the clock broken? Chen Mingyuan murmured, just as he was about to summon a nurse. A voice suddenly emerged from beside him. It is not broken, it has stopped. The unexpected voice startled Chen Mingyuan, causing him to turn in alarm. There sat a young man in a chair beside him, peeling an apple with a fruit knife. Who are you? Chen Mingyuan, accustomed to grand spectacles, quickly regained his composure and asked with curiosity. This boy appeared delicate and clean-cut, clearly not a military personnel. After all, this was a military hospital. How could an ordinary person simply stroll in? Thus, he deduced that this young man was no ordinary being, perhaps a highly skilled cultivator who had stealthily arrived here. The young man did not respond, but instead took a bite from the apple. What did you mean by it has stopped? Chen Mingyuan inquired further. Time has stopped. He replied casually. Time has stopped. Chen Mingyuan exclaimed, immediately checking the clock, and indeed, the hands were motionless. However, that did not signify that time itself had ceased. The young man smiled, releasing the bitten apple, which astonishingly remained suspended in midair, defying gravity itself, creating an illusion of time being paused. Who are you? This ability is unfathomable. What brings you here? Chen Mingyuan asked, astonished. The young man stood with his hands clasped behind him. Turning to face Chen Mingyuan after a moment's pause. I am the celestial master Xiaoyao. Chapter 53. The elixir of longevity and the transformation of the old man into a youth. The name celestial master Xiaoyao reverberated in Chen Mingyuan's mind, echoing repeatedly. Strangely, upon hearing the boy claim this title, he felt no skepticism, only belief. Was it the enigmatic aura surrounding the youth that inspired such faith? Are you truly the celestial master Xiaoyao? Chen Mingyuan asked, astonished. Though he believed in the boy's identity, he felt compelled to inquire once more. The celestial master was the foremost figure, a supreme emperor. How could he possibly be here? The young man did not answer this question, but fixed his gaze intently on Chen Mingyuan. Do you wish to live? These words struck Chen Mingyuan like a bolt, leaving him momentarily speechless. Did he wish to live? Of course he did. The words he had shared with his granddaughter were merely intended to alleviate her sorrow. Who does not wish to live? He longed to witness his homeland flourish, to see his granddaughter adorned in wedding attire, and to fulfill countless aspirations yet unrealized. I wish to live, he finally declared after a long silence, determination gleaming in his eyes. I possess a longevity elixir, Mr. Chen. If I were to have you consume it, you would gain immortality from this day forth. Would you take it? The young man produced a translucent pill, delicate and adorned with intricate patterns, from his palm. Chen Mingyuan swallowed hard as he gazed at the elixir, the legendary potion of immortality. Who among the people of Huaxia had not yearned for eternal life? The opportunity lay before him. By consuming this elixir, he could live on indefinitely, until the end of the world. Yet, as he contemplated the elixir, he hesitated. After a prolonged silence, he closed his eyes and sighed. This elixir is too precious. I am unworthy of such a gift. In that case, what if I were to propose that we contribute this elixir to the nation, allowing them to uncover the mysteries of immortality for the benefit of all? How does that sound? The young man continued. At this suggestion, Chen Mingyuan's eyes brightened with intrigue. That is indeed a commendable proposal. If it could grant immortality to the entire nation, then the elixir would serve its true purpose. To waste it on my withering body would be a tragedy. Upon hearing Chen Mingyuan's words, the young man smiled, pocketing the elixir and stepping onto the balcony to gaze out the window. I deeply admire your character. Your spirit of selfless dedication is something I can never aspire to. The young man spoke earnestly. These were the individuals he held in the highest regard throughout his life, including his own father. He would forever remember the day of his birthday when his father, faced with an urgent mission, chose the nation over family. After that evening, his father never returned. He had never harbored resentment, but instead held a profound respect and admiration for him. Once you take on that role, you must bear the responsibilities that come with it. Those were his father's words. Such selflessness was a rarity in this world. Even in the face of the temptation of immortality, refusing it was an extraordinary feat. No. Great Emperor Xiaoyao, you are also among those I admire most, Chen Mingyuan replied, shaking his head. What do you mean by that? The young man turned to face him. You wield immense power, yet refrain from using it for selfish gain, suppressing your inner desires. You are the most formidable individual I have ever encountered. During this period, I have encountered countless individuals who, upon becoming cultivators, have resorted to heinous acts, coercing the innocent into servitude, committing arson, and engaging in rampant pillaging. They are unable to restrain their inner desires, which, augmented by immense power, become insatiable. Yet you have managed to conceal yourself from the world, remaining humble and composed, even adopting such a low profile. It is truly commendable. Chen Mingyuan spoke his heart out. From the moment the game materialized, he had been concerned about the potential threats these individuals could pose to the nation, especially the Celestial Emperor. He feared this individual most. For his power was vastly superior, a chasm above all others. With but a thought, he could bring about the death of everyone on Earth. The greatest weakness of humanity lies in its inability to control desire, once endowed with great power. The hidden yearnings within one's heart can be magnified to the point of becoming an unfathomable abyss. Yet, paradoxically, the celestial sovereign chose not to reveal his identity, but rather remained shrouded in secrecy, akin to a transcendent sage wandering through the mundane world, mysterious and formidable. This is truly admirable. Chen Lan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently. Old Chen, with you, China flourishes. And you as well. With you, China enjoys peace and prosperity. Chen Mingyuan replied promptly. Chen Lan remained silent, instead extending his index finger, stating softly, Before my arrival, countless individuals beseeched me to save you. Yet a few implored me not to waste elixirs on your behalf. Upon hearing this, do you feel disheartened? Angry? Chen Mingyuan paused, offering a bitter smile. Having lived for over a century, my old bones are beyond salvage. Every person harbors selfish desires, so there is no reason to be incensed. However, I do not appreciate it. No sooner had he spoken than the clock began to tick, the sound echoing once more. Suddenly, the curtains on the balcony billowed violently as a stream of visible white vapor rushed in, coalescing at the tip of Chen Lan's finger. This substance was longevity essence, capable of extending life. When combined with the elixir of immortality, it could grant you eternal life and vitality. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingyuan gazed at the orb of longevity essence with fervent eyes, swallowing hard. Then, recalling something, he looked at Chen Lan in astonishment. Do you not fear defying the heavenly mandate? His granddaughter had mentioned that the reason no one dared to save him was that he was destined to die of natural causes, as dictated by fate. To rescue him would be to contravene the celestial decree and incur divine retribution. Heavenly mandate. Huh, does he dare? Chen Lan chuckled lightly. Chen Mingyuan fell silent, realizing he had overlooked the fact that the figure before him was an unparalleled sovereign, whose strength surpassed that of the so-called heavenly path, defying destiny. What could the heavenly path do to him? Thank you, great emperor. Chen Mingyuan expressed his gratitude, taking the orb of longevity essence and the elixir of immortality, swallowing them whole. As the essence and elixir entered his body, a miraculous transformation unfolded. Chen Mingyuan's aged visage, once white-haired and wrinkled, gradually reverted to that of a youthful man, devoid of any wrinkles, with hair as dark as night, resembling a vibrant youth in his 20s, handsome and radiant. Is this truly me? Chen Mingyuan marveled at his smooth, youthful hands, scarcely able to believe it. Upon realizing that his voice had also transformed into that of a younger man, he was utterly astonished. Is this the power of the elixir of immortality? It's terrifying. I have truly regained my youth. But suddenly, a troubling thought struck him. May I inquire, great emperor, from whence did you procure that longevity essence? In a certain community, a middle-aged man sat before his computer, frantically typing away with a crazed expression. Damn it, he is just an old man. Why are you all so protective of him? A bunch of fools. Do you even understand the significance of the elixir of immortality? If the celestial emperor distributes it, then everyone will be deprived of eternal life. If it were to be researched by the state, there might still be hope. You are all so foolish to save an old man. I bet Chen Mingyuan would also wish for that elixir to be studied by the nation, so everyone could achieve immortality, considering how selfless and great he is. This is the old gentleman's dying wish. Do you comprehend? With every keystroke, he unleashed a barrage of comments. Yet, in the next moment, the man abruptly clutched his chest. His expression contorted with agony, as he staggered back, racked with pain. It hurts. My chest is on fire. He felt as though his heart were being crushed. A wave of inexplicable fatigue washing over him. So tired, so sleepy, I just want to rest. What is happening? What is going on? The man was horrified to find his hands growing old, covered in wrinkles. He hurried toward the bathroom, and upon seeing his reflection, he screamed in terror, "No! What is happening?" In the mirror, his reflection was rapidly aging. His hair turned white in an instant, and the wrinkles on his face multiplied, continuing to worsen. At that moment, his wife, who was preparing dinner in the kitchen, heard his cries and grew impatient. "Do you want to die or something? Staying home all day is one thing, but now you're shouting? What if the neighbors come and report us for disturbing the peace?" As she scolded him, she made her way toward the bathroom. However, upon seeing her husband inside, she was utterly dumbfounded. The figure before her was not her husband, but a frail old man with white hair, toothless, and unable to move, collapsed on the floor. "Who are you?" she cried out in panic, astonished by the presence of this old man in her home. "I am your husband," the old man managed to utter with great effort. He sensed his life force rapidly waning, fearing he had but days left to live. No sooner had he spoken than he tilted his head and fainted. Seeing this, his wife was horrified and quickly dialed for an ambulance. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded across the nation. These individuals, without exception, experienced a sudden and terrifying aging. Their life forces severely depleted. Upon hearing Chen Mingyuan's question, Chen Lan replied nonchalantly, "This, you need not concern yourself with." Since Chen Lan chose not to answer, Chen Mingyuan refrained from further inquiry, merely nodding silently. "Great Emperor, the elixir of immortality is so precious. To give it to an old man lacking in cultivation seems a waste," Chen Mingyuan sighed. He was merely immortal, even if he consumed the elixir. What would it matter? He would still be an invalid, perpetually at risk of being killed. "You are not ordinary," Chen Lan remarked lightly, fixing his gaze intently upon Chen Mingyuan. Though Chen Mingyuan may not see it himself, Chen Lan could perceive it clearly. Since his arrival, a faint golden glow had emanated from Chen Mingyuan, as though he were a saint. After inquiring about the heavenly path, he learned that this was a manifestation of merit, indicating that a person's virtues were so abundant that even in death, they could attain a divine position. However, if they did not die, they might condense into a body of merit, allowing them to cultivate with a speed surpassing that of ordinary individuals by 1,000-fold, a truly terrifying prospect. The reason Chen Mingyuan had not yet condensed into a body of merit was simply that the divine body had yet to materialize. Once it did, Chen Mingyuan would likely soar to unprecedented heights, completely transforming his fate. "Not ordinary," Chen Mingyuan murmured in perplexity, looking down. When he raised his head to question Chen Lan further, he found that Chen Lan had vanished. Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open. As a young girl and several men and women entered. As they stepped inside, they beheld Chen Mingyuan seated on the hospital bed, their expressions filled with confusion. Did we enter the wrong room?" Chen Shi, filled with confusion, took a deliberate glance at the hospital room number to ensure its accuracy before directing her gaze towards the young man lying in the hospital bed. "This young man. Have you seen an elderly man who was previously occupying this bed?" she inquired, puzzled. "Where has my grandfather gone, and why is there a young man here instead?" To her surprise, the young man chuckled at her words. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Shi, I am your grandfather. Dare you impersonate my father? Do you not realize this is a capital offense?" Chen Luoyang, Chen Shi's father and the son of Chen Mingyuan, bellowed in outrage. The audacity of this young man to pose as his father was utterly outrageous. "Chen Luoyang, do you truly remain uncertain of my identity as your father?" As soon as the words left his lips, the aura of Chen Mingyuan gradually unveiled itself, an inexplicable pressure of bloodline bearing down upon Chen Luoyang. Staring at the young man before him, whose tone and facial expressions were strikingly reminiscent of his father, Chen Luoyang was left dumbfounded. This sensation felt so familiar. Identical to his father. Could it be that he truly was my father? Yet, how could my father appear so youthful? The others stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to respond. Could this indeed be Chen Mingyuan? Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Shi, and she exclaimed, "Are you really my grandfather? Has the great immortal Xiaoyao visited?" 10 minutes later, the Chen family gathered around Chen Mingyuan, gazing at him with astonishment and delight. They had finally come to accept that the young man before them was indeed their patriarch, Chen Mingyuan. Even in their acceptance, they remained profoundly shocked. A man over a century old had astonishingly reverted to the appearance and vitality of a man in his 20s. Such a phenomenon was nothing short of miraculous. Even the doctor, upon arrival and examination, was left astounded. Chen Mingyuan's bodily functions had reverted to those of a 20-year-old, his entire being restored to its prime, completely detached from the essence of old age. Such a feat, apart from the great immortal Xiaoyao, seemed beyond the capabilities of anyone else. Tears streamed down Chen Shi's face as she continually expressed her gratitude towards the great immortal. "I cannot thank you enough, great immortal Xiaoyao. If it weren't for you, grandfather Chen," she wiped her tears, her heart brimming with joy. "If it weren't for the great immortal, my grandfather might have perished. My prayers have been heard." "Foolish child." Chen Mingyuan affectionately ruffled his granddaughter's hair, smiling. "Dad, have you met the great immortal Xiaoyao? What does he look like?" Chen Luoyang suddenly inquired, a thought occurring to him. You insolent wretch! Do you presume to inquire about the visage of the great immortal Xiaoyao? This matter is not to be discussed. I shall say nothing further. Do you hear me? Chen Mingyuan swiftly delivered a slap, protective of his son. If the great immortal were to catch wind of this, who knew what repercussions might befall Chen Luoyang? The slap jolted Chen Luoyang into realization, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He had almost forgotten. This was the great immortal Xiaoyao. What right did he have to probe for information? The mere fact that the great immortal had chosen to reveal himself to save his father was an immense favor. How dare he seek to know more? Hastily, Chen Luoyang knelt in a specific direction, imploring the immortal not to take it to heart. By the way, help me contact Li Long from the repair department. I have something of utmost importance to discuss. The crisis facing the Blue Star is imminent. We cannot continue as we have. From this moment forward, the entire Chen family shall embark upon the path of cultivation. Chapter 55. Orchid Empress. Are you the great immortal Xiaoyao? In the latest news, reports emerged that numerous ordinary individuals across the nation exhibited strange symptoms. Once in their 20s or 30s, they had suddenly aged into elderly figures, their bodily functions significantly diminished. The investigation is ongoing. According to insiders, these individuals who transformed into the elderly had previously shown disrespect towards the great immortal Xiaoyao and had posted numerous derogatory remarks online, likely incurring divine retribution. Chen Lan entered the dormitory, immediately hearing sounds emanating from Luo Tao's phone. This report came remarkably fast. It has only been 10 minutes, and they have uncovered so much. How delightful. These people deserve their fate. They have only a few days left to live. Luo Tao exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he read the report. These individuals, now in their elderly forms, would be forced to endure the agony of watching their lives slip away, with no one daring to assist them, as they had offended the great immortal Xiaoyao. Such a method of punishment was utterly satisfying. Great immortal Xiaoyao, splendid work. Ah, you're back. Principal Yin is looking for you. It seems there is something of great importance she wishes to discuss. You should head to the principal's office, Luo Tao said, glancing up at Chen Lan. Looking for me? Chen Lan was momentarily taken aback, pulling out his phone to find numerous messages from Yin Yu urging him to come to the principal's office for an important discussion. Instantly, he vanished from sight. In the principal's office, Yin Yu sat inside. Though she was the vice minister, she also held the title of principal. Li Zhen had tasked her with managing the school and accelerating the cultivation of more practitioners. Currently, the elixirs had materialized, and the government had purchased a significant quantity at a high price to cultivate talented, ordinary individuals. Before long, Chen Lan appeared out of thin air in the office. Startling Yin Yu. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Could you not knock on the door? She exclaimed, her breath quickening. I shall certainly do so next time. Now, what is the matter? Chen Lan replied coolly. Seeing Chen Lan's composed demeanor, Yin Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did this person before her truly not fear her? After all, she was in the tribulation stage, while Chen Lan was merely at the nascent soul stage, yet he displayed no sign of trepidation. Any other nascent soul cultivator would have shown her the utmost respect. However, Yin Yu herself preferred to eschew formalities and was unfazed. The elixirs have been distributed. I will provide you with a batch. Later, I will send you 3 classes of students. Half have already undergone physical refinement, while the other half are still ordinary individuals. Please assist them in enhancing their strength. Understood, Chen Lan nodded in agreement. He had no pressing matters to attend to, so he would let those students complete their training independently. Additionally, this afternoon, there will be a large-scale manifestation of beastly creatures below the nascent soul stage. This marks the true beginning of the game. Do you have time to take some people along for practice? Very well. That's splendid. I hold you in high regard. You are the most outstanding young individual in the school. This exceptional postnatal treasure shall serve as your reward. You likely do not possess many formidable magical artifacts yet. Yin Yu retrieved a top-tier postnatal treasure from her storage ring and placed it on the table. She assumed that Chen Lan, being merely at the nascent soul stage, would not have many powerful magical artifacts. In contrast, she had received numerous treasures from the great immortal Xiaoyao that she no longer required. So it was better to bestow a few upon exceptional individuals to cultivate goodwill. Observing the exquisite postnatal treasure on the table, Chen Lan felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the magical artifact he had given away had ultimately returned to him. What? You do not desire it? Yin Yu's expression darkened. She perceived Chen Lan's impassive demeanor as disdain for her treasure. This was a gift from the great immortal Xiaoyao. And yet Chen Lan appeared ungrateful. Had he not aided the school significantly and proven himself to be a commendable young man, she would have been reluctant to offer it. No, I am simply overwhelmed with joy and at a loss for words. Thank you, Chen Lan smiled, accepting the treasure. Well, that is good to hear. This is a top-tier postnatal treasure. Few possess such artifacts, so cherish it well. Certainly, Chen Lan nodded obediently, though inwardly he felt a sense of helplessness. Such treasures, he possesses an abundance akin to a mountain. Moreover, there are elixirs. With a grand gesture, Yin Yu conjured 20 vials of medicinal potions that appeared on the ground. These were all body-refining pills and some first-grade spirit elixirs. Please take these for the students. Very well. Chen Lan waved his hand, collecting the elixirs. There is one last matter. The various academies are preparing to host a martial arts competition. There will be rewards. And both teachers and students are expected to participate. I have decided to appoint you as the team leader. This competition was determined some time ago, as it serves to allow students from different academies to recognize their disparities, thereby igniting their fighting spirit and potential. It is often through struggle that one can achieve the swiftest personal growth. Without a target, an individual merely resembles a lifeless fish. What? Me? Chen Lan was taken aback, pointing to himself. Sending him over would merely be an exercise in overwhelming the competition. Even if he suppressed his cultivation to the nascent soul stage, he would likely find that even those at the transformation stage or even the great ascension stage would be no match for him, as he had mastered 5 paths. Yes, it is you. We can only arrange for those below the nascent soul stage. Thus you are the only suitable candidate. Had it not been limited to those below the nascent soul, then you would likely have participated personally. At present, Chen Lan is the strongest in the entire academy, while the others are merely at the golden core or foundation establishment stages. Who is organizing this competition? Chen Lan inquired. It is being arranged by the military strategist of the headquarters of the Department of Cultivation, Li Long. I believe it is quite a good idea. Who will serve as judges? The principals of each academy will be present, and I will also attend. I have heard that they have invited a certain orchid fairy who claims to be the Tao companion of the carefree celestial. As Yin Yu uttered this last remark, her tone carried a hint of bitterness, suggesting a tinge of jealousy. Chen Lan was momentarily stunned. The orchid fairy? He knew who this Tao companion was, having previously seen her in the commercial city with his divine sense. However, wasn't this orchid fairy already married? He recalled seeing her being affectionate with a man. This was quite ordinary. After all, a game Tao companion is not the same as a real-life partner, especially after a decade. Currently, only 3 Tao companions are still single, while the others are either in relationships or have families, and this orchid fairy is among them. What puzzled Chen Lan was why this married orchid fairy would still refer to herself as his Tao companion. Wasn't that shameless? I heard that the orchid fairy is already married. Chen Lan asked, perplexed. He hadn't paid much attention to the orchid fairy. She divorced yesterday, claiming she is now with the carefree celestial, so she left her husband. She even mentioned being single, yet not divorced, and expressed her desire to find the carefree celestial, hoping he would appreciate a married woman. As Yin Yu spoke, her face was filled with disdain. How could the carefree celestial possibly be interested in such a woman? That orchid fairy is merely deluding herself. Upon hearing this, Chen Lan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He hadn't anticipated such a melodramatic plot, leading to a divorce over this matter. This orchid fairy certainly had grand aspirations. By the way, Yin Yu shifted her tone, looking at Chen Lan. What were you doing on the rooftop that day? Did you see the carefree celestial? Or could it be that you are the carefree celestial? Chapter 56. I must seek the carefree celestial. Chen Lan's expression momentarily froze, just as he was about to respond. I apologize. You are so young and at the nascent soul stage. I shouldn't have said that, lest I provoke the carefree celestial. Yin Yu quickly apologized. She realized her previous remark was inappropriate. If the carefree celestial heard it, Chen Lan would likely face dire consequences. Chen Lan's lips twitched, internally amused. What would happen if Yin Yu discovered he was the carefree celestial? But did you see him on the rooftop that day? Yin Yu pressed. Everyone's attention had been on her. Perhaps Chen Lan had indeed seen the carefree celestial. I did see him, Chen Lan nodded. What? Really? What did he look like? Upon hearing his answer, Yin Yu immediately brightened. He was a man, quite youthful. Chen Lan feigned reminiscence. Yin Yu gazed at him with an expression of fervent anticipation, eager to know more. Was he handsome? Indeed, Chen Lan replied, maintaining his composure. A touch of narcissism never hurt anyone, right? Upon hearing the word handsome, Yin Yu's reaction intensified, her cheeks even slightly flushed. Young, handsome, and powerful, such a man was a rare gem in this world. Yin Yu's desire to meet the carefree celestial grew even stronger. Observing Yin Yu, who appeared infatuated despite being in the tribulation stage, Chen Lan felt a bit embarrassed. There was a stark contrast in Yin Yu's demeanor. She had always presented herself as aloof at school, often speaking sparingly to students, earning her the title of the iceberg teacher. Now, she displayed such an expression. Chen Lan decided it was best to take his leave. Principal Yin, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Very well, do attend to your matters, Yin Yu replied. Chen Lan nodded and exited the principal's office. Once Chen Lan left, Yin Yu no longer concealed her emotions, instead revealing a lovesick smile. Young and handsome, with such strength, he was simply her ideal type. She might very well be the first person to know the general appearance of the carefree celestial. Yin Yu's concealed heart raced with excitement. She had always favored the strong, especially those with a commanding presence. At the dormitory, Taozi, please gather everyone on this list to the playground, Chen Lan instructed as he returned to his dormitory. Sending a list to Luo Tao. Wow, so many people. Are we preparing for battle? Luo Tao exclaimed, astonished at the list of over 100 names. You guessed it right. The demon beasts will manifest this afternoon. We must prepare in advance, and I'll take you all out for some fun. Okay. I will gather them right away. Just as Luo Tao left, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The elixir rankings were being announced again. But this time, they began from the 20th position. Yesterday, they had been forcibly interrupted by the cultivation rankings, resulting in a break. Chen Lan gazed at the elixir rankings in the sky, and he was still likely in first place, as he distinctly remembered obtaining the game's strongest divine elixir. 8th grade elixir. Heavenly Dominance Sacred Vitality Pill. Upon consumption, it fully restores health and grants invulnerability for 8 seconds. Of course, this effect pertains to the game. Once the elixir materializes, the effects will alter. Restores to peak condition, impervious to all, indestructible, and immune to blades and firearms, lasting for 8 seconds. Essentially, it grants him invincibility for 8 seconds, during which no spell or weapon can affect him. This elixir was a reward from an event, specifically for defeating the Year Beast and achieving first place on the damage leaderboard. At that time, no one else participated. He single-handedly vanquished the Year Beast, utilizing 3 opportunities per day over 4 days to accomplish it. He had already discerned the pattern of the rewards from the rankings. Each reward corresponds to the next ranking. For instance, the cultivation ranking rewards magic artifacts, the magic artifact ranking rewards elixirs, and the elixir ranking will reward the next one. It remained unclear who the next recipient would be. He would soon find out by observing others' rewards. Before long, he sensed the presence of people already gathered on the playground and swiftly departed. In a villa in Longdu, "Miss, you mustn't go outside. The master will worry about you." "Indeed, miss, you cannot venture out. It is far too dangerous out there. The outside world is teeming with demonic beasts and treacherous individuals. Venturing out is utterly out of the question." Within a private chamber, a youthful beauty endowed with an enchanting visage and ample bosom is meticulously packing her belongings. She is none other than the ethereal fairy, Guing. Surrounding her are several maids, earnestly attempting to dissuade her from her course of action. "Enough of your concerns. I must go to Qin City. My destined partner resides there, and I cannot allow anyone else to seize this opportunity," Guing declared resolutely, stowing her luggage into a storage ring, preparing to depart. She was well aware that the esteemed Xinyu Tianzun was in Qin City. As she recalled inquiring about his whereabouts during her gaming escapades, he had mentioned Qin City without divulging any further details. Although she was oblivious to his name, age, and appearance, she firmly believed that when fate beckoned, their paths would inevitably cross. She was cognizant that Xinyu Tianzun had other partners, given the nature of the game. In her own playtime, she had sought out several companions, but only found true joy in her interactions with him. Now, she was departing in pursuit of her own happiness. "Where do you think you are going?" A voice boomed from behind her. Guing turned to find her father standing there. "I am going to find my partner. I intend to elope with him," she declared defiantly, hands on her hips. Seeing his daughter so resolute, her father felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "What is wrong with you? You are far too mischievous for your own good," he lamented, exasperated by her childishness at such an age. It was his own indulgence that had led to this predicament. "What nonsense are you spouting? You are still in the tribulation stage. You cannot simply elope with someone," he exclaimed, nearly on the verge of a stroke, his body swaying precariously until a nearby servant steadied him. "Let me make this clear. Under no circumstances are you to seek him out," he barked in anger. At her age, she should be focused on more responsible matters, rather than flinging herself into such reckless endeavors. "You cannot possibly let this get out. What would people say? I am going to find Xinyu Tianzun," Guing shouted defiantly. She had kept the identity of her partner a secret from her family, knowing it was a matter only she should bear. Her declaration left everyone present in stunned silence. Her father's eyes widened in realization as he quickly glanced around, panic-stricken, and clamped a hand over Gu Ying's mouth. "Are you trying to get us killed? That is a great emperor who can hear our words." Gradually, he released his grip, trembling with fear. "Have you lost your mind? Xinyu Tianzun is not someone you can just seek out." Fortunately, it seemed the emperor had not overheard them. Otherwise, they would all be doomed. "But he is my partner," she insisted. "What?" Her father gasped, shock etched across his face, as the maids around them stared in disbelief. "What did you just say? Your partner is Xinyu Tianzun? Everyone, leave us at once," he commanded, his voice cold as he turned to the maids. They hurriedly complied, exiting the chamber. Once the door was closed, her father's demeanor shifted dramatically. With a playful grin, he sidled up to Guing, whispering, "My dear daughter, what did you just say? That Xinyu Tianzun is your partner? Such words cannot be taken lightly. He might not take kindly to them. Rest assured, I intend to let him know. I am going to find him," Guing declared, hands on her hips, raising her voice towards the ceiling as if to ensure Xinyu Tianzun would hear her. Her father, now drenched in sweat from the fright, felt a wave of relief wash over him when no immediate retaliation came from the heavens. "It's all right. My daughter has spoken the truth. Her partner is indeed Xinyu Tianzun. This is splendid. Having an emperor as a son-in-law would be a tremendous honor. Hurry, gather your belongings. You must leave this house immediately. If I find you returning alone, I will break your legs." At his words, Gu Ying was left in stunned silence, her eyes wide as she regarded her father in disbelief. His transformation was astonishing. Just moments ago, He had vehemently opposed her departure, and now he was eager to facilitate it upon hearing the name Xinyu Tianzun. Father, you should consider a career in Sichuan opera. Your ability to change faces is remarkable. She quipped, rolling her eyes. Enough chatter. We must set off at once. You must find Xinyu Tianzun. Do you understand? I understand, Guing replied, exasperated, before vanishing in an instant. Her father was elated by her departure, already lost in daydreams of what it would mean for him if the emperor truly became his son-in-law. On the training grounds, Chen Lan withdrew his consciousness, rubbing his temples in distress. This is bad. Partners seemed to be appearing one after another. He realized that remaining incognito had been the right choice. Otherwise, all those partners would have sought him out. It was unexpected that a casual remark from years ago could spark such a reaction from Guing. Back then, she had simply asked where he was from, and he had replied, Qin City. Now, she was on her way there. Through his perception, he could already see her exploring the streets of Qin City. However, there was no cause for concern. No one knew he was Xinyu Tianzun, and even if they crossed paths, she would not recognize him. Returning his focus to the training grounds, he observed rows of students seated cross-legged, each deeply inhaling the surrounding spiritual energy. They had all consumed the body refinement and spiritual energy pills he had provided. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Lan had established a time domain centered around himself. Within this domain, time flowed differently. An hour inside equated to merely a minute outside. It was a small boon he had granted them. Once immersed in cultivation, individuals often lost track of time, worries, and hunger, becoming wholly absorbed in their practice. Thus, these students remained oblivious to the passage of time, their sole focus directed toward their cultivation. As an hour passed outside, they had already trained for 2.5 days within the domain. Suddenly, a series of low rumbles echoed from within the group. I've broken through. I've established my foundation. One exclaimed. Haha, so have I. I've established my foundation as well. Another cheered. Excellent. I've perfected my body refinement. I'll soon be catching up to you all. How long has it been? I feel as though I've been cultivating for ages, but I seem to have forgotten the passage of time, fully engrossed in my training. Each student's cultivation had advanced significantly, with their realms elevated. Luo Tao had even reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, just a step away from the late stage. This rapid progress was greatly attributed to the pills Chen Lan had provided. Meanwhile, Chen Lan himself had gained a modicum of insight into the path of time. Initially, he had discovered a flaw in his understanding, the ability to create a time domain to gain more time for cultivation. However, he soon realized that comprehending the path of time was exceedingly difficult without acquiring certain rare resources or artifacts related to it. For instance, time stones, which embodied the essence of the path of time, could facilitate his understanding. Currently, he had 5 paths, of which he had only begun to cultivate 2. The path of change was teetering on the brink of comprehension, while the path of time remained elusive, proving far more challenging to grasp. Silence, continue your cultivation, and solidify your foundations, Chen Lan spoke softly. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into silence, as everyone suppressed their excitement and once again closed their eyes to stabilize their cultivation. Meanwhile, Chen Lan extended his consciousness, sweeping across the entire world. He sought more treasures of heaven and earth imbued with the essence of the Tao. Before long, Chen Lan was momentarily taken aback. He discovered that the zombies from the Kimchi Empire were still manifesting, and their numbers were growing. But hadn't the Kimchi Empire already fallen? It seemed that even with the nation's demise, these manifestations would persist, unrelenting. This so-called world fusion might indeed be a battle, where another realm invades with the intent to devour the original world and take its place. Now that the Kimchi Empire lay in ruins, the zombies continued to pour forth. In less than half a month, that region would be teeming with all manner of zombies and monsters. Thus, it was evident that the sects about to manifest might not be benevolent either. After all, if the denizens of these two worlds truly aimed to conquer Huaxia, they would undoubtedly take action. However, it mattered not. He had already dispatched Chen Mingyuan to inform the authorities of the Cultivation Management Department. The situation in the Kimchi Empire continued to spawn zombies, indicating that this so-called game appeared to have no conclusion. Li Long had also noticed this anomaly. Despite the nation having fallen 2 days prior, zombies and monsters still manifested today. Once the game commenced, it would not cease. It would persist indefinitely. What then? Was the endpoint? Was it the complete annihilation of the Blue Star inhabitants, or did they successfully clear the game? Furthermore, who exactly created cultivating immortality? On the day the game manifested, he had commissioned an investigation, but after so long, all he had received were unknowns. There was no company, no founder, no data whatsoever. Whether the data had been erased later or was non-existent from the very beginning remained a mystery. It was as if a game had materialized out of thin air, perfectly logical, and had become an overnight sensation across the nation. It was truly perplexing. Li Shi, Mr. Chen Mingyuan has arrived, though his transformation is quite remarkable. I hope you are not startled. Chapter 58. A million bottles of elixirs, nationwide cultivation. The fact that Mr. Chen Mingyuan could be discharged from the hospital was indeed joyous. How could I possibly be startled? Li Long paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. Quickly, bring Mr. Chen over. Before long, a soldier escorted a young man forward. Li Long scrutinized the youth and, noticing the absence of Chen Mingyuan, queried with confusion, "Where's Mr. Chen? Wasn't he supposed to come?" "Li sure, I am Chen Mingyuan." The young man replied with a smile. At these words, Li Long was left dumbfounded, and after a moment of realization, he was astounded. What on earth? Startled, Li Long staggered back several steps, staring in disbelief at Chen Mingyuan. Just last night, he had visited Chen Mingyuan, who had appeared emaciated, frail, and deathly pale. Having heard that Chen Mingyuan had recovered, he had assumed it meant a few more years of life. Yet now it seemed he had gained centuries. The transformation was simply too drastic. Regaining his composure, Li Long approached Chen Mingyuan cautiously, examining him from head to toe. He could hardly believe that this youthful figure was the same Chen Mingyuan who had surpassed a century in age. Suddenly, Li Long's eyes widened in astonishment as he whispered, "Could it be that you consumed a longevity pill? Who in the world could achieve such a feat? It must be the Immortal Emperor." "Indeed." Chen Mingyuan nodded in affirmation. "Have you met the Immortal?" Li Long continued, his tone cautious. "I have," Chen Mingyuan replied. At this, Li Long's expression shifted to one of envy as he gazed at the once ailing Chen Mingyuan, now transformed into a youthful figure. "Who wouldn't he desire eternal life?" "Li sure, let us return to serious matters," Chen Mingyuan interjected with a wry smile. "Please proceed." Li Long's demeanor shifted back to seriousness. "This is a message entrusted to me by the Immortal Emperor." Chen Mingyuan's words deepened Li Long's seriousness, causing his brow to furrow. The Immortal Emperor's words? That cannot bode well. In the future, Blue Star would merge with numerous worlds, leading to a chaotic struggle. He was uncertain whether foes stronger than himself would emerge. Hence the necessity for humanity to enhance their strength at the earliest opportunity. He could not protect Huaxia indefinitely. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Long's pupils constricted. This was highly classified information. If even the Immortal Emperor spoke thus, the situation must be grave. The merging of multiple worlds explained why the area of Blue Star had expanded. It was meant to accommodate other realms. The inhabitants of these foreign worlds might not be amicable, and the future was fraught with uncertainty, with the potential for beings even more terrifying than the Emperor to appear. I understand now. It seems the plan for nationwide cultivation must be executed promptly, Li Long sighed. This initiative had been underway for some time. However, some obstinate individuals refused to confront the reality. Many elderly and middle-aged people in the country were reluctant to embrace cultivation, believing that even if the heavens were to collapse, there would be tall figures to support them. They preferred to live their lives in tranquility. Presently, most of those eager to cultivate were young people, filled with zeal, believing that cultivation was magnificent, hence their desire to learn. He had long anticipated that the future would be far from simple, and hearing the Immortal Emperor echo this sentiment confirmed his apprehensions. However, the Immortal Emperor has provided us with resources, Chen Mingyuan continued. "Oh, what resources?" Li Long raised an eyebrow. "He is aware that you lack cultivation because your physical constitution is inadequate, no longer meeting the standards for cultivation. Thus, he has given me a reversal pill, which can reshape your meridians and roots, though the process is excruciating." Chen Mingyuan produced a ring, and a yellow pill materialized in his palm. This ring was a storage item crafted by Chen Lan using the principles of spatial Dao. With the mastery of spatial Dao, he could create such storage rings in mere seconds, each possessing a space merely the size of a football field. Gazing at the pill in Chen Mingyuan's hand, Li Long swallowed hard. He had not anticipated that the Immortal Emperor would take notice of him and provide a pill to defy fate. "Thank you, Immortal Emperor." Li Long suddenly knelt in reverence. Though he often feigned indifference toward cultivation, who wouldn't he desire it? It wasn't he that he was unwilling. Rather, he lacked the capacity. His roots and meridians had long been set. Even a cleansing pill would be futile, rendering him unqualified for cultivation. Now, the Immortal Emperor had bestowed upon him a reversal pill, a true act of salvation. Moreover, the Emperor had prepared 1,000,000 bottles of body-refining and spirit-gathering pills to serve as startup capital, enabling the rapid enhancement of Huaxia's strength. Awaiting the manifestation of sects to learn alchemy, the ring in Chen Mingyuan's possession contained a staggering 1,000,000 bottles of elixirs, half for body refinement and half for spirit gathering. All gifts from the Immortal Emperor. When he had inquired about such a generous supply, the Immortal Emperor had silenced him with a single remark. "This quantity is but a mere trifle. You will not exhaust my resources in your lifetime." What was perceived as an astonishing quantity of elixirs to them was merely a drop in the bucket for the Immortal Emperor. Indeed, the great Emperor of Leisure is a true divine being of our Huaxia. Not only does he contribute his efforts, but he also provides resources. With him, our nation thrives, and our people are at peace. Li Long exclaimed, nodding fervently. "I shall make arrangements immediately. We cannot afford any further delays," he said earnestly, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. At that moment, the announcement of the alchemical rankings had reached the 11th position. Just as the citizens of the nation were gazing up at the golden list, a voice interrupted them. "I am Taoist Qingfeng, and I come to speak on behalf of General Li Long from the Department of Cultivation Management. In the future, Blue Star will face an unprecedented grave crisis that threatens all of humanity. He continued, from the youngest of 5 to the eldest of 60. All must cultivate their skills in the art of immortality. This is not only for your own sake, but for the sake of Huaxia as well. We must unite to confront the impending dangers. It is an impossibility to rely solely on others for protection. He asserted, no one is obligated to safeguard you. The future is something we must strive for ourselves. Schools will fully open cultivation classes, and the Department of Cultivation Management will establish testing sites nationwide. Tomorrow, all eligible individuals are requested to report to their respective sites to determine their qualifications for cultivation. This is the message conveyed to us by the great Emperor of Leisure. We are out of time, he added. In addition, the great Emperor has generously donated 100,000 vials of elixirs to assist the citizens in their cultivation endeavors. Therefore, let us not disappoint the great Emperor. The era of universal cultivation officially begins. Chapter 59, Pharaoh's Kingdom, Tomb Raiders. Goodness, a crisis on Blue Star? If the great Emperor says so, it must be true. I need to urge my parents to start cultivating right away. Me too. My parents think it's no big deal, that the state will protect us, but the situation has become increasingly perilous. We must strengthen ourselves. My son has just turned 5. Should I send him to learn cultivation? It would be wonderful if he qualifies. Enough talk. I have already withdrawn my son from school. Even though he is in his final year, there is no need for education anymore. Indeed, we are in the era of cultivation. What good is studying? We must cultivate swiftly. How incredible. 100,000 vials of elixirs. The great Emperor is truly generous. I only have 3 vials, each containing 10 pills, which means this 100,000 vials can serve 10 million individuals. What a grand gesture. The people were astounded that the Emperor would so generously provide 100,000 vials of elixirs that amounted to tens of millions of pills, sufficient to aid countless individuals. Even if not 1 pill per person, it could cultivate hundreds of thousands of elites. The scale was monumental. On the playground, the Emperor is so generous. I truly wish to see whether the Emperor is male or female. 100,000 vials of elixirs. What a display of extravagance. Indeed, the Emperor showers elixirs as if they were mere trifles. Listening to the discussions around him, Chen Lan smiled. To others, that 100,000 vials of elixirs might seem like an astronomical figure, yet within his storage ring, it was nothing of consequence. He could produce even 1 billion vials if need be. After a decade of gaming, he had quantified all the elixirs he accumulated over those years. That number was the true astronomical figure. Chen Lan turned toward a specific direction, a smile creeping upon his lips. He had discovered something intriguing once again. Taozi, take them to practice. Do not leave this place. I shall return shortly, he instructed Luo Tao. Understood. Luo Tao responded, and as he did, Chen Lan vanished from sight. Unfazed, he continued instructing everyone to practice. In Pharaoh's kingdom, within the grand and majestic pyramid, 3 stealthy figures clad in gloves and masks stealthily proceeded forward. Big brother, do you think we might be discovered while we are here in Pharaoh's kingdom to rob the tomb? One of them queried, surprisingly speaking in Huaxia's language. As it turned out, these 3 were tomb raiders from Huaxia, seeking to plunder the Pharaoh's tomb. With the advent of the game's manifestation, the world had undergone numerous wondrous changes, and they believed the Pharaoh's tomb would surely harbor extraordinary treasures. If we can steal from here, we won't fear encountering any monstrous beasts. Nonsense, no one will enter here. The leader, slightly more robust than the others, replied. This pyramid is a renowned tourist attraction in Pharaoh's kingdom, drawing many visitors daily. It is also a sacred site where the locals gather to pay homage at the beginning of each month. The very name of the country pays homage to the pharaoh. Access to the pyramid's interior is restricted. Only at specific times each year do inspectors check for any missing artifacts. Fortunately, it has been over a month since the last inspection, which means we have a whole year before they return to check again. There is no need for concern. Our leader has done his homework. We can confidently take what we desire. Another man grinned. Indeed, let us see what treasures await us. This is a pyramid, the tomb of a pharaoh. It must be laden with gold and jewels. Pharaohs are kings. Surely their burial would involve some treasures. Now, what lay before them was a vast, dark corridor devoid of light, illuminated only by their flashlights. They proceeded cautiously, the silence only interrupted by the sound of their breaths. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they discovered a stone door, featuring 2 indents, one resembling a horse and the other a human figure. Perhaps we need to place something in these slots to open the door. Fortunately, I came prepared, the leader grinned, producing 2 stones from his satchel, one for each slot. They placed them in position, and suddenly, a cacophony of grinding noises erupted. The ground trembled as the surface of the stone door shifted, and the indents began to rotate. The 3 men instinctively recoiled, watching in terror until the door emitted a thunderous sound and came to a halt, returning to silence. The leader crept forward, attempting to push the stone door, but found it unyielding due to his lack of strength. What are you waiting for? Open the door. The 2 younger accomplices nodded vigorously and rushed to assist. With all their might, they pushed together, and the door gradually creaked open. The sound of stone scraping against stone resonating through the air. As the door fully opened, the trio stared in astonishment at the sight before them. Inside lay over 100 coffins, each wrapped tightly in white cloth, some resting on the ground, others leaning against the walls. The most prominent was a coffin made entirely of gold. They were instantly captivated by the golden coffin, rushing over to inspect it closely. Incredible! It's pure gold. We are truly going to strike it rich. One of the younger men exclaimed, instinctively biting the coffin, only to realize how hard it was, prompting a shout of excitement. This is genuine gold. The coffin measures 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width. If it is entirely crafted from gold, we are indeed in for a fortune. Just this alone makes this trip worthwhile. How on earth are we supposed to carry such a massive coffin? A bewildered underling scratched his head in confusion. Slap. The response came in the form of a stinging rebuke from the leader. Are you out of your mind? I instructed you to bring containers and tools for the purpose of extracting gold. How do you expect to transport such a large coffin? The leader was left speechless, frustrated by the apparent idiocy of his 2 subordinates. This won't do. At the conclusion of this venture, I must find 2 new lackeys. Oh. The underling finally grasped the situation, hastily retrieving tools and containers to begin extracting gold. While the 2 subordinates busied themselves with the task, the leader surveyed the surroundings for any other peculiar treasures or gems. As the 2 underlings remained oblivious to the world beyond, engrossed in their work, an eerie transformation began to unfold around them. The white cloths that had been draped over the coffins slowly turned to ash, drifting into the air. They remained unaware of the strange occurrences, their eyes fixated solely on the gold. However, it wasn't long before they sensed a significant drop in temperature. Who turned on the air conditioning? Why is it so cold? You fool, this is a pyramid. There is no such thing as air conditioning. In response, the leader stormed over and delivered a sharp reprimand to the underling. But soon, he too recognized that something was amiss. The coffins around them seemed to have transformed. The white cloths had vanished. Weren't these coffins previously covered in white cloth? The leader's heart raced as he anxiously scanned his surroundings, swallowing hard. Indeed, where have they gone? Both underlings sprang to their feet, terror etched on their faces as they glanced around. Quick, pry open the golden coffin. Something feels off here. Let us grab the treasures inside and make a hasty retreat. The leader barked orders, pulling tools from his bag and forcefully attempting to pry open the coffin. The 2 underlings nodded and positioned themselves at different angles, exerting all their strength to move the coffin. With a creaking sound, the coffin began to yield under their combined efforts. Simultaneously, the ordinary black wooden coffins nearby emitted unsettling noises, as if the deceased within were awakening. Hurry! The leader shouted in alarm. He had encountered numerous strange phenomena before, and in this world, the resurrection of the dead was hardly an anomaly. The trio quickened their pace. Bang! The coffin creaked open, revealing a corpse swathed in golden cloth, lying within, its hands crossed over its chest, clutching a golden scepter adorned with a dazzling red gem. Surrounding the body was a trove of exquisite gold and silver treasures, priceless and beyond valuation. If they could seize it all, they would live in carefree abundance for the rest of their lives. Upon seeing the glittering riches, the trio's eyes gleamed with avarice, excitement coursing through them. Hurry! Take as much as you can. They eagerly reached inside, stuffing gold and jewels into their bags, pockets, and even their underwear, shoving rings into their mouths. Suddenly, eerie and terrifying sounds emanated from the other coffins, resembling the low growls of wild beasts. Bang! All the coffins erupted simultaneously, sending the 3 men sprawling to the ground in shock. One by one, the corpses wrapped in white cloth sat up and began to emerge. They resembled mummies, just as depicted in films. In an instant, all the mummies turned their hollow eye sockets towards the trio, who were frozen in disbelief. Ah, boss, the mummies have come to life. What do we do? Let us flee. The 2 underlings were paralyzed with fear, inching backward. The mummies shuffled slowly towards them, dragging their feet like the living dead. Seeing this, the leader burst into laughter. Run? These mummies are moving so slowly. Let us grab the treasures first. Then we can escape. True to his nature, he was consumed by greed. Ignoring the looming threat, he rushed to the coffin, almost frantically stuffing gold and jewels into his bag, oblivious to the mummies surrounding him. Seeing their fearless leader, the 2 underlings mustered their courage and joined him in collecting the treasures. Soon, their fear was buried beneath an avalanche of greed. Their eyes now gleamed with insatiable desire. One underling inadvertently caught sight of the red gem on the scepter held by the pharaoh's corpse. An eerie glint flashed in his eyes as he froze, seemingly compelled to reach for the gem. The leader, noticing this, recalled some vital rules. If a deceased was clutching something like a gem, it should never be taken. Such items were often used to suppress souls or quell their wrath. No, the leader shouted, but it was too late. The underling forcefully yanked the scepter from the corpse's grasp. In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from the golden coffin, sending the 3 men flying against the wall, blood spurting from their mouths, leaving them weak and disoriented. Outside, a tempest brewed over the pyramid, dark clouds swirling, thunder cracking. In a land that hadn't seen rain for years, a torrential storm suddenly unleashed itself, Upon witnessing the unprecedented downpour, the citizens of the pharaoh's land immediately sensed something was amiss. This was not a blessing from the heavens. It was divine retribution. The pharaoh's tomb was in turmoil. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck the apex of the pyramid, followed by a deluge of electric fury. The summit of the pyramid acted like a lightning rod, wildly attracting the storm's wrath. Meanwhile, inside, the atmosphere had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The three grave robbers gazed at the golden coffin as a colossal hand emerged. Grasping the edge, a mummy, entirely draped in golden cloth, crawled out. It was none other than the pharaoh himself. He had awakened. Intruders dare to disturb my slumber. The pharaoh's deep, gravelly voice echoed throughout the pyramid, though it was not in a language the three could comprehend. Forgive us, we shouldn't have invaded your tomb. Please, spare us. The leader, clutching his aching body, quickly knelt in supplication. The two underlings followed suit, trembling in fear. However, the mummies drew closer, step by step. At that moment, the scepter in the underling's hand began to tremble, as if yearning to break free. In a panic, he discarded it, and it soared through the air, landing before the pharaoh, who seized it in a single motion. As the pharaoh grasped the scepter, waves of crimson energy erupted from the gem, flooding into him. The golden cloth enveloping him gradually dissipated, reconfiguring into a magnificent golden robe. Even more terrifying was the fact that the pharaoh's once desiccated visage began to regain its color, transforming into that of a robust middle-aged man. Ah, the marvelous energy of life. I have returned. Countless energies surged into the pharaoh, restoring him to his prime. He turned his gaze towards the three grave robbers, his eyes turning cold as he raised his right hand. A torrent of red energy erupted from his scepter, ensnaring the three intruders and lifting them into the air. You shall serve as the inaugural feast for my revival, the pharaoh intoned coldly, his mouth slightly agape, as if to draw in their very essence. An astonishing scene unfolded as the faces of the three tomb raiders rapidly withered, visibly draining of color. Streams of crimson energy surged forth from their bodies, as though their very lifeblood was being siphoned by the pharaoh. Just as the trio appeared on the brink of being completely drained, a voice shattered the tense atmosphere. The resonance of the path of life was unexpectedly present in this land of pharaohs, a truly intriguing revelation. Simultaneously, a wave of oppressive force erupted, instantly subduing both the pharaoh and the multitude of mummies. Bang, bang, bang. The sound echoed as the mummies exploded like balloons, disintegrating into dust. Before the pharaoh stood a young man, Chen Lan. He had sensed the aura of the path of life, and had thus arrived at this moment. Chapter 61, Pharaoh number 3. The Prophet. Who are you? The pharaoh demanded, his fury igniting as he witnessed his subjects turn to ashes. What gibberish are you speaking? Chen Lan furrowed his brow, and with a sweeping gesture, the pharaoh's scepter flew into his grasp, trembling violently. Silence! Chen Lan commanded sharply. In an instant, the scepter stilled, falling into quietude. The pharaoh's astonishment was palpable as he realized how effortlessly Chen Lan had seized his treasured artifact, the very item he had toiled for, which granted him the means to rest undying in the tomb for centuries. Return it to me, the pharaoh bellowed, a surge of red energy erupting from within him, hurtling towards Chen Lan. Unfazed, Chen Lan regarded the oncoming energy with an impassive expression, merely exhaling a cold snort that shattered the energy into oblivion. The pharaoh was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall, blood spilling from his lips. However, the crimson energy within him swiftly mended his injuries, restoring him to peak condition. Were it not for your potential usefulness, I would have already ended your life, Chen Lan stated coldly, raising his right hand. A forceful pull emanated from his palm, drawing the pharaoh closer until he was grasped by the throat, suspended in midair. Tell me, from whence did this gemstone originate? Chen Lan inquired icily. Dream on. I shall kill you. The pharaoh shrieked in agony, his red energy coalescing within him, poised to retaliate against Chen Lan. In that case, I shall witness it for myself. Chen Lan replied, his eyes shimmering with a violet glow. Ah! The pharaoh suddenly screamed, a terrifying energy rampaging within his mind, ravaging his thoughts and tormenting his soul. This was Chen Lan employing soul search, seeking to unveil the origins of the gemstone imbued with a faint essence of the path of life. Within mere seconds, the pharaoh ceased to struggle, his body slackening and dropping limply, as if lifeless. The violet glow in Chen Lan's eyes dissipated, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Excellent, there are indeed gains to be had. Releasing his grip, the pharaoh collapsed to the ground, quickly kneeling on one knee. Master, he exclaimed fluently in the tongue of Huaxia. From this day forth, you shall be known as number 3. Your task is to uncover the other gemstones that were lost long ago, Chen Lan instructed matter-of-factly. From the pharaoh's memories, he had glimpsed a fist-sized red gemstone, vastly superior to the glass bead he currently held. If it were an intact gem, it would undoubtedly contain a wealth of the path of life's essence, far more than this paltry amount could provide. Moreover, the pharaoh possessed a unique ability. Having been bonded with the life gem for centuries, he had absorbed a considerable amount of the essence of life, even gleaning a modicum of enlightenment. Though meager, It bestowed upon him the capability to siphon the life force from others to replenish his own. As long as he absorbed sufficiently, he could achieve immortality. This was indeed formidable, yet it bore a fatal flaw. Should his opponent's strength exceed his own, he would be rendered incapable of absorption. In addition to this power, the pharaoh also had the ability to resurrect the deceased, though they would return as mindless, soulless mummies. Yes, master, number 3 nodded solemnly. There are intruders approaching. Handle it yourself. Chen Lan sensed over 100 ordinary individuals closing in. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. The 3 tomb raiders awoke in a daze, only to find the pharaoh looming before them, whispering in a demonic tone, "You shall become my newest servants." In the playground, Chen Lan sat beneath a distant shady tree, observing the others as they practiced, while his gaze fell to the red gemstone in his hand, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. What kind of planet was Blue Star in the past? From the pharaoh's memories, he had uncovered a plethora of astonishing histories. Remarkably, there had been extraordinary beings centuries ago. The pharaoh had witnessed individuals commanding storms from the skies, their bodies forged by lightning, as well as entities that could breathe fire and manipulate the winds and objects with mere thought. Such wonders existed in the past, so why had they seemingly vanished? The pharaoh's memories did not provide answers, for he soon fell into a state of false death. This gemstone had been unearthed by the pharaoh and 3 others during an expedition. They had each taken a portion of the gem after its discovery. Shortly thereafter, the pharaoh's realm faced invasion, and during the battle, he sustained grave injuries, teetering on the brink of death. When his blood mingled with the gemstone, it erupted in a radiant display. From that moment, he acquired mysterious powers, until one day, a self-proclaimed prophet approached him, proclaiming that Blue Star would undergo unprecedented changes hundreds of years hence, and that his era was not the present, but a future time. Thus, the pharaoh resolutely fell into slumber with the life gem, leading others to believe him deceased. They constructed a pyramid in his honor, creating that renowned monument. None could have foreseen that, due to the 3 tomb raiders, the pharaoh would re-emerge and subsequently take them as his servants. It seems that Blue Star is indeed extraordinary. What trials had it endured to arrive at this state? Chen Lan could surmise that Blue Star had once been far from ordinary, for the pharaoh's era was rife with remarkable individuals. If he were to trace back thousands or even tens of thousands of years, might there be even more formidable beings? And what of the heavenly path? His understanding was suspended in the timeline of centuries past, aligning closely with the period of the pharaoh's slumber. Chen Lan felt compelled to visit the library and delve into history, for perhaps the tomes would provide him with the answers he sought. Blue Star had undoubtedly been remarkable centuries ago. With this thought, Chen Lan vanished from sight. The next moment, he found himself within the library of Chengdu University. Since the advent of the Cultivation era, no one had ventured to read, and even the librarians had vanished, leaving the library in a state of closure. Chen Lan expanded his consciousness and quickly located the history section, discovering a tome titled 5,000 Years of Huaxia History. Yet, as he hastily flipped through its pages, his expression grew increasingly grave. Finally, he closed the book, a heavy weight settling in his heart, his brow furrowing deeply. The history was incomplete. No, it was more accurate to say it had been rewritten. Within this volume, countless historical events were presented that he had never encountered before. In the midst of history, he distinctly perceived a segment that was astray. The preceding portion narrated how Emperor Qin Shi Huang erected the Great Wall to fend off foreign foes, while the subsequent segment heralded the founding celebration of the Huaxia civilization. But what became of the vast expanse of history in between? Chen Lan pondered in a state of dread. For all these years, they had been aware of the unification of the 6 states by Qin Shi Huang and possessed knowledge of myriad historical events. Yet, upon opening this book, he discovered a significant omission. The most bizarre aspect was not merely this absence, but rather that everyone believed history to be accurate, oblivious to the fact that their memories had been altered. What of the history following the unification of the 6 states? Was it a figment of humanity's imagination? Or was it forcibly implanted into their memories? Wait a moment. If human memories have been tampered with, and history is missing, then who authored this book? Chapter 62, The 500 Years of Huaxia History. As Chen Lan flipped to the final page of the book, his pupils suddenly contracted. It was utterly blank. Ordinarily, the author's name and the publishing house would be inscribed on the last page. Yet this book bore nothing. With a heavy heart, he returned the book to the shelf and approached the management computer at the front desk, eager to ascertain the source of this book. Utilizing his ability to alter, he effortlessly bypassed the password and searched for the 5,000 Years of Huaxia. Unsurprisingly, the search yielded no results. The book seemed to have materialized out of thin air within the library. Instinctively, Chen Lan directed his spiritual awareness towards that bookshelf and was momentarily stunned as he instantly appeared before it. Gazing at the vacant space, he was taken aback. The book had vanished. He distinctly remembered placing it there, yet now it was nowhere to be found. He promptly expanded his spiritual awareness to scan the entirety of Huaxia. Finding no anomalies, he could affirm that no one had been there moments ago. But how could the book have disappeared? This matter grew increasingly peculiar. With this in mind, he directly conveyed a message to Chen Mingyuan. Chen Mingyuan, Please investigate the author of the history of Huaxia over 5,000 years. He observed that Chen Mingyuan appeared momentarily taken aback upon receiving his message, but quickly realized it was Chen Lan speaking to him. After a few seconds of silence, he replied, "Your Majesty, doesn't Huaxia only have 500 years of history?" In that instant, Chen Lan's mind felt as though it had been struck by lightning, leaving him speechless. Huaxia had only 500 years of history. Indeed, the knowledge he had acquired since childhood confirmed that it was precisely 500 years from the establishment of the Qin state to the present day. Yet why? When he glimpsed that book earlier, did it evoke no sense of incongruity, and those historical events felt oddly familiar? Then please check if anyone has authored a similar historical book. Understood. After saying this, Chen Lan ceased further conversation. It was evident that his own memories had also been altered. The memories of all humanity might very well have been manipulated. This so-called game manifestation was undoubtedly complex, concealing an immense conspiracy behind it. Contemplating this, Chen Lan chuckled. The thrill of this exploratory game, unveiling the world and gradually unraveling the truth, was exhilarating. Since it was a game, he decided to revel in it. Playground. Chen Lan returned to the playground. At that moment, everyone had ceased their cultivation and were instead gazing at the sky's elixir rankings. It turned out they were now announcing the top 3, with the first place about to be revealed. I am certain that the first place will undoubtedly be the Emperor. That is a certainty. People admired the Emperor immensely, as he consistently topped every list. Who wouldn't envy such accomplishments? If I could top even one of those lists, I would gladly endure any hardship for a surge in power. You can't have it all. Your wishes are quite fanciful. I wonder what the next ranking will be. Listening to the crowd, Chen Lan lifted his gaze towards the golden ranking in the sky, just as it reached the first place. Thunderous roars echoed. The dark clouds dissipated, revealing blinding golden light. An extraordinary phenomenon had emerged once more. This time, it seemed even more remarkable, as the entire sky turned to shimmering gold. First place, Xiaoyao Tianzun, 8-rank elixir. Reward, Array Mastery, Auspicious Qilan. As the first place was announced, rain began to fall from the sky. Unlike the previous occasion, this time it was a golden drizzle, enveloping the entirety of Huaxia. Upon contact with this golden rain, individuals discovered their cultivation was surging. Wow, this is divine rain that enhances cultivation. Indeed. Quick, open your mouths and drink. Thanks to the Emperor for achieving first place and bestowing this upon us. The joy of the first place was immense, especially since it benefited all of humanity. The Emperor was truly magnificent. Although this golden rain was bestowed by the elixir rankings, people instinctively expressed gratitude towards Xiaoyao Tianzun. Not only were the cultivators elated, but ordinary individuals also felt the golden rain revitalizing their bodies, with some patients noticing significant improvements in their ailments. In an instant, the entire population of Huaxia rushed outside to catch the rain. Some even stripped down to their underwear, dancing joyfully on the streets, while others grabbed containers to collect the golden rain. They soon discovered that once the golden rain entered their containers, it transformed into ordinary clear water, devoid of any efficacy. This sudden shower was fleeting, lasting only 10 seconds before vanishing. Yet, in that brief interval, countless individuals broke through their realms, significantly enhancing their cultivation, while many ordinary folk felt their health restored, free from aches and pains. Chen Lan rubbed the rainwater between his fingers, discerning the abundant spiritual energy contained within. A few drops would suffice for an ordinary person to cure myriad ailments, restore health, and even prolong life. For cultivators, it could facilitate breakthroughs of 1 or 2 minor realms, with greater advancements depending on their innate talent. Haha, I've broken through. Me too. I've made a breakthrough. Thank you, Emperor. This rain was timely. The crowd before him erupted in joy as they each celebrated their advancements of 1 or 2 minor realms, significantly boosting their strength. Excellent. I too have improved. I've reached the pinnacle of the golden core. Luo Tao exclaimed, excitedly gazing at the golden core within his dantian, which had grown considerably. This rain had propelled him to the golden core's completion. It was a delightful experience. At that moment, the heavens resonated once more with the voice of the primordial chaos, announcing the rewards of the elixir rankings. The mounts will be distributed later. In 5 days, the mounts will manifest. The mount rankings will commence. In 5 days, spiritual veins will manifest. In 5 days, heavenly materials and earthly treasures will manifest. Upon hearing this proclamation, Chen Lan's lips curled into a smile. It was precisely as he had anticipated. Whatever the golden ranking rewarded would indeed be the focus of the next ranking. The Qilan was a mount, and the next would be the mount rankings. After the voice of primordial chaos faded, beams of golden light descended across the nation, enveloping Chen Lan. At this moment, Luo Tao finally noticed Chen Lan and observed the golden light surrounding him, promptly congratulating him. Congratulations. I knew you would definitely make the rankings. This time, many Yuanian cultivators had made it onto the elixir rankings, with the last 20 positions almost entirely occupied by those in the Yuanian stage. He had suspected Chen Lan would be among them. His guess had proven accurate. Let us not stray from the topic. How has your cultivation progressed? Chen Lan inquired. feigning ignorance of their realms. Hearing Chen Lan's question, they all eagerly responded. Well, not bad. The demon beasts will soon manifest, and I will lead the expedition. You all should continue to solidify your cultivation. Yes, Teacher Chen. The crowd responded in unison, promptly settling into a cross-legged position to resume their cultivation. Meanwhile, Chen Lan was absorbed in the profound insights bestowed upon him by the Golden List, the Array Path Divine Ability. This was an exceptionally formidable skill, enabling him to manifest formations with but a thought, swiftly mastering even the most intricate of array techniques, and even improving upon them. However, a daunting challenge lay before him. He possessed no knowledge of array formations. This knowledge would have to wait until the sect materialized, at which point he could seek instruction. Chapter 63, Infinite Self-Detonation, Infinite Rebirth. Time flew by like an arrow, and the group had spent an indeterminate number of days within the realm of time. Outside, the monstrous beasts began to manifest. The voice of primordial chaos resonated once more. Chen Lan casually lifted the temporal domain, restoring it to its original state. It was time to take the team out for some exploration. Monstrous beasts are beginning to manifest randomly. This time, only those below the nascent soul stage will appear. In 7 days, beasts of the transformation stage will make their appearance. The emergence of transformation stage beasts in just 7 days was alarming. Chen Lan furrowed his brow. Humanity had yet to truly mature, and this was rather concerning. It seemed he could no longer expedite the game's progression. Otherwise, within a month, the ground would be swarming with tribulation stage beasts. At that point, everyone would merely be at the body refinement and foundation establishment stages, and how could they possibly contend? Indeed, when the populace learned that transformation stage beasts would appear in 7 days, fear gripped their hearts. Surely, it was too soon for such formidable foes to emerge. The game was accelerating towards annihilation. With so many at the body refinement and foundation establishment stages, was it not premature for transformation beasts to appear? One must take their time with games. Introducing a major boss all at once was counterproductive. Players wished for a restart. Let us not forget, this is no mere game. This is the apocalypse. If we continue to be so lethargic, it will be our demise. Henceforth, I shall devote myself to cultivation around the clock. I will be like 007. I have already resigned, in the face of the apocalypse. I cast aside my job with a slap to my boss's face and left the company. The impending appearance of transformation stage beasts instilled widespread trepidation. This was indeed a rapid escalation. If transformation beasts were to appear in 7 days, would it not mean that ascension stage beasts would follow in a fortnight? Within a month, tribulation beasts could very well arrive, leaving no room for gameplay. Waiting for death seemed the only option. It was precisely due to the relentless appearance of these beasts that the yearning for strength within the populace grew ever more intense. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they were overwhelmed by the beasts. As golden beams of light descended upon various regions of China and unknown territories, Chen Lan smiled faintly at his students. With a casual wave of his hand, a small sword materialized beneath him, expanding to a size ample enough to accommodate several hundred individuals. Come aboard, let us venture forth, he beckoned. A glimmer of desire, envy, and admiration shone in the eyes of the onlookers as they beheld Chen Lan's artifact. When would they, too, be able to soar through the skies with such elegance as their esteemed teacher? Though some had attempted sword flight before, the thrill of stepping aboard once more was undeniable. Chen Lan led them back to a previous location where 1,000 monstrous beasts had already gathered, eagerly observing their new abode. Their arrival interrupted the beasts' excitement. Outsiders, one beast exclaimed, articulating in human speech. The first utterance was a clear indication of their awareness of being intruders. At that moment, Chen Lan was struck by inspiration. Capturing a few beasts for questioning would surely yield insights, as they hailed from another world and must possess some knowledge of the underlying truths. With this thought in mind, he descended, instructing everyone to move freely but not alone, ideally in groups of 3 or 4. Do not worry, I shall protect you. With that, he sheathed the small sword and seized a dog-headed beast, ascending into the sky. The others, emboldened by his actions, shouted to rally their spirits and began their assault on the beasts. Should any individual be in peril, the beasts would inexplicably transform into desiccated corpses or vanish entirely, ensuring no one was harmed. In the air, as Chen Lan held the beast aloft, it attempted to bite him, but a single glare from him rendered it docile. It sensed an overwhelming aura of dread. The moment it opened its mouth, it would surely meet its demise. You are clearly an outsider. Why are you so powerful? Was it not said that you are not formidable? The beast stammered in fear. Upon hearing this, Chen Lan seized the opportunity, his voice turning cold. Who said that? Yet, in the blink of an eye, the beast exploded into a mist of blood, its soul dissipating. Miraculously, not a single drop stained Chen Lan. Witnessing the beast's sudden demise, Chen Lan's anger flared. There was indeed a secret. These beasts were incapable of speech. Uttering a word would trigger their self-destruction. Undeterred, he waved his hand again, bringing another beast before him. Speak. From whence do you come, and why have you come to Blue Star? Humph, outsider, we will not divulge such information, it replied defiantly. Not willing to speak. Then I shall see for myself. Chen Lan attempted to probe its soul, but the moment his spiritual energy brushed against its essence, the beast exploded once more, leaving no trace of its spirit. I refuse to accept this, Chen Lan declared, waving his hand to reverse the blood mist, restoring the beast to its original form, and he attempted to probe its soul again. Yet, as anticipated, it self-destructed once more. Chen Lan persisted, repeatedly reversing time and reconstructing the beast, but the outcome remained unchanged. The beast continuously detonated. Even when he slowed the flow of time to a 10th, a 50th, or even a 100th of its normal pace, the beast still exploded instantaneously, revealing nothing. These beasts were bound by some form of restriction, one that was spiritual in nature. Any violation would result in their immediate obliteration. Damn it, this restriction is too vigilant. Any inquiry along those lines will trigger their self-detonation. Chen Lan's gaze turned steely. He attempted to phrase his questions more subtly, yet the restriction detected his intent, and the beast detonated again. These creatures had been issued commands and restrictions, forbidding them from speaking of their world, not even the slightest detail. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Chen Lan's mind. Perhaps altering the nature of the Great Path could be beneficial. He resurrected the beast once more, modifying the intensity of its restriction, weakening it. He invoked the Great Path of Change upon the beast, seeking to adjust the strength of the restriction. If successful, he might be able to extract a few simple answers. Who sent you to this world? Boom. The beast exploded. That question had overloaded the threshold. Reconstruct, alter, continue questioning. What do you know? Boom. Which is the strongest realm in your world? Boom. From which world do you hail? This time, the beast did not detonate immediately. Instead, it stared vacantly at Chen Lan, as if its soul had departed. The Xianxin realm. Boom. As the beast self-destructed, Chen Lan chose not to restore it again. He had gleaned one answer. The other world was the Xianxin realm. To inquire further would likely yield no more useful information. The restrictions imposed were too formidable, locking down numerous queries. Any slight deviation would result in explosion. Chen Lan raised his head, revealing a mysterious smile towards the heavens. I am aware that you are observing. Since you cannot approach, it signifies that you are fearful of something. Chapter 64. Impersonating a title, the Xiaoyao organization. An hour has elapsed. The demonic beasts on the field have been eradicated, and the crowd is now engaged in harvesting their remains. It remains unknown who first discovered that these creatures are quite delectable and possess a subtle aura of spiritual energy. For ordinary individuals, consuming them can enhance bodily immunity, whereas cultivators might experience a slight elevation in their cultivation levels. In just a single day, these beasts have transformed into a sumptuous delicacy on the dining tables of the Huaxia people. Indeed, it rings true that any overpopulated species that arrives in Huaxia, if deemed edible, can be enjoyed to the point of endangerment. This meat is quite good. I shall slice some to take home for soup. These ribs are the finest. Indeed, tonight's barbecue ribs are assured. Moreover, we are also fortunate to have the carcass of a nascent soul beast. Cooking it will undoubtedly enhance our cultivation. How about we all gather tonight for a barbecue feast and share some joy? That sounds like a splendid suggestion. The crowd deliberated on hosting a grand dinner that evening. Chen Lan stood by, smiling helplessly. These individuals genuinely seemed to lack any sense of crisis. They continue to jest and laugh even now. However, maintaining such an optimistic spirit is commendable. Hey, we will take these 2 demonic beast carcasses. At that moment, 7 or 8 figures clad in red cloaks, exuding a circus-like aura, approached. At the forefront stood a bald man, radiating a menacing presence. Chen Lan furrowed his brows, observing that this individual was at the mid-nascent soul stage, while the others behind him were at the golden core stage. Which department do you belong to? Who are you? We personally vanquished these demonic beasts. On what grounds do you claim them? Luo Tao, unable to contain his disdain, stepped forward and pointed at the group. A pressure emanated from him, revealing his perfected golden core status. Upon seeing that Luo Tao was merely a golden core cultivator, the bald man scoffed derisively. Huh? Just a golden core, and you dare to be presumptuous? In an instant, the pressure of the mid-nascent soul stage erupted. Luo Tao staggered but did not show fear, retorting. So what if you are a nascent soul? Who doesn't have one? With that, he cast a glance at Chen Lan, silently signaling him. Old Chen, it's your turn to make an impressive entrance. Chen Lan felt somewhat speechless, yet he could not stand idly by while these individuals dared to bully his student. Which organization do you hail from? Chen Lan inquired, observing their eccentric attire with a hint of confusion. How many organizations exist in Huaxia today? He was aware of dozens of grassroots organizations. They were all self-formed by cultivators unwilling to join the regulation department, thriving in their own right. Xiaoyao, the bald man proclaimed with pride, puffing out his chest. At this, Chen Lan was taken aback. The name of this organization seemed so familiar. Could it be? Is your leader? Indeed, it is he. If you do not wish to meet your demise, surrender the demonic beast carcasses to me. The bald man spoke with an audacity that suggested he feared no repercussions. Chen Lan was left utterly bewildered. When had such an organization emerged? Although he seldom kept track of what the populace was up to, These individuals were truly outrageous, brazenly using his name to intimidate and plunder. You speak nonsense. The great emperor would never establish such an organization, let alone allow someone like you to join. Luo Tao interjected fiercely. The great emperor and Chen Lan were both figures he held in high regard. One was ranked first, while the other was his brother, who cared for him deeply. He would not tolerate anyone insulting either of them. The bald man remained silent, merely sneering. They had, in fact, begun to exploit this name for their own benefit a week prior, and upon realizing that the great emperor was too preoccupied to address their antics, they became increasingly audacious. After all, the great emperor was undoubtedly busy and would hardly concern himself with such trifles. They believed they could bully ordinary folk without overstepping their bounds. After all, it was unlikely that the great emperor would intervene on behalf of a random victim on the street. Chen Lan was left speechless, though he was reluctant to involve himself. He could not overlook the fact that these individuals had the audacity to impersonate his name and bully others. This could not go unaddressed. With a swift motion, Chen Lan struck the air with his palm, sending the bald man hurtling backward, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Witnessing this spectacle, the subordinates were left in shock, as were the classmates present. Such an abrupt display of power was unexpected. The great emperor is not to be disrespected. Are you not aware of this? Chen Lan stated calmly. Indeed. How dare you insult the great emperor? If he finds out, you will surely not survive. Luo Tao chimed in. Who dares to insult the great emperor? Just then, a voice resonated from above. Chen Lan smirked. Had they finally decided to descend? Boom. A figure descended from the heavens, landing directly before Chen Lan and Luo Tao. As the dust settled, a stunning beauty with an enchanting figure and youthful visage appeared before them. Upon seeing the girl's breathtaking beauty, Luo Tao was momentarily stunned, and the others could not tear their eyes away. The newcomer was none other than the celestial fairy. Earlier, Chen Lan had already noticed her presence above. He could have easily dispatched the bald man, but chose instead to observe whether the celestial fairy would descend. And indeed, she had. Who dares to insult the great emperor? Guing surveyed the area with a fierce gaze. How could anyone dare to insult her partner? They. Luo Tao pointed without hesitation. The few subordinates recoiled in fear, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the formidable presence before them. Who are you? And why do you insult the great emperor? Guing glared fiercely at them. Huh, you dare to strike me. You have forced my hand. The bald man, now on the ground, rose with a chilling laugh. He retrieved a pill from his ring and swallowed it. In an instant, his cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Prepare to die? The bald man conjured a sword of spiritual energy and charged at Guing. What rubbish! Guing frowned slightly. Did this insignificant fool dare to approach her? Are you courting death? With a casual flick of her hand, she struck, sending the bald man crashing backward, unable to rise again. Meanwhile, Gu Ying's own cultivation level was revealed. She was in the tribulation stage. Upon realizing they faced a formidable tribulation stage expert, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Which esteemed figure from the rankings was this? I just heard you mention rank Xiaoyao. Is the great emperor the founder of your organization? Gu Ying addressed the remaining subordinates. Her voice icy. Internally, she felt a flicker of excitement. Could she be so fortunate as to find the great emperor so soon? However, that excitement quickly dissipated, replaced by fury. How could the great emperor possibly associate with such lowly scum to establish an organization? No, we were deceived by that bald man. He claimed we could profit by leveraging the emperor's name, which is why we came. Yes. That bald man has already made quite a fortune and frequently steals others' demonic beasts to consume. These were all his ideas. The subordinates hastily shook their heads in denial, attempting to distance themselves from the situation. Regardless of the truth, you shall not insult my partner. Chapter 65. May the fairy's wishes come true. With a swift motion, Gu Ying dispatched the remaining scoundrels, erasing them from existence. With ruthless precision and not a hint of hesitation, she instilled fear in the hearts of those around her. All right, it's settled. Who are you? Gu Ying clapped her hands, her sweet smile directed at Luo Tao and Chen Lan. We are from Chengdu University, here to slay demon beasts and hone our combat experience, Luo Tao promptly replied. Oh, I see. Gu Ying nodded, her gaze shifting to Chen Lan as she inquired. I couldn't help but notice your voice. It sounds somewhat familiar. For some reason, Chen Lan's voice struck a chord in her memory, as if she had heard it somewhere before. At her words, Chen Lan's heart suddenly jolted. No way, can she recognize me just by my voice? He recalled a late-night phone call he had with Gu Ying, during which she had confided in him about being scolded by her father. Feeling quite upset and unable to sleep, which prompted her to ask for his number. They were both quite young back then. He was still in middle school, and he had sneaked into the restroom to speak with her. But he had since undergone voice changes. How could she possibly recognize him now? Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Gu Ying shook her head, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Excuse me, fair maiden. Did I hear correctly that you are the Tao partner of the carefree celestial? Luo Tao dared to ask, having listened intently to her earlier words. Indeed, I am the mysterious celestial. I have come to Chengdu to seek the carefree celestial. Just between us, he hails from Chengdu, Gu Ying responded, a charming smile inadvertently gracing her lips. Chen Lan was momentarily taken aback. The mysterious celestial was eager to find him. What could he have possibly done to earn such attention from a girl like her? Was it merely due to his current status? Celestial, are you so certain that the carefree celestial will take a liking to you? Chen Lan instinctively asked. At this, everyone around gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief at Chen Lan's audacity to pose such a question. Was Teacher Chen courting danger? How could he dare to utter such words? The celestial was a being of transcendent power. Even Luo Tao felt a chill run down his spine. What was Chen thinking? If he offended this celestial, they would all surely perish. Gu Ying paused for a moment, not angered by his inquiry, but rather filled with spirited determination. She raised her small fist confidently and declared, I am blessed with natural beauty. I refuse to believe the carefree celestial could be indifferent to me. If he truly does not fancy me, I shall simply walk away. Hearing this, Chen Lan chuckled. Then I wish the celestial all the best in her endeavors. All right, thank you. I'll remember your words when the time comes. We shall feast together, Gu Ying proclaimed grandly, patting her chest. Chen Lan, feeling somewhat flustered, replied, You would invite me to dine at your wedding? Of course, thank you. Chen Lan managed a strained smile. Before long, the mysterious celestial took her leave, though she lingered nearby, still searching for Chen Lan. Goodness, Chen, you truly are reckless. I was drenched in sweat from that exchange. Luo Tao wiped his brow, nearly terrified by Chen Lan's boldness. How could you ask such a thing? Thankfully, she does not seem to possess a foul temper. Otherwise, we might have been obliterated. Huh, it's all fine. The celestial is quite magnanimous. Chen Lan replied with a forced laugh. Let us avoid such risks in the future. We cannot afford to offend such powerful figures, Luo Tao cautioned, still shaken. Agreed. Chen Lan nodded. Luo Tao was merely looking out for him. His question had indeed been provocative. Had the mysterious celestial been of a volatile disposition, she would have certainly retaliated. Enough of this. Where shall we head next? Luo Tao inquired. Let us continue hunting demon beasts. It seems you are on the verge of a breakthrough. Combat accelerates growth, Chen Lan suggested casually. With that, he led the others to another area to carry on their slaying of demon beasts. During this time, he instructed the Heavenly Path to undertake a task, to eliminate those impudent organizations impersonating him, deceiving and bullying others. He was disinclined to intervene personally. Initially, he had no intention of being involved, but those miscreants had crossed the line. If it were anyone else, they would likely have been too intimidated to act upon hearing his name. The Heavenly Path swiftly commenced its task, summoning dozens of heavenly bolts that struck down those who dared to impersonate him. Chen Lan was pleased. The Heavenly Path was efficient and obedient. The day passed swiftly. The following day, the Department of Management officially released a post. Tomorrow afternoon, a global martial arts tournament will commence, with representatives from various nations participating. Countries currently participating include Huaxia, the Superpower Empire, the Asen Nation, Buddhist Nation, the Ninja Empire, the Pharaoh Nation, among many others. Each nation must provide rewards of equal value, with the victors claiming all rewards. Our nation offers a low-grade postnatal treasure, while the Superpower Empire provides Thor's hammer. The Buddhist Nation offers the 6 paths of Buddha's relics. The Ninja Empire presents the Death Note, and the Pharaoh Nation contributes the Heart of the Mummy, among other nations' rewards. All rewards have been verified for practicality and value. The event will be broadcast live worldwide. The post quickly gained prominence. What is this all about? A global martial arts tournament? Do they really think they can compete with us? We are cultivators. Sending a golden core practitioner would suffice to annihilate them all. I see the intention of the state. This is a means to gauge the strength of other nations. Isn't it? Quite an intriguing prospect. It will be fascinating to witness. Indeed, I too find it beneficial. It allows us to understand the disparities in strength. The prospect of a global martial arts tournament excited most, as it would provide insights into the power dynamics at play, fostering both reassurance and a sense of urgency. Humans only strive to enhance themselves when faced with a sense of crisis. Such awareness prompts weaker nations to seek strength. Aside from the Asen Nation, the leaders of the other nations were aligned with him, which was an integral part of his plan. He intended to utilize this tournament to instill a sense of urgency among the people of Huaxia, igniting their latent potential and compelling them to train relentlessly. Without this pressure, they might become complacent, relying on him for ease and thus falling into laziness. People rarely grow without a push. Only when they feel challenged will they strive to improve. Chapter 66, Blood Demon Ancestor, World Reincarnation? This global martial arts tournament sounds quite remarkable. I wonder if I have a chance to participate. Luo Tao remarked enviously as he gazed at the post on his phone. Forget it. With your little golden core, you would simply be a punching bag, Chen Lan teased. Just you wait. I will soon reach the nascent soul stage, and then I will catch up to you. Don't you dare weep. Luo Tao retorted defiantly. All right. I shall await your assent. Chen Lan smiled faintly, his expression gradually calming. I will be entering seclusion for a while. You take care of those students. But do not worry. I will arrange protective talismans for you. He planned to continue his cultivation on the moon, where he had recently gained an additional path of life. Having already grasped the 6 paths of enlightenment, he found himself standing at the threshold of each, yet not one had been fully entered. He resolved to first delve into the path of power, believing it to be the most accessible among them, especially considering the arduous nature of the others, where progress had become nearly impossible without external aid. Regrettably, despite his exhaustive search across the entirety of Blue Star, he had yet to uncover any artifacts imbued with the essence of the Tao. It was possible that such treasures had yet to emerge or were hidden deep beneath the surface of the planet. Curiously, he found himself unable to penetrate the depths of Blue Star, as if an unseen force obstructed his vision. It was evident that profound secrets lay buried beneath. Yet these were matters for another time. The truth would inevitably reveal itself. Very well, then, proceed to your meditation, he instructed. Luo Tao nodded in acknowledgement. In the blink of an eye, Chen Lan vanished, reappearing on the surface of the moon. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Lan erected a barrier, rendering him invisible to all, even to the divine perception of an emperor. No satellite could detect his presence. This was the most serene sanctuary for his secluded contemplation. He would immerse himself in the path of power, determined not to emerge until he had made significant progress. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to drift into an expanse of void-like cosmos. Within this universe, 3,000 dim stars twinkled, each symbolizing a distinct path. Among them, 6 stars shone brilliantly, representing the 6 paths he had come to comprehend. Slowly, he began to contemplate the path of power, as spiritual energy and the essence of the Tao enveloped him in a mysterious haze. Has the emperor departed? Questioned Peng Dehai, reclining upon a grand bed, sensing the terrifying divine presence unique to the celestial sovereign leaving Blue Star. He had grown accustomed to the emperor's constant awareness, having long since relinquished his privacy. Yet, he dared not protest, for the emperor had granted him his life. He had already surmised that the emperor would be absent for a time, as that formidable presence had vanished. Now, with its absence once more, he could deduce that the emperor was in seclusion. To be so powerful and still seek seclusion, do they intend to leave us in turmoil? Peng Dehai mused, feeling a mix of exasperation and concern. With the emperor's departure, he speculated that others would soon become restless. Though he now held the title of the strongest on Blue Star, he had no desire to intervene. It would only invite trouble. He hoped that chaos would not ensue. In the city of Black Dragon, within a secluded mountain, lay a hidden cave, its entrance obscured by towering trees and entwined vines. Even if someone were to pass by, they would remain oblivious to the cave's existence. Deep within the cavern, an empty expanse bore witness to a mysterious formation drawn in an unknown crimson liquid. The symbols of the formation were cryptic, so much so that even a research team could spend decades deciphering them. Suddenly, the formation radiated a red glow, and the liquid began to flow forth, resembling blood. It coursed through the formation, and after 5 minutes, every symbol was drenched in a more vivid scarlet. Ha ha ha! I, the blood demon ancestor, have finally awakened. A chilling voice echoed throughout the cavern, as if emerging from the depths of the underworld. As the voice resonated, the blood within the formation began to coalesce at its center, merging together. Gradually, the outline of a human figure emerged, standing in the center of the formation. A blood figure stood there, and in the next moment, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. The liquid began to form bones, creating organs and veins, ultimately manifesting into a true human form. A fully realized man, stark naked, stood there, his visage unremarkable, yet his physique imposing, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Ha ha ha, I have returned, he bellowed, his laughter echoing ominously within the cave. Did you ever imagine that I, the blood demon ancestor, would return? I am the one who eluded divine retribution. This era shall ultimately be mine to dominate. He surveyed the cavern, inhaling the fresh air, overwhelmed with excitement. After years of slumber, he had finally awakened again. He had not been annihilated but had instead evaded the cyclical destruction of the world, preserving his strength. Regrettably, he had fallen to the rank of saint, yet the vitality of this world seemed more abundant. He believed he could swiftly regain his former status as an emperor. The blood demon ancestor gazed at his diminished state, sighing heavily. After years of dormancy, his cultivation had significantly waned. It was imperative that he rapidly elevate his power. With this thought, he licked his lips, having gone far too long without tasting blood. It was time to quench that thirst. In a flash, he exited the cave. Yet upon expanding his divine perception, he was taken aback. What is this? Is this not Blue Star? What are those structures? And those metallic beasts running on the ground? With humans seated inside? After the cycle of reincarnation, such transformations had transpired. How could there be so many cultivators? Hadn't the world gone through a reset? As he beheld the millions of cultivators from Huaxia, he was struck dumb. Was he not the first to awaken? But soon, he was jolted back to reality, hastily retracting his divine perception and retreating into the cave. How could there be saints here? The blood demon ancestor was rendered speechless. He had just sensed a divine presence stronger than his own, an aura belonging to a saint. Although he had fallen to the rank of saint, he had once been an emperor. How could a saint exist? Was the world truly not reincarnated? No, the 9 heavens emperor and the others are also absent. This is... Suddenly, the blood demon ancestor clutched his head, crying out in despair, his face paling as tremors racked his body. This state of turmoil persisted for 5 long minutes before he finally ceased. The blood demon ancestor knelt upon the ground, collapsing in utter hopelessness, gazing despondently at the cave's ceiling. Who would have thought that even in this state, I could not escape your grasp? I remain ensnared by the shackles of the soul. He lamented, feeling a sense of despair unlike any he had ever known. Despite his fervent efforts to elude the cycle of reincarnation, he ultimately could not escape the clutches of those who pursued him. Divine retribution? Chapter 67. The Abyss of the North Pole, Frequent Appearances of Saints. That direction, could it be Black Dragon City? Peng Dehai sat upright, gazing curiously toward Black Dragon City. In an instant, he traversed vast distances, arriving above the secluded mountain where the blood demon ancestor resided. Observing the forest below, he surmised that the unfamiliar divine presence he had sensed earlier must have originated from here. Oddly enough, there was no sign of it now. Peng Dehai could not locate the blood demon ancestor, for the formation was concealed. A top-tier array that had taken the ancestor considerable time to discover and had been laid down by a master of formations. As a mere Saint King, he could not possibly discern its presence unless he possessed similar expertise in formations. Lacking any understanding of formations, Peng Dehai remained oblivious. Greetings, Saint King. A voice called from behind him. It was none other than Daoist Qingfeng. Without turning, Peng Dehai nodded. Ah, have you also come to investigate? Indeed. A remarkably potent divine presence has emerged, surpassing my own, Daoist Qingfeng confirmed, furrowing his brow as he gazed downward. The consciousness of everyone present was familiar to him. Each individual possessed a unique essence. Yet, the one that had just appeared was exceedingly unfamiliar. They had all gathered. At that moment, another figure approached, brandishing a butcher's knife at his waist, clad in an apron, and smoking a cigarette while exhaling clouds of smoke as he observed the two men. This newcomer was the 9th ranked on the list, known as the Culinary Master, also referred to as Zhu Gu. The three stood suspended in the sky, while Peng Dehai and Daoist Qingfeng regarded Zhu Gu with puzzled expressions. Could this truly be a celestial being? His attire seemed rather unconventional. What? Is experiencing life not permissible? Zhu Gu exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke nonchalantly. His family had been in the pig-selling business for 3 generations, and in his time, they had fortuitously thrived, becoming affluent, thus earning the title of Pig Tycoon. Despite his wealth exceeding 100 million, he still relished the simplicity of selling pigs, as it allowed him the chance to converse with the wives of others. Have you noticed anything? Zhu Gu continued to inquire. The two shook their heads in unison, replying, Nothing. The Emperor has departed from Blue Star. I haven't sensed his presence for 10 minutes now. Did you notice? Zhu Gu expressed with a hint of concern. The Emperor had just left, and immediately, such events unfolded. Blue Star was surely on the brink of a significant crisis. Indeed, the Emperor must be in seclusion. Without him, our Xiaoyao is truly at a loss, Peng Dehai sighed. Despite being ranked second, the gap between him and the realm of the Celestial Emperor was vast. Currently, he could dominate the mortal realm, but what would happen later? If a Celestial Emperor emerged, he would be rendered powerless, left to await his demise. The anchor of their strength remained the Celestial Emperor. Without him, they were genuinely in peril. The other two nodded in agreement. It was indeed a dire situation without the Celestial Emperor. For now, a tall figure above provided them some sense of security. The Celestial Emperor had stated that Blue Star was about to face a grave crisis. Might that unfamiliar consciousness be the so-called crisis of Blue Star? Daoist Qingfeng stroked his chin and spoke solemnly. Have you ever read fantasy novels? Zhu Gu suddenly posed the question. The two turned in unison, staring at this bearded man with disheveled hair, lacking any semblance of a celestial being, akin to a rough old man. Could he have read novels? Hey. What else with the looks you two are giving me? Are you questioning me? I've read plenty of fantasy novels. Zhu Gu frowned and spoke. No. Please go on, Daoist Qingfeng hastily replied, shaking his head. Then tell us what this situation is, Peng Dehai said coolly. The two indeed had not read much in the genre. Based on my years of reading experience, this situation undoubtedly heralds significant events to come, Zhu Gu stated earnestly. The two fell silent, waiting for a long while, and when they realized Zhu Gu had no further words, Peng Dehai finally asked, That's it? What else do you want? Zhu Gu shrugged. Damn it. I thought you'd have something more substantial to say, Peng Dehai responded, exasperated. Daoist Qingfeng was equally speechless, though he dared not utter a curse. Just as Zhu Gu was about to say something, he suddenly turned his gaze to another direction. Daoist Qingfeng and Peng Dehai followed suit, their focus aligned. Another presence approached. Peng Dehai exclaimed in surprise, sensing yet another unfamiliar aura, this one belonging to a saint. Should we go investigate? Daoist Qingfeng asked with concern. I'll go. You're from the management department. Return and inform them, Peng Dehai declared, vanishing from the spot. I'll follow, Zhu Gu said, departing as well. Daoist Qingfeng promptly returned to the department to relay the situation to Li Long. An inexplicable emergence of two saintly presences on Blue Star was certainly not a good omen. In the Arctic, over 5 million kilometers from Huaxia, Peng Dehai and Zhu Gu arrived, surveying the expanse of icebergs and glaciers, alongside a few polar bears and a deep subterranean cavern. They slowly descended beside the chasm, peering down into its depths. Is that where the earlier aura erupted from? Zhugu queried, perplexed. Indeed, it's here. Observe the surrounding bloodstains, Peng Dehai replied, frowning. The cavern was unfathomably deep, with a diameter of over 100 meters, and at its edge lay a pool of blood and some translucent fur. This seems to be polar bear fur. Perhaps a bear was dragged down by something. Zhugu squatted to examine it. My consciousness cannot penetrate the depths of this chasm. It feels as if something obstructs me. We must investigate further, Peng Dehai spoke gravely. Zhugu immediately frowned and shook his head. No, that cavern appears perilous. Even if the presence belongs to a saint, it could very well be a latent ancient creature hidden for millennia. It would be unwise to jump in recklessly. At present, I am the highest-ranking individual here. With the emperor absent, it is my duty to assess the situation, Peng Dehai insisted, shaking his head and resolutely deciding to descend. Fine. You go down, but if there is any danger, return immediately. Understood. As soon as the words left his lips, Peng Dehai leaped into the chasm. Zhugu watched intently from above. 5 minutes passed without a sound from Peng Dehai. Zhugu was taken aback. How deep was this chasm? But soon, a figure soared back up. It was Peng Dehai. What is the situation? Zhugu inquired urgently. It's untenable. There seems to be some barrier preventing me from advancing. Even my full-force strike couldn't breach it, Peng Dehai revealed, astonished. He was a saintly king, and if he could not break through a barrier with all his might, what could it possibly be, and who had cast it? Just as the two pondered the mystery below, they suddenly looked up in unison, exclaiming, could it be? Another one? That direction, still millions of kilometers away, radiated yet another saintly aura. What on earth was happening today? Chapter 68. The Emergence of 5 Unknown Saints. The Path to Power Unveiled. Evening. Management Department. In the conference hall, Li Long presided at the head of the table, while the other seats were filled with department heads from various cities across the nation. Tonight's meeting addresses a grave dilemma we encountered today. Li Long spoke in a somber tone. His opening words left the audience stunned, anxiety rippling through the room. A grave dilemma? What could possibly trouble Li Long so severely? Soon, a series of images appeared on the projection screen behind him, depicting the forests of Heilong City, the Arctic Chasm, and various unknown fissures, totaling 5 photographs. The assembly was perplexed, unsure of the significance of these images, although a few recognized the Arctic and Heilong City. These regions have witnessed unsettling events today. 5 unfamiliar saintly auras have emerged, likely not of our Huaxia. Li Long's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Not of Huaxia? Who could they be? The addition of 5 saints. Could this pose a threat to Blue Star? Daoist Qingfeng and several others speculated that these could be mysterious powerhouses long hidden within Blue Star, now awakened due to the revival of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Our adversaries may no longer be limited to mere beasts. The room fell silent, as the thought of facing both beasts and enigmatic powerful figures was daunting. What should we do next? Should we eliminate these mysterious beings? One minister inquired with uncertainty. I have indeed considered it, but their whereabouts remain elusive. The best course of action is to await the emperor's intervention. At the mention of the emperor, a sense of reassurance settled over the crowd. I almost forgot, with the great emperor around, what does it matter who the formidable ones are? They can simply be annihilated. Yet, a dilemma presents itself. We do not know who the emperor is, nor where to seek him, and we remain uncertain if he will even intervene. Another minister spoke up. Once more, silence enveloped the room. I am aware of someone who can help. Li Long suddenly grinned. If there is anyone who could, it must surely be Chen Mingyuan. He is the only one who knows the true visage of the emperor. Unfortunately, no matter the persuasion, Chen Mingyuan steadfastly refuses to disclose this, even when questioned by the sovereign himself. His response remains ever the same. When the time is right, you shall know. At this moment, on the surface of the moon, Chen Lan sat cross-legged, surrounded by an increasing flow of Tao rhythms and spiritual energy. With a deep breath, he inhaled all the Tao rhythms and spiritual energy into his body, then exhaled slowly, gradually opening his eyes. His gaze sparkled with brilliance, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The path of power has been entered. Chen Lan contemplated the power within him. Even with his realm suppressed to the nascent soul stage, he was confident that a single punch could obliterate those at the peak of the transformation stage and severely injure those at the great ascension level. This is the terrifying nature of the path of power. If someone at the body refinement stage were to master this path to perfection, a single punch could transcend multiple great realms and annihilate a transformation stage opponent. I never anticipated entering this realm so effortlessly, Chen Lan remarked with a faint smile. Despite having only comprehended the Tao for a day, he was uncertain how many days had truly passed, for he had set a temporal domain. Now that he had entered the path of power, it would be challenging to progress further without the aid of Daoic artifacts. First, let me see how things are faring on Blue Star. Chen Lan expanded his consciousness to discern whether any significant events had occurred on Blue Star. Soon, his brow furrowed. Was that a saintly aura emanating from the depths of the Black Dragon City Mountains? Had so much transpired during his mere day of seclusion? In an instant, Chen Lan vanished, reappearing above the forested mountains of Black Dragon City. Ah, what is that? Chen Lan's keen eyes spotted a hidden cave, within which lay a shimmering golden formation encasing it. He hovered above the cave, clearly observing the formation, its intricate patterns and symbols operating autonomously. He was unaware of what secrets this cave concealed, as the formation seemed to obstruct his consciousness. Yet, he did not know what kind of formation this was, nor how to decipher it. Then, let me break it with sheer force. Chen Lan casually unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The formation shattered instantly, and a surge of energy was about to erupt, only to be effortlessly dissipated with a gentle wave of Chen Lan's hand. It is best not to create too much commotion. Observing the cave now devoid of protective formations, Chen Lan smiled, realizing that brute strength was indeed the most effective approach. He swiftly entered the cave, only to find its interior utterly barren, leaving him perplexed. There is nothing here at all. However, he soon noticed the formation beneath his feet. Another formation? Chen Lan frowned. He had never before encountered such peculiarities, nor had they been reported in the news. Ever since the manifestation of games and the resurgence of worldly spiritual energy, such phenomena had begun to emerge, appearing in succession. If not for his mastery of formation techniques, he might not have even noticed these formations hidden in such places. Gazing at the enigmatic formation beneath him, Chen Lan was at a loss. He could not comprehend it. And unlike the previous formation, this one seemed not yet activated. With a flick of his finger, a small burst of sword energy erupted, aimed directly at the formation. This sword energy, if it had struck Peng Dehai, would likely have resulted in instant death and the obliteration of his soul. Yet, as the sword energy struck the formation, it remained utterly unscathed, not even leaving a mark on the ground. It appears this is an indestructible formation. One must find a way to activate it in order to unlock its secrets. For now, I shall leave it be. I do not even know what this formation is called, let alone how to activate it. Never mind, I shall explore elsewhere. Chen Lan shook his head, dismissing further contemplation, and departed. Yet, the very instant he left, the formation emitted a faint red glow before vanishing entirely. Indeed, you are perceptive and responsive. At that moment, Chen Lan's voice echoed, as he reappeared at his previous location. Though he had physically departed, his consciousness had remained. The formation's quick response to his return indicated that it was indeed of the saintly realm. But how to activate it? Perhaps I should consult Xiaotian. Chen Lan directly transmitted his thoughts to the Dao. Xiaotian, see if you recognize this formation. Xiaotian was the name he had just devised. The Dao lacked a name, and it felt more fitting to bestow it a more pleasing title. Great Emperor, I am here, let me take a look. After saying this, the Dao fell silent, presumably contemplating the nature of the formation. After 2 minutes, the Dao's answer was as Chen Lan had anticipated. Great Emperor, I do not know. This formation does not exist in my memory. To be precise, I am unfamiliar with many formations. All right, I understand. Chen Lan was not surprised. In his recollection, the Dao was akin to a hapless being, having been abducted to work as a laborer. He had long suspected that the Dao's memories had undoubtedly been erased. Not only Blue Star, but even the memories of the Dao could be manipulated. What kind of entity was behind this? Chen Lan found himself increasingly perplexed. He looked down at the formation, choosing to disregard it. There is still plenty of time. Once those major sects manifest, I shall seek out books on formations and eventually uncover the true nature of this one. Chapter 69. The Ninja Empire. Truly, a dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. The following day. Today marks the first day of the global martial arts competition. The designated venue has been selected, situated in an unknown territory, which has already been cleared of monstrous beasts. In a remarkably swift manner, a grand arena has been constructed within a day, spanning the size of 20 football fields. Spectator seating has not been arranged, as there are concerns about competitors inadvertently harming the audience. For those wishing to observe, they may do so from above the arena, as each nation will initiate global live broadcasts with the ability to connect to the internet. Wow, how magnificent! This truly evokes the sensation of celestial beings clashing atop mountain peaks, akin to tales from novels. At this moment, among the audience in the sky, 2 individuals sat atop a crimson sword, Luo Tao and Chen Lan. It was Luo Tao who had just spoken. Their presence here stemmed from Luo Tao's desire to witness the competition firsthand, while Chen Lan, feeling rather bored, accompanied him to observe the spectacle. Peering out, they noted that the sky was densely populated, with at least several 100,000 individuals gathered. People stood closely together, not only from Huaxia but also from the Steel Men and Storm people of the Superpower Empire, all of whom could fly, alongside individuals from the Ninja Empire. Nearly all nations had representatives in the sky, and many more were gathered on the ground. Before long, Daoist Qingfeng arrived at the arena. His voice resonating firmly. The global martial arts competition officially commences. His voice was loud enough for all present to hear, though some may not comprehend. However, as the competitors made their entrances, it became evident to everyone that the competition had begun. The first to take the stage was a contestant from ancient Greece, whose game manifestation was titled Greek mythology. The deities within were incredibly powerful, some even being what are referred to as world-creating gods. For instance, Gaia, the embodiment of the earth, the mother of all things, or Nyx, the goddess of night, who governs the darkness and can summon the night at will. These deities are predominantly drawn from Greek mythology, though their manifestations have yet to materialize, with the prospect of future embodiment lingering in the air. At this moment, a young woman makes her entrance, having acquired the divine powers of Poseidon within the game, a deity who governs the oceans and wields dominion over the water elements. Chen Lan observes this girl, perceiving within the depths of her soul another consciousness, entwined with hers, surrounded by a radiant golden light. This may well signify a divine blessing. Yet the overlapping of souls is far from a fortuitous sign. It implies that when this other soul desires to reclaim the divine blessing, it can do so at any time, potentially endangering the very essence of this girl's spirit. For now, it is merely a temporary borrowing. This other soul appears to be siphoning the girl's essence, using it as sustenance. He surmises that these deities are likely to manifest in reality soon, at which point those endowed with divine blessings will become their followers, providing them with the power of faith. Should they become obsolete, they will be reclaimed, leading to the obliteration of their souls. The opponent representing ancient Greece enters the arena, a member of the Xiaoyao race. Upon seeing her, Chen Lan is momentarily taken aback. It is none other than Yin Yu. He did not anticipate her participation in the competition. Principal Yin, Luo Tao exclaims. As both competitors take their positions, Daoist Qingfeng once again speaks. This is a friendly match. No killing or silencing of opponents is permitted. Let us keep it within bounds. This is merely a contest of skill, not a fight to the death. After both participants nod in agreement, Daoist Qingfeng gives the signal, and the duel commences. In an instant, Yin Yu hesitates not, unleashing a powerful slap imbued with spiritual energy towards the girl. The energy manifests as a resounding palm print, hurtling towards her. The girl, taken aback, hastily conjures a wall of water in an attempt to thwart the incoming attack. However, the palm print effortlessly breaches the water barrier, crashing heavily against her chest. With a resounding thud, she is sent reeling backward, though miraculously, her life is not in peril, merely injured. I concede, she declares without hesitation, immediately requesting her surrender. Others may be oblivious, but she senses that the palm print, initially fierce and menacing, suddenly softened as if the force had been diminished. Sparing her life, she realizes she cannot compete. Witnessing the swift concession from the representative of ancient Greece, the audience erupts with murmurs of disbelief. Is this truly the inheritor of the Greek deities? Pathetically weak, it was an effortless victory. The Xiaoyao cultivators are remarkably powerful. For a brief moment, I felt as though I was facing certain death. How overwhelming. That was too quick. It must be staged. I refuse to believe Xiaoyao is this strong. They must have been compensated. What a disgrace for ancient Greece. They should withdraw. Losing in less than 2 minutes is utterly humiliating. With the concession duly noted, Daoist Qingfeng promptly announces Yin Yu as the victor, advancing her to the next round. After bowing to Yin Yu, the Greek girl hastily exits the arena. The swift nature of this battle gives way to the next pair of contestants. One is a top-tier ninja from the Ninja Empire, Kakashi, and the other, an SSS-level superhuman from the Superpower Empire, Thorsolen. Both competitors bow as they take the stage, and upon Daoist Qingfeng's command, the battle begins immediately. However, the Ninja Empire's Kakashi shamelessly employs the shadow clone technique right at the outset, appearing behind Thorsolen to execute a surprise attack. Solen, caught off guard, grimaces in pain and lets out a pain scream as he summons lightning to strike fiercely at Kakashi. Yet, this confrontation quickly resolves itself, with Solen emerging victorious. His lightning is relentless, while Kakashi's ninjutsu seems to deplete his chakra far too rapidly, leading to his eventual exhaustion. The Ninja Empire is quite despicable, employing such underhanded tactics. Luo Tao critiques, feeling a chill run through him. What are your thoughts on their prowess? Chen Lan inquires with a smile. Mediocre. Both nations seem rather average. I feel I could easily overpower them, Luo Tao scoffs. Reflecting on the previous battle, he considers them weaker than a golden core cultivator. As a half-step to the nascent soul stage, he could easily crush both. Hey, Huaxia pig, what nonsense are you spewing? Suddenly, a voice of ridicule erupts from behind. Chen Lan and Luo Tao furrow their brows and turn to face the speaker, a member of the Ninja Empire. With an unremarkable appearance, standing at a mere 5 feet, and squinting eyes, he exudes a particularly unsavory demeanor. What did you say? Luo Tao retorts coldly, rolling up his sleeves, fully comprehending the insult hurled by the ninja. As a student of the language department at Chengdu University, he is well versed in multiple languages. I said, you Huaxia people are all pigs. The small ninja not only deliberately shouts this insult, but also makes a pig face to mock both Luo Tao and Chen Lan. The surrounding ninjas erupt into laughter. How annoying! Chen Lan exclaims, swiftly delivering a powerful slap that obliterates the ninja, sending a mist of blood scattering into the sky. It appears your ninja empire simply cannot change its ingrained nature. Chapter 70, The Annihilation of the Small Ninja. Earlier, when he had instructed the second-in-command to continue as the nation's leader, he mandated that no ninja should provoke Huaxia individuals. Any deliberate offense would be met with severe consequences. He understood that the people of the Ninja Empire had long held disdain for Huaxia. Yet, despite the issuance of this command, they remained unchanged. In light of this, it seems this nation has no reason to persist. How dare you commit murder? The other members of the Ninja Empire are left dumbfounded. Under the gaze of so many, this Huaxia individual brazenly kills. Is this not an outrageous display? Everyone, come quickly. This Huaxia not only insulted the superpower empire, but also our nation, and now he has committed murder. This is intolerable. Indeed, Huaxia, do not think we are afraid to take action against you. If we do not eliminate you today, we are not true ninjas. Do not let these two Huaxia individuals escape. Before long, ninjas begin to encircle them, and many from the superpower empire are made aware of the situation. Surrounding Chen Lan and Luo Tao. What the hell? Aren't those our countrymen? They're being bullied. Let us deal with it. Damn it, they're bullying our Huaxia people? I've always found these ninjas and superhumans intolerable. Let us make them pay. In the distance, numerous Huaxia individuals, seeing their compatriots surrounded, rush over. In an instant, the skies become charged with tension as Huaxia faces off against the forces of the superpower and ninja empires. In the arena, Daoist Qingfeng notices the escalating situation and quickly calls for a halt to the match. What is going on here? Daoist Qingfeng ascends into the air, surveying the crowd while subtly exerting a measure of pressure. As the aura of a great Dao golden immortal washes over them, the onlookers flinch, instinctively bending their backs in fear and panic. Yet, Chen Lan and Luo Tao remain unfazed, as though nothing were amiss. This peculiarity catches Daoist Qingfeng's attention. He notes that these two, merely at the peak of the golden core stage, show no reaction to his imposing presence. Nevertheless, he refrains from pursuing this line of thought further and instead addresses the crowd. Speak. What is the matter? You Huaxia just insulted our ninja empire and superpower empire. A ninja steps forward to declare. As others echoed in agreement, the situation began to spiral out of control. Suddenly, a small ninja erupted into a violent explosion, enveloping the area in a mist of blood and flesh that splattered onto the bystanders. Witnessing this unforeseen spectacle, the crowd was thrown into a state of shock. Who had struck again? Even Daoist Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had sensed no one making a move. Who could it be? Observing that people from Huaxia dared to act, the ninjas and superpowered beings could no longer contain themselves, swiftly drawing their weapons and preparing for battle. How audacious! At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, and a figure materialized from thin air. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the ninjas were instantly filled with exhilaration, for it was their sovereign. At that moment, the second figure had transformed to resemble the original face of their ruler, indistinguishable from a Huaxia person. Daoist Qingfeng gazed at this ninja ruler in astonishment, feeling the terrifying power emanating from within, at least 2 major realms above his own. Could it be that the ruler of the ninja empire was, in fact, a Huaxia individual? For only Huaxia people could truly be cultivators. But how had a Huaxia person ascended to the throne of the ninja empire? Your Majesty, avenge us. These 2 Huaxia people not only insult us, but dare to take lives. Indeed, they are utterly brazen, believing us of the ninja empire to be powerless. Eliminate these 2. Suddenly, the second figure threw back his head and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Who do you wish to kill? A ninja pointed at Chen Lan and Luo Tao. With a snap, that ninja vanished, reduced to ashes. These 2 are esteemed guests of our ninja empire. Should you dare to insult them again, I will not hesitate to eradicate you all. The crowd was left dumbfounded, especially the members of the ninja empire, who watched in disbelief as their ruler executed one of their own. What was happening? What kind of ruler was this? Who could be insulted by a Huaxia person yet assist in the execution of his own subjects? Moreover, the ruler's strength was so formidable that he could kill without a sound. How outrageous. With the arrival of the second figure, the battlefield became shrouded in confusion, leaving the ninjas and superpowered beings uncertain about whether to engage. Even Daoist Qingfeng was bewildered. What was unfolding here? Eliminate them all. At that moment, Chen Lan spoke calmly. Everyone was taken aback, including Daoist Qingfeng, who was stunned. Wait, this is the ruler of the ninja empire. You suggest they be slaughtered, and they will comply? It was absurd. How could they possibly heed your command? Huh, you wish to command our sovereign? Huaxia person, you truly are. Yes. The second figure nodded emphatically and immediately sprang into action, annihilating those who had provoked and insulted them in an instant. Within mere seconds, they were dispatched to the depths of hell. Witnessing this scene, all present were left speechless. This Huaxiao individual could command the ruler of the ninja empire? And the ruler obeyed without question, killing at a mere word. Wasn't it said that Huaxia and the ninja empire were perpetual adversaries? The superpowered beings, witnessing this, dared not act further, hastily sheathing their weapons and retreating several hundred meters. The scene returned to a state of tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Daoist Qingfeng stared blankly at the unfolding events, turning to gaze at Chen Lan in confusion. How could this young man, a mere nascent soul, command a quasi-saint powerhouse to assist him in killing? What was the meaning of this? Daoist Qingfeng, I believe it is time for us to resume the arena competition. The second figure spoke. Upon hearing this, Daoist Qingfeng came to his senses. They were still amidst a competition. He promptly returned to the arena below to continue the match. Only the second figure lingered by Chen Lan's side, silent and motionless. You may depart now. Remember what I said. Organize yourselves well. Should there be insubordination, eliminate them. Chen Lan communicated telepathically. At your command. The second figure nodded and then departed. What the hell, old Chen? What just happened? Why did the ruler of the ninja empire seem so obedient to you? Luo Tao inquired eagerly, overwhelmed with excitement, unable to fathom that Chen Lan could command a sovereign. It's nothing, Chen Lan replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. Seeing Chen Lan's reticence, Luo Tao refrained from pressing for more details. Yet, his admiration for Chen Lan deepened, and he found himself increasingly unable to decipher his brother. He felt that Chen Lan harbored many secrets, and once revealed, they might leave him utterly astonished. Nevertheless, if his brother chose not to speak, then so be it. The third match was particularly intriguing, pitting Jinzi against a cultivator of the Great Ascension stage. The people of Huaxiao had initially thought this to be a foregone conclusion, only to be met with utter astonishment when the Great Ascension cultivator suffered defeat. Help! Someone, save me! Ah, there are so many demonic beasts, an overwhelming number. On the arena, the Great Ascension cultivator clutched his head in panic, though there was nothing before him, his face contorted in terror. Daoist Qingfeng instantly recognized that he had fallen victim to an illusion and cast a surprised glance at Jinzi. To his astonishment, the ninja empire had produced such a powerful illusionist capable of ensnaring a Great Ascension cultivator in a phantasm. However, was this being human or ghost? It bore no facial features. Initially, when the ninja empire proposed sending Jinzi into the arena, the people of Huaxiao had opposed this, deeming it a monster incapable of following orders and too dangerous. Yet, it turned out that Jinzi not only understood human speech, but was also remarkably intelligent and possessed formidable strength. In this match, the ninja empire claimed victory through Jinzi. When the results were announced, the people of Huaxiao were left in shock. They had presumed that the Great Ascension cultivator would undoubtedly prevail. Yet he had been defeated by Jinzi of the ninja empire? Instantly, a profound sense of crisis surged through them, realizing that the ninja empire harbored such formidable talent. Clearly, one could not underestimate any nation. What the hell? I thought Huaxiao was the strongest, yet they surpass us in strength. Damn it, I must return to my training. I cannot continue like this. The pressure is overwhelming. What on earth was that? It effortlessly defeated our champion. This simply won't do. I must begin my training. Previously, some had spoken boastfully, believing themselves invincible, yet now having suffered a loss. Witnessing such a monster from the ninja empire, the weight of pressure bore down on everyone. And many Huaxiao individuals departed, resolved to double their efforts in training. Observing this, Chen Lan smiled subtly, having achieved his objective. This was precisely the effect he desired. Each of them had considered themselves unmatched and superior in cultivation, thus had grown complacent. Therefore, he decided to let Jinzi and the others deliver a harsh lesson. Indeed, when these individuals witnessed Jinzi effortlessly vanquishing a Great Ascension cultivator, they were thrown into a state of panic. They had never contemplated that a specter from the ninja empire could possess such strength, and they would further ponder, if Jinzi held such fearsome power, what of others within the ninja empire? Unbeknownst to them, Jinzi, in reality, was nearly on par with cultivators, her soul, enhanced by his support, far surpassed that of a Great Ascension, thus enabling her to secure victory. However, in a contest of physical prowess, Jinzi would be swiftly overwhelmed and unable to hold her own. Following Jinzi's victory, the next match featured a Huaxia cultivator facing off against the Pharaoh Empire's third figure. That day, after Chen Lan's departure, the awakening of the third figure sent the people of the Pharaoh Empire into a frenzy. Their king had returned. Consequently, the third figure swiftly seized control of the entire Pharaoh Empire, establishing himself as their new monarch. Now, Chen Lan has come to command 3 nations. Yet the inhabitants of these realms remain oblivious to the fact that their fates rest in his hands. The reason behind Chen Lan's dominion over these nations is his desire to unite them, preparing to confront the impending crises together. However, the ninja empire has begun to exhibit insubordination. It is time for a thorough cleansing to restore purity. In the depths of the Black Dragon City, amidst the mountains, a blood magic array pulsated with fresh blood once more. The blood demon ancestor gradually took shape, manifesting within the confines of the array. A sense of dread enveloped him as he recalled the figure from the previous day. Who was that person? Hadn't the world already undergone a cycle of reincarnation? The blood demon ancestor muttered in trepidation, unable to shake off the memory of that terrifying presence. Even a mere trace of it had rendered him trembling within the array, paralyzed by fear of being discovered. Yet, it seemed he had already been sensed. The other party had probed his existence. This was no place to linger. He needed to find a new haven. First and foremost, he must ascertain the true nature of this world. World reincarnation? What could that possibly entail? Suddenly, another voice echoed within his solitary cave. The blood demon ancestor's sturdy frame jolted as he rigidly turned to see Chen Lan, his face adorned with a smile, causing him to gasp in shock. Who are you? The blood demon ancestor sensed an aura emanating from Chen Lan that appeared utterly unremarkable. Yet, his spiritual awareness felt as though it had plunged into an unfathomable ocean, vanishing without a trace. There were only two possibilities. Either the individual possessed overwhelming power beyond his capability to discern, or he had a technique to obscure his true realm. But at this moment, it was evidently the former, for the other was elusive, slipping past even his senses. Do not be afraid. I will ask, and you shall answer. Chen Lan said with a slight smile, his gaze suddenly turning icy. What you just mentioned, world reincarnation, what is it? He was certain that the individual before him was not from Blue Star, nor a contemporary being. He might be akin to the pharaoh, having slumbered for countless years only to awaken now. And no, I cannot speak, the blood demon ancestor stammered in terror. Speak. Chen Lan unleashed a fragment of his unparalleled imperial aura. Instantly, the blood demon ancestor fell to his knees, his eyes wide, pupils constricting violently, his body trembling, lips paling. The figure before him was undoubtedly an emperor. Such an aura could not be mistaken. It was the presence of the unmatched emperor. What the hell? Wasn't there a world reincarnation? How could an unmatched emperor still exist? The blood demon ancestor was dumbfounded. He had assumed that his revival would make him the strongest in this new world, only to find the presence of an unmatched emperor here. Meanwhile, in the distant Arctic, from a deep cavern, a chilling ghostly sound echoed. An emperor, in a new world. How could there be an emperor? Chen Lan lifted his gaze to the heavens and coldly uttered, "Begone." This command, akin to the primordial voice, reverberated through the skies, shaking the very earth. He sensed several individuals approaching, likely drawn by the remnants of his terrifying pressure, but his voice sent them fleeing in fear. Turning his attention back to the blood demon ancestor, he inquired, "You are not from this world. Who are you?" "I cannot say. I have been bound by a soul restriction. If I utter a word, I will die instantly," the blood demon ancestor cried, kneeling with a quivering voice. The truth was, he had meticulously established the array to evade divine punishment in the cycle of reincarnation, surviving to this moment. Yet, he had not anticipated being discovered and bound by a soul restriction. Should he violate this restriction, even if he could resurrect, his soul would be obliterated, leaving him with no recourse. Chen Lan fell silent for a moment, but soon a spark of inspiration ignited within him. "If I shatter your soul and then reshape it, will the soul restriction dissipate?" Upon hearing this, the blood demon ancestor's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Chen Lan. The glint of eagerness in Chen Lan's eyes left him dumbfounded. "No, please." But Chen Lan had already extended a finger. The terrifying spiritual energy surged forth, penetrating the blood demon ancestor's being and utterly shattering his soul. Chapter 72. He has arrived. After a blood-curdling scream, the blood demon ancestor fell backward, lifeless. His soul had been completely pulverized, reduced to the most fragmented state. "Reshape." Chen Lan waved his hand, and a translucent soul emerged above the blood demon ancestor's corpse, floating aimlessly. Yet, it appeared devoid of any brilliance, resembling a simpleton. With a gentle press of his hand, the soul gradually entered the blood demon ancestor's body. With a gasp, the blood demon ancestor suddenly opened his eyes, sitting upright and gasping for breath. The agony of death was excruciating. He never wished to endure such torment again. However, upon seeing Chen Lan, his expression soured immediately. "Great Emperor, I beg you, spare me. The restriction on my soul remains. It cannot be undone." The blood demon ancestor repeatedly bowed, pleading with Chen Lan to cease his torment. The previous sensation had been unbearable. Is there truly no alternative? Then I shall resort to that method. Chen Lan sighed, surprised by the strength of the soul restriction. He would have to attempt to alter the great path. What? Again? I implore you, great Emperor, spare me. The blood demon ancestor was dumbstruck, rushing to kneel and clasping Chen Lan's leg, weeping and begging. He had never endured such torment in his life. After enduring countless hardships to find an array, he had believed it would shield him from divine punishment and the cycle of reincarnation. Yet, he had not only failed to escape notice, but had also been bound by a soul restriction, and now he faced an unmatched emperor. What kind of fate was this? "I will alter the great path." Weakening the soul restriction, Chen Lan spoke with a calm demeanor. A mysterious resonance of the Tao permeated the air, and unbeknownst to him, the soul restriction began to weaken. The blood demon ancestor paused, realizing that the burden of the soul restriction in his mind had indeed diminished. Could it truly be possible? Share what you know. What is world reincarnation? Chen Lan asked directly. The soul-searching technique was no longer viable. Any attempt would lead to an explosion. The other party's soul restriction was too formidable, undoubtedly belonging to a master of the soul Tao, at least far beyond his own novice understanding. The blood demon ancestor fell silent. And after a moment, he cautiously began to speak, world reincarnation is. He intentionally paused, sensing the absence of pain in his soul, and quickly continued. World reincarnation occurs when a world reaches a critical point. it will unfold into a cycle, a cleansing, where divine punishment purges the impurities of the world to maintain its integrity. Boom. Before he could finish, the blood demon ancestor suddenly exploded, his body annihilated, and his soul obliterated. Chen Lan furrowed his brow, contemplating the answer he had just received. Cleansing the world? This implies that at intervals, certain individuals or groups initiate a world cleansing, reverting it to its primordial state. Such an ability is relatively straightforward. I could achieve it as well. But what is the purpose behind such cyclical reincarnations? What meaning does it hold? With a mere gesture, he reversed time, swiftly reshaping the blood demon ancestor's body, returning him to the moment he had begun to speak. World reincarnation is, the blood demon ancestor resumed, only to be interrupted. Stop. I have understood. Chen Lan interjected, realizing that if this continued, the blood demon ancestor would meet his demise once more. He has come to understand this. It is time to inquire about other matters. What is divine retribution? Divine retribution is the term we have coined for that celestial cohort, which descends to administer punishment. The blood demon ancestor hesitated for a few seconds, his voice trembling with anxiety. Upon realizing he was unscathed, he chuckled, seemingly reassured that he would indeed survive. Little did he know, he had already perished once before. Why must the world undergo reincarnation? Because those individuals demand it. Boom. The blood demon ancestor exploded once more. Chen Lan furrowed his brow. It appeared this question bore greater gravity, involving certain classified matters that were absolutely forbidden to disclose. The more severe the issue, the quicker the blood demon ancestor would detonate. Time rewinds, and the body is reshaped. What was the world like in the past? Once. Boom. This inquiry was even more serious. Rewind, reshape. Do you know who seeks to cleanse the world? I do. Boom. Rewind, reshape. How long have you been asleep? Boom. Explosions ensued, rewinding and reshaping. Through this repetitive cycle, Chen Lan discovered that any questions regarding the previous world or those individuals would invariably lead to the blood demon ancestor's demise. Such matters were shrouded in utmost secrecy. Ultimately, Chen Lan ceased his inquiries, for he could no longer elicit any responses. After reshaping the blood demon ancestor, he spoke calmly. As long as you do not endanger the lives of the Huaxia people, I can ensure your survival. He perceived that the blood demon ancestor was not truly a malevolent being, but rather a wretched soul striving to evade the tribulations of world reincarnation. No, no, no. Great Emperor, you must kill me, and my life. Suddenly, the blood demon ancestor clutched Chen Lan's leg, pleading for his own demise. Taken aback, Chen Lan asked in confusion, why? Boom. The blood demon ancestor exploded violently, his spirit annihilated. Witnessing this, Chen Lan's gaze sharpened. He had refrained from posing any questions. This signified that the other party had become aware and sought to obliterate the blood demon ancestor entirely to safeguard the secrets. To commit murder beneath his very eyes? Had he sought permission? Time rewound once more, reshaping the blood demon ancestor. Yet, upon reformation, the blood demon ancestor detonated again. No matter how he reversed time, the blood demon ancestor would inevitably explode. Great Emperor, he has arrived. During the last reshaping, the blood demon ancestor suddenly cried out in terror. Boom. Another explosion ensued. Simultaneously, an otherworldly phenomenon erupted outside. The sky amassed a great deal of thunderclouds, swiftly enveloping all of Huaxiao and extending overseas for millions of miles. Golden lightning streaked across the heavens, resounding like the beating of drums, akin to thunderous dragons soaring and roaring within the storm clouds. The populace gazed upward in horror, alarmed by the ominous dark thunderclouds, fearful and panicked. What was happening? Could it be that the golden list was about to be revealed again? Surely not, as the golden list would not emerge for another 2 days, and when it did, such terrifying phenomena had never accompanied it. The golden thunder appeared far more formidable than before. Could it herald the descent of a powerful beast? Something felt amiss, profoundly so. An ominous atmosphere loomed, and I could feel a terrifying presence within the thunderclouds, sending pangs of pain through my heart. Not only could the people within Huaxia perceive these thunderclouds, even those in the Ninja Empire, the Superpower Empire, and Pharaoh's Land could look up and see the ominous spectacle. This thundercloud was more terrifying and larger than ever, resembling a portent of doom. Countless individuals paused to observe, their hearts racing with trepidation. They feared that something immensely terrifying lurked within, something they were unwilling and afraid to confront. Thunder rumbled ominously, the clouds flickered. A figure emerged within the thunderclouds. Above the clouds, there was someone. Chapter 73. How dare a mere celestial emperor act recklessly? What is that? In Long City, beneath the thunderclouds, 3 figures hovered in the void, Taoist Qingfeng, Peng Dehai, and Zhu Gu. Upon witnessing the thunderclouds, Taoist Qingfeng immediately called for a halt to the competition, hastily returning. The 3 had just glimpsed the figure above the clouds. From the silhouette, it was evident that the being was immense, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding an unknown weapon, and seemingly adorned with a Dharma wheel on its back. Uncertain, but the visitor was undoubtedly extraordinary, given the extraordinary phenomenon accompanying their arrival. Peng Dehai shook his head. He felt a deep concern. The entity's origins were shrouded in mystery, and such a terrifying spectacle signified that the visitor was likely not benevolent. Could it be connected to the Great Emperor? Zhu Gu murmured. The three had sensed the Great Emperor's oppressive aura, which had drawn them here. However, the Great Emperor forbade them from drawing closer, leaving them to observe from a distance, even refraining from using their divine sense for fear of provoking his ire. This situation was undoubtedly complex. Daoist Qingfeng nodded in agreement with Zhu Gu's words, his heart weighed down with foreboding. The figure above the thunderclouds was too enigmatic, casting an immense shadow of pressure upon them. Thunder rumbled. Golden lightning continuously illuminated the clouds, the figure within appearing and disappearing, as if a mere projection. Standing still and motionless, an invisible pressure caused the entire nation to tremble in fear. How terrifying. Who could it be, standing there without moving? Is it possible they have come to punish us? Nonsense. Punish us? Let us not forget that we have the Supreme Celestial Master. He is an unparalleled emperor. Who could dare punish us? Enough. I'm heading home to hide. This is too terrifying. Who knows what that mysterious figure in the sky may be? Ordinary people hurried home, securing their doors and windows, hiding beneath their blankets, unwilling to face the unknown. Only the cultivators remained, their expressions tense as they gazed skyward, poised for battle at any moment, ready to confront any adversary. Department of Supernatural Affairs. Have we ascertained the identity of that figure in the sky? Li Long furrowed his brow as he looked up into the heavens. From the moment the golden thunder appeared until the figure emerged, his heartbeat quickened, never stabilizing. Now, having consumed the reverse fate pill, he had become a cultivator, successfully elevating his realm to the foundation establishment stage through the elixir. He could distinctly sense that above the thunderclouds resided an exceedingly terrifying presence, more formidable than Daoist Qingfeng. It was precisely because he had embarked upon the path of cultivation that he truly grasped the chasm between cultivators and mortals. Just his current foundation establishment granted him the strength to lift massive stones, uproot trees, and sprint 100 meters in mere seconds, shattering world records with ease. No, Daoist Qingfeng is also uncertain about the identity of that figure. The female soldier beside him shook her head. Throughout the Department of Supernatural Affairs, not a single person knew, not even the Holy King. Currently, it seemed that only the Supreme Celestial Master might possess knowledge of this matter. This incoming presence is surely ominous, Li Long murmured. A sense of foreboding settling within him. The sky darkened, and fierce winds howled. All of Huaxia was akin to being struck by a typhoon, as powerful gusts swept through, lifting even frail, ordinary individuals into the air. Countless golden thunders roared, illuminating the expanse. In an instant, a terrifying and potent wave of pressure descended upon the world. Boom. The expressions of Peng Dehai, Zhu Gu, and Daoist Qingfeng shifted drastically, pain etched across their faces, teeth gritted in agony. Thud. Daoist Qingfeng was the first to kneel. Collapsing in midair, his hands bracing against the void, struggling to rise. Yet the weight upon his back felt as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down, rendering him unable to stand, nearly stealing his breath away. The other two were not faring much better. The second to kneel was Zhu Gu, who suddenly spewed a mouthful of old blood, the crimson liquid scattering into the void, collapsing to his knees like Daoist Qingfeng, struggling to hold on. Damn it. What an overwhelming pressure. This is the aura of an immortal emperor. Peng Dehai glanced up at the heavens in terror, ultimately succumbing and kneeling alongside the other two. This oppressive force, unmistakably the might of an immortal emperor, was at least at the pinnacle of their realm. To think that aside from the transcendent sovereign, there exists another immortal emperor in this blue star. This is all happening far too swiftly. One must understand that the majority of people in Huaxia are still at the nascent soul and golden core stages, with most still in the foundation establishment stage. Those capable of transcending to the tribulation stage are exceedingly rare. The emergence of an immortal emperor now could spell the annihilation of Blue Star itself. The three felt an overwhelming dread, yearning to lift their heads, yet found themselves utterly powerless to do so, every ounce of their strength failing them. The might of the immortal emperor was unshakable. Not only they, but nearly the entirety of Huaxia's populace was brought to their knees. On the ground, be they cultivators or ordinary folk, expressions of agony marred their faces as they reluctantly knelt. Those of lower realms pressed their bodies against the earth, unable to move, their bones cracking as if on the verge of snapping. What in the world is that? It's so terrifying. I don't want to die. Mother, I don't want to die. Where's the emperor? Where has the transcendent emperor gone? Please save me. I don't want to die. It's too horrifying. What exists above those thunderclouds? Such an immense pressure. I feel like my bones are shattering, and my insides are in torment. Countless souls knelt, pleading for salvation, beseeching the emperor to emerge swiftly. And it wasn't just Huaxia. Even neighboring nations were caught in the calamity. The ninja empire, not far from Huaxia, found the thunderclouds spreading into their territory. The ninjas were not faring well either. They too knelt in unison, their chakra unable to resist the oppressive force of the immortal emperor. Many ninjas, unable to endure the pressure, spat blood and perished on the spot. Number 2 and Sadako were equally affected. Upon returning to the ninja empire, they too were suppressed by the immortal emperor's might. Sadako, the master, looked towards the direction of Huaxia, unafraid of death but worried for her master. It's all right. The master will be fine. Number 2 gritted his teeth, speaking each word deliberately. The master is immensely powerful. How could anything happen to her? This pressure from the immortal emperor is merely a show of force, an intimidation tactic against us mere ants. Once the master makes her move, they will surely not dare to act recklessly. Meanwhile, in the supernatural empire, the situation was no different. The entire populace was subdued, kneeling and unable to rise. The might of the immortal emperor suppressed thousands of miles, overwhelming all those with insufficient strength and low realms. Only in one particular cave did things differ. Chen Lan gazed at the blood demon ancestor, who had once again succumbed before him, understanding that he could not be saved. No matter how time flowed backward, the death of the blood demon ancestor was inevitable. And all of this was instigated by him. Chen Lan felt a twinge of guilt, but more so, a surge of anger. At that moment, a voice echoed through the sky. I am the Thunder Immortal Sovereign. Those who dare to break the seal shall pay with their lives. Hearing the arrogant and domineering words, Chen Lan smiled. Reaching the mountain peak, he tilted his head to gaze at the thunderclouds, speaking lightly. A mere immortal emperor dares to act presumptuously? Chapter 74, Thunder Falls from the Sky. His voice resonated through the firmament, echoing across thousands of miles. Everyone heard Chen Lan's voice and instinctively felt ecstatic. The emperor has arrived. In an instant, everyone felt a lightness in their bodies, returning to their previous normal state as the overwhelming pressure dissipated, allowing them to stand once more. Countless individuals rose, gazing up at the sky, dancing with joy and exultation. Ha ha ha. No matter what you are, the emperor has arrived. Let us see how you meet your end. What a pathetic immortal emperor. We have the supreme emperor. Emperor, vanquish him. Obliterate this despicable being. What a relief. The emperor has emerged to avenge us. The arrival of the much-anticipated transcendent sovereign invigorated the spirits of all. Peng Dehai and the others stood up, stabilizing their energy before scanning their surroundings in search of the emperor's presence. I found him. Zhu Gu pointed towards the forest near the Black Dragon City. He spotted a vague figure standing atop the mountain, likely the emperor. Do not use your divine sense, Peng Dehai suddenly shouted. But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Gu was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater, his head tilting as he lost consciousness. Seeing this, Daoist Qingfeng was taken aback, exclaiming, "What just happened? Why did Zhu Gu fly out? Alas, how could we casually probe the emperor's presence with our divine sense?" Peng Dehai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As someone who had experienced this, he understood all too well. Last time, he nearly suffered a grave mishap, which is why he dared not use his divine sense now. He hadn't expected Zhu Gu to be so audacious as to try and pry in. Let us hope the emperor didn't strike too hard. I'll go check on him. He seems to be in a precarious state. Daoist Qingfeng wiped the sweat from his brow and hurried down to see Zhu Gu. At the Cultivation Administration, Li Long struggled to stand from the ground, gazing at the sky, a grin spreading across his face. Quick, let us get out. This might be our first chance to witness the emperor in action. Since beginning his cultivation journey, he had grown increasingly enamored with high realms and eternal life. Such battles at the level of the emperor were not to be missed, and perhaps he might glean some insights from it. All right, Master Li. A nearby male soldier supported Li Long, and the two vanished, appearing above the base to witness the transformation in the sky. Not just them, but everyone in the Cultivation Administration headquarters emerged, standing in the void, eagerly watching the figure in the sky. The battle between the Immortal Emperor and the Supreme Emperor was a sight they had never witnessed. If they could glean some essence from it, that would be even better. At Chengdu University, Yin floated in the void, her expression calm as she observed the figure in the sky, occasionally glancing elsewhere. She was searching for the transcendent sovereign. Now that the voice had emerged, the real person should not be far away. Would she finally get to see the transcendent sovereign? Meanwhile, 300 kilometers away in the void, Guing stood among the crowd. Woohoo! My husband is about to emerge. Let me see who you truly are. Bring this guy down. He dares to make me kneel. I've only ever knelt before my husband. Guing clenched her fists, filled with fury. Had her strength been greater, she would have charged forward to beat that arrogant fool. What does hiding behind thunderclouds even mean? Now that the transcendent sovereign is here, let us see how you meet your end. Who are you? The figure above the thunderclouds spoke once more. He looked at Chen Lan, noting his mere nascent soul cultivation, and could not help but smirk disdainfully, though a sense of unease crept in, for the other had effortlessly dispelled his pressure moments ago. The one who will kill you. Chen Lan replied coolly, his form flickering as he appeared beneath the thunderclouds, staring defiantly at the mysterious figure. At that moment, all eyes were on the figure standing beneath the thunderclouds, and the crowd erupted in ecstatic joy, believing it to be the transcendent sovereign. However, the distance was too great, and they could not discern the details, leaving the figure shrouded in ambiguity. It was as if a thick veil of mosaic had been cast over everything. Some individuals, believing themselves to possess profound insight, attempted to use their consciousness to discern the identity of the emperor. Yet, before they could catch a glimpse, they instantly spat out blood and collapsed, rendered unconscious. Such occurrences transpired simultaneously in the bodies of at least 1,000,000 audacious, ignorant cultivators who fancied they could pry into the true visage of the emperor. Even Guiying was not spared. She coughed up blood, her temper flaring. How despicable! To unleash such heavy-handedness upon my partner. Woe unto you if I discover your identity. I shall make you submit. She had anticipated that the celestial emperor would grant her a glimpse due to their bond, but to her astonishment, he showed no preferential treatment, striking her down as well. Just wait. Once I uncover the identity of the celestial emperor, I shall ensure he experiences my special methods. Such methods, she had learned plenty from the films. Ha ha, kill me? The figure amidst the thunderclouds suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice resonating across thousands of miles. Everyone could discern the disdain and scorn woven into his laughter. He looked down upon the celestial emperor, merely a trifling ant, daring to insult me. In an instant, thunder boomed deafeningly, causing all to cover their ears in sheer terror. Countless golden thunder dragons roamed the clouds, roaring as if the wrath of the gods had descended upon them. Boom! One after another, the thunder dragons emerged from the stormy clouds, their gaping maws aimed at Chen Lan, as if seeking to devour him whole. The cacophony of dragon roars filled the sky, rendering many unable to confront the onslaught, their bodies trembling in fear. This was the power of the immortal emperor, truly terrifying. Just a few insignificant serpents, Chen Lan remarked nonchalantly, waving his hand. An invisible force spread forth, causing over 10 thunder dragons to dissipate like bubbles in the air, as though they had never existed. Thunder rumbled ominously. The figure above was left in utter shock. How is this possible? His attack had been effortlessly thwarted by this mere nascent soul cultivator. Indeed, this individual could not possibly be a nascent soul. He was clearly playing the fool to ensnare the tiger. Descend, Chen Lan uttered softly. He reached toward the thunderclouds with an outstretched hand. A massive golden palm manifested behind him, reaching out towards the clouds. The size of the hand was such that all of Huaxia could perceive it and feel the overwhelming pressure it exuded, their bodies trembling in response. The colossal hand stretched toward the heavens, obscuring the sun, leaving countless spectators in awe. This was the might of the emperor. Upon witnessing the giant hand approaching, the figure above was gripped by terror, sensing the terrifying aura that rushed toward him. This presence was not of a nascent soul, but rather akin to that of an unparalleled emperor. How could this be? In a realm where spiritual energy had only just begun to awaken, how could there exist an unparalleled emperor? Alarmed, he thought to himself that he must report this matter immediately. Lightning strike from the heavens, obliterate them. Chapter 75, External Incarnation. Waves of golden heavenly lightning struck the giant palm, yet they were futile. The palm continued its relentless advance. Piercing through the clouds, it seemed to grasp something, unleashing a furious roar from within the storm. Damn it, you forced my hand. Boom. A resounding explosion reverberated across the expanse, dispersing the thunderclouds to reveal the situation within. Another enormous, blue hand crackling with electricity appeared, engaging in a clash with the celestial emperor's giant palm. And the mysterious figure was finally revealed. It was a titan, as massive as Mount Tai, boasting 3 heads and 6 arms. With a treasure radiating golden light upon its back, resembling a hula hoop, its entire form enveloped in blue lightning. Each of its arms wielded a weapon, a sword, a spear, a great knife, chains, a vajra, and a pagoda. Boom. The 2 colossal hands collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves of spiritual energy rippling outward. Countless onlookers suspended in the void were caught in the aftermath, instantly propelled away and crashing heavily to the ground. What terrifying power! I dare not ascend again. Could the celestial emperor truly be overmatched? Surely, an unparalleled emperor could not be bested by a mere immortal emperor. Although the latter possessed numerous techniques, we had only inherited cultivation without any profound methods. It was reasonable for us to be outmatched. The path of thunder had evidently reached a minor completion. Chen Lan discerned that the massive palm had contained the essence of the thunder path. Moreover, it was far from basic. At the very least, it had attained minor completion, indicative of an immortal emperor well-versed in thunder. Should a confrontation ensue, his might would rival that of the heavenly emperor. It seemed these individuals possessed a plethora of techniques. Yet it was merely that. Ants, you have provoked my wrath. Now that you have glimpsed my true visage, you shall not escape retribution. The giant bellowed in fury, the treasures in its 6 arms trembling as they soared into the sky, shining with brilliant golden light. Suddenly, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically, thunderstorming as torrential rain poured down, accompanied by fierce gales, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The sky darkened instantaneously. As the crowd looked skyward, they were left utterly dumbfounded. The 6 treasures had transformed into ethereal lightning apparitions. Thunder Pagoda, Thunder Sword, Thunder Knife, Thunder Spear, Thunder Vajra, and Thunder Chains. The 6 treasures encircled Chen Lan like feral beasts, poised to strike. With the thunder giant's thunderous roar, the 6 treasures launched an assault. First, the chains flew forth, ensnaring Chen Lan and rendering him immobile, while the Thunder Sword and Thunder Knife sliced down towards his waist on either side. The Thunder Spear, moving with the velocity of lightning, aimed directly for Chen Lan's dantian, while the Thunder Vajra descended with the intent to crush his skull. The Thunder Pagoda plummeted from above, seeking to utterly suppress Chen Lan. Begone. With just a casually uttered phrase, all the ethereal forms disintegrated into nothingness, as if they had never existed. Puffed. The Thunder Giant spewed forth a mouthful of blue, crackling lightning blood, gazing at Chen Lan in horror. Those treasures had been nurtured by his essence day and night. The destruction of even one would inflict immense harm upon him, not to mention the complete obliteration of all six, leaving him grievously wounded and teetering on the brink of collapse. Witnessing the Celestial Emperor effortlessly annihilate those six formidable treasures with a single word, the crowd was left astounded. My goodness, is this the Celestial Emperor? Is this the might of the Emperor? It is utterly terrifying. With just a word, he has eradicated them all. It seems the tales of foreign demons and transcending realms are mere fabrications. In the face of absolute power, suppression remains inevitable. I once feared the Emperor might falter, but it appears my concerns were unfounded. How magnificent! The ease with which he resolved the situation was beyond my imagination. It was simply astounding. Once, I too had fantasized about such a display of prowess, but alas, my strength does not permit it. The onlookers were left in awe, elated beyond measure. This was their first time witnessing the Emperor's might, watching as a formidable immortal emperor became as fragile as a clay chicken before the Emperor's casual might. With a single command, he had obliterated six treasures capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. This was the embodiment of the Emperor. How terrifying it was, yet thankfully, he was one of their own. Peng Dehai wiped the cold sweat from his brow, horrified at the thought that he had once offended such a being. It frightened him to his core, yet he was relieved that the Emperor had spared his life, leaving him with a mere dog's existence. Fortunately, such a figure was one of their own. As long as they did not provoke him, they would generally be safe. Woohoo, my husband is truly amazing, Guing exclaimed, her joy palpable as she danced and waved her arms exuberantly. The tumultuous waves of excitement in her chest were dazzling. Yet no one was there to witness such a breathtaking spectacle. The sight of the charming immortal lord filled Gu Ying's heart with indescribable happiness, intensifying her eagerness to meet him. Alas, the immortal lord preferred to remain a mystery. Nevertheless, she was undeterred. One day, she vowed, she would uncover the true identity of the immortal lord. Haha, how fortunate we are to have the immortal lord in our nation. Li Long laughed heartily, his spirit rekindled by the first direct encounter with the Emperor's formidable power, stirring the long-dormant fervor within his heart. The Emperor's might was indeed legendary. With but a word, he shattered six enchanted artifacts. Who would dare to challenge the immortal lord in Huaxia? Who would dare approach, knowing they would face inevitable doom? How could such a powerful being exist in Huaxia? Baka I cannot believe that Huaxia possesses such a formidable warrior. Surely he is not of Huaxia, but likely one of our ninja empire. The sheer strength of this being sent shockwaves of fear through the ninja empire, questioning if there was still a place for them in this world. It was no wonder the sovereign advised against offending the people of Huaxia. Clearly, he was privy to some hidden truths. The world had indeed changed. Huaxia was on the verge of becoming a great power. Huaxia, henceforth, transformed into a soaring dragon, ascending to the heavens. The individuals from both the Ninja Empire and the Superpower Empire beheld the situation in Huaxia. That colossal hand reaching for the clouds seemed capable of reshaping the very fabric of existence. The Titan, surrounded by crackling thunder, was a terrifying sight, an entity they had never encountered before. They had expected Huaxia's demise, yet it was a single individual who effortlessly averted catastrophe. Moreover, this individual had merely uttered a single word, inflicting grievous wounds upon the Titan, leaving it bloodied and weakened. Such a powerful being existed in Huaxia. With a word, the law obeys. What an unparalleled emperor. Who would have thought such a monstrosity would emerge from the mortal realm? Truly, it is beyond my expectations. Curse barrier, obstructing our path. One day, we shall meet again. Noticing the thunderous giant attempting to flee, Chen Lan acted swiftly. With a flourish of his hand, another massive spectral hand materialized, seizing the giant's head, preparing to extract its soul. Chen Lan paused, sensing something amiss. The opponent possessed no soul, rendering his attempts futile. Wish to extract my soul? The thunderous giant unleashed a bolt of lightning, its form gradually dissipating into countless specks of starlight, scattering into the void. This was an act of self-destruction. Chen Lan recognized the gravity of the situation. The thunderous giant was merely an external manifestation. Its true self was likely not far away. But more concerning was that this giant had become aware of the existence of an unparalleled emperor on the Blue Star. Would this hasten the Blue Star's demise? Chapter 76. Another remarkable little being emerges. The thunderous giant self-destructed. The Blue Star returned to its former tranquility. The sky was clear, unmarred by any sign of disturbance. As if nothing had transpired, countless individuals stared blankly at the heavens. Had they not just witnessed a fierce battle, they might have truly believed the day was peaceful. It committed suicide. How could that be? Did it succumb to fear? Certainly, for that was the unparalleled emperor. Even I would tremble in his presence. Yet, something about the situation seemed off. Do you not find everything to be too peculiar? How could the immortal lord be unaware of the presence within? Had he truly been in the sky, he would have extracted it by now, indicating that this was far from ordinary. Based on my decade of experience with fantasy novels, this matter is undoubtedly complex. There must be other beings beyond us, perhaps from other worlds, that we have yet to discover. Yes, I have encountered similar plotlines before. The manifestation of games is already suspicious, and now the appearance of a thunderous giant only adds to the enigma. I am increasingly frightened. The manifestation of games is a bizarre puzzle, and now a hidden giant of thunder complicates matters further. Many began to speculate, besides the blue star, could there be other planets? Might there be other worlds, such as multiverses or parallel realms? Such conjectures quickly incited widespread anxiety. Chen Lan paid little heed, believing in the adage that one must confront whatever challenges arise. If they truly came, he would fight once more. He returned to the cave, wishing to employ time reversal to see if he could save the blood demon ancestor. After all, he felt responsible for the ancestor's demise, as the latter harbored no ill intentions towards Xiaoyao, merely a soul seeking to escape the cycle of death. However, upon attempting time reversal, he furrowed his brow. After a considerable duration, he ceased his efforts, his expression grim. The river of time had erased the blood demon ancestor. Within the temporal stream, he discovered the ancestor had vanished, as if obliterated by a colossal hand, no longer existing. Perhaps his understanding of the path of time was too shallow to resurrect the blood demon ancestor. After all, he had yet to truly grasp the intricacies of time manipulation, limited to basic time reversal and temporal domains. Moreover, frequently employing the path of time consumed immense energy, significantly diminishing his lifespan, and beyond a certain threshold. Even an unparalleled emperor would find their lifespan insufficient. A mere reversal of a few hours was harmless. Sighing, Chen Lan lamented the ancestor's profound mastery of the path of time, rendering his revival impossible. The thunderous giant had self-destructed again, and everything seemed to return to the beginning. With many mysteries still unsolved, at present, the priority was to locate the author of that book and the prophet from the pharaoh's memories. This prophet had evidently been aware of the blue star's circumstances centuries ago, prompting the pharaoh's slumber. Since he possessed such knowledge, he might take certain actions, perhaps even ensuring his own survival into this era. Such a possibility could not be dismissed. Although not much was gleaned from the blood demon ancestor, it at least revealed that the previous world was known as the Xianshan realm, not Xiaoyao or Blue Star. In their world, spiritual energy thrived, with cultivators abounding, until a catastrophic world cycle led to monumental changes. Cultivators ceased to exist, transforming into a technologically advanced Blue Star, which only began to revive with the resurgence of spiritual energy through game manifestations. Thus, was the manifestation of games a boon or a bane? It felt as though this manifestation held the key to the enigma. Alas, let nature take its course. Chen Lan shook his head, refraining from overthinking. There was no point in dwelling on the past. There were no more leads. Since the manifestation of games was the crucial element, he would patiently await its full realization. In the end, the truth would inevitably come to light. The world returned to its normal trajectory, and everyone resumed their lives. However, Li Long held a different opinion. At the headquarters of the Bureau of Management, in the conference hall, he addressed his colleagues solemnly. Surely, everyone witnessed the thunderous giant. It was a being of the celestial emperor realm, arriving from elsewhere. This implies the potential existence of other planets beyond us, perhaps harboring celestial emperors or even heavenly emperors. And it is entirely plausible that an unparalleled emperor dwells among them. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. They had witnessed the colossal thunder giant today and shared the same sentiment. Yet, was this notion not a tad preposterous? However, upon reflection, with the game's manifestation already in full swing, what was truly absurd anymore? It was imperative that we hasten our strength enhancement. My recommendation is to wait until the sect materializes, at which point everyone must learn the techniques and expedite their personal growth. The timing of the technique's manifestation remains uncertain, leaving us reliant on the sect. The game has not yet fully manifested, and we are unaware of when the other world might launch an assault. We can only await the sect's manifestation in 3 days and hope to acquire techniques for cultivation. Indeed, the crowd echoed in unison. They had already begun planning to negotiate collaborations with those sects post-manifestation. In the dormitory, upon returning, Chen Lan was immediately approached by Luo Tao, who scrutinized him from head to toe and then patted his chest in relief, exclaiming, "Thank goodness, you are unharmed." What is the matter?" Chen Lan queried. "After such a significant incident, you seem completely oblivious. I thought you had met with misfortune, considering your prolonged absence." Luo Tao frowned. He had flown back on his sword, only to be subdued upon arrival, yet he was worrying about Chen Lan's well-being. It was bewildering that Chen Lan appeared entirely unfazed and questioned him instead. "Oh, I'm perfectly fine. Quite well indeed," Chen Lan replied. "Well, you certainly are well, but had it not been for the intervention of the carefree celestial, we might have met our fates in the underworld." Luo Tao rolled his eyes. "Indeed," Chen Lan concurred. "You should have seen it. The carefree celestial was undeniably magnificent. The way he commanded the situation was impeccable. As soon as he spoke, the adversary took their own life. Truly awe-inspiring. When might I experience such a day, where a mere utterance from me could lead to someone else's demise? Soon, I believe you shall acquire such a cursed tongue, where whoever you name shall meet their end. Enough of this nonsense. I must immerse myself in cultivation. Something feels amiss about the future. Having said that, Luo Tao returned to his bed and began meditating. Chen Lan chuckled softly, departing from Blue Star to the surface of the moon. With 2 days remaining until the sex manifestation, he resolved to utilize this time to see if he could master other pathways to a foundational level. Mount Kunlun, a peak situated on the border of China, harbored a cave halfway up, furnished with an array of amenities, serving as a residence for someone. On a table lay a tome inscribed with the title, 5,000 Years of History of China. Outside the cave, an elderly man reclined in a rocking chair, creaking softly, wielding a palm fan, gently wafting air in a leisurely manner. A new cycle is upon us, yet it seems a remarkable young one has emerged this time. I hope he does not squander my earnest intentions. Chapter 77. The Ninja Empire's population dwindles by 2/3. 2 days later, in the repair department, a male soldier approached Li Long and saluted. What is the situation regarding the Ninja Empire? Li Long inquired. Their population has diminished by 2/3. All due to their sovereign's actions, the soldier reported candidly, his mind swirling with confusion. Yesterday, the Ninja Empire underwent a drastic upheaval. Their ruler, in a fit of rage, commenced a massacre. It has come to our attention that the ruler of the Ninja Empire is, in fact, of Chinese descent, possessing formidable powers, even nearing the status of a quasi-saint. In just 1 day, the population of the Ninja Empire had been reduced by 2/3, with numerous formidable figures perishing. They further announced their withdrawal from the global tournament. Upon hearing this, Li Long fell silent, recalling what Taoist Qing Feng had mentioned to him yesterday. The Ninja Empire's ruler had shown great deference to a young boy, almost as if they shared a master-servant dynamic. Have you found out about the boy I asked you to investigate? Yes, here it is, the soldier replied, handing Li Long a tablet containing the pertinent information. Li Long accepted the tablet and frowned at the details within. Had Chen Lan been present, he would have recognized that the information pertained to him. A young man in his 20s, at the nascent stage of his cultivation, how had he managed to command such respect from a quasi-saint? Did this youth possess some extraordinary charm? Does Vice Minister Yin from the Qin capital branch know about this? Not yet, I haven't informed her. Then inquire with her to see if she has any additional insights regarding this Chen Lan. The quasi-saint from the Ninja Empire likely shares a significant connection with this youth. Li Long returned the tablet, not considering the possibility of the carefree Celestial's involvement. Aside from a few companions, no one knew the carefree Celestial's age, gender, or appearance. Only that he was of Chinese origin. Do you think this latest purge in the Ninja Empire could be related to the youth? Or perhaps the ruler is deliberately trying to curry favor with him? Impossible. How could a mere boy wield such influence? Perhaps he aided the ruler before the game's manifestation, or there are other reasons. Li Long promptly dismissed the notion. Even if their ruler personally intervened, such treatment would be inconceivable. To annihilate millions of one's own people for a single individual, was that plausible? Unless this young man had indeed saved the life of the ruler of the Ninja Empire, he could fathom no other explanation. As for how he had done so, that remained unclear. Alternatively, it could be that the two had no connection whatsoever, and Taoist Qing Feng merely misinterpreted their relationship. Li sir, I bear good news. At that moment, another soldier rushed in. What is it? Li Long raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the prospect of good news. The Ninja Empire wishes to surrender to China, seeking our protection. Upon hearing this, Li Long's pupils constricted in astonishment. The Ninja Empire had surrendered? What was going on? They hadn't even declared war, so why the sudden capitulation? He retracted his previous thoughts. Chen Lan was undoubtedly intertwined with the ruler of the Ninja Empire in some significant manner, though the precise nature of their relationship eluded him. With this in mind, Li Long hurried to his office to operate on his computer. He classified Chen Lan's information as SSSS grade, sensing that this young man was anything but ordinary. Before long, a post appeared at the top of the online forum. From this day forth, the Ninja Empire shall be a vassal state of China, and we will promptly relocate the territory of the Ninja Empire to the vicinity of China. Incredible. The Ninja Empire has succumbed so swiftly? I have awaited this day for so long. You haven't noticed? The Ninja Empire underwent a massive upheaval yesterday, resulting in countless deaths, at least tens of millions. My friend is in the Ninja Empire, and I heard that many ninjas were coerced into signing contracts. Coerced contracts? What do they entail? Indeed, the terms are outrageous, yet highly advantageous for us. They stipulate that ninjas must treat the Chinese with utmost respect, must not harm the Chinese, and willingly submit to China, thereby becoming one of its vassal states. Unbelievable. How impressive. I am thoroughly intrigued. Haha, many there opposed it, but they were swiftly exterminated. Anyone who refused to sign the contract was immediately killed. Over 10 million have perished already. Wow, that is truly remarkable. I must see who is behind this. To everyone's astonishment, the Ninja Empire has unexpectedly found itself reduced to a vassal state of Huaxia. A most extraordinary turn of events. In the outskirts of Bolin City, nestled in a quaint mountain village, lies a doghouse before a certain household. Within it, a plump, white mother dog sprawls on the ground, her belly exposed, while 5 or 6 puppies of various hues eagerly nurse. Their antics are undeniably adorable, captivating the hearts of pet enthusiasts who cannot resist reaching out to caress them. However, not far from the mother dog, there sits one particularly unique puppy, distinct from the others. It does not partake in nursing, but instead observes from the sidelines. Its coat is jet black, a quintessential Xiaoyao countryside dog, strikingly handsome. Yet, upon its brow rests a peculiar mark resembling an upright eye, formed of golden fur. It sits quietly, and as the other puppies remain blind, it gradually opens its eyes. Its pupils swirl with shimmering golden light, like a golden dragon spiraling within its gaze. After a long while, the golden glow slowly dissipates, unnoticed by anyone around. What is even more astonishing is that the little black puppy stands up on its hind legs. Indeed, it rises to its feet. The mother dog, startled by the sight of her offspring standing, immediately jumps up and begins to bark frantically, clearly bewildered, as she cannot fathom that this could be her child, born just days prior, still unable to open its eyes. The little black puppy looks at its mother and astonishingly speaks. "Thank you for giving me life. I shall repay this debt in the future." With that, it leaps into the air, soaring into the sky, vanishing without a trace. "Hey, you mangy mutt, what are you barking about? Shut up." A middle-aged man rushes out of the doorway, swinging a shovel at the mother dog while cursing loudly. "Damn it, just feed those pups. Once they grow up, I'll sell you all to the dog meat shop." Chapter 78. The Manifestation of Sex, Opening of Player Sex. On the surface of the moon, the soul road is now open. Chen Lan abruptly opens his eyes, a flash of purple light shimmering within, before it finally settles. He has taken his first step onto the soul road. "Let me test my soul army." Chen Lan rises, raising his right hand. His garments flutter as if caught in an unseen wind, producing a resonant sound. A terrifying and eerie spiritual power erupts around him, exuding an unsettling chill. The purple light coalesces in his gaze, an inexhaustible reservoir of purple spiritual energy gathering in his right hand. "Awaken," Chen Lan calls softly, abruptly crushing the sphere of spiritual energy in his grasp. In an instant, the boundless spiritual energy radiates outward, cascading to the ground, gradually forming numerous soul bodies. Each bears the likeness of individuals Chen Lan had once slain. Some possess extraordinary abilities, including a vampire king and a blood sorcerer. Over a dozen soul bodies hover in the air. "Master." They all kneel in unison, addressing Chen Lan in perfect harmony. Chen Lan nods slightly, having entered the soul road. Creating souls has become significantly more manageable. However, the prerequisite for creating souls is the ability to envision their appearance, making the deceased the ideal choice. The drawback is that these souls lack any power, as they are mere figments of his imagination. With a wave of his hand, Chen Lan summons dozens of corpses of yuaning beasts from Blue Star, intending to transform them into human bodies. These beasts possess internal organs quite similar to those of humans, making them easy to modify. A minute later, more than 10 human forms float in the air, both male and female. Enter. The souls nod earnestly and fly into their corresponding bodies. After about 10 seconds, the bodies open their eyes, landing on the ground and moving about. The bodies fit them perfectly. "Thank you, master." They all kneel once more. Chen Lan points again, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power that surges towards the blood sorcerer's body. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of cracking shells reverberates from within the blood sorcerer. As his realm ascends, refining the body, establishing a foundation, forming a golden core, transcending the spirit, achieving great ascension, crossing tribulations, and finally, ascending. He halts only when the ascension phase reaches perfection. He can only elevate them so far, for beyond ascension, they must comprehend the path of the immortals themselves. Open the heavenly gate, ascend the immortal path, and refine the immortal body. Chen Lan exhales deeply. This act of imparting power to others is quite taxing, and most would hesitate to attempt it multiple times. He can elevate 7 or 8 individuals to the ascension phase at most before requiring a period of rest. Cultivating immortality is rooted in self-reliance, regardless of one's prowess. Forcibly enhancing another's realm exacts a price. Without such a price, he could effortlessly elevate everyone in the world to the ascension phase with a mere wave of his hand, rendering the concept of power meaningless. After elevating several individuals to the ascension phase, he gazes upon them with satisfaction and nods. He plans to have them establish sects and develop his influence. He has a penchant for nurturing games. Otherwise, he wouldn't have persevered in playing Cultivating Immortal Life for a decade. With a grand gesture, he gathers the bodies into his palm and vanishes from the moon, reappearing in the mountainous woods of Black Dragon City. "You have 5 seconds to establish your respective forces," Chen Lan states calmly. Just as he finishes speaking, the sky transforms dramatically. Thunderclouds gather over Xiaoyao, dark and oppressive, casting a weighty shadow upon the hearts of the people. With flashes of lightning and torrential winds, sect begin to manifest. This manifestation shall be of low-tier sections. The voice of Hong Meng resonates. Simultaneously, Huaxia trembles. The mountains quake, countless skyscrapers sway, vehicles rock and blare their alarms as ordinary citizens clutch anything they can to steady themselves. Meanwhile, cultivators soar into the sky. Their expressions tense as they observe the unfolding phenomena. In those uncharted realms, within the cities, ancient and ethereal structures rise from the ground, standing side by side with towering buildings. Upon seeing these edifices, the crowd erupts with excitement. The sects have appeared. Hurry and seek a master. I wish to apprentice and become the strongest senior brother. I can hardly wait to learn the art of alchemy. Yet the manifestation is not yet complete, and the crowd remains cautious. After a few dozen seconds, the ground ceases its trembling. Chen Lan immediately extends his divine sense. Perceiving that at least 10,000 sects have emerged throughout Huaxia, each distinct from the other. Some exude an ethereal aura, nestled amidst mountains and waters, with cranes drinking and koi leaping joyfully. Others, however, emanate an aura of death, their buildings crafted from redwood, invoking a sense of desolation, with skulls hanging ominously at their entrances. Some resemble not sects, but rather sinister cults, marked by a tattered female statue at their entrance, exuding an alluring charm. Each sect is a peculiar manifestation, diverse and bizarre, leaving one to wonder which are the righteous sects and which are the nefarious ones. Yet to Chen Lan, they all hold merit. Even the nefarious paths are intriguing, as his soul-searching technique falls into that category, an act likely to draw the ire of those righteous sections. However, within these sects, not a single person is present. Are the NPCs yet to materialize? The manifestation of the sect is complete. Now, the manifestation of sect members begins. The voice of the primordial chaos resounded once more. As the words fell, beams of golden light descended upon those sections. Once the golden light dissipated, Chen Lan beheld a multitude of individuals within each sect, each numbering at least in the thousands, with some even exceeding 10,000, all possessing varying levels of cultivation. The most formidable among them were at the transformation stage, while the weakest were at the body refinement level. The foundation establishment stage was common, and those at the golden core and nascent soul stages were notably impressive. Indeed, these were low-tier sects, their cultivation levels rather meager, likely the least esteemed among the ranks. As the more prominent sects had yet to manifest, practitioners from another realm had finally arrived, yet it seemed these individuals were bound by soul restrictions, rendering any inquiries impossible. Now, you have tasks to undertake. Go seek the arts of alchemy, artifact forging, and martial techniques within the sections. Chen Lan glanced at the dozen or so individuals. Yes, master. They all knelt in unison, then vanished, each attending to their own duties. Chen Lan also intended to depart in search of a sect to study formations and explore ancient texts on martial arts. All manifestations are complete. The player sects are now open, with 10 uninhabited sects available for occupation. At this moment, the voice of the primordial chaos resonated again. Chen Lan paused slightly. Then a smile crept upon his lips. It seemed that just as he contemplated a nap, an opportunity presented itself. He had been considering establishing a sect, and now the sects had conveniently come to him. Chapter 79. All entering seclusion, rejecting the natives. The ground trembled once more, and in various locations across Huaxia, 10 sects rose majestically from the earth, some nestled amidst mountains and waters, others perched atop lofty peaks, and some even within bustling cities. Among these, Chen Lan quickly set his sights on a sect located on a high mountain, surrounded by numerous smaller peaks, reminiscent of a novel he had once read. The sect described within had many peaks, each home to an elder and their disciples, such as the Alchemy Peak, Sword Peak, and other distinctly named and clearly designated summits. Each peak represented its own unique entity or figure. Upon first sight of this sect, Chen Lan resolved to claim it. He was not alone in this decision. Others seemed to have the same idea. He spotted a familiar face, Peng Dahue. That mountain peak was quite appealing. If claimed as a sect, it would be the best choice. Peng Dahue traversed the distance in mere moments, arriving before the sect. At first glance, he was captivated by this sect, though situated on a towering summit. It boasted a vast expanse, making traversal to and from the mountain relatively easy, and it was a place that was easy to defend but difficult to attack, unless formidable cultivators came knocking. The smaller peaks surrounding it appeared striking and impressive, making them suitable for accommodating others. Thus, he was drawn to it immediately. It seemed no one would contest him for it. Peng Dahue grinned widely, stepping forward to seize the opportunity. Bang! He unexpectedly collided with something, causing a dizzying sensation in his head. What in the world? Peng Dahue rubbed his forehead, astonished at the transparent barrier that obstructed him. Was it still not time to claim it? Just then, a voice echoed, leaving Peng Dahue both astonished and helpless. The Xiaoyao sect will be established tomorrow. All may register. This voice resounded like a celestial bell, resonating within the minds of countless individuals, causing their heads to buzz. Peng Dahue could only smile wryly. He would recognize that voice anywhere. It belonged to the Xiaoyao celestial master. Simultaneously, a grand map of mountains and rivers flew forth from within the sect. hovering in the void and gradually enlarging. Once it reached a size comparable to the golden list, visible to the entire nation, 3 prominent characters emerged. Xiaoyao sect. What the heck? The Xiaoyao celestial master is founding a sect. Why wait any longer? I must join the Xiaoyao sect. Initially contemplating joining those NPC sects, it now appeared unnecessary. Directly aligning with the emperor would be far superior. Oh, great emperor, do notice me. I am diligent and capable. Please consider me. How could I join the emperor's sect? It is a dream I yearn to fulfill. As news of the Xiaoyao celestial master establishing a sect spread, everyone erupted in cheers. Eager to join immediately, even Peng Dehui felt a twinge of excitement. If he could join the emperor's sect, would that not lead him to break through to the immortal emperor level? Currently at the Saint King realm, his cultivation had stagnated. Daily training yielded little progress. He could only rely on certain pills or rare treasures to advance. If the emperor could impart some teachings, wouldn't that facilitate a breakthrough in no time? With that thought, Peng Dehui promptly abandoned his intention to establish a sect, opting instead to join the emperor's sect, confident that his cultivation level would be worthy of the emperor's attention. Not only the citizens of the nation, but also those newly manifested from another realm witnessed the grand map. At that moment, within a modest sect not far from the Xiaoyao sect, the Qingxian sect, over 1,000 elegantly attired men and women, adorned with 3-foot-long swords at their waists, exuded an ancient charm as they collectively gazed up at the map. What is that? The aura of that artifact is so powerful, it seems capable of suppressing the world. Could it be a supreme treasure? One disciple asked, "Brother, do you know what that is?" Such a beautiful scroll. What kind of artifact could it be? To think that this native world possesses such a treasure, perhaps we could seize it. Xiaoyao sect? Isn't that the title of the foremost sect? They arrived so swiftly? No. This appears to be a sect founded by the natives themselves. How audacious. I am eager to witness how these natives fare when the Xiaoyao sect arrives. Ha. I am quite looking forward to it. The leader of the Xiaoyao sect is an immortal emperor, while these natives are likely just great Luo golden immortals at best. At that moment, an elder clad in a long black robe, with graying hair at the temples, emerged from the inner courtyard. Upon seeing the elder, the crowd bowed and clasped their fists in greeting. Sect master. The elder nodded, then turned his gaze toward the grand map in the sky, furrowing his brow slightly before addressing his disciples sternly. From now on, the entire sect shall enter seclusion and will not entertain any outsiders. Yes, the unified response echoed loudly. In an instant, the Qingxian sect activated its protective formation, enveloping the entire sect in a layer of transparent barriers to shield it from harm. Not only the Qingxian sect, but all other sects did the same. At the moment of manifestation, they all simultaneously initiated their protective formations, entering seclusion. After Chen Lan announced the establishment of the Xiaoyao sect for the following day, he fell silent. Only a small fraction expressed a desire to join the Xiaoyao sect, while the majority felt they lacked the opportunity and qualification, opting instead to seek other sections. Yet upon arriving at those NPC sects, they discovered that they had entered seclusion. Regardless of their knocking or shouting, only a solitary disciple responded. The entire sect is in seclusion, please return. All the sects, in perfect unison, had chosen to enter seclusion, refusing entry to any newcomers. What a pathetic sect. Do they truly believe we wish to join them? This is ridiculous. Let's leave. Many other sects will accept us. Let us go. If they want to keep us, there will be others who will. Those who arrived at the doors only to be turned away in anger were indignant. They valued their pride and chose to depart. When they arrived at other sects, they were still met with rejection. Not a single sect was willing to receive them. This incited their ire. Soon, they discerned something amiss. These sects had even refused the personnel from the Department of Cultivation Management, as if their disdain was solely directed at them, the inhabitants of Blue Star. In light of these circumstances, the Department of Cultivation Management promptly initiated an investigation. They dispatched Taoist Qing Feng to inquire further, yet to his dismay, even the esteemed Taoist was met with cold shoulders. He was left with but a terse remark: "We do not entertain any natives. Please leave. The sect is currently in seclusion. Return in a month." In the interest of maintaining peaceful coexistence, Taoist Qing Feng refrained from resorting to violence. Chapter 80. Ascending to the Qingxian Gate. Indeed, the environment here was splendid. Chen Lan strolled leisurely within the sect, admiring the serene and picturesque surroundings, nodding in approval. The entire area was suffused with spiritual energy, far purer than that of the outside world, and everything one could desire was at hand. There was an alchemy room, spanning several football fields, filled with hundreds of alchemical furnaces for disciples to utilize. There was also a weapons forging room, equally spacious, equipped with crafting tables. Additional facilities included rooms for talismans, training, and lectures, among others. Were he to walk solely, Chen Lan mused that he could wander the expanse of this sect for an entire day and night without exhausting its breadth. Upon reaching the main hall, he observed statues of celestial beasts flanking the entrance, yet he was unfamiliar with these creatures and paid them no mind, striding directly into the hall. The interior was vast, reminiscent of a royal palace, with the walls adorned with lifelike carvings of divine beings and demons. a fierce man wielding a vajra, a beautiful fairy in an enchanting pose strumming a lute, a monkey clad in fur with a collar atop its head, brandishing a hefty iron rod, and a man with 3 eyes, wielding a trident. The array of divine figures perplexed Chen Lan, who furrowed his brow at the unfamiliar visages. Perhaps they belonged to another realm. After a brief glance, Chen Lan exited, intent on seeking a sect where he could acquire knowledge of alchemy. In an instant, he found himself before the Qingxian gate. Observing the tightly shut doors, he politely knocked, adhering to the principles of hospitality. Such doors, when merely knocked upon, would surely not yield any response, yet there was a knocker affixed for such purposes. As previously stated, the entire sect was in seclusion, refusing entry to natives. He was advised to depart. The door did not open, but a voice emanated from within. Upon hearing this, Chen Lan smiled and vanished from sight. What a nuisance these natives are, endlessly pestering us, yearning to learn our sect's techniques and alchemy, truly an exercise in futility. Behind the door, a young disciple wore a disdainful expression, coldly mocking. However, when he turned to retreat, he was taken aback, for a young man, dressed entirely differently, stood in the courtyard, seemingly making his way toward the scripture repository. He had encountered the local natives, whose attire was distinct, unlike that of his own. How had this native entered? Was there not a protective formation in place? How had he slipped in unnoticed? Who dares intrude upon Qingxian Gate? The young disciple summoned his energy, coalescing it into a sword, aimed at Chen Lan's nape. Boom! Chen Lan swiftly turned, delivering a powerful palm strike that sent the disciple crashing to the ground, gravely injured in an instant. This was but a fraction of his strength. With a single hand, he drew the disciple closer, grasping him by the throat and hurling him towards the main hall. Meanwhile, within the main hall of Qingxian Gate, the sect leader and numerous elders convened, deliberating the situation regarding the natives. These natives sought to learn our techniques and alchemy. We must not divulge our secrets, for we promised not to teach them upon our arrival, one elder stated, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Indeed, we came here to dominate this world. If we were to teach them cultivation, it would be utterly absurd, akin to aiding our foes. Yes, I propose that when the other sects arrive, we seize this world together. The spiritual energy here appears to be gradually reviving, making it highly suitable for us. Sect leader, what are your thoughts? The elders turned their gazes toward the venerable figure seated at the head of the table, awaiting his judgment. Suddenly, an unknown projectile flew in like a cannonball, crashing against a pillar beside them. The assembly gasped in shock, turning to see a disciple clad in Qingxian Gate attire, his upper body embedded in the wall, while his lower half hung limply, swaying gently. Li Feng, an elder shouted, recognizing the bloodied and near unconscious figure as his prized disciple. He rushed over to extricate him. The others gathered around, witnessing Li Feng's face smeared with blood, barely clinging to life. The elder channeled spiritual energy to stabilize Li Feng's fading breath. Master, there are disturbances outside. Avenge me, Li Feng uttered weakly before his head lolled, life extinguished. Li Feng, the elder bellowed, his face flushed with fury. How dare someone kill his disciple? A grievous affront indeed. Who is it? I will slay them and avenge Li Feng. A sharp blade materialized in the elder's grasp as he prepared to confront the one who had slain his apprentice, intent on tearing them asunder. The other elders, equally incensed, recognized that this was a blatant provocation, an open challenge. In an instant, all, including the sect leader, departed the main hall. In the courtyard, Chen Lan stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips as he faced several hundred disciples of Qingxian Gate, a few of whom had already drawn their swords against him. This is Qingxian Gate. Who are you? Do you not know that intruding here is punishable by death? A young disciple intoned coldly. Senior brother, do not waste words with him. Let us subdue this scoundrel before the sect leader arrives, and we shall surely earn our master's commendation. Another disciple chimed in with a sneer. Indeed, what need is there for dialogue? Let us slay him. A female disciple declared haughtily. Hearing the incessant chatter from his juniors, the young senior brother felt his resolve wavering, gazing at Chen Lan with a spark of ambition. If he could capture him, the rewards from both his master and the sect leader would surely follow. With this thought, the senior brother declared coldly, if blame must be assigned, let it fall upon your audacity to trespass into Qingxian Gate. No sooner had the words left his lips than he lunged forward, blade in hand, aiming for Chen Lan's neck. Some are destined to seek their own demise. Chen Lan's voice rang out sharply, his imposing aura erupting instantaneously. Thud! The pressure of the nascent soul stage manifested, causing the disciples before him, all merely at the body refinement or foundation establishment stages, to collapse to their knees. Faces contorted in agony. Nascent soul. The senior brother knelt before Chen Lan, his body trembling, lips quivering. He could not fathom that this native, appearing to be of a similar age, was in fact a formidable nascent soul cultivator. It was worth noting that their sect leader was merely at the nascent soul stage, and the disparity in their ages was stark. Chen Lan refrained from striking, nor did he lift the pressure. Instead, he gazed into the distance, where several figures were rapidly approaching. Moments later, the figures landed, revealing the sect leader and the elders of Qingxian Gate. As they beheld their disciples kneeling on the ground, Overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of the nascent soul, their expressions shifted dramatically. This indigenous individual is, astonishingly, a formidable figure at the nascent soul stage. Young friend, one elder addressed Chen Lan, you have trespassed into my Qingxian sect and slain my disciples. Is this not a tad excessive? Chapter 81, Celestial Realm of Qing Tian. Cultivation of Gu. Oh, is that so? Chen Lan replied with a serene smile, lifting his right foot to stomp on the back of the senior disciple, instantly crippling his dantian, rendering him incapable of cultivation for life. Ah! The senior disciple screamed in agony, a surge of anger and fear flooding his heart. This person had rendered him powerless without uttering a word. How would he live from this point onward? Master, avenge me. Avenge me. He cried out in fury. Wishing he could annihilate Chen Lan, yet lacking the ability to do so, he could only rely on his master. One elder, witnessing the incapacitation of his most cherished disciple, erupted in fury. However, being merely at the golden core stage himself, he swiftly turned to the sect leader and knelt, pleading, I implore you, sect leader, to slay this fiend and avenge my disciple, for Li Feng. Another elder, Li Feng's master, similarly knelt and beseeched. The other elders followed suit, all kneeling and imploring the sect leader, we beseech you to slay this fiend and avenge our disciples of Qingxian sect. The kneeling disciples echoed in unison, we implore you to slay this fiend and avenge our disciples of Qingxian sect. Listening to the clamoring voices, the sect leader narrowed his eyes, fixating on Chen Lan. Young friend, you brazenly infiltrate my Qingxian sect and slay my disciples. And now you have rendered another one powerless. Do you truly believe I lack temper? In an instant, the full pressure of the sect leader's nascent soul erupted, bearing down on Chen Lan. Since that is the case, allow me to send you off with an additional gift, Chen Lan replied with a calm smile, exerting force beneath his feet, shattering the senior disciple's internal organs, ensuring his demise was absolute. The senior disciple spat blood, his head tilting as he succumbed to death. Filled with resentment, the other disciples, witnessing this, were struck with horror, unable to fathom that this individual dared to kill their senior brother. And in front of the elders and the sect leader, no less. The sect leader was taken aback, unable to comprehend that this young man could disregard his oppressive aura and casually execute a disciple. Scoundrel! The elder, enraged by the death of his beloved disciple, roared and unleashed a palm strike towards Chen Lan. The massive hand formed of spiritual energy whistled through the air, but Chen Lan merely waved his hand, dispersing it effortlessly. Begone! Chen Lan spoke coolly, and the elder was sent hurtling backward, lifeless upon impact. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. The ability to enforce one's will with mere words. A single utterance to slay a golden core. Is this truly within the capabilities of a mere nascent soul? The sect leader quickly recognized that this individual was no ordinary nascent soul and forced a smile, cupping his hands in respect. Elder, may I inquire what grievance my Qingxian sect has caused you? In that moment, the sect leader surmised that Chen Lan must be an ancient being who had rejuvenated, feigning the guise of a nascent soul. After all, the ease with which he executed such power was beyond the realm of belief for a typical nascent soul. Why not recruit the indigenous? Chen Lan inquired nonchalantly. At these words, the sect leader's countenance darkened considerably, and the others fell into silence. Observing their reactions, Chen Lan raised an eyebrow, realizing these individuals were indeed plotting something. What is the name of your world? Chen Lan continued. The celestial realm of Qing Tian. The sect leader answered truthfully. Chen Lan fell into contemplation. The blood demon ancestor referred to the former blue star as the Xianqian realm. And now they had arrived in the celestial realm of Qing Tian. What connection existed between these two worlds? Are you acquainted with the Xianqian realm? Chen Lan queried. At this, the sect leader hesitated, furrowing his brow in thought, then shook his head with a wry smile. I regret to inform you, elder, that I am unaware. What purpose does your celestial realm of Qing Tian have in coming to our blue star? Upon hearing this, the sect leader immediately knelt, trembling with fear, and stammered, Elder, I cannot disclose that information. It's beyond my ability to speak of. Chen Lan frowned, surveying the other elders and disciples. The moment they met his gaze, they all knelt, unable to maintain eye contact. Have you been placed under a soul restriction? Upon witnessing their immediate reaction of trembling bodies, Chen Lan became certain that they were all under a soul restraint, preventing them from divulging any information about the celestial realm of Qing Tian or their motives in coming to Blue Star. Who possesses such mastery over the path of the soul to impose restrictions upon so many individuals, silencing them? Reveal all that you know and can share, and I shall spare you. Chen Lan spoke calmly. A wave of trepidation swept through the crowd, yet it was the sect leader who finally raised his head slightly, gazing at the sky, and nervously declared, Elder, I can only utter 2 words, Gu cultivation, Gu cultivation. Upon hearing these words, Chen Lan's heart quaked. He was no stranger to this term. Gu cultivation was precisely about selecting the strongest Gu worm to become the Gu king. It appears that the collision of these 2 worlds is intended for Gu cultivation, to determine the most powerful world, for only the strong may remain. As for the fate of the eliminated world, Chen Lan could only surmise it would be dire. I cannot say more. The heavens are watching. The sect leader lowered his head once more, refraining from further speech. Chen Lan glanced skyward. Within his perception, he could detect no presence. Yet he understood that the so-called heavens, the so-called gods, were currently unable to intervene. Blue Star harbored something they feared, or perhaps a barrier that kept them at bay. Enough. Rise, Chen Lan commanded, gazing at the sect leader. Upon hearing this, the sect leader and the elders, along with the disciples, stood up, still too intimidated to meet Chen Lan's gaze. My intentions are quite simple. I require you to replicate all the techniques, ancient texts, and so forth from your scripture pavilion and deliver them to that sect. Chen Lan gestured towards the Xiaoyao sect. The realization that this sect belonged to Chen Lan took the onlookers by surprise, astonished that the individual before them could seize a sect in front of so many. His strength must be extraordinary. Yes, the sect leader promptly agreed, finding this demand exceedingly straightforward. Had he known it would be this simple, he would not have felt such humiliation. Furthermore, inform all other sects, be they demonic or righteous, to accept the indigenous. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to annihilate them. Anyone who dares to defy me, record their sect names and deliver them to me by tomorrow morning. The crowd gasped in shock. To annihilate those who oppose him. Such audacity. He is merely a nascent soul. What audacity does he possess? There are many nascent souls, and should they unite, they could obliterate him in an instant. Only the sect leader understood that this young man was not lying. He indeed possessed such power. Yes, he could only grit his teeth and comply. By the way, inform the other sects, including yours, that if they wish to come work for me, I shall always welcome them. Chen Lan smiled faintly. He was in need of personnel for his sect, and if these individuals could join him, it would be nothing short of fortuitous. After all, they were all seasoned practitioners. Meanwhile, the Department of Regulation was convening a meeting. Chapter 82. Then let us strike. In the Department of Regulation, frustration boiled over. Damn it, he refuses to accept us. Let us just charge in and instill fear. Let us speak with our fists. This isn't advisable. We are a civilized nation. If we attack today, they may retaliate tomorrow. We may escape unscathed, but the ordinary people certainly won't. Indeed, we shall strike forth. Should they resort to harming innocent lives in a fit of rage, it would spell considerable trouble, and we would need to seek reconciliation. So what shall we do now? Our techniques remain unmanifested, and our only recourse is to seek out those sects to learn their practices, as well as alchemical arts. We must continue our search and see if they are willing to accept us, for we value peace. The ministers debated fervently, caught in a dilemma. Fighting was not an option. Yet neither was abstention. If we were to confront them, they would undoubtedly show no fear, but the plight of the innocent would be dire. With so many NPCs, they could defend against an immediate threat, yet not against a protracted one. We cannot initiate conflict. At this moment, only the lower sects have manifested, while the more powerful ones remain hidden. They are all allies, and should we strike, we would undoubtedly face retaliation in the future. At this juncture, Li Long shook his head, expressing his belief that combat was not the answer. Were we to engage, we would only be confronting these current sects, and in the future, when the larger sects manifest, the smaller ones would surely report us. They hail from the same world. How could they not conspire together? Once united, the fate of Huaxiao would hang in the balance. The assembly fell silent, uncertain of the path forward. If all else fails, I shall intimidate them, spoke Taoist Qing Feng, who, being a great Luo golden immortal, could easily frighten those sects, most of whom were merely in the nascent soul stage. He could extract resources first and deal with the future as it comes. No, we must prioritize harmony, Li Long countered, shaking his head as he contemplated the greater picture. Offending them now would complicate future relations. If they refuse us, and we retaliate, how is that any different from banditry? Just then, a soldier rushed into the conference hall. Panting as he reached Li Long's side, the assembly turned their anxious gazes toward him. Surely, an urgent matter was afoot. What is it? Li Long inquired, frowning. Good news. A sect known as the Qingxian Gate has just arrived to inform us that they will soon be accepting disciples. Furthermore, many sects have begun to accept our indigenous people and will officially open their doors tomorrow, asking us to spread the word. Upon hearing this, joy spread across the faces of the assembly, and they rose to their feet. Such fortuitous news indeed. It arrives with remarkable timing. But why the sudden change of heart? Has something transpired? Regardless, the fact remains that they are currently accepting disciples, and it is paramount we enroll to enhance our strength. While that may be true, the abruptness of this development raises suspicions. I propose we observe further. Silence, Li Long commanded, and the assembly quieted. This is indeed a positive turn of events. We shall announce it on the online forum, urging the populace to seek out the sects for tutelage. A faint smile graced Li Long's lips. Remarkably, just as we were deliberating, good tidings have arrived. It seems fate is favoring us. However, the sect leader mentioned another detail. They will soon be relocating. The soldier continued. Li Long paused, momentarily taken aback. Others shared his surprise. Relocating? To where? They are set to move their entire sect to the Xiaoyao sect, merging with them and thereafter adopting their name, welcoming all to come and seek mentorship. The assembly gasped in astonishment. No wonder those sects so quickly changed their stance regarding mentorship. It appears the celestial Xiaoyao has intervened covertly. Thus, it is clear, Li Long's smile broadened. Oh, so it is the celestial Xiaoyao who has taken action. No wonder they hastily altered their position. They truly are cowards who fear the strong. With the celestial's involvement, my concerns diminish greatly. Since this matter was initiated by the celestial, any retaliation would likely be directed toward them. Had we provoked it, the celestial might not have extended their assistance, which has been my greatest trepidation. Now that the celestial has paved the way, we need not fear. Starting tomorrow, everyone shall enter their respective sects for mentorship. Should we discover any sects still unwilling to accept us, we shall respond with force, Li Long proclaimed with authority, igniting cheers among the assembly. Very well, let us fight. On the online forum, a message emerged. All sects have commenced the recruitment of disciples. Tomorrow they will open their doors to welcome new students. Everyone is encouraged to visit the nearest sect if they are accepting disciples. One may learn the arts and transform their very being. Upon seeing this announcement, those who had previously despaired over their inability to join a sect felt a surge of hope. No way is this true. I must rise early tomorrow to seek mentorship. I just returned from a sect, and their disciples informed me that they will be open for recruitment tomorrow, welcoming all. Should we visit the smaller sects first or head to the Xiaoyao sect, which belongs to the celestial Xiaoyao? Clearly, we should prioritize the Xiaoyao sect. If we gain entry, our prospects will soar. If not, we can explore other sects, but the Xiaoyao celestial should be our primary choice. I concur. That sounds reasonable. We should initially focus on the celestial sect, and if entry proves impossible, we shall consider others. The Xiaoyao celestial sect stands as the foremost target for all. To gain entry, there would be an unparalleled boon. Should that fail, there remain other sects eager to accept disciples, albeit as secondary options. In summary, gaining entry into any sect is a fortuitous opportunity, representing the chance to learn and acquire skills for self-preservation. The era of cultivation has already commenced. The true age of universal cultivation is upon us. Yet, amidst this joy, some sects found themselves consumed by worry. At the Demon Slaughter sect, within the hall of the sect leader, several elders and a middle-aged man, the sect leader, convened. Sect leader, should we acquiesce? The indigenous people's tone suggests that if we refuse to accept disciples, they may unleash a massacre upon us, annihilating our sect. One elder spoke coldly. There is concern. The individual threatening us appears to possess formidable strength. Even the Qingxian Gate has been intimidated. Our Demon Slaughter sect's leader is the strongest among us. Merely a half-step into the Golden Core stage. It is likely we would not stand a chance against this indigenous being. Yet if we submit, would we not become the subject of ridicule? This presents a dilemma. Submit or resist to the bitter end. A mere indigenous person, unaware of what he fed that old fool. The leader of Qingxian Gate deserves his fate for bowing to such a being. When other sects arrive, they are doomed. We shall never submit. I refuse to believe that this insignificant being can truly extinguish us. Inform the other sects that we will not submit. Let them be the timid ones if they choose. Chapter 83. A thought shatters the great ascension, never to betray. At the Xiaoyao sect, Chen Lan stood in the courtyard, observing the multitude of Qingxian Gate's leaders, elders, and disciples. Oh, not quite. To be precise, they are the new disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. Bowing before the sect leader, King Xuanzi of the Qingxian Gate was the first to pay his respects. The others followed suit, bowing deeply, hesitant to straighten their backs without Chen Lan's directive. Rise. Chen Lan spoke softly, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, what a fortuitous turn of events to recruit a batch of NPCs to serve as laborers. It could not have been better. Initially, the Qingxian Gate was reluctant to join. It was only after I subtly released a fraction of the Celestial's aura before their leader that they fell to their knees, pleading for admission into the Xiaoyao sect. Come now, it is the epitome of nature's grandeur. With the arrival of these individuals from another realm, the sect's development shall ascend to unprecedented heights. Qing Xuanzi lifted his gaze, his face adorned with admiration as he looked upon Chen Lan, his eyes brimming with reverence and envy, while others may remain oblivious. He understood that the person before him was none other than the Supreme Emperor. The faint pressure emanating from Chen Lan nearly caused his very organs to erupt. He had only sensed such a force from an immortal emperor, and that was from a distance of hundreds of miles. Yet, the oppressive aura of Chen Lan surpassed that of the immortal emperor by an unfathomable magnitude. He was unequivocally the Supreme Emperor. If not now, when should one seek allegiance? Thus, he rallied the entire sect to pledge fealty to Chen Lan. Someone has arrived. Come forth to extend a warm welcome, Chen Lan said with a slight smile. To the astonishment of the crowd, a dozen figures descended from the heavens, their presence evoking sheer terror among those present. 8 of them were at the ascension stage. Sectmaster. The assembled throng knelt in unison, their voices resounding like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the Qingxian sect. The entirety of the sect was left in awe. These were ascended beings, yet their sectmaster had only just reached the nascent soul stage. They had never before encountered even a single ascended expert, let alone so many. Could they all be elders? Such a terrifying foundation, surely. Even fifth-grade sects could not boast of so many ascended predecessors. Had they known of such ascended beings, he would have been the first to defect from his former sect and join the Xiaoyao sect. 8 ascended predecessors. To have encountered even one would have been an extraordinary stroke of fortune in this lifetime. The crowd stood agape, having never witnessed such a congregation of ascended experts. It was nothing short of spectacular. Moreover, all these individuals belonged to the Xiaoyao sect, revealing an unexpectedly robust foundation. Yet, they were perplexed. Was the sect master not merely at the nascent soul stage? The expressions of the sect master and the elders grew fervent. The elder who had lost Li Feng had long since forgotten him. Now, all that occupied his mind was the urgency to join the Xiaoyao sect and ingratiate himself with the new sect master. Master sect leader, truly invincible. Commanding respect throughout the realm. The elder exclaimed, clasping his fists. He could hardly believe there were 8 ascended beings. This was a tremendous gain. Even a mere sliver of their power would suffice for their needs. I shall often be absent. For any matters, seek him. Chen Lan indicated the blood demon ancestor and continued, by the way, ensure the scriptures in the library are replenished and teach them alchemy. The future of the sect relies upon your endeavors. Yes, sect master. Qing Xuanzi was the first to bow in deference, followed closely by the others. To become disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, you shall not be wronged. Chen Lan smiled gently, waving his hand, and countless bottles of elixirs materialized upon the ground. Within them lay every elixir beneath the 5th grade. Turning to Qing Xuanzi, Chen Lan remarked with a knowing smile, these elixirs shall be entrusted to your stewardship. Are you confident in managing them? Thank you, sect master. Qing Xuanzi gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape at the sight of the plethora of elixirs. And upon hearing Chen Lan's words, he was overwhelmed with gratitude, promptly kneeling to express his thanks. The others stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their shock at the sight of such an abundance of elixirs. Their sect had always been impoverished. Elixirs were a privilege reserved for prodigious disciples or elders. They might have to wait a month or even 2 to use a single body-refining elixir. Yet now, they inhaled the intoxicating aroma of the elixirs, which stirred their very essence, pushing them toward a breakthrough. How many elixirs could there possibly be? I shall devote all my energy to managing this batch of elixirs. Ensuring their utmost efficacy, I shall waste not a single one. Qing Xuanzi declared, his heart racing with excitement. To have received such recognition upon joining the Xiaoyao sect, with the sect master entrusting him with such a vast quantity of elixirs, signified immense trust. He could not betray the sect master's faith. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be the outer sect master. Chen Lan nodded in satisfaction, then pointed with a flick of his finger. A surge of spiritual energy coursed into Qing Xuanzi, forcibly propelling him into a breakthrough. In an instant, resounding thuds echoed from within Qing Xuanzi, drawing the attention of those around him. He could no longer contain the rising energy within. It erupted forth. Transforming spirit. He ascended in mere seconds. The crowd gasped in disbelief. How had the elders suddenly advanced to the transforming spirit stage? The elders, in particular, were astounded. They knew that the ancestor had lingered at the peak of the nascent soul stage for over a century, having long since given up hope of a breakthrough. Yet today, he had unexpectedly reached the transforming spirit stage. But this was far from the end. Before the horrified gazes of the onlookers, Qing Xuanzi's cultivation continued to surge, soon reaching the peak of the transforming spirit stage. Ah! Qing Xuanzi exclaimed, his face flushed, and he let out a roar. Bang! He broke through to the Great Ascension stage. Everyone was taken aback. Had he truly reached the Great Ascension stage? In the blink of an eye, he had advanced from the peak of the nascent soul to the Great Ascension stage. What sorcery was this? Even the most nefarious arts paled in comparison. As far as they knew, the devilish techniques required the sacrifice of one's lifespan to forcibly elevate 5 minor realms. Yet Qing Xuanzi had directly transcended to a major realm, the Great Ascension stage. This was far more potent than any elixir. As the crowd stared in disbelief, Qing Xuanzi's appearance gradually rejuvenated, transforming from an elderly figure into a youthful young man. His hair became lustrous and black, the wrinkles on his face vanished, and his skin surpassed that of many youngsters in its tenderness. His previously stooped back straightened significantly, an astonishing transformation, gazing at their transformed sect master. The crowd was left in a state of utter shock, unable to believe that this was the same individual they had once known. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have never believed it. Yet this was not the conclusion. Qing Xuanzi's cultivation continued to ascend, his aura growing increasingly formidable. It was not until he reached the peak of the Great Ascension stage that the spiritual energy coursing through him was fully assimilated. Coming to a halt, experiencing his newfound mastery of the Great Ascension, Qing Xuanzi was overjoyed. He had never envisaged reaching this realm. Believing a breakthrough to the transforming spirit stage was beyond his grasp. He had not anticipated that merely joining a local sect would propel him to an unimaginable realm, the Great Ascension. Thank you, sect master, for your life-giving grace. I vow before the heavens that I shall never betray the Xiaoyao sect, nor the sect master. Should I betray, may my soul be extinguished, and may I never reincarnate. Chapter 84. Perusing Ancient Texts and Techniques. Boom. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder, as if to respond to Qing Xuanzi's oath. Yet Qing Xuanzi's expression remained resolute. He was unfazed by the thunderclap, for his emotions were genuine. Today, with Chen Lan's aid in his breakthrough to the Great Ascension stage, this debt of gratitude was one he could never repay in several lifetimes. The others looked on in astonishment at their elder, then turned their gazes to the new sect master. They were now utterly bewildered. What realm was the new sect master in that he could so effortlessly elevate another to the Great Ascension stage? This was surely not merely the nascent soul stage. Perhaps he was at least a golden immortal. My appearance must not be disclosed. Should it be, death shall follow, Chen Lan stated coolly. Yes, sect master. The crowd once again knelt in reverence. Having witnessed Chen Lan's prowess, their minds were devoid of any distracting thoughts. Only loyalty remained. A commitment to follow the Xiaoyao sect unto death. As for the elixirs, Qing Xuanzi, you shall oversee their distribution. Tomorrow, we shall actively recruit disciples. Prepare accordingly. And as for the assessments, you shall handle them, with but one stipulation. It must be grand. I shall proclaim to the world the establishment of my Xiaoyao sect. The voices of the crowd echoed in unison. Yes, sect master. However, by the time they lifted their heads, Chen Lan had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the presence of a dozen unknown formidable figures. Esteemed seniors, what shall we do next? Qing Xuanzi inquired as he slowly rose, rubbing his hands together and approaching the blood demon ancestor with a grin. Do as the sect master commands. We are merely here to observe, replied the blood demon ancestor, his expression impassive. Perceiving the elder's stoic demeanor, Qing Xuanzi felt somewhat perplexed and tentatively asked, shall I begin on my own then? Indeed. The blood demon ancestor affirmed with a nod, uttering no further words. With this, Qing Xuanzi felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, yet he quickly regained his composure, adopting the authoritative demeanor befitting a sect master as he addressed the gathered disciples and elders. From this moment forth, we are the outer disciples of Xiaoyao sect, and I shall serve as the outer sect master. The sect master has instructed us to recruit disciples widely tomorrow. Let us endeavor to excel at this task. Do we have confidence? Yes. The crowd responded with fervor, raising their arms in unison. Excellent. First, let us store the elixirs in the sect's treasury. The sect master has entrusted me with the arrangements, and I assure you that none shall be deprived. Everyone shall have elixirs to consume. Wonderful. Thank you, sect master. Thank you, outer sect master. The crowd erupted in jubilation, for it had been some time since they had tasted elixirs. They had not anticipated receiving a vial of elixirs upon their arrival. What sheer delight it was. Now, let us get to work. The scriptures and ancient texts from the sutra repository should be moved inside, while the rest prepare for tomorrow's disciple recruitment ceremony. Qing Xuanzi continued. Yes. The crowd echoed in agreement. Before long, everyone busied themselves with their tasks. At that moment, the blood demon ancestor approached Qing Xuanzi and spoke. You ought to send someone to teach us about alchemy, talismans, and artifact refinement. Qing Xuanzi was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly realized that the locals might lack such knowledge and were solely focused on cultivation. Thus, he nodded in agreement without further elaboration. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, Chen Lan had not departed. Instead, he observed the arrangements of the people below with a satisfied nod. Qing Xuanzi is quite competent. He is a talent worthy of trust in managing the sect, he mused. He had no desire to oversee the sect directly. His intention in founding it was to provide opportunities for those who had no access to cultivation, to offer more chances to the people of Huaxia. He wished merely to be a hands-off proprietor, venturing to explore the world. Before long, he noticed that the scriptures from the sutra repository had been transported inside, prompting him to teleport to the repository himself. Inside the sutra repository, Chen Lan appeared, surveying the once barren space now filled with scriptures, ancient texts, spiritual arts, and martial techniques, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Though these techniques were relatively elementary, they were nonetheless useful. Advanced techniques could only be acquired from the great sects or upon the manifestation of techniques themselves. The techniques were categorized into various ranks: mortal, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, king, emperor, and immortal, and further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and supreme grades, though mortal-level techniques did not possess such distinctions. Mortal techniques were intended for the cultivation of ordinary individuals, such as the Tai Chi Heart Sutra and the 5 Animal Frolics, which could merely strengthen the body but could not lead one to immortality. Here, Chen Lan took a cursory glance and noted that the highest rank was a supreme yellow-grade technique, with no profound-grade techniques in sight. It was evident that the Qing Xian sect was lacking in depth. The presence of a nascent soul sect master was already a stroke of fortune. Rather than perusing the techniques further, he proceeded directly to the area housing ancient texts on alchemy, eager to learn the art of elixir refinement. Fundamentals of alchemy. Chen Lan's attention was drawn to a particular book, which he promptly retrieved. Flipping it open, he discovered the foundational principles of alchemical practice. First, one must possess the ability to ignite and manipulate fire with one's qi. Next, One must identify the herbs suitable for the cauldron, lest one risk an explosion. Then, there was the mastery of timing, requiring patience. Those who are impetuous should not attempt alchemy. Following this were various herbal remedies, including the foundational herb for body refinement elixirs, blood qi flower. This herb is commonly found in areas rich in blood qi, especially surrounding corpses, making it quite prevalent. Chen Lan paused momentarily, pondering the idea of flowers blooming around corpses being so commonplace. However, he swiftly recollected that this was knowledge from another world, a realm where blood and chaos reigned daily, and corpses were indeed a frequent sight. Casually flipping through the pages, Chen Lan garnered a preliminary understanding of alchemy, gradually immersing himself in the sea of knowledge. He had always cherished reading and gaming, for these pursuits allowed him to forget his sorrows and heal from the pain of losing his parents, gradually emerging into a brighter outlook on life. His reading material was eclectic, encompassing science, novels, aphorisms, and more. As time passed, Chen Lan's prodigious ability to grasp information enabled him to peruse over 100 ancient texts within a mere 10 minutes, obtaining a rudimentary understanding of this alternate world, albeit not exhaustive. The ancient texts revealed little, for if they divulged too much, they would not have been accessible to him here. He recalled a historical account he had read, detailing the segment where Qin Shi Huang burned books and buried scholars. The inhabitants of that world had obliterated all records pertaining to their history, seeking to prevent the locals from uncovering hidden truths. The historical texts of their world likely served a similar purpose, intended to sever their connection to the past and erase all traces of it. Such cruel tactics. Yet, I shall eventually uncover the truth. When it comes to patience, I possess an abundance. Chen Lan gazed skyward, a smirk gracing his lips, his gaze resolute. No matter who or where they may be, he would unearth them one day, let them await their reckoning. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Chen Lan returned to his studies. Next, he intended to explore ancient texts on talismans and formations, hoping to decipher the so-called seal of Blue Star. Chapter 85, The Rise of Xiaoyao Sect. So it is. Chen Lan closed the book Comprehensive Guide to Basic Formations and closed his eyes to assimilate the knowledge. Within its pages, he discovered hundreds of foundational formations, including the Spirit Gathering Formation, which, once activated, could converge the surrounding spiritual energy, enhancing the purity of qi within the formation's domain, a requisite formation for cultivation. There was also the Sect Protection Formation, capable of safeguarding the sect. The higher the cultivation of the practitioner setting the formation, the stronger the defenses it could provide. This meant that by establishing the Sect Protection Formation, he could repel all beings below the level of a supreme emperor. Hundreds of foundational formations evolved in his mind. Endowed with the divine ability of formation mastery, he could swiftly learn formations, reformulate, and decipher them. The basic formations continuously evolved in his mind, transitioning from mere rudimentary formations to the most formidable ones capable of transformation. After a full 10 minutes, Chen Lan opened his eyes, his pupils swirling with countless runes before gradually returning to normal. Excellent. He had evolved hundreds of formations. Now, aside from the top-tier formations of which he remained unaware, these basic formations had reached their zenith. A smile crept upon Chen Lan's lips. Now, with but a thought, he could deploy hundreds of formations, save for those requiring special tools. Let us put this to the test. With this thought, Chen Lan appeared above Xiaoyao Sect, surveying the territory below. Xiaoyao Sect, arise. He uttered softly, raising his right hand with deliberate grace. Boom. Simultaneously, the entire Xiaoyao Sect trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck, leaving countless disciples astounded. What is happening? The ground is shaking. Could it be a formidable demon approaching? It shouldn't be. The most formidable demons here are at most at the nascent soul stage, and they are incapable of such magnitude. Could it possibly be the beast tide? Are they really attacking our Xiaoyao Sect? But what is there to fear? We have so many ascended masters, and our sect leader is in the great ascension stage. The sect master is an unfathomable existence. Should those beasts dare to assault our sect, they shall certainly find themselves with no return. Indeed, with such reasoning, my fears have somewhat dissipated. The ground trembled, and all disciples clutched onto whatever they could to steady themselves, while those capable of flight hurriedly ascended to the air, anxiously gazing upwards. However, they soon spotted the figure of Chen Lan. Is that the sect master? It is indeed the sect master. The disciples looked towards the sky, and it became clear to them that this was the work of their leader. Qin Xuanzai promptly soared into the air, kneeling beside Chen Lan and clasping his fists. He said, Sect Master. Chen Lan nodded slightly. Qin Xuanzai stood up, silent, his gaze lowered as he observed the sect. Since this was orchestrated by the sect master, he felt no concern. The ground continued to quake, but soon, some disciples noticed that the sect was gradually levitating. The surroundings were transforming. It felt as if we were ascending towards the heavens. Indeed, as they suspected, the entire Xiaoyao sect, along with the mountains beneath it, was rising into the sky. The mountains began to fracture from their base, and the Xiaoyao sect floated like an aerial island, slowly ascending, magical and awe-inspiring. The spectacle was witnessed by the populace across the nation, who paused in astonishment. What on earth? The Xiaoyao sect is flying. Could it be a collective ascension? Surely not. Where are they heading? Are they departing from Blue Star? Could it be that the Emperor no longer desires our presence and intends to leave us behind? Please, no. Without the Emperor's protection, I fear we cannot endure even a week. The Emperor must not abandon us. As the people beheld the Xiaoyao sect soaring into the sky, panic ensued. Could it be that the great Xiaoyao Emperor believed they were no longer worth carrying and thus prepared to leave Blue Star for the vast cosmos? If that were the case, what would happen to them? All the major sects gazed upwards in wonderment, witnessing the Xiaoyao sect's ascent. They were bewildered by the sect's intentions. Yet the ability to lift an entire sect from the ground was clearly beyond their capabilities. At the very least, such a feat could only be accomplished by an advanced tribulation expert. Could it be that the sect master of Xiaoyao was indeed a tribulation-level powerhouse? Before the eyes of the onlookers, the Xiaoyao sect ascended slowly until it reached an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters, halting just as the smaller peaks pierced through the clouds. No matter the location, anyone who glanced upwards could behold the Xiaoyao sect, resembling a colossal floating island. Remarkably conspicuous and magnificent. Such a scene was one typically reserved for the silver screen, yet now it unfolded before everyone, delivering an extraordinarily shocking impact. There it remained, a mountain suspended in the air, devoid of further movement. Gradually, the crowd returned to their ordinary lives, unfazed. In the administrative department, Li Long stared blankly at the soldier reporting to him. What? The great Xiaoyao Emperor has caused the entire sect to float in midair? What is the Emperor up to with this perfectly fine sect? At present, there are no other developments. It is merely hovering in the air. Very well. Whatever the Emperor wishes to do is beyond our jurisdiction. Have the lists been compiled? Li Long shook his head, shifting the subject. The so-called list was a compilation of those wishing to join the Xiaoyao sect. Many from various departments aspired to become disciples under the Emperor. Thus, Li Long had instructed them to create a list of those interested. The following day, he intended to personally lead a team to seek apprenticeship. Yet he would not trouble the Emperor over it. Admission to the sect depended solely on individual merit. He had no qualifications to interfere with the Emperor's decisions. The tally is complete. How many? Nearly all departments have signed up. A total of 470 million wish to join the Xiaoyao sect. The soldier reported, somewhat sheepishly. There was no helping it. The allure of the Emperor's sect was simply too great. Everyone wished to join. Even he, in the body refinement stage, had enrolled. Who wouldn't want to be a disciple of the Emperor? It would provide an extra layer of security. What? Such a number? Li Long's eyes widened in disbelief. Over 400 million wishing to join the Xiaoyao sect? How could this possibly work? Although the sect was large, it could accommodate at most a few 100,000, let alone over 400 million. It was utterly madness. Even if he were to lead 400 million to the Xiaoyao sect, the Emperor would surely not consent. Furthermore, even if the Emperor agreed, there simply wasn't enough space for all these people. Would they each return to their homes? Indeed, everyone wishes to join. Sigh. I suppose I should consult the Emperor. I am uncertain whether he will agree. Li Long sighed in resignation. I should seek out Chen Mingyuan and have him inquire with the Emperor. Let us see how many he intends to accept. And then I can select some elite individuals to apply to the sect. 400 million is far too many. The Xiaoyao sect likely cannot accommodate them. Chapter 86. A thought becomes a formation. Sectmaster, what is our purpose here? Qing Xuanzai dared to inquire. Tomorrow's first assessment, the path to heaven. Chen Lan replied with a faint smile. He had just conceived the assessment plan, intending to create a pathway for all who wished to join the sect to test their willpower. Those who succeeded in reaching the summit would become registered disciples. He had designed various ranks for the disciples: registered disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples, the last category requiring selection by the elders, who were yet to be determined. After briefly outlining his thoughts, Qing Xuanzai quickly comprehended. Ah, I see. No wonder you are the sect master. Your foresight is indeed commendable. Qing Xuanzai clasped his fists in respect. Handle it as you see fit. I expect many will come tomorrow. Will there be any specific criteria for our recruitment? What standards does your Qing Xuanzai sect uphold? Assess the spiritual roots, bone age, and meridians to determine eligibility for cultivation, then arrange some assessments for them. The better their performance, the more favorable their treatment and benefits. That sounds about right. Proceed as you deem appropriate. Chen Lan replied casually, wishing to take a hands-off approach and allow his subordinates to manage the tasks. Understood. I shall do my utmost, and will not disappoint the sect master. Chen Lan nodded, no longer attending to Qing Xuanzai, but instead stepped forward. Qing Xuanzai was momentarily taken aback, but in an instant, his pupils constricted in shock. Beneath Chen Lan's feet, a formation rapidly blossomed, spreading outwards until it enveloped the entire Xiaoyao sect. This is the protective sect formation. Qing Xuanzai exclaimed in terror as he recognized the runes and rhythms inscribed within the formation. He had once set up a protective sect formation himself, so he was familiar with the intricate symbols and the aura emanating from it. Indeed, it was the protective sect formation. He could not be mistaken. However, this formation's runes were far more complex and refined, vastly superior to the subpar formation he had created. It was as if its strength had been enhanced 100-fold. From his perspective, this protective sect formation could at least withstand an attack from a true immortal. Yet, what astonished him even more was the realization that the sect master had just manifested this formation with a mere thought, with no prior warning. A single step had transformed into an immensely powerful protective sect formation. If it were him, he would procure numerous spiritual stones, then seek an appropriate location to place them, ultimately identifying a fitting spot to serve as the focal point for a grand protective formation, pouring every ounce of his strength into its construction. The intricacies of this process are exceedingly complex, requiring at least several days to accomplish. Yet, the sect master could conjure the formation with but a thought, an ability reserved for those at least of 9th rank in the art of formations or innate prodigies in this discipline. Not only that, but the sect master also enhanced the grand protective formation, rendering it even more formidable. Such talent for refining formations is likely only attainable by geniuses or 9th rank formation masters. The sect master must be one of these, or perhaps a synthesis of both. Very well, unleash your full strength against the grand protective formation, Chen Lan said with a nod and a faint smile. Qing Xuanzi was momentarily taken aback but promptly complied, drawing his sword and unleashing a powerful strike. A sharp blade of energy howled forth. Boom. The energy struck the formation's barrier with great force. However, it seemed to elicit no response whatsoever, as if a single drop of water had fallen into the vast ocean, creating not a ripple. Observing this, Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief. His full-force attack had yielded no effect. Despite being at the Great Ascension stage, he was met with utter indifference. Indeed, the formation was laid by an unparalleled emperor, far too powerful. It could likely withstand even an emperor's most ferocious assault. The disciples below witnessed the spectacle, unaware that their sect master was an unparalleled emperor. Yet, upon seeing Qing Xuanzi's full-force strike crash against the barrier without so much as a tremor, they were left dumbfounded. Such a potent protective formation. Given that Qing Xuanzi was already at the Great Ascension stage and yet had no effect, one could only imagine its might. What is the sect master's true realm? It remains inscrutable, exuding an aura of immense strength, one that transcends imagination. The runes of this protective formation are exquisite, distinct from those previously arranged by Qing Xuanzi. This one is even more formidable. Could it be that the sect master is a master of formations, perhaps even a 7th rank? Is that true? Qing Xuanzi, who seemed only a 2nd rank formation master, was already impressive. Mastering formations is notoriously difficult, requiring innate talent. In the realm of the celestial sky, formation masters are categorized into 9 ranks, from the lowest 1st rank to the highest 9th rank, paralleling the divisions found in alchemy, talisman crafting, and artifact forging. A 9th rank master is a rarity, emerging from millions. Thus, Chen Lan's display bore the hallmarks of a formation master of at least 6th rank, astonishing them all. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Standing in the void, Chen Lan took another step forward, and another formation swiftly formed and spread beneath his feet. As the formation enveloped the Xiaoyao sect, the spiritual energy within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was drawn in, akin to a vacuum, surging into the sect. In an instant, the purity of the surrounding spiritual energy increased tenfold. Merely inhaling a breath would yield the purest essence previously unattainable. Boom, boom, boom. As the spiritual energy became more refined, the disciples inhaled deeply, and their realms instantly loosened, leading to numerous breakthroughs. A cacophony of sounds echoed as thousands simultaneously ascended to higher realms, with some even crossing into the foundational stage. Among them were several former elders of the Golden Core stage, who reached full Golden Core realization, their spirits revitalized, as though transformed. This is the marvel of the gathering spirit formation, which harnesses the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Many sects make use of such arrays. Qing Xuanzi, no longer astonished, seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Given that the sect master could wield such a formidable protective formation, the gathering spirit formation was evidently within his capabilities as well. Subsequently, Chen Lan continued to invoke formations, an illusory array that would disorient any outsiders, ensnaring them in a mirage, and a teleportation array for the disciples' use, allowing them to teleport freely below. Countless formations were swiftly manifested at Chen Lan's behest. The crowd's initial shock gradually transformed into calm acceptance of their sect master as a formation master. Meanwhile, within the borders of Huaxiao beneath the sect, many sensed the shift in the spiritual energy around them. What is happening? Why has so much spiritual energy diminished? Something feels amiss. The spiritual energy appears significantly thinner. Who is responsible? Who is laying down the gathering spirit formation, and its power is astonishing. Who could it be? This is utterly unscrupulous. The spiritual energy has thinned by 2/3, and it would take at least a month or 2 to restore its previous purity. Is this an attempt to hinder everyone? That should not be the case. Perhaps in about a week, this world's spiritual energy is exceedingly abundant and will replenish swiftly. Chen Lan's gathering spirit formation had thinned the spiritual energy dramatically, stirring up considerable discussion and discontent among the populace. Chapter 87. the heavenly court, soup, the underworld. Observing the numerous formations surrounding the sect, the disciples were left in a stupor, as was Qing Xuanzi. You will be responsible for the entire disciple recruitment ceremony tomorrow. There is no need to consult me, Chen Lan proclaimed before vanishing from sight. Yes, Sectmaster. Qing Xuanzi quickly bowed in response. He then gathered his focus, took a deep breath, and resumed his labors. In Bolan City, within a humble mountain village, a nauseating stench of blood permeated the air. Blood splattered on the walls, doors, and bedding. On the floor lay the lifeless body of a man, his visage twisted in terror. His chest appeared to have been ravaged by some wild beast's claws. His internal organs grotesquely shredded, eyes wide open in death. Beside the corpse stood a black dog, standing upright at a height of nearly 4.5 feet, exuding an eerie presence. Its paws were drenched in blood, and bits of flesh clung to its claws, a horrifying sight. Its mouth was similarly stained, as if it had been gnawing on something. The black dog fixated intently on the man's body, its gaze reflecting a human-like sense of satisfaction and relief, as if relishing the thrill of revenge. Who are you? At that moment, the previously silent environment was pierced by a man's voice. The black dog leaped back, springing onto the bed, baring its teeth toward the source of the voice, emitting a low growl reminiscent of a car engine. A young man appeared, instilling terror in the black dog, as it had failed to notice his arrival. This could only mean one thing. The man's realm surpassed its own. Who are you? The black dog barked in a human tongue, its voice low and wary. Are you here to avenge this man? The black dog seemed to recall something, its anger flaring. He killed my mother and my brethren. Although I am but an animal, I am grateful for the nurturing I received. If you seek revenge, I am ready to accompany you. Not at all. His demise has nothing to do with me, Chen Lan replied with a shake of his head and a smile. He had no time to meddle in every death. So many perish daily. Could he attend to them all? Your realm is at the great ascension stage. Thus you cannot be a mere beast, as beasts currently peak at the nascent soul stage, Chen Lan continued. What nonsense. Do not compare me to those filthy creatures. The black dog, incensed by Chen Lan's comparison to beasts, let out a furious roar. Are you from the Xianqian realm? Chen Lan suddenly inquired. At this question, the black dog's body trembled, freezing in place, its eyes glazing over as it questioned. How do you know this? Are you perhaps a reincarnated soul? Reincarnated soul? What does that mean? Chen Lan seized upon this key phrase, prompting an immediate inquiry. Indeed, this visit was not in vain. The black dog had sensed something during its murderous rampage. A barrier was deliberately established here to prevent others from sensing it. After setting up the formation, he immediately came over. Now, witnessing the profound reaction of the black dog towards the Xianqian realm, he could ascertain that this creature, akin to the blood demon ancestor, hailed from the Xianqian realm or perhaps from the bygone blue star. No, you are not. You possess no memories in this regard. You are a denizen of the New World. The black dog shook its head. New World? That name seems fitting. Chen Lan nodded and continued. You still have not answered the earlier question. I apologize, but I have nothing to divulge, the black dog replied, shaking its head, unwilling to respond. Just as the words left its mouth, a powerful force suddenly drew it in. Chen Lan's strong hand clutched its neck, restricting its breath. The black dog's eyes widened. Its pupils constricted violently as it sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from Chen Lan, inducing a rapid panic in its breathing. Your Majesty, this is the Supreme Emperor. A Supreme Emperor exists in the New World. How could a Supreme Emperor, who had never appeared in the Old World, manifest in the New World? This is impossible. And now? Chen Lan spoke calmly. His expressionless demeanor instilled immense fear in the black dog. It had just begun to recover its past life memories and did not wish to meet its demise. Your Majesty, I was wrong. Please release me, and I shall reveal everything I know, the black dog hastily exclaimed. As soon as the words were uttered, Chen Lan released his grip, causing the black dog to fall to the ground. Speak, Chen Lan commanded coldly from above. The black dog shook its head and moved its neck, looking up at Chen Lan with a hint of grievance. Had you mentioned you were the emperor earlier, I would not have acted so pretentiously. There was no need for such theatrics. My memories are not fully restored. I can only recall fragments, and I know that I hail from the heavenly court. The heavenly court? What is that? Chen Lan was momentarily taken aback, searching his mind for any recollection. There were no records regarding the heavenly court. The heavenly court is akin to an organization from your New World, existing in the Old World. Continue, Chen Lan urged, pondering the implications. It seemed the Old World had various factions, and this black dog likely belonged to one of them. The world has undergone reincarnation. No one can escape, including our heavenly court. Regardless of who it is, the ultimate fate is annihilation. At this, the black dog displayed a distinctly human-like terror, its voice trembling. It was evident that it was frightened, recalling memories it wished to avoid. I am aware of this, divine punishment. It appears you are quite knowledgeable, Chen Lan remarked. Go on. The world reincarnates, and no one can evade it. However, our heavenly court devised a method that might allow us to escape this cycle and be reborn, living anew. What method? By consuming an improved version of Mengpei's soup. Mengpei's soup? The underworld. Chen Lan's eyes widened slightly. Mengpei's soup. Was it not a myth passed down in Huaxia folklore? This was indeed a classic tale, crafted by a folk master, though the identity of that master remained unknown. It had begun circulating a century ago. He had encountered it in some horror and supernatural novels, which were fabrications of the New World. The most classic phrase was, upon death, one descends to the underworld, consumes Mengpei's soup, forgets the past, and is reborn. This was evidently a myth of the New World, yet why did it exist as a reality in the Old World? Do you know of Mengpei's soup? The black dog asked, astonished and puzzled. Shouldn't the underworld have been destroyed during the world's reincarnation? How could the inhabitants of the New World possibly know of Mengpei's soup? Yes, I know. It is a tale we fabricated here, Chen Lan nodded. Impossible. That is a true existence from our old world. If that is the case, why are you unaware of the heavenly court? I genuinely do not know, Chen Lan frowned. He was familiar with Mengpei's soup and the underworld. Many were, yet the heavenly court existed in the same realm as the underworld and Mengpei's soup. And they were oblivious. Suddenly, Chen Lan's pupils constricted, a slight smile gracing his lips. He believed he understood. Someone was attempting to awaken the memories of the old world. Awaken the memories of the old world? Who? The black dog inquired, astonished. Could it be that someone awoke a century earlier than us, attempting to rouse the New World's inhabitants to their old world memories? That should not be possible. No one can awaken before us. We have foreseen the future, predicting the moment of memory recovery. Mengpa altered the soup according to this time frame to ensure our timely awakening. What if this individual escaped the world's reincarnation? Chen Lan queried. While one may evade reincarnation, their soul would be marked with a restriction, preventing them from speaking of the old world. Then how do you suppose we know? I am uncertain. Regardless, what you posit seems implausible. It is likely that you New World inhabitants conceived this notion naturally. Chen Lan remained silent, withholding further commentary. As he alone understood many hidden truths, the enigmatic prophet from the pharaoh's memory and the author of 5,000 years of Huaxia history, both of whom were aware of what the future world held. Enough of this. Do you recall anything else? Chen Lan shifted the topic. I do not remember. My recollections have not returned so swiftly. Very well then, you have nowhere to go. Why not rest at my Xiaoyao sect? Certainly. Thank you, Your Majesty. The black dog nodded, indeed lacking a place to go. It now sought a refuge to safely regain its memories and lost cultivation, aspiring to reach its former pinnacle. Chen Lan nodded, waving his hand casually, and both vanished. Outside, in the doghouse, there was nothing but emptiness until a plump white mother dog appeared, accompanied by a litter of pups joyfully nursing. At the Xiaoyao sect, Chen Lan returned with the black dog to the main hall. This is my sect. There are many rooms. Feel free to find a place to rest, Chen Lan casually remarked. Thank you. The black dog suddenly spoke in a grave tone. Chen Lan was taken aback, then smiled slightly. It is no trouble, merely a small favor. It seemed his act of saving those few dogs had not gone unnoticed by the black dog. The mother dog and her pups had been brutally slaughtered and sold to a dog meat shop, and upon witnessing this, the black dog sought vengeance. He merely altered the course of fate slightly. You possess unrivaled strength, yet harbor great benevolence. Such a rarity to behold. The black dog gazed deeply at Chen Lan. Speaking earnestly, Chen Lan remained silent, offering a serene smile. Let us leave it at that for now. With that, Chen Lan vanished. The black dog stared at the direction of his disappearance, lost in thought. Unrivaled in the world, yet possessing a heart of great kindness. Such individuals truly exist. Master, you're heavenly, I did not misjudge. At the Chen family villa, Chen Mingyuan stood within the study. The villa had been completely cleared by him, leaving no one behind. Have you investigated the matter we discussed last time? Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him, startling him into turning around. Upon recognizing the person behind him, his expression transformed into one of excitement. Your Majesty, you have arrived. Chen Mingyuan promptly approached, bowing deeply. Chen Lan nodded slightly. Speak. Yes, Your Majesty. Regarding the task you entrusted to me last time, I have investigated. I apologize, but I have been unable to assist, no matter how I searched. I could not uncover the identity of the author of that book. Chen Mingyuan's face was filled with regret, occasionally doubting whether the emperor had misjudged the text. The history of Huaxia spans merely 5 centuries. From where, then, does the notion of 5,000 years arise? What has become of the intervening 4 millennia? Chen Lan nodded in tacit agreement, as he had never harbored much hope. If he could not uncover the truth, how could Chen Mingyuan possibly do so? Moreover, Li Long has asked me to inquire about the maximum number of disciples the Xiaoyao sect can accommodate. 300,000, though if they reside elsewhere, the number could swell to 500,000. He had reviewed the sect's territory, which is indeed vast enough to comfortably house 300,000 disciples. But that number pertains only to those living within. With the aid of his teleportation array, it could realistically support 500,000 disciples. Such a meager figure. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingyuan furrowed his brow. It was simply too few. Chen Lan remained silent. His sect's territory was limited, accommodating only so many individuals. Moreover, having more disciples does not equate to better quality. It is the excellence of the disciples that truly matters. If he were to accept everyone, it would undoubtedly be unmanageable. The Cultivation Management Department currently has over 400 million individuals aspiring to join the Xiaoyao sect, Qin Mingyuan continued. An overwhelming number. Yet you could seize control of other unoccupied sects. I can arrange for personnel to assist you, treating them as my affiliated sections. That would be splendid. Chen Mingyuan's eyes brightened. Even if they were not truly part of the Xiaoyao sect, being an affiliated sect would still provide some assurance. Those individuals yearn to join the Xiaoyao sect precisely for that sense of security, which is why they strive to find ways to join. Then go and inform Li Long. You may claim you are an affiliated sect of the Xiaoyao sect. Very well, thank you, Great Emperor. At present, there is nothing more to discuss. Chen Lan nodded slightly and vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing the emperor's departure, Chen Mingyuan promptly called Li Long to relay this fortunate news. At the demon-slaying sect, the old butcher remarked, "You summoned us here. You do not intend to incite a collective rebellion, do you?" "Indeed. Those individuals specifically instructed us to come here and observe the situation. Your summoning at this moment suggests an intent to take action against the natives. Let us not forget that they are always watching. Moreover, the natives possess strength that rivals ours. Can we truly succeed? There exist beings among the natives that surpass the great Luo Golden Immortal. Striking against them is ill-advised." Within the main hall of the sect, several sect leaders, including the leader of the demon-slaying sect, convened. Present were the leaders of the Blood Fiend sect, the Blade sect, the Soul Eater sect, and the Puppet sect, all deliberating on the events of the day. Specifically, they discussed the matter of other sects defying the heavens and recklessly accepting disciples. Who claims we intend to harm the natives? We shall target those sects that defy orders. The natives will hardly come to their aid. The leader of the demon-slaying sect chuckled maliciously. He would be slaying his own kind, not the natives. As long as he did not offend the latter, he had nothing to fear. He was skeptical that those he had merely encountered once would rise to assist, particularly given their lack of significant ties. Marvelous. This plan is brilliant. If we eliminate those individuals and turn them into puppets, my power will undoubtedly increase. The leader of the puppet sect, upon hearing this proposal, sprang to his feet, brimming with excitement. How had he not thought of this before? Slaying his own kind, not the natives. What was there to fear? I concur. Those who choose treachery must bear the consequences of our wrath. When shall we commence our actions? The others looked towards the leader of the demon-slaying sect. Tonight presents the perfect opportunity. Chapter 89. Master, I take no pleasure in this. Thus, you must perish. At Qin University, in the dormitory, Chen Lan, having concluded his tasks, returned to his quarters, flopped onto his bed, and began scrolling through short videos. Since the world underwent its great transformation, short videos no longer featured games, beautiful women, or gourmet food. Instead, they showcased bizarre and peculiar events, or daily routines of cultivation. Before long, Luo Tao returned, drenched in sweat. Upon seeing Chen Lan lounging on his bed with a phone in hand, he was incensed. How dare you return without a word, and lie there playing on your phone? Do you have any idea how exhausted I have been these past few days? Luo Tao exclaimed in exasperation. He had been utterly worn out from managing the students. And now Chen Lan was back to merely play on his phone. It infuriated him. But did you not, through misfortune, benefit by breaking through to the nascent soul stage? Chen Lan smirked slightly. I did not expect you to notice. I had intended to keep a low profile. Upon hearing this, Luo Tao's anger dissipated, replaced by a smug grin as he theatrically adjusted his collar, full of bravado. But do not worry. Though I shall soon surpass you, I will ensure to protect you. Luo Tao continued, patting his chest with an air of a chivalrous brother. Chen Lan's lips curled into a smile, and he unleashed the pressure of his great ascension stage. The moment his aura radiated, Luo Tao was instantly taken aback, his smile vanishing. What? How have you reached the great ascension stage? Luo Tao shouted in astonishment. What? Is it only you who can cultivate and break through? I refuse to believe it. Wow. I thought I was the most ostentatious. Yet you have eclipsed me. Truly impressive. From this moment forth, you shall be the king of show-offs. Witnessing Chen Lan's display, Luo Tao clasped his fists in admiration, genuinely impressed. In terms of ostentation, Chen Lan was indeed unmatched. But could you refrain from showing off next time? You make me feel quite embarrassed, Luo Tao remarked, rubbing his nose. Regretting his earlier display of bravado, he had only intended to show off once, and it had backfired spectacularly. He vowed never to flaunt his prowess in front of the king of show-offs again. Setting that aside, have you heard that the Xiaoyao Tianzun has established a sect? When this topic arose, excitement illuminated Luo Tao's face. Yes, I am aware. Will you join? Luo Tao inquired eagerly. I will not be going. Chen Lan shook his head. What? Why not? That is the Xiaoyao Great Emperor. Joining his sect would surely grant you his protection. Even if not, the resources available would be abundant. Why would you not go? Luo Tao questioned, puzzled. Do you wish to go? Chen Lan countered, shifting the subject. Of course. Who wouldn't want to go? Then you may attend the disciple recruitment ceremony tomorrow. I am certain you will be accepted. Chen Lan replied with a mysterious smile. You hold me in such high regard. Very well, if you do not go, I shall. When I become a talented disciple within, do not envy me. Luo Tao declared. Very well, I shall await that day. But do not fret, when you become my brother-in-law, I can still promote you. Oh, spare me. Why must we revisit this topic? What? Is marrying my sister a source of shame? That is not shameful. What is shameful is becoming your sister's husband. How dare you say such a thing? I am deeply hurt. Thus, tonight, you must treat me to dinner. A grand feast to reward me for my efforts in helping you manage your class these past few days. Fine, 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 eat whatever you wish. Huh. Let us see if I can consume your entire salary. As night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst the scattered stars. The chirping of cicadas filled the air, and a gentle breeze caressed the riverbank. Even amidst an apocalyptic world, one could still glimpse couples strolling hand in hand along the riverside, romantic and heartwarming. Yet, within a sect in an unknown domain, the atmosphere was far from warm. At the Bishi sect, the doors were flung wide open, and an overwhelmingly strong stench wafted outwards with the wind. Passers-by, upon catching a whiff, peered inside and were instantly filled with dread. Murder. There are dead bodies at the Bishi sect. But as he shouted, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and his head promptly fell to the ground. Heh, you thought to alert others? A formidable and menacing figure suddenly materialized in the vicinity, casting a cold smirk upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. He then sauntered into the sect, each step revealing an overwhelming number of corpses, each one a disciple of the Azure Water sect, without exception. The entirety of the sect lay in ruin. Upon reaching the main hall, he found the aged sect master lying feebly in the principal seat, barely clinging to life. Beside him stood 4 individuals, one emaciated and sinister-looking, another with a great sword slung over his back, exuding a fierce demeanor, a third wielding a dagger, licking its blade. And lastly, a woman of alluring figure, scantily clad, who tauntingly lifted the old master's chin with a cruel smile. Why have you annihilated my sect? The old master coughed, blood spilling forth, struggling to speak. Quite simply, it is because of you. Your betrayal, consorting with the natives, the woman replied with a devilish grin. No, it was not my doing. They forced my hand. The natives possess formidable strength. The old master exclaimed in terror. Stop explaining. Just kill him. There are others to attend to. The man with the sword interjected solemnly. Very well. The woman nodded, seizing the old master's head and draining him completely. In an instant, he became a mere husk, devoid of flesh and spirit, utterly lifeless. Ah, so delectable. The soul and flesh of a nascent soul-stage cultivator are truly exquisite, she remarked. Curse you. Now that you've finished, what shall we consume? The dagger-wielding man cursed vehemently. My apologies. I shall ensure the next one is divided among you, she replied nonchalantly. Agreed. The emaciated man concurred. Let us depart. The towering figure, the sect leader of the demon slaughter sect, finally spoke coldly. There are other sects yet to be eradicated. This is merely the first, not the last. As they prepared to leave, they noticed an unexpected presence at the entrance of the main hall. A man stood there, his expression inscrutable, yet exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure illuminated by the faint moonlight. The group felt an ominous dread and raised their weapons in unison. Who are you? We are of the demon sect. What business do you have here? Leave at once, unless you wish to meet your demise. They warned, hesitating to strike. Sensing the formidable nature of their opponent. By the command of my master, I have come to escort you to your final destination, the man said. His voice cold and merciless, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, instilling terror in the hearts of those who heard it. Huh, let us see how you intend to escort me. The leader of the demon slaughter sect sneered, stepping forward to eliminate the man in an instant. Bang! With merely a disdainful grunt from the man, the leader of the demon slaughter sect exploded, his soul obliterated. A transcendent ascendant. The others sensed the man's cultivation level and were struck with terror. How had they offended a transcendent ascendant? Could it be that the natives truly aided him? Perish! My master is displeased. Bang! 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 In an instant, the 4 individuals detonated simultaneously, a mist of blood filling the air, their souls scattering. After eradicating these 5, the man turned his gaze to another direction. Moreover, my master has decreed that none shall remain. Chapter 90. Open your doors to apprentices immediately, or face death. The following day, a tremendous upheaval occurred in Xiaoyao overnight. Just last night, over 100 sects were obliterated. The sudden upheaval sent shockwaves through the populace, instilling a profound sense of dread. Indeed, I heard the sounds last night, but dared not look until the noise ceased. When I finally ventured forth, I found every member of a sect had perished, their divine artifacts seized. How terrifying. I wonder who is behind this. Over 10,000 lives extinguished in a single night. Predominantly those NPCs. What transpired? Was it infighting, or did our people launch a surprise attack? I know not. But one thing is clear. The majority of the deceased were from the demon sect, as well as some sects that refused to open their doors to apprentices. Could this be related? Related to what? Are you referring to the opening of doors to apprentices? Online, many were discussing the matter. For the number of dead from last night was staggering. In a single night, dozens of sects vanished, drastically reducing opportunities for others to join. Simultaneously, fear gripped them. Would death descend upon them next? Not only the people of Xiaoyao were afraid, Those who had come from the celestial realm were even more terrified. For all the deceased were their kin. Each sect now tightly sealed their gates, unwilling to open for apprentices, breaking their promises due to last night's calamity. In the Ministry of Regulation, a soldier reported, "Masterly, those sects have suddenly reneged, each afraid to open their doors to apprentices," citing last night's events as their reason for caution. Upon hearing this, Li Long furrowed his brow. All departments have been assembled, awaiting the sects to accept apprentices and then lead them to various sects for mentorship. The elite are to be selected for the celestial sect. Yet, they have now reneged. What are these sects plotting? Have we uncovered what transpired last night? We have. Taoist Qingfeng has been observing. It was those from the demon sect who organized the assault on other sects, specifically targeting those who had promised to open their doors to apprentices, hence their fear. The soldier explained. Li Long nodded, understanding now why such a multitude had perished last night. Taoist Qingfeng had refrained from intervening, as he believed in the principle of harmony. It was not the place of the people of Huaxia to interfere in others' affairs. However, all those involved in the nocturnal raid had perished. All participants were eliminated by 8 transcendent ascendants, seemingly acting under the command of a master. Master? Li Long was taken aback, somewhat astonished. 8 transcendent ascendants recognizing a single master. How formidable must that master be? But soon, Li Long came to a realization, a bitter smile crossing his face. If it is him, then it is not surprising. He thought of the celestial sovereign. If it were that individual, having 100 transcendent ascendants as servants would not astonish him. Instead, he would envy them. To be a servant of the celestial sovereign is indeed a monumental honor. As the saying goes, when one attains the Tao, even the chickens and dogs ascend. By following the celestial sovereign, they would surely elevate their own cultivation swiftly, a dream for many. What shall we do now? Should we compel those sects to accept apprentices? No, we must simply wait, Li Long replied solemnly. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky. Their mobilization would be futile. It all depended on that individual. At that moment, a figure stood tall in the skies above Huaxia. Yet few noticed him, for the presence of those traversing the void had become commonplace. To all sects, open your doors to apprentices immediately. Suddenly, a voice thundered in the ears of all, including those from the celestial realm. The voice resonated like a drum, deafening, startling every individual, causing them to gaze skyward. As he unleashed his aura, it enveloped the entire nation. A transcendent ascendant. At that moment, from other directions in the sky, 7 figures flew forth, standing alongside the man, each emanating the aura of transcendent ascendants. 8 transcendent ascendants loomed in the sky, imposing immeasurable pressure upon those below. Who are you? Taoist Qingfeng appeared before them, clasping his fists and smiling gently. He had been observing the 8 individuals since last night, who claimed to be under the command of their master, having slain numerous NPCs. The events of the previous evening were instigated by them. Along with those from the demon sect, he harbored concerns that their master might be an external adversary. We are the 8 guardians of the Xiaoyao sect. Who might you be? The leader, the blood demon ancestor, spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Taoist Qingfeng trembled, hastily clasping his fists and bowing. It is indeed the guardians of the Xiaoyao sect. My sincerest apologies for any offense. I implore you, do not take umbrage. Taoist Qingfeng was drenched in sweat, astounded to learn that these 8 were the guardians of the Xiaoyao sect, meaning their master could only be the revered Xiaoyao Tianzun. How serendipitous it was that he had unknowingly wandered into such a perilous situation. Had he known it was the Xiaoyao Tianzun's doing, he would have stayed far away. Indeed. The blood demon ancestor nodded. It is of no consequence. I shall take my leave. Taoist Qingfeng, with a courteous smile, swiftly retreated. Once Taoist Qingfeng departed, the blood demon ancestor, noticing that the various sects had yet to open their doors to apprentices, bellowed with authority. The matters of last night have been entrusted to us by our master. Should you violate your promises and refuse to admit apprentices, do not blame us for reenacting the events of last night within your sects. With that, he let out a disdainful snort. The sect leaders, still apprehensive and shaken by the occurrences of the previous evening, were immediately struck with fear upon hearing that the situation had been resolved, and by the indigenous people no less. They hurriedly transmitted messages, urging their disciples to prepare for the imminent opening of their doors to recruits. Seeing the preparations unfold, the blood demon ancestor nodded in satisfaction. You have 1 hour. When the time is up, you shall open your doors to apprentices punctually. Otherwise, the scenes from last night will be replicated within your sects, one by one. Upon finishing his words, the 8 figures vanished simultaneously. The onlookers from Huaxia were left in a state of bewilderment until someone noticed that the sects were indeed preparing, causing a wave of jubilance to wash over them. By heavens, they are truly preparing. I see that one sect has already opened its gates and even dispatched elders to welcome visitors, exclaimed one. Who are those 8 ascended beings? They even have a master. This is terrifying. Surely, aside from that individual, no one else could command 8 ascended servants, could they? Could it be the Xiaoyao Tianzun? That would certainly explain everything. In the midst of their excitement, a voice resonated through the heavens, reverberating across the entirety of Huaxia. Echoing in the minds of all, the Xiaoyao sect is now open for apprentices.